Gannum,
and Kevin Stillwell. For Jillian. Jillian, my love. 1,000 times Jillian. Book 1. The Briars, 1989. 1. On the first weekend in September, Arthur Oakes drove west to see his mother in the House of Correction. It was a trip of more than 200 miles, across the southern half of Maine, the chimney pipe of New Hampshire, and into Vermont, and it ended, as it always did, in a line of cars waiting to pass through a 12-foot-high gate topped with barbed wire. Arthur always thought the House of Correction looked like a high school, a 3-story block of sandstone brick with narrow slots for windows. He slowed to a stop behind a Ford Ranchero, disgorging oily black smoke from the exhaust pipe. A bumper sticker read, "No free rides, gas, grass, or ass." There was a bumper sticker a man could respect. Arthur's VW had been his mother's ride before it was his, and the Rabbit had bumper stickers too. A lot of them. His mother hadn't let a square inch of the rear end go to waste. One said, "Are you following Jesus this close?" Another showed a picture of Gandhi and said, "An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind." They should have locked her up for crimes against her own car. It grated on him, parking his inherited Christmobile in a lot full of vehicles that had probably seen action as getaway cars. If the exterior of the Black Cricket Women's House of Correction looked like a big public high school, the lobby resembled a cramped ER waiting room. Fluorescent lights buzzed and cast a dispiriting, impoverished glow. A TV set played daytime talk. A guard, a heavy-set woman with a butch haircut, piloted a rolling office chair behind a scratched, dirty window. Arthur joined the queue, behind a couple in their mid-20s and a teenage girl. The guy wore black jeans, tight to his stovepipe legs, a sleeveless black Harley tee and a do-rag. His lady leaned against him, a woman with hard, bony features that she had tried to soften with blusher and bubblegum pink lipstick. The teenager stood close by, head down, face hidden behind her own unwashed yellow hair. She had on a Guns N' Roses tee that was too small for her, exposing her midriff. Her acid-washed jeans sagged to reveal the top of her shiny black thong. Arthur looked away, felt somehow it was indecent to have noticed. "She can't go in there wearing that shirt," said the officer behind the window. She pointed at the teenager. The girl craned her neck to peer down at her GNR shirt as if to hunt for an offensive stain, and Arthur realized, with a jolt, that he knew her, not by name, but by profession. She delivered pizzas for Shut Up and Eat It Pizza in Potomaquassie, and marijuana or shrooms as well if you knew what to order, and Arthur's roommate, Donovan McBride, did. She turned up at their off-campus student housing once or twice a month to bring Van a sausage pie and a baggie of green. Arthur figured she hooked half the campus up with weed and indigestion. "What's wrong with it?" the pizza girl asked. "No references to firearms. Cover it up or take it off." "You'd like that, wouldn't you?" the older sister asked. She put the pizza girl in a headlock and squeezed one breast. "Get an eyeful of Tana's melons." Tana shrieked and twisted free. The guard let her bored gaze drift away. "The rules are right there on the wall." Tana rubbed her breast and said, "It's a concert shirt." "I see a pair of crossed pistols. Garments displaying drugs, weapons, or obscenities are not allowed in the House of Correction." "Volp, nice wanderer, you're cleared to enter. Your sister will have to stay here." The guard tipped her head toward the double doors on the left. "My sis is coming with us, Les," said the older sister. "What's that?" asked the officer. She cocked her head, turning her ear to the glass. Arthur thought it possible she genuinely hadn't heard. "Jane," Tana said, "I'll wait in the truck, whatever. You and Ronnie can talk to Mom. You don't need—" "Don't start telling me what I need. You're the whole reason we're here," Jane Niswander said. She turned her attention back to the officer. I had to get up at 6 in the goddamn morning to drive Tana here so she could explain her latest fuck-up to our mother, and you're gonna make her sit in the truck because you don't like her shirt? The officer stood. One hand fell to the baton on her belt. You want to spend time with your mother, she said. Keep running your mouth. We might be able to arrange a cell right next to her. 6 in the morning, Jane went on. 3-hour drive and I gotta knock heads with a fascist dyke. She can have my hoodie. Arthur spoke over her before she could say dyke and get her pointy, narrow head knocked in. It was the girl, Tana, who impelled him to pipe up. She had shut her eyes, lowered her chin to her chest, and hunched her shoulders like a kid listening to Mom and Dad fight. In that moment, she looked not 19, but a terrorized 9, and Arthur couldn't bear it. Jane Niswander looked Arthur over. Arthur couldn't quite track the emotions that flickered through her pale blue eyes. He saw something like curiosity, an instant of cold, reptilian calculation, and finally, a gleam of amusement. The ugly color began to drain from the security guard's face, and she settled back into her chair. As long as I don't see guns, I don't see a problem. Arthur unzipped his hoodie and slipped it off. It had belonged to his mother, and he still sometimes imagined it smelled of her, the smell of the chapel, old hymnals and pine pews. On the back was an outline of Africa with Steve Biko's face peering out from within. Tana Niswander didn't thank him. She kept her head down as she pulled it on, never even looked at him. The boyfriend, Ronnie Volpe, admired the back of the sweatshirt and then said in a hoarse, smoker's voice, Eddie Murphy, I love that absurd motherfucker. The security officer jerked a thumb at the door. Go on, next. As the three of them moved away, Jane Niswander looked back at him and flashed a wolfish grin. That was damn big of you, bud. We'll have to pay you back someday. She ushered Volpe and her sister through the doors and out of sight. The guard behind the plexiglass window was shaking her head, her jaw tight. I'm here to see my mother, Dr. Erin Oakes, Arthur said. Yeah, I know who you're here to see. The Holy Mother. She pushed a clipboard at him. Sign here, dumbass. She muttered this last bit to herself, but Arthur caught it all the same, and then wondered if he had misheard. What? Why'd you do that? She asked him. She sounded genuinely aggrieved. Why didn't you mind your own business? Oh, Arthur said. I don't know. Just trying to help. It's what my mother would have done. Buddy, said the security guard, if your mother made such great choices, do you think she'd be in here? 2. The family room held half a dozen stainless steel tables bolted to a sticky tile floor. Arthur took his usual seat, only peripherally aware of the Niswanders at the next table over. His mother was one of the first inmates through the door, limber and easy in her prison blues, her hair clipped short. Erin Oakes dropped into the seat across from him, kissed the tip of her pointer finger, and touched it to his. Physical contact wasn't allowed in the family room, but if any of the guards saw, they declined to object. Erin and Arthur sat across from each other, the slender white woman serving 7 for manslaughter, and her son, the long-limbed and gangly black kid finishing up a 4-year stretch himself in one of the whitest colleges on the East Coast, where he was on the dean's list every semester, in case anyone had questions about his right to be there. I missed you all summer long, she said. How was old Blighty? It's the only country in the world where they think Spam is one of the 5 major food groups, Arthur said. Arthur spent his summers in the UK with his paternal grandparents, who were Windrush generation, shipped over from Jamaica in the 1950s to rebuild what the Krauts had bombed into rubble. Arthur's father was there too, in Kent. He had the newest marble monument in a graveyard full of mossy, tilting 400-year-old headstones. Do anything fun? I spent an afternoon in the British Library looking at illustrated manuscripts. I think I'm going to write about them in my Book as Object class this semester. I was hoping you screwed a red-headed Scottish barmaid out of her plaid socks and got arrested protesting Margaret Thatcher's criminal incompetence. Maybe you'll get around to busty barmaids when you're into maudlin. If I get into maudlin, he said. He shrank from even talking about it. The school where his father had earned his master's in English literature. As a teenager, Arthur had done his homework under a framed poster of C.S. Lewis, and had experimented with wearing tweed. Dark days. And I'm not going if you're still in here. February, she said. February, he repeated, the date of her first parole hearing. In February, she would know about early release, and not long after, he would know if Oxford wanted him or not. What about your summer? Shank anyone in the prison yard? Arthur asked. No, but I did start a book club. We voted on our first book yesterday. Oh yeah? What was the winner? How to Win Friends and Influence Your Parole Board? How to Escape in 10 Easy Lessons? I suggested Capitalist Patriarchy and the Case for Socialist Feminism. Bet that racked up the votes. But I was shot down in favor of Jackie Collins. Hollywood Wives, which is fine. I can work with that. It's still an opportunity to talk about the way the culture strips women of their personhood. It's right there in the title. Women defined by their marriages instead of their ideas. You think that's why they want to read Jackie Collins? Nah, they want to read it because it's the smuttiest book in the prison library. She lowered her voice to a mock whisper. There's 3 copies going around and they all smell like Kuntak. Shit, Arthur said. That reminds me, though, I had my picture in the paper. They did a profile on some of the rare books in the school library and they quoted me. In his final year at Rackham College, Arthur had been made the senior student librarian and tasked with making a digital inventory of the books in the rare collection, copying them to big floppy disks in the library's new computer. It was the card catalog of the future, and a good reason for the Potamaquassi Record to do a fluff piece about the most peculiar items held in the special collection. A letter from Walt Whitman, an early typed draft of Our Town, and of course, the Enoch Crane Journal. No way anyone was going to do an article about the special collection at Rackham College without talking about Enoch Crane. Arthur sat up and patted his pockets, then sat back down. Shit, he said again. I must have left it in the car. I just think it's great one of us got in the paper and it wasn't in the police blotter, she said. I'm so proud of my little boy. Someone cleared their throat. Arthur looked back and saw Jane Nicewander standing behind him, her sister at her side. Jane had a hand on the nape of Tana's neck in what was either a gesture of comfort or a way to keep her pinned. Excuse me, Dr. Oakes, isn't it? Am I correct in saying you are a sort of political prisoner here? You were convicted for your convictions, so to speak? She laughed at this fine bit of wordplay. I was convicted for trespassing and damaging federal property. And manslaughter. Erin shifted her gaze from Jane to Tana and back. Tana's face was once again hidden behind her lank strands of hair. Ronnie Volpe and Tana's mother watched from the next table over. The eldest Nicewander was a tiny woman with lean, haggard features and hair that was some colorless hue between blonde and gray. A man died, yes, Erin said. Although we came unarmed and in a spirit of nonviolence, there was an accident. A security guard lost control of his weapon and was shot. And you stuck around? To put pressure on the wound. And he died anyway, huh? You ever think you would have been better off if you just legged it? Sometimes, but then I would have been in a different kind of prison. A mental one. Jane wagged a finger at her. Uh-huh, now we're getting to it. You didn't mean for anyone to die, but you made a choice to break into federal property and someone did. Sorry, Arthur said, but if it's all right with you, my mom and I are trying to have a quiet visit. Jane paid him no mind. She went on. You were a priest of some kind, weren't you? Or was you a professor? I taught practical ethics and theology at Dartmouth. I'm also a pastor with the Episcopalian Church. They don't defrock you for manslaughter? They haven't gotten around to it yet. Arthur's mother narrowed her eyes and tried a smile on Tana. Are you all right, honey? I love your Pico sweatshirt. I have one just like it. That is your sweatshirt, Arthur said. But it was like he was talking to himself. No one even glanced at him. She's fine, Jane said. So you've done enough ethical professoring to help us puzzle something out. You set out to do a good thing, only there's a freak accident in the process of breaking and entering, and some poor fella eats it. You didn't want it, but you're responsible for it all the same. I think that's true. When you choose a course of action, you accept the consequences. Those you intended and those you didn't. There you go, Jane said, lowering her head to look into Tana's face. See? Voice of educated reason right there. Tana lifted her chin and glared at Erin with wet, reddened eyes. Screw this, she said. "Screw her and screw you. I'm going to the car." She twitched out of her sister's grip and started toward the exit. Her path took her past her mother, and as she walked by, the elder Niswander kicked Tana behind her left knee. Her leg folded and Tana dropped behind the table. There was a guard a few yards away, but he was staring at the TV hanging from a bracket in one corner of the room. "You burned up my shit, you fucking flake!" Tana's mother yelled, rising from her chair, "and I'm gonna have it back every cent. I don't care if Jane gotta rent you out to hobos for $10 a pop." She had a paper cup of coffee in one hand, and she threw it at her daughter's head. "Drink up, you thirsty bitch!" Arthur didn't remember coming to his feet. He was simply suddenly between them. It was the kind of leap in time one often made in dreams, but it was the first time he could ever recall it happening in waking life. He had his back to Tana's mother to help Tana out of the floor. He sensed Mama Niswander rising from her chair, and he held one hand out behind him, palm raised, like an officer trying to stop traffic. He meant no harm by it. He reached with his other hand to take Tana by the elbow. "Fuck off me!" Tana hissed and pushed him away. The sudden motion rocked him backward off balance, and he slammed the heel of his extended hand into Mama Niswander's face. The impact snapped the older woman's head back. Her calves struck the chair behind her, and she toppled. The chairs were bolted to the floor, same as the table, and had no give. She crashed across it and went sprawling. "My node!" she cried, blood spouting from her small, hard, bony nose, a nose that looked suddenly, disturbingly crooked. "You motherfucker!" The elder Niswander sprang to her feet and lunged, but before she could get her hands on Arthur's neck, a prison guard caught her in both arms and lifted her right off the floor. Jane shouldered Arthur aside, sinking her fingers into Tana's upper arm. Jane turned a furious glare upon Arthur. "The fuck you think you're doing, sticking your oar in?" The guard was retreating with Mama Niswander in his arms while she kicked her legs helplessly in the air. Two more prison guards smacked through the doors at the back of the room. One of them caught Mama Niswander by the thrashing feet, and then they were carrying her out like a pair of movers with a rolled-up rug. The third guard unsheathed the nightstick and began to strike it against an iron radiator. "Inmates, line up against the far wall. Do it now! Visiting's over. Visitors, move to the exits." Mama Niswander writhed and arched her hips, bucking in the arms of her captors. She howled, a scream of fury that was cut off as they carried her out. Arthur's own mother moved slowly toward the far wall with the other inmates. She kissed her fingertip and pointed at him, smiling with a kind of tired resignation. Jane Niswander was cursing and marching her sister across the room. Ronnie tossed Arthur a wink before he followed them out. "You got some touch with the ladies, partner. At my absolute best, I never pissed off more than two at a time. I think you just collected the whole set." Arthur was another 40 minutes in the waiting room, filling out an incident report. He looked for the Niswanders when he left, with a touch of anxiety, but they were long gone. He was halfway home before he realized Tana Niswander still had his Biko hoodie. And as for the article he had wanted to show his mother, the one about the Brooks Library at school, it was a week before he had cause to think of it again. 3. Van McBride was surrounded. Arthur went looking for him in Arundel Hall and found him at one of the cafeteria tables, sitting across from Donna McBride and Allie Shiner, a girl so beautiful Arthur believed it was unsafe to look at her directly. People suddenly got clumsy around Allie. Arthur had seen it happen. It happened to Van all the time. Once Van had glanced at Allie before trying to leave a room, missed the door, smashed into the door frame head first, and had to go to the student infirmary for a cold compress. Donna wasn't too shabby herself, though Arthur couldn't imagine making out with her. She looked too much like Van. She was 3 minutes older than her twin brother and could easily be mistaken for him in low light. Only last spring, one of Donna's boyfriends had sat down next to Van in the gloom of the student union and slipped a hand onto his thigh before realizing he was fondling the wrong McBride. "Carry on, son," Van told him. "This is the most action I've had in months." Perhaps a dozen undergrads were gathered around Allie and the McBride twins. Donna had half a deck of cards in front of her, and Van had the other half, like they were playing a game of war. Arthur watched as Donna lifted the top card from her deck and peered down at it, keeping it hidden from her brother. They locked eyes. 3 of spades, Van said. Donna flipped the card onto the table, face up, so everyone could see the 3 of spades. There were whoops and yells of satisfaction. Van lifted a card off his own deck and gave it a cursory look. Black, it's black, Donna said. I'm picturing a cruel son of a bitch, someone used to being served. A king? The king of clubs? Oh, listen to this baloney, said Allie. Van dumped the king of clubs face up on the table. Donna hardly glanced at her next card before Van shook his head and muttered, 4 of diamonds. Donna tossed it in the air. A pimply freshman caught it and showed the other onlookers. 4 of diamonds. Can you read my mind? Asked the student on Arthur's left. Arthur looked around and saw he was standing next to a fellow senior named of Colin Wren. Colin slid a card off Van's deck and looked at it. No, it only works with Van. It's a twin thing. Now you're going to tell them how we've been twins before, Van drawled. Donna nodded. That's right. Before? Someone in the audience cackled. Before what? Before this life. We were siblings in Salem. They killed us because we loved the devil. Donna reported this as a matter of simple fact. Ugh, groaned a girl at one corner of the table. So creepy. People act like the devil's some big joke. They don't ever think it could happen to them. Don't ever think what could happen to them? Asked Colin. Damnation, the girl said. She plucked at a gold cross around her neck. They think the devil is just a story, but there's a preschool in California where the teachers made all the kids have sex with each other and then stab a goat. Satan is coming back in a big way. Van said, So are bell-bottoms, just goes to show no great evil is ever truly laid to rest. The girl wrinkled her nose, shook her head, and took off. You've got a lot going on, Colin said. Twin telepathy and reincarnation with a sprig of Satan worship to add flavor. I like it. Colin had the angular build of a coffin, broad shoulders and narrow hips. His bald scalp gleamed beneath the dining hall chandeliers. Arthur had seen Colin at school fundraisers in the company of his grandfather, a professor emeritus in psychology, a bright-eyed old man who wore bow ties and was never without a pocket square in his double-breasted coat. Colin lived with his grandfather on a vast estate just off campus called the Briars on the headland. Arthur found Colin vaguely intimidating, more like a professor himself than a student. How long have you been able to read each other's minds? Colin asked. Since we were little, Donna said. We had our own language, too. Do you remember, Van? Di baya. Di kisa manje muen, Van replied. Arthur looked away. Maybe that sounded like a secret twin language to everyone else, but it sounded like a Louisiana Creole to him, and the McBrides were from Pensacola. Colin said, I love this stuff. I have a lot of theories. Have you ever seen Zener cards? My grandfather has a deck. What's a Zener deck? Donna asked. It's a way to test for the presence of psychic potential. You should come by my place sometime. I'd be interested to measure the full extent of your power under controlled conditions. Can I come? Arthur asked. I'd like to see you measure the full extent of Van's power. It's already been measured, Van said. 10th grade. Me and the boys passed a ruler around the locker room. 7 lousy inches. Proof there may be a devil, but there sure isn't a God. 4. In their 3rd year at Rackham College, Arthur and Van had moved off campus and into a colonial revival half a mile from school. At some point in the 70s, the house had been painted an unnatural shade of aqua green that looked like it should glow in the dark and had been divided into a pair of student apartments, 1 unit upstairs, 1 down. 3 girls had the place above them. Early in the semester, the girls had partied hard, blasting Frankie Goes to Hollywood loud enough to shake the windows, jumping off the furniture while they screamed along. But by late September, the upstairs apartment exuded an air of exhaustion and abandonment. One of the girls had tumbled out of a window at a campus rave, broken her back, and been sent home. Another was dating a boy attending the University of Maine and was never around anymore. The third was majoring in marine biology and spent 3 days of every 4 on a boat. Van said he missed them, that it was nice having loud, happy, probably horny girls nearby. It stimulated the imagination and cheered the heart. Arthur didn't mind the new stillness, though, and when the phone rang, he was taking advantage of the quiet to solve some riddles in Old English. He loved it, had always loved it. The way an ancient word felt in the brain, in the mouth. Heartache was an okay word, but bitre brystkær, bitter breast care, caught at something else, something more deeply felt, from a time when people lived in their bodies, not in their heads. Sometimes when he had been reading Old English for a while, he found himself thinking in it. He might have been a Dorset monk copying out a manuscript before Vespers. He reached for the phone, mounted on the wall above the kitchen table, and answered on the second ring. A girl with a stiff Yankee accent spoke without preamble. "You want this hoodie back?" He needed a moment to figure out who he was talking to and what they were talking about. Biko? "I know who he is, like from the Peter Gabriel song, 'I'm not stupid just because I'm a townie.'" "I never said." "Sorry, what's your name again?" "Tana Nicewander. You know where to find Shut Up and Eat It? It's on the corner of McDonald and Lang. Come by around 7 when I finish my shift. You can grab it then." "I guess I can do that." "You guess," she said with an inexplicable content. "If you didn't lend me your sweatshirt, I wouldn't have got in to see my mother. I can't thank you enough. Tell you what, though, dinner's on me tonight." She made it sound like a threat. Shut Up and Eat It was a mile away in Goguen, the next town over, but the late afternoon was so pleasant, splendid was the word that came to mind. Arthur decided to leave the Christmobile in the driveway and walk it. Those last days of September lingered with one foot in summer and the other in autumn. In the early evening, the sunlight spilled across the face of the earth in a warm, golden haze. The leaves were splashed with streaks of autumnal color, and the air was as crisp and sweet as a bite from a fresh-picked apple. Arthur found Shut Up and Eat It in a strip mall between a check-cashing place and a liquor store. He pushed through a plexiglass door and into a long room, unromantically lit by fluorescent lights, pizzas turning on a stack of platters under heat lamps. Miss Pac-Man squawked against one wall. Tana Nicewander was on the till. "Can I get a steak bomb, a large Coke, and a lightly worn Biko sweatshirt?" he asked. He thought it was a pretty smooth line. He had practiced it on the walk over, but she just stoically punched in his order. "I'm off in 15. Your hoodie's in the car out back. Grab it now if you want." He hung out long enough to collect his sandwich. When he offered a $10 bill, she shook her head, then followed a dimly lit hallway into the back, past a bathroom and a dark storeroom. He punched through a fire door and into the gravel parking lot out back. Arthur hadn't figured on company and was surprised to see Ronnie and Tana's older sister Jane hanging out by a Ford Ranchero. Arthur recognized it at once from Black Cricket, no free rides, gas, grass, or ass. Ronnie had a cigarette between his lips and his head cocked back to blow smoke into the night. Jane wore the Biko hoodie unzipped over a clinging white tank top. She sat on the hood with a sweating bottle of beer between her thighs. The two of them were passing Polaroids back and forth, and it took a moment for them to acknowledge him. "Oh, hey, it's Arthur Oakes. How they hanging?" Ronnie asked him. That surprised Arthur. He hadn't given his full name to any of them. He still wasn't sure how Tana had known who to call. He nodded at Jane. "Nice sweatshirt." "Yeah, it's growing on me," she said. Arthur didn't care if it was growing on her. He was more worried about what might be growing on it. He knew they were waiting for him to ask what they were looking at, and he didn't feel like playing along. He didn't feel like asking for the sweatshirt either. Asking for anything felt as if he would be placing himself at their mercy. His appetite had gone, but he unwrapped his sandwich and had a bite anyway. Jane said, "Hey man, want to see a hot piece of ass? Check it out." She frisbeed a Polaroid at him. He clapped it to his chest with one hand. His mouth was caked and dry even before he looked at it. It was a poorly lit shot. He was looking at a woman's round rear end and a pair of white cotton panties. Someone held the handle of a spoon into the frame, just barely poking one buttock with the tip. That end of the spoon had been scraped and burned to a blackened point. Arthur's single bite of sandwich sat in his stomach, a gluey, indigestible lump of paste. "Your mom got a sweet little can, huh?" Jane asked. "I know she's a woman of the cloth, but you see a rump like that, hard not to dwell on simple thoughts." He wanted to throw it back at her. Instead, he stood there, holding the photo and staring stupidly at Ronnie and Jane. "Maybe you don't think that's really her. I guess I'd be worried about you if you could recognize your mom from a glance at her ass. Here, you can see her face in this one." She set her bottle of Coors aside and slid off the hood to offer him another Polaroid. He took one corner of it. She held on to the other while he peered down at it. In this photograph, his mother was on her side, eyes shut, head crushed into her thin pillow. Someone's hand extended into the shot, holding the spoon-handle shiv. The tip was directly below her right eyeball. Jane snapped the Polaroid away from him. Arthur stared at her, feeling hot in the face, as if he had been slapped. Ronnie said, "Whoa, he angry now. Boy, look at him." "He ain't angry. He gonna cry," Jane said. "That right, Artie? You gonna cry?" "You're making a big fucking mistake," he said. But the mistake was his, speaking at all. His voice came out in such a thin, strangled squeak that Jane and Ronnie disintegrated into laughter. Jane laughed so hard she lost her balance and had to steady herself against the hood of the ranchero. She wiped her streaming eyes on the sleeve of his Bico sweatshirt. "Oh, Artie, that's funny. That's so funny." "If your mother goes anywhere near my mom," Arthur began, but Jane cut him off. "No fear of that. My mother caught a month in solitary because you had to pull your white knight act. She's got light shining on her 24 hours a day. She takes a shit, someone's watching her through a camera." Jane gestured with a Polaroid. "This ain't my mother with the knife. Daphne Nicewander hasn't gone anywhere near your mom and doesn't need to. See, unlike your mother, Daphne's got friends. My mother isn't a condescending college bitch, thinks she's smarter than everyone else. My mother doesn't start book clubs. She was doing her time, and you made sure she could kiss her first shot at parole goodbye. But it's all right. We ain't the kind of people to hold a grudge. You know what my mother says? Every problem is an opportunity." "Hey," Ronnie said, "you going to eat that?" He pointed at Arthur's steak bomb. Arthur shook his head, afraid to speak, afraid he might start making Alvin and the Chipmunk noises again. Ronnie eased the cheesesteak out of his hands. "Deep breaths, Artie," Jane said. "No one's hurt your mommy. She don't know a thing about this, and she don't need to. But you want her to cruise through the rest of her days inside? You gotta work with us." She pushed her hand into one pocket of the Bico hoodie and produced a folded sheet of newsprint. She unfolded it and narrowed her eyes to read. "The future comes to Rackham College," she read, and Arthur's dread intensified into something like horror. She turned the sheet of newspaper around so he could see the photo that accompanied the piece. Mr. Meckfessel, the head librarian of the Brooks Library, had one hand on the monitor of their new IBM, patting it like it was the head of a small and obedient child. Several of the student librarians stood behind him, smiling for the camera. Arthur was the most prominent of them, waiting with arms crossed, chin lifted, hint of a smile, looking every inch the nerd in his Mr. Rogers sweater. "Were you going to show your mama how you got your face in the paper? That's cute. Says here you're the head student librarian. Says here you got access to what you call a special collection because you're doing an inventory, putting it all in a computer. Is it true they got a first edition of Huckleberry Finn in that room? How much is something like that worth, anyway?" "I don't know," Arthur said. His insides felt cramped and sick. "Probably not much. There's a lot of them out there." Jane nodded, in a resigned sort of way, then stepped up, put her hand on his forehead, and shoved. His skull rapped against the bricks behind him. He dropped his bottle of Coke. It hit the ground and foamed. "Try $6,000, shit for brains," Jane said. "Don't play games with me. I can get a crack addict to face fuck your mother with a shiv while a guard keeps watch to make sure no one interrupts them. You want her to come home fucking blind?" "That's a lie," Arthur said, but his voice came out pitched barely above a whisper. Which part don't you believe? About the crack addict or about the guard? Who do you think handed me these Polaroids? There's plenty of men in blue, happy to make a couple bucks on the side and watch some crazy bitches rip each other up. Prison guard pay is even worse than cop pay, and I got a couple cops in my employ too, bitch. There's officers come in to shut up and eat it for a slice of pizza, a large Coke, and $200 under the table so we can run weed and PCP through this place. The rear door to shut up and eat it swung open, and Tana came out. She cast a disinterested look at Arthur as she went by. My shift's done, she said. Can we go? I got shit to do. Jane caught her by one arm and whirled her around to face Arthur. Soon. Tana didn't look at Arthur, but Jane held her arm and kept her standing there. Hey, Artie, I get you're angry. You want to wallop someone? You can give my sis a few lumps. If it wasn't for her, we wouldn't bother you. This twerp here saw police pulling up in front of the house 4 weeks ago, state police, not our friendly local guys, and jammed $60,000 of rocket fuel into the wood stove. Rocket fuel? Arthur asked. Arthur could read Old English, Welsh, and some Irish, but Jane was speaking a language he didn't know. Angel dust, PCP, $60,000 at least. Might have been able to stretch it 3 times that once it was cut. Our mama was pretty steamed, I'll tell you. Jane peered down at the article Arthur had clipped from the Potomaquasi Record. What about a letter from Walter Whitman? He famous, right? I can't, he said. I think you can. It's not like this stuff is locked up in a vault. And besides, it says right here in the article you got access. She said this last word with tremendous relish, as if it had erotic connotations. But you can't even sell something like the Whitman letter. Buyers don't buy rare and valuable literary goods unless they know where they came from. It's called provenance. Not the Huck Finn, Ronnie said around a mouthful of cheesesteak. First editions? A lot of those on the market. The Walt Shipman? That might be harder to move, but I know an old lady in Boston. She says she can... Hey, Ronnie, Jane said. Put another bite of that sandwich in your mouth and shut the fuck up. Ronnie waved one hand in a lazy apology. Jane said, We can move whatever you get us, and we aren't greedy. We need to make things right with a guy, and he's going to give us the time we need to raise the money. Soon as he's got 60 large, your mom is off the hook. You want me to steal $60,000 of rare books from the Brooks Library? He asked. His lungs tingled with panic. I can't do that. Someone will catch me. No one's going to catch you. No one is even going to notice. It's like when they bury someone with their jewels and rings and shit. Why do they do that anyhow? It can't do anyone any good under the dirt. The books on this list, they're buried in the library. That's the real crime. Money sitting on the shelves collecting dust. Get something by this weekend. Something good. Tana will pop by your place on Sunday afternoon, take whatever you collect off your hands. Get her the right books, we could probably settle up by Christmas. Jane patted her sister on the head, then spun her and shoved her toward the car. Tana opened the passenger door of the Ranchero, folded the seat forward, and scrambled into the rear without a look back. Jane stood holding the open door. Hey, you know how your mom has her own book club sharing the riches of literature with dangerous reprobates? You'll be doing the same. This will be like your book club. You'll be enriching us with every pick. It's not a crime. It's a public service. Ronnie had polished off the sandwich. He drained the last of his bottle of beer and slung the empty at a street lamp. It was an incongruous bit of street furniture, a lamp that looked like it belonged in the London of Sherlock Holmes, not next to a dumpster behind a strip mall. The bottle hit with a satisfying crunch. Ronnie stretched and looked through the windshield at the girls waiting in the Ranchero. He glanced back at Arthur with a sly grin and shook his head. Well, I gotta take the ladies home. Don't look too blue, Artie. Things could be worse. You could have to live with them. The Ranchero peeled out so hard the tires threw rocks. A couple of pebbles struck the wall around Arthur. One stung his shin. He didn't flinch, didn't know he had been hurt until he took off his shoes later and found one sock soaked in blood. Insult to injury? It didn't cross his mind until the next morning that Jane Nicewander had kept his hoodie. 5. For most of the next 36 hours, Arthur felt stunned, as if he had a fever. Everything he ate smelled wrong and tasted spoiled. He sat in hour-long lectures and walked out having heard nothing, learned nothing. He could not have said what was discussed. Arthur had a shift at the library on Wednesday but begged off, pleading sickness. It wasn't much of a lie. His stomach knotted up on him whenever he imagined walking into the vast, marble-floored reception, footsteps echoing off the domed ceiling. His next rotation, though, was the Friday 1 to 7 slot, and he didn't think he could avoid the place any longer. When he entered the Brooks Library through the battered 20-foot-high bronze doors, he paused and cast a look in the direction of the special collection. To reach the special collection, one had to pass behind the walnut counter at the far end of reception and climb a twisting wrought iron staircase to a Juliet balcony 1 floor above. Up there on the 2nd floor, a whole wall of leaded glass panes looked into the room itself. The glass old and melty, so anyone moving around behind it looked like a figure swimming beneath rippling water. The room on the other side was a large rectangular space with a blue slate floor and loophole windows, as if archers might be required to repel the illiterate hordes. The walls were lined with valuable books, although the most irreplaceable volumes were locked in a barred cabinet. These included Rackham College's most notorious possession, the Memoirs of Enoch Crane, who had been executed in New Hampshire for trafficking with the devil in 1701. At Crane's request, the book had been bound in his own tanned and dried skin after he was hanged. There were only 5 other volumes encased in human hide in all of New England, 2 at Harvard, 1 in the Boston Athenaeum, 1 at Dartmouth, 1 at UMO. Arthur, who loved a good word, when he came across one, he chewed on them like caramels, even knew the formal term for such books, anthropodermic bibliopagy, language both scientific and somehow vaguely dirty, as if it described a perversion instead of an object. In the first weeks of term, he had spent a fair amount of time alone in the special collection, wearing white cotton gloves and dusting down the books, inspecting them for silverfish, book lice, and mold. Anything in bad shape was marked for repair and restoration. He had the index to the complete collection in a blue binder, and as senior student librarian had earned the glamorous job of copying everything into the new IBM DOS computer, with updated notes on the condition of each volume. The Potomaquassie Record had made the work sound like something out of war games, akin to hacking the Pentagon. In fact, it was a task only slightly more rewarding than cleaning a floor with a toothbrush. He had no intention of entering the special collection today, didn't want to be anywhere near the valuable old books. He wanted to keep them safe from him, felt he was a far greater threat than bugs or mildew. Arthur checked himself in and spent an hour pushing a cart around, returning books to their proper places on the shelves. While he was wandering the aisles, he located a hardcover copy of The Killer Angels by Michael Shara, one of 3 on the shelf. He checked, confirmed it was the second printing with the battlefield maps on the end papers, and put it on the cart. In another 10 minutes, he had collected a mint first of Catherine Ann Porter's collected stories and a slightly battered first of Percy's The Moviegoer. He figured altogether it was $500 worth of books. Better still, there were multiple copies of everything he intended to steal. The liberated editions might not be noticed for years. When he was back behind the checkout counter, he used an X-Acto knife to peel the magnetic strips out of the spines of the books he had selected. He packed them into his school backpack and went on with his duties. By 6 in the evening, he had the library almost to himself, most of the students in the cafeteria. At the end of his shift, Arthur slipped away to periodicals to do a little homework that had nothing to do with his classes. The microfiche machines, big blocks of brushed steel and glass, were in a darkened alcove. He collected half a dozen reels containing every issue of the Portland Press-Herald from 1987 to 1989 and sat down with them. His mother had been in prison for 3 years, but he had not come across the Neiswanders until this September. That suggested Daphne Neiswander had only been locked up there a few months. Arthur threaded the first reel, May to June 1989, and twisted the dial. History word passed like the windows of a brightly lit train flickering by at night. Grainy black and white photographs, George Bush, Manuel Noriega, Danny DeVito, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Coke, You Can't Beat the Feeling, Army, Be All You Can Be, Sega Genesis, Your World Will Never Be the Same. He was prepared to spend an hour scanning articles, but he had only been blurring through the pages for a minute when he got his first hit in the back pages of the Herald's June 11th issue. Postal assailant receives max sentence. Augusta, Maine. The sentencing hearing was scheduled to begin at 2 p.m. It took less than 10 minutes for Justice Levon Skelton to make his decision and sentence Daphne Neiswander to serve not less than 10 years for firing a 9mm pistol into the leg of postman Albert Frown on March 15th. Additional state charges are pending in the matter of the nearly 12-hour standoff with law enforcement that followed the shooting. Arthur found the tape from March to April. The reel shrilled, spinning forward to March 16th. He read the first report. It was a front-page story, but light on details, then the more fully fleshed-out piece that followed the day after. Daphne Neiswander had been in her kitchen, listening to the radio and sorting a pound of PCP into individual plastic baggies, mixing it with baking powder as she went along, when Postal Officer Albert Frown reached her door. Frown's hands were full with a bulky package and the doorbell hadn't worked for at least 2 years, so instead of knocking, he thumped at it with his knee. Frown was a new hire, and it was his first time delivering to houses on Ready Lane in Gogan. And he was black. Daphne's Massachusetts supplier had recently exchanged words and gunfire with the Intervale Posse, the gang that moved most of the hard drugs in the Boston area and that aimed to control the entire flow of angel dust in New England. Daphne's connection had cautioned her to watch out for a slick N-word who would flash a badge to get inside her house and then lay waste to her hillbilly ass. Neiswander looked at a 23-year-old black man in a blue uniform, holding a long brown package in both arms, and saw an Intervale Posse shooter with a shotgun in a box. She aimed her 9mm at Albert Frown's head, missed, and put 3 bullets into his knee, shin, and ankle instead. She held the police off for most of the day, promising to execute the first Barney Fife mother effer through the door. She didn't surrender until Channel 5 announced the Powerball numbers that evening at 9:30 p.m. She checked her tickets, determined she wasn't a winner, and came out with her hands up, saying it just wasn't her day. Arthur was reading about the prospects for Albert Frown's recovery, good, although he'd probably always have the limp, when he heard Van's voice from behind him. "You ever been to a house with a name before? Shit, it's not even a house. It's an estate." Arthur started and swiveled around. Van was leaning in, narrowing his eyes to examine the screen of the microfiche machine. Arthur casually put his thumb down on the button to rewind the tape. "What are you talking about?" he asked. Van straightened up. "Colin Wren. Come on, the girls are outside. We're going over to his place. He wants to run some tests on Donna and me, find out how psychic we are. You and Allie got to be there, too." "Why's that?" Arthur popped the microfiche cassette out of the machine. If he was going to talk to anyone about his predicament, it would be Van. But he wasn't ready yet. He was in a filthy mess and had some obscure dread of getting the grime on anyone else, maybe especially a friend. And then there was this. To discuss it, it would make it more real. The situation was already too real as it was. "He said he needs 2 people without any psychic talent for a control group. I said you were the least talented person I know," Van told him. "Can't argue with that. But why Allie? You have no idea the extent of her powers. For all you know, she's the female Uri Geller." "Shit, that girl can't read minds. If she could read minds, she'd never talk to me again." "Oh, Van," Arthur said. "She knows." "Shit," Van said, and actually blushed. 6. Colin's house didn't have a yard. It had grounds. A fieldstone wall that was almost 8 feet high surrounded the sprawling wooded property. The briars that gave the house its name were piled up against the inside of that wall, black, thorny, and bare this late in the year. Arthur steered the Christmobile between the stone columns flanking the drive. A pair of wrought iron dragons squatted atop them. Later, Arthur wondered if that was a coincidence. For all that, the house was surprisingly modest, a 2-story brick federal-style building. barely large enough for a family of 8 and a dozen servants. The slate roof was exactly the same icy gray blue as the ocean, which was visible in glints through the trees behind the house. They piled out, Arthur, Van, and the girls, and mounted the sort of granite steps one usually finds at the entrance of a 19th century courthouse. Colin opened the front door before they could pound the big brass knocker. He was wearing a black turtleneck tucked into his jeans, his head as sleek as a bullet. Arthur craned his neck, taking in the white Doric columns holding up the roof of the portico and the great fan-shaped window above the front door, which looked like it might be Tiffany. "Does your granddad have a lot of money?" he asked, a tactless thing to say, and he knew it the moment it was out of his mouth. Colin wasn't bothered. "Enough is as good as a feast," he said, and let them into the lobby. That was what it felt like, not a front room, but a lobby. The floor was done in large, rough flagstones. A grand staircase of darkest mahogany wound upstairs to a gallery above. "What did your granddad do?" Donna asked. "He wrote a book that's never been out of print," Colin said, "but I don't know that he made a lot of money on it." "What about?" Arthur asked. "The art of brainwashing," Colin said. "How to resist it?" "No," Colin said. "How to apply it. He was a psychologist for the military during Vietnam. He literally wrote the textbook on how to obliterate someone psychologically." They followed Colin Wren into a kitchen large enough to serve a good-sized restaurant. A woman in her mid-40s was unloading an industrial-sized dishwasher. A girl sat at the center island, bent over a mess of books and papers. Gwen Underfoot, Arthur didn't know her name then, wore a chambray shirt over a V-neck tee and a pair of enormous glasses with black plastic frames. Arthur figured her for a high school kid. Her unlaced Dr. J. Converse high tops looked old enough to be in high school themselves. She had a pre-calculus textbook open in front of her, but she had put her homework aside to pick at a crossword. Colin greeted the woman at the stove, who had to be the girl's mother. She was built the same, if 20 pounds heavier and 20 years older, with a matching pair of specs on the end of her nose. She kissed Colin on the cheek as if she was his mother, put the kettle on, and asked if anyone wanted tea or hot chocolate. "Who's this, Colin?" asked the girl without looking up from her puzzle. "Your Bible study group?" "Psychics, Gwen," Colin said. "Donna and Van here can read each other's minds. Try not to get ectoplasm all over the house, because if you do, you'll have to clean it up yourself. I'm driving Mom home as soon as the spice cake is out of the oven." So her mother was the help, and Gwen was at least old enough to drive, which made Arthur feel a little better about admiring the fine line of her neck and the way she wiggled her bottom, getting comfortable on her stool. Even her smudgy, cheap glasses were adorable. He wanted to pull them off her face and wipe them clean on his shirt tail. Arthur got as far as the door to the hallway, then looked back at Gwen and said, "Strip." She blinked at him. "Never on a first date, pal." "No," he shook his head. 12 down, 5 letters, something funny on Sunday. The answer is strip, like Garfield. "Oh," she said, and filled it in. "Thanks." "Anytime," he said, and got out of there. One wall of the library was lined with cherry bookcases that had to be 12 feet high. The opposite wall was a bank of French windows looking out onto the stony headland and the chilly blue of the bay creaming with whitecaps. The only break in the French windows was a stone hearth. A curious upright piano stood against the wall to the right of the door. A panel was open above the keys to show a spool of paper fed through studded iron drums like the insides of the world's biggest music box. The wall above the piano was crowded with black shadow boxes, 2 or 3 butterflies mounted in each one. Butterflies with wings like beaten bronze. Butterflies with iridescent wings of silver and chrome. Unsure where to plant himself, Arthur settled on the piano bench beneath that beautifully displayed butterfly holocaust. His mental calculations made him the brokest person in the room. Allie Shiner's father had played for the Dallas Cowboys and spent 10 years in Congress before becoming some kind of lobbyist. He owned a summer house in Kennebunkport, a townhouse in D.C., and a mansion in Houston. The McBrides came from money, too, a bit of it anyway. Their father owned a TV station and a few regional newspapers in the Deep South. One end of the library was occupied by a massive desk made of cherry with a leather surface. Donna wandered behind it to inspect a tall wooden case with glass doors. Arthur thought the items on display within were probably rare, likely valuable, and certainly not for touching. But Donna was the sort of person who thought it was better to ask forgiveness than permission, although come to think of it, she rarely bothered to ask for either. She threw open the doors, removed a helmet, and clapped it on her head. It was a rust-spotted olive with a red star in the center. She dug around in the cabinet some more and produced a ball-peen hammer with a cork handle. Donna gave it an experimental slash through the air. "Which army did you say your granddad fought for?" Donna abruptly went ramrod stiff, clapped her heels together, and threw the Nazi salute. Her other hand pressed the hammer to her breast as if it were an army rifle. "Sig Feil!" "That's not Nazi, it's Russian. It belonged to Wolf Messing, Stalin's personal seer, although he may never have worn it. The hammer was the murder weapon at the Los Feliz murder house. It's famously and violently haunted. The house, not the hammer. I think my granddad was hoping it would have a little malevolent sparkle on it, but alas, nothing." Donna grimaced and set the hammer back in the cabinet. "What the hell is all this stuff?" she asked, bending to explore the lower shelves. "My grandfather's cabinet of curiosities. He's always on the hunt for haunted dolls and UFO photos, stuff like that. He's sort of a weird shit enthusiast, after years of being a professor of weird shit and researching weird shit for the government." "How'd you wind up living with your granddad anyway?" Van asked. Colin said, "My mother was going to leave my father and made the mistake of telling him while they were in the Porsche. So he drove them off a cliff at 110 miles an hour. Or at least that's the theory. Obviously no one can know for certain. Maybe he was swatting at a mosquito and lost control." "Jesus," Van said. "I'm so sorry. That's fucking awful." Colin nodded. "The Porsche was a classic." Donna picked up a reel of film in its battered can. She squinted to read the faded label. "Visit from Corporal Hondo." She glanced up. "This your granddaddy's gay porn, Colin?" Colin said mildly, "My grandfather is a homosexual, in fact." That produced a moment of startled silence. Colin pointed to the reel and went on. "That's film from one of the later Philip experiments, the ones conducted by the military here in America, inspired by the work Witten and Owen were doing in Canada." "What's a Philip experiment?" Allie asked. A team of researchers in Toronto in the 1970s got together to invent a ghost. They made up a character, Philip Aylesford, invented a whole made-up history for him, full of intentional errors and rubbish, and they tried to contact him with a seance. Only it worked. Philip could make the table levitate. He could dim the lights, slam the shutters on the windows, drop the temperature by 10-20 degrees. This is all true. Look it up. Never debunked. My granddad repeated the experiments with his research group in Langley. They dreamt up a fun-loving ghost of their own named Corporal Elwood Hondo. What did Hondo do? It's on the film. We should watch it sometime. While they were talking about ghosts, Arthur was poking at the piano. It had an iron lever that moved back and forth between off and play and another for tempo. Arthur prodded the lever, and without warning, the piano keys began to crash, producing a chipper, maniacal sonata. He gave a choked cry and almost fell off the bench. The keys went on rising and falling for another moment or two, the sound steadily dwindling, as if the coked-up poltergeist was beginning to wipe out, slide away into a coma. "He's here!" shouted Van, and he dived behind the desk, grabbing Allie and hauling her down with him. "Hondo is among us!" Allie shrieked, but she didn't sound scared, closer to delighted. "That's a player piano," Colin said. "You pump the pedals to keep it playing. There are different scrolls for it if you don't care for Mozart. I think Granddad even has some boogie-woogie." By now, Colin had moved behind a games table with a green felt surface that wouldn't have looked out of place in a European casino. He had a deck of cards and was shuffling them with one hand in a tricksy sort of way. "Come on, let's begin. If we all focus, we ought to be able to prove the existence of ESP by the time the spice cake is out of the oven." Donna and Van settled at opposite ends of the games table and tried to read each other's minds. The Zener deck had symbols on the cards: a square, a circle, a star, some wiggly lines, a plus sign. Van would draw one and stare intently at it, and Donna would tell him what she thought it was, while Colin kept a score of hits and misses on a notepad. At first, Donna and Van didn't have it. Allie stood behind Donna, massaging her shoulders. It's okay, some days Satan is with you and some days he isn't. Triangle, Donna said. There are no triangles in this deck, bitch, Van said wearily. Donna put on a pair of mirrored shades and tapped one temple. Headache. I wouldn't be surprised if I get a nosebleed. Telepathy is always giving people with psychic powers nosebleeds. A well-known fact established by many, many movies. Donna took her turn drawing the cards, and after a couple misses, the twins went on a run, 10 in a row. There it is, Colin said. You're finding it. Van, do you feel like you're inside your sister's head, or is it more like she's pushing her thoughts into yours? Or, and I'm just throwing this out there, Arthur said, does it feel like you're seeing the cards reflected in Donna's sunglasses? Van reached across the table, grabbed the deck of cards, and threw them at Arthur. Colin wasn't fazed. Ah, of course, it's obvious now that Arthur points it out, but you had something going on that day in the cafeteria. Sure, Arthur said. A better way to cheat. Hey, Van, how do you say we're full of shit in your secret twin language, the one that sounds a lot like Louisiana Creole? Casse-toi, Van said. This is disappointing, Colin said, not sounding disappointed at all. I was hoping to have scientific proof of ESP by now. I'll try the Zener deck, Arthur said. He hardly knew himself. He had forgotten in the last few days what happiness was like. I'm ready to read someone's deepest, darkest secrets. We'll see about that, said Gwen. She stood in the door holding a tray with the spice cake and mugs of cocoa upon it. Guys, this is Gwen Underfoot, Colin said. Ignore him, Van said. You're not underfoot, babe. Bring that cake right over. That's her name, dipshit, Donna said. Don't talk to her like she's the fucking help. I am the help, Gwen said. No, you aren't, Colin said. Your mother is the housekeeper. It's only a matter of time, Gwen said. My grandmother was the housekeeper before her. Whenever a wren needs to wipe his ass, there's usually an underfoot standing nearby with the toilet paper. She put the tray down on the card table and everyone helped themselves. There was a single marshmallow in each mug. They were big blocks the size of Rubik's cubes. Those marshmallows were like everything else at the Briars, magnificently grand and vaguely implausible at the same time. Go on, Oakes, Colin said. You and Gwen have a try. The piano began to play. It was Allie at the keys, and she was actually playing, not pumping the pedals. The werewolves were roaming London. Pretty bold doing the Friday New York Times crossword in pen, Arthur said as he picked Zener cards off the floor. If that's your idea of bold, I bet you're a wild date, Gwen said. Donna yelled with laughter. She's got your number, Arthur! Allie, what are the odds Oakes is still a virgin? Maybe you've got Arthur's number, Van said, but Allie's got all the others. She's been taking graduate courses in statistics since she was 17. Personally, I find that offensive. You shouldn't be better looking than your friends and smarter than them. They'll lose heart and look for companionship more on their level. You don't need psychic powers if you've got statistics, Allie said. A big data set is way more reliable than tarot cards. She began to sing. I saw a werewolf with a Chinese menu in his hand. 60% chance he'll order the Mugu Gai Pan. I saw a werewolf with a blue-collar job in Michigan. 85% chance he voted for Reagan. That's, Van stammered. That's not the rhyme scheme, Allie. Stop. I love Warren Zevon. You're hurting me. He squeezed his head between his hands. Donna greeted Gwen with a little wave. Donna McBride. My homunculus over there is Donovan. We're twins, Van said. I meant to eat her in the womb, I swear. I'm Allison Shiner, Allie sang, of East Texas by the Bayou, and there's a 93% chance I'm going to like you. Shall we? Arthur asked, holding up the Zener deck. It rubbed him wrong that he had to share Gwen with the others and that they were more entertaining than him. He wasn't funny like Donna and Van, wasn't dazzling like Allie, wasn't a sophisticated alien intelligence like Colin. It was tiring to have remarkable friends. But Gwen grinned at him and thumbed her glasses up her nose. All right then, let's see if I've gotten your head yet, Arthur Oakes. I don't think that's in question, Arthur said, and looked at the top card. Then he looked up and met Gwen's eyes. He couldn't hold her gaze for more than a moment. It made him short of breath. He blinked down at the card again. Star, she said. He looked down at a plus sign. No. I meant to say you're a star, obviously. Square? No, sorry. I haven't activated my powers yet. I was asking if you're square. Yes. I read medieval French for fun. Good, she said. I'm a square too, but you already knew that. I do the New York Times crossword puzzle in pen. He laughed. He couldn't help it. Come on, old buddy, make a real guess. Sir, he shook his head at her. Plus sign. That's it. Colin said, Wow, the psychic charge between you two is off the charts. Colin was ribbing them, but Gwen got the next one right, square, and the one after, plus sign. They got 5 in a row before Arthur risked meeting her gaze again. She was studying him, a thing both terrifying and lovely. Her eyes weren't brown exactly. They were green at the outer edges, a very pale green, like looking through the side of a Coke bottle. But there were threads in them of what almost looked like gold foil. He inhaled deeply, feeling good, then thought about someone holding a knife under his mother's eye in a photograph, and was stricken with guilt for feeling even a moment's pleasure. Polaroid, she said. Huh? Gwen shook her head. Sorry, for a moment I was picturing an undeveloped Polaroid. Let's try again. Wavy lines? Mm-hmm, Arthur said, feeling numb. You're doing well, Colin said. You're up to 6 in a row now. We're approaching statistical relevance. This is really sexy. You're undressing him with your mind, Gwen. Keep your innuendos to yourself, Ren, she said. Gwen called 9 of the next 12 correctly. But Arthur didn't need to draw another card to know that she could read him like a book. 7. Arthur spent his Sunday afternoon in a state of mounting suspense, struggling to work through a straightforward translation of the life of Saint Aubin. Sentences lost their coherence halfway through. He went from one word to the next and found himself unable to string them together into anything that made sense. His stolen books sat in a stack to one side of the kitchen table, hovering at the periphery of his vision. Jane had promised that Tana would come for the loot on Sunday afternoon, but she had not said when. The longer he waited, the worse he felt. He forgot to turn on the lights and went on working while the tide of late-day shadows rose high enough to drown him in gloom. Finally, he could no longer read the words on the page. The light switch was just out of reach. He didn't get up to turn it on. He was too old to slip into his bedroom and hide under the covers, but sitting quietly in the dark of the kitchen felt like the next best thing. When someone rapped at the front door, his throat clenched up so tightly he thought he might not be able to breathe. Tana Neiswander waited on the porch, a pizza box balanced in one hand and a look of disinterest slapped across her foxy, freckled face. You had dinner? She asked. No, he said. She offered him the box. Boneless wings, she said. All yours. I don't know if I could eat them, he said. I feel sick. Your appetite will come back, she said. Doesn't really matter what you've done, or had done to you. She spoke like one discussing something that had been learned firsthand. Thanks. He put the pizza box on the cast-iron radiator to the left of the door and returned to the kitchen to get the books. It felt like picking up a bundle of dynamite. Old dynamite, sweating amber beads of nitroglycerin ready to go off at one wrong jolt. Tana was waiting where he had left her in the hall. I'll be back next Sunday, she said. Don't be empty-handed. Van emerged from his bedroom just as she left, the screen door smacking shut behind her. He peered out at her as she crossed the street to a dumpy Civic with the shut-up-and-eat-it light box mounted on the roof. Arthur wondered if he noted the books under her arm. Van's head swung around and his gaze lit upon the box of wings. You ordered from Shut Up and Eat It and you didn't even ask if I wanted something? Van asked. I thought you cared. They're yours, Arthur said. I don't even know why I ordered them. I got no appetite. A frown line appeared across Van's pale brow. You okay? You don't look so hot. Too many translations, too little time, Arthur said. Van stroked his non-existent beard. You need to do something to relax. That little Gwen underfoot, maybe. Arthur opened his mouth and closed it and then turned back to the kitchen. Van cawed like a crow. On the Friday following, Arthur Oakes lifted first editions of Malamud's Dubin's Lives, Rothstein's The Runner, and Sontag's The Benefactor. The week after that, it was a hardback first of Edward Abbey's Good News, a copy of Baum's Patchwork Girl of Oz that at least looked old, and a handsome 5th edition of Tolkien's Farmer Giles of Ham. It hurt him to swipe this last, a slender, well-kept hardcover with a fantastical tree on the dust jacket, but there were 5 copies in stock. No one would miss it. By then, it was the middle of October. Tana turned up on Sunday night to make the 3rd pickup. That time, she had a cold Hawaiian pizza for him. She took the books and considered their spines. "These worth anything?" she asked. "Farmer Giles is priceless as far as I'm concerned." "The last bunch were duds," she said, hefting them in one hand. "Jane was bitching they were hardly worth the gas to drive him to Boston." Maybe whoever Jane is selling to figures she's easy to cheat. It's hard to know what a book is worth when you've never read one. Tana's eyes flashed. "My sister doesn't need to read a phone book to beat your face in with one. That'd be an education for you." After she was gone, he sat at the kitchen table, picking pineapple off a cold slice. He was wondering what sort of masochist wanted fruit on their pizza when the phone rang. "Hey," Colin said without so much as a hello. "Want to see something really scary?" 8. Llewellyn Wren threaded the movie reel himself. It turned out they weren't watching any scary movie, but one starring Llewellyn himself. Colin's grandfather was not always, or even often, a part of their get-togethers in the study. Years later, though, when Arthur thought back on their almost daily gatherings at the Briars to do schoolwork or share a meal or test each other for psychic powers, it seemed to him the old man often wandered among them for a while, warming himself by the hearth of their enthusiasms. Or maybe that had it backward and they warmed themselves by his. He was a spare, slight man who said things like hot dog or swell as if he were a 1940s newsboy stuck in an old man's body. To remove an object from his cabinet of curiosities was to invite an hour of exuberant conversation full of digressions into history, psychology, and literature. One night, Donna found a jade box filigreed with gold. She slid open a drawer in the side to reveal a collection of small, dusty ivory pieces. It was an Egyptian game of set, which Llewellyn said represented a voyage from one world to the next. They had been playing for nearly an hour before the old man casually mentioned the pieces were an infant's finger bones. Another time, Donna removed a long-barreled rifle and sighted down the length of the room with it. Llewellyn was at his desk where he had a candy jar full of Excedrin, which he tossed back like M&Ms. His eyes brightened and his eyebrows rose at the sight of the gun. "Who'd this belong to? Lee Harvey Oswald?" Donna asked, cheek pressed to the stock as if she planned to put a slug into the player piano. "Close," Llewellyn said. "A substitute English teacher with a history of mental illness attempted to assassinate a congressional candidate, Greg Stilson, with that gun. The shooter, John Smith, supposedly suffered from the gift of prophecy. He for sure suffered from a brain tumor. They found a cancerous mass as big as your fist at his autopsy. Golly, wouldn't that be something for the cabinet? John Smith's brain tumor. I wonder if it's pickled in a jar somewhere." "My parents loved Greg Stilson," Allie said. "My dad did a couple of events with him. Said he could have been president. He was polling great with independents and white evangelicals. It was so sad. He had such terrible PTSD after the assassination attempt, he killed himself. John Smith might as well have shot him." "Do you think the baby had PTSD too?" Van wondered. "The one Stilson was using as a human shield when John Smith drew down on him?" "Ignore him," Donna said. "That's a lot of Van's lefty bullshit. Stilson was trying to throw the baby to safety. Rush Limbaugh had a pretty good breakdown of what really happened." Arthur didn't have any comment. His mother had been arrested protesting outside a Stilson rally and was of the opinion that Greg Stilson pretty much ate babies. Llewellyn's 70-year-old mind was itself a kind of cabinet of curiosities. There was no end to the things he knew. He collected butterflies and reels for his player piano. He was casually fluent on the current thinking in psychology and Swedish film, cheesemaking, and the spiritual beliefs of the Kung Bushmen. He preferred Jung to Freud and claimed with an unnerving certainty that extraterrestrials had been present as neutral observers at Los Alamos on the day Oppenheimer lit the bomb. Today, Llewellyn and Colin were behind an iron Bell and Howell projector from the 1960s, and Allie was rolling down a small classroom movie screen in front of the desk. Donna and Gwen were rearranging the stools from the card table into a kind of seating area. Van sprawled on the piano bench, smoking one of Llewellyn's Sobranis, watching the smoke trickle toward the ceiling. Colin ran an extension cord to the projector while Llewellyn threaded the reel. Llewellyn spoke as he worked, offering them a sort of prologue to the film at hand. I gather Colin has already told you something of Dr. Witten's Philip experiment in Toronto. Joel Witten was well read on the Victorian seance, and while the spiritualists of that day were easy marks for hoaxers, it was clear that many seances had produced phenomena worth exploring: voices, abrupt changes in temperature, levitation in plain daylight. Witten believed if you could get a group with a shared belief system into a relaxed, creative state, they could throw reality for a bit of a wobble. So he and a gang of merry sociologists and psychologists came up with an experiment. They invented the fictional Philip Aylesford and began to hold seances to see if they could contact him. Even though they made him up? Gwen asked, pushing her glasses up her nose. Her mother had sent her in with mugs of tea, and then she had stayed, Colin inviting her to join them with as little as a glance at an empty chair. Even though Dr. Witten felt that Philip was simply a magnifying glass to focus their directed unconscious. And by the fall of 1972, Philip was showing up at every seance. Division 19, the branch of the U.S. military concerned with psychological research, figured it warranted further investigation, and as their in-house researcher, I was tasked with replicating Witten's work. Our ghost was one Elwood Hondo, who died in the chair after strangling several young men in Florida. I had a theory that a killer would produce a more aggressive and hence more measurable response. A made-up killer, Donna said. You made up a homicidal maniac because you thought he'd be more likely to do violent ghost shit. We certainly didn't want a ghost too polite to rattle his chains, Llewellyn said. Ask any novelist, an unstable, violent personality is a wonderful thing for advancing the plot. The projector began to chatter, and Colin shut off the lights. A square of brightness appeared on the pull-down screen. The image was fuzzy for a moment, then Llewellyn adjusted something and the picture sprang into focus. Half a dozen men and 2 women were squeezed in around a folding card table. Arthur recognized Llewellyn straight off, although he had a tidy black mustache and wore a thick burgundy turtleneck that was as much of the era as lava lamps and disco. None of the men were in uniform. A bull-necked black man wore mirrored sunglasses, even though the group was indoors and there were no visible windows. The women were in their late 40s or early 50s, with hairstyles straight off the Brady Bunch. All of them sit with fingertips lightly touching the table's surface. A low bookshelf crammed with textbooks runs the length of the wall behind them. A reel-to-reel tape recorder sits on top of it, spools turning slowly. Normally this would be a briefing room, but today, maybe 30 bare metal chairs have been folded up and stacked against the wall to one side. Several of the people around the table are murmuring to one another, as if they are gathered at a suburban cocktail party. Llewellyn's voice rises above them all, clear and playful.
Corporal Hondo! Are you with us tonight? Elwood! I have a whole folder of dirty pictures here. If you can be a good boy and give us a knock, I'll show them to you.
Give us a knock,
shouts a woman, and one of the men joins in.
Give us a couple of raps, Elwood. Come on, Elwood, boy,
says the black man in the mirrored shades.
You know you want to look in that folder. Got one of some skinny old white boy just choking on a dick. You're gonna love it.
1970s Llewellyn flips open the folder and turns over a photograph within. The photo cannot be seen from the camera's fixed angle.
Do you want to see one as a sort of appetizer? Feast your eyes, dear boy. And if you like this, there's more and better where that came from. But if you want to view the others, you'll have to give us a sign. Give us a good old rap on the table and say hello.
I
One of the women begins to sing "We Are the Champions" at the top of her voice. Several others join in. They have made it through a bit of the first verse when a metal folding chair falls over with a sharp clap of steel on concrete and... Donna screamed and almost fell over in her own chair. Arthur, who was right behind her, reached to steady her. Colin laughed, a teenager going over the first drop on a fast roller coaster, high in his own velocity. On the screen, the revelers look around. The sing-along hitches, falters, and then they throw themselves back into it, louder than before. Another folding chair falls with a crash, followed by another. They collapse with one shocking steel bang after another. Then a chair goes flying, as if thrown. A second follows it. Something flings a whole stack of them. At the seance table, Llewellyn and the women erupt into manic laughter. The man in the sunglasses begins to withdraw his hands from the table, catches a cautionary glance from Llewellyn, and puts his fingertips back. All of them are twisting in their seats to watch the folding chairs tumble and crash. One of the folding chairs opens itself up and then begins to walk across the room, opening and closing, hitching itself along. Suddenly, the members of the seance are rising unsteadily to their feet. They have to stand if they want to keep their fingers on the tabletop because the card table is coming loose from the floor, wobbling drunkenly into the air, and someone cries out, "That's where I'd get the fuck out of the room," Van said. "Not me," Gwen said. The glow of the movie screen lit up her glasses, turned them to circles of ghost-colored light. "I think I'd stay. You don't turn your back on a guy like Elwood Hondo." "A make-believe guy?" Arthur asked. "He's picking up the table and chucking around chairs," Gwen said. "You catch a flying chair in the head, I figured the concussion would be real enough to suit you." The table clunks down onto the floor, and the revelers at the seance whoop and sit. Most of them whoop anyway. The man in the sunglasses flinches as if he has borne witness to a gruesome act of violence. Behind them, on the bookshelf, something is happening to the reel-to-reel tape recorder. One of the chunky buttons goes thud and the reels stop moving. Another button clunks down. The reels scream in reverse. Thunk goes another button. The reels stop. A final button bangs down and the recorder begins to play. Voices rise from the tape recording. The guests at the seance singing a snippet of Queen. The stop button thuds. The reels wind backward. Stop. Play again. Thump. Whir. Again. It's playing the same snippet again and again, a little slower each time. Their shared harmony has become a single, deep, slurring voice. The reels whir and thud and play. Thud. The tape begins to play backward at high speed, producing a sound like the tittering voice of a hysteric. As the reels spin, a new sound begins to rise. It sounds like laughter. Sick, demented laughter. Or maybe sobbing. On the screen, the black man looks over his shoulder, removing his sunglasses at last. The tape comes off one of the reels completely, and then the machine abruptly reverses direction and begins to spew threads of black tape into the air. The black man recoils and looks away, looks toward the camera, and his eyes are covered in scribbles, a mess of weird, quivering lines sketched right onto the picture, and he opens his mouth to say, "Fuck this!" Donna shouted and leapt to her feet. She struck the light switch with the palm of her hand. The lights came on in the library, and then the bulb in the sconce directly above her exploded with a white flash. Donna screamed. Van toppled backward and would have dropped to the floor if Allie hadn't reached to steady him. Arthur wasn't sure if he shouted, too. He had an idea his voice got caught in his throat. Gwen jumped into his lap, striking him with a hard curve of round hip, then quickly slid back into her seat. Only Llewellyn seemed unsurprised, looking mildly around, eyebrows raised in a good-humored sort of way. And like that, the film ended. The reels kept spinning, but one of them was empty, the tail end of the film slapping free. Llewellyn clapped his hands to his knees and rocked forward out of his chair to stand. He gave the wall sconce a long, musing look. The light bulb hadn't just blown. It was blackened and cracked, a silky trickle of white smoke spilling in a ribbon from the split in the glass. "Oh, Elwood, that was very rude," Llewellyn said, and slipped out of the room. For a few moments, all of them were silent, while Colin rethreaded the spent reel and began to rewind the film. "The last time I watched this," Colin said, "a bird flew into the window and killed itself. Llewellyn says the little Elwood is stuck on the film. He almost always says hi before it's over." Donna glared at him. "That wasn't real. If it was real, it would be all over CNN. Those black lines over the guy's eyes? Someone scratched that right on the celluloid. I've never seen anything so fake." Colin popped the reel off the camera and held it out to her. "You're welcome to look over the film yourself to see if anyone tampered with it." She didn't take it. "I mean, I believe it's something, okay? I believe it's psyops. Isn't that what you said Llewellyn was into? I believe it was filmed to make, I don't know, foreign powers believe the U.S. government was going to enlist an army of ghosts. Let a copy of the film loose behind the Iron Curtain so Moscow can shit their pants over America's arsenal of weaponized poltergeists." "Moscow is quite a bit ahead of us, I'm afraid," Llewellyn said, returning to the room with a fresh light bulb for the sconce. "They had been inventing ghosts since the 50s. They called it the Goblin Scheme, and they gave it up in 1965. After Andreev, their lead researcher, stuck a screwdriver into his ear and lobotomized himself. His wife said he was trying to stop the little whisperer. The problem with inviting the unnatural into your life is it might decide to stay. Can I pour any of you a scotch? Nothing compliments a taste of the occult like a swallow of single malt." "That's a yes," said Van. "Actually, I think it's a hell yes." "Mr. Wren, can I ask about something at the end of the film?" "Yes, Gwen." "The man in the sunglasses, the one who had scribbles over his eyes, he died, didn't he?" When she said it, Arthur realized he had known, too, at the first sight of those black squiggles, that the big black man in the turtleneck was a goner. They had all known. George Lane. 3 weeks after we shot that film, he hit a fawn on his way into base. It came right through his windshield and kicked his head in. Llewellyn began to hand around glasses of scotch. Elwood went quiet after that. He gestured at the wall sconce, though sometimes he rolls over and murmurs in his sleep. Arthur had his first ever swallow of whiskey. It tasted like a mouthful of dragon's flame. 9. It wasn't all digging around in Llewellyn's cabinet of curiosities and scaring themselves silly with ghost stories. That fall, they watched a lot of unsolved mysteries together. The McBrides had a passion for it, couldn't bear to miss an episode. Donna fixated on the subhuman creeps who hurt children. She had a yen for cruel retribution. She didn't just believe in the death penalty. She thought sex murderers should be castrated first with a rusty machete. Van, on the other hand, had a fascination with people who got away with it, Jack the Ripper, D.B. Cooper, the Unabomber. It could give you whiplash listening to the two of them. Van thought college should be free and national health care a law. Donna wanted the Central Park Five executed by firing squad. Arthur had always assumed twins would agree on everything. It was a source of amusement to all of them that Donna, who was president of Rackham College's Young Conservative Club, was the identical twin of a hayseed socialist who thought the Democrats were too far to the right. Van had claimed he was going to vote for Willie Nelson as a write-in candidate in the 1988 presidential election. Willie would legalize pot, and the taxes on marijuana sales would pay for national daycare. Donna said she would vote for George Bush twice if she was allowed. In the end, though, neither of them voted. They forgot to register in the state of Maine. "What are the chances they'll ever get him?" Arthur asked. "The Unabomber." "They'll get him," Colin said. "They'll use a computer to construct a database about him. Everything he does reveals who he is, the people he kills, the way he writes, the address on the package, the materials he uses to create the bombs. People leave information behind them like snails leave slime. You can follow it right to them." Colin had a Commodore 64, which he could use to talk to people scattered all over the world. He used a device called a modem, which made an awful squeal and shriek as it tried to connect with other computers through the telephone line plugged into the back. That shrill, grinding sound was, Arthur thought, the voice of the future, inhuman, idiotic, and loud, so loud it drowned out all other sound. But then Arthur had spent a fair amount of the fall copying catalog information into the library's IBM, a task of obliterating dullness, and came by his dislike of such machines honestly. "Do you think you're going to do something smart with computers someday?" Allie asked Colin. Colin said, "I'd like to use them to predict the future." "I don't think computers are going to develop ESP anytime soon," Arthur said. "I think they're more likely to develop reliable ESP than people. Pretty soon they'll be able to recognize us. Your computer will point a camera in your face to figure out who you are. It'll be able to recognize if you're dangerous in one glance." "I bet," Gwen said, "it'll take one glance, and if you've got a black face, it'll call the cops." Arthur held out his hand, and Gwen slapped him 5 without even looking at him. "Computers can't be racist," Colin said with a quizzical smile. "How could they be?" Allie said, "You inspire me, Colin. I want to learn to do things with computers, too. I want to know what people do before they do it, too. I want to know what they aren't telling me. That's why I love statistics." Van said, "No one's keeping secrets from you. I'm not. I'm an open book." "Everyone keeps secrets," Allie said. "We can't help ourselves. And I'm very nosy, even if the secrets aren't important. Like who wants to have sex with me, for example?" "Everyone," Van said, "especially me." Allie ignored that. "I want to know if I'm going to be fat, if I'm going to be sad. I'd like to know what all of you are going to do after college and if we're going to stay friends, or if I should harden my heart and prepare for losing you." Gwen said, "It's easier to imagine you shaving your head than hardening your heart, Allie, so I guess we'd better all stay friends." "Allie is going to do clever things with math," Donna said. "Colin is going to do clever things with computers. I'm going to be on TV and famous. Van is going to be on drugs and broke. What are you going to do, Arthur?" Van answered for him. "He'll do what he does best, bore people to death. He'll become the world's expert in ancient Hungarian and memorize ancient Hungarian texts about the best way to grow potatoes. All of us will graduate from college, but Arthur never will, not really. He'll just go from wanting to molest the co-eds to teaching them." "He'll still want to molest them," Donna said. "No," Van said. "He's too boring to be insidious. At 30, he'll begin to smell like cobwebs. By 40, rumors will spread that he's a ghost of himself. Eventually, he'll just be another ghost haunting the stone catacombs of Oxford University." "Oxford?" Gwen asked, slanting her eyes to look sidelong at Arthur. He said, surprised by the sudden eye contact, surprised and confused. He had the wild idea in that moment that Gwen's gaze had an unhappy quality, as if the news disturbed her. "His father studied there. Arthur is secretly British. Didn't you know that?" "Funny, I miss the accent," Gwen said, smiling now. "He only talks like an American to fool people, but don't believe it. Marmite runs in his veins. I once caught him masturbating over Anglo-Saxon word roots in the Oxford English Dictionary." Of all of them, it was hardest to see what Gwen might become or how she fit in, or even if she was one of them at all. She was the only one of them who wasn't attending Rackham. She was a high school student, for Christ's sake. Arthur had finally worked up the nerve to ask her age, posing the question to Colin on a walk across campus. Arthur had inquired in a tone that suggested a random curiosity. He fooled no one. The McBrides were strolling along behind them and immediately began to howl and shove each other. "Jailbait! Arthur wants to bang some fucking jailbait! I knew it!" Van yelled, grabbing Arthur's shoulders from behind and shaking him back and forth. "Gwen is 18, Colin said. "Legal in this state, but I wouldn't let that be a salve to your conscience, Arthur. The law is no replacement for a moral code." So Gwen was in high school, and the rest of them were in college, but that was by no means the only complication. Gwen Underfoot was also a townie. You could tell it just looking at the enormous men's flannel shirt she got from the free box at the Episcopal Church. She lived in Gogan, a place no sensible Rackham College student went unless they were looking for pills, pussy, or trouble. No free rides in Gogan, Arthur reflected, gas, grass, or ass. There had been incidents, clashes between Rackham students and the local kids going back decades. Arthur was uncomfortably aware he would have never even met Gwen if her mother wasn't cook and housekeeper at the Briars. Gwen usually turned up at the house after school got out to do homework in the peace of the Wren kitchen until her mother finished making dinner, at which point Gwen would drive her home. Often when Arthur wandered in, Gwen was already at the kitchen island with her schoolwork and the newspapers scattered around her, the crossword puzzle 2/3 finished. She liked crosswords, said it was like playing Tetris with language and you didn't need to own a computer. Sometimes they sat and did the crossword together. "You working on your college apps yet?" Arthur asked her one day while they were polishing off the easy USA Today crossword. He filled in the answer to prisoners and problems, cons. She filled in the answer to visually loaded 38s. Brah. "I'm going to apply to Kennebec." She shrugged. "Kennebec has a college?" He already knew it couldn't be a good one. "Community," she said, "but they've got EMT training. That's what I want to do. I think I'd be a steady hand at that sort of thing, ambulance work, and I like the idea of being there for someone when they're at their most frightened, seeing someone across the fear and on to where they know they'll be okay. I don't scare easy myself, I'm not grossed out by blood, and my family aren't what you'd call excitable sorts. Also, I hate waiting in traffic, and when you've got an ambulance, you can run all the reds." The 6 of them were flopped on pillows in front of unsolved mysteries when he found the backbone to ask her about applying to Rackham. She frowned and began to feel around in the pockets of her baggy jeans. "Hang on a minute," she said, brow creasing with concentration. "What are you looking for?" he asked her. $250,000, she replied, then turned her empty pockets inside out. "Nope, didn't think so. Don't suppose you got a couple $100,000 to spare?" Arthur did not. What he did have was the trust his father had established for his education, a trust funded by an insurance policy that had paid out nearly £300,000 upon his father's death at the age of 39. The best thing Oliver Oakes had ever done for Arthur was not visit the A&E after falling and striking his head against a stone curb. He had died of an epidural hematoma in his sleep 6 hours later. Between the trust and a partial scholarship, Arthur had enough for Rackham and for Magdalen College at Oxford after. It wasn't a bottomless fortune, but he was painfully aware that he had exponentially more than Gwen Underfoot. "I thought your father worked at Rackham." Arthur had learned this fact from Colin a few days before. "In the grounds department. He's not faculty. He's the help. It's not the same." It wasn't? The thought grated on him and induced a queer feeling of guilt. The whole pack of them were suddenly awkwardly intent on the TV, working overtime to avoid making eye contact with her. "Look at all of you," Gwen said. "You look like I told you it's my life's dream to live in a trailer and raise 9 or 10 kids while working part-time at a strip club. There are a few options open to me." "Like being an EMT," Arthur offered. "Keeping someone alive to the hospital. I get it." "Or I could see myself doing something in criminal justice," she said. "I'm never going to be a lawyer, but I could be a paralegal, help people who are broke get representation, work for the kind of people who always get fucked over by the system, or become a parole officer." "I love that," Allie said. "When Arthur's mother gets out of jail, you could be her parole officer. I bet that'd be really nice for both of you." There was a moment of stunned silence. Allie wasn't joking. Her tone was completely sincere. It was the first time Arthur allowed himself to understand that they all knew. Of course they all knew. He had talked to Van about it. Van kept nothing from his sister. Donna and Allie were roommates, and the information would have passed effortlessly like a head cold on to Colin and Gwen. Gwen looked around, eyes bright, worried for him. Her hand found his and squeezed while her eyes said, "Are you all right?" Arthur opened his mouth to reply and laughed. It was such a fabulously Allie Shiner thing to have said. She spoke of Gwen becoming his mother's parole officer as if this were a delightful bonding opportunity, like going shopping for shoes. Arthur cackled and set the rest of them off. All except Allie, who frowned in a pretty sort of way, no idea what she had said that was so funny. They fell all over each other, the pack of them roaring together. No one laughing harder than Arthur himself, who suddenly found himself choking on something close to sobs, tears running down his face. As he laughed, harder and then harder still, the others began to drop into silence. His lungs couldn't get enough air. He wasn't sure when he began crying, but at some point Gwen let go of his hand and began to rub his back. Donna put a hand on his knee. Allie slid across the carpet and gently wrapped her arms around his neck. "Ah, shit," Arthur said. Shit. "I'm sorry." Van was the first to reply. He cleared his throat and said, "It's all right, man. For what it's worth, if my mom got locked up for the bullshit your mama got locked up for, I'd cry like a pussy too." There was another stunned silence. And then they were all laughing again, even Arthur. Laughing while big fat tears plopped off his chin. Gwen gave Van's head a playful shove. "You carry around a lot of weight," Colin said to Arthur when the howls died down, "and you never show it. I wish we could take some of it off you. I hope you know if there's anything any of us can do to make it easier, and I don't know what that would be. We got you." "We got you," Allie said, squeezing him hard. It was one thing to be hugged by Allie, and another to feel Van put his arms around him. Donna slipped in between Allie and Van both and embraced him around the waist. Somehow they were all hugging him. He didn't know which of them kissed the top of his head. He lowered his face so none of them could see him fighting fresh tears, although probably they knew anyway. One by one they began to release him until only Gwen remained pressed to his side, her head on his shoulder. That felt good. Better even than he imagined, which was saying something. "That's right," Gwen said. "You need us to break your mom out. We'll start digging the tunnel tomorrow. My daddy has all the tools we'd need." "I don't think we have to go that far," Arthur said, relieved his voice was steady and not choked with emotion. "She'll walk out on her own 2 feet in 12 months. Maybe 4 if she catches a break at her parole hearing. Unless he fell out of favor with Jane Niswander and someone up at Black Cricket stuck a sharpoon spoon in Erin's throat. In which case she would come out of prison a lot sooner. On a stretcher. Or in a bag. 10. Arthur spent nearly 4 hours on Halloween morning decorating the Brooks Library for the Ghosts of Shakespeare party, an annual fete that had been held since the 1950s. By the time he and the other student librarians were done, the halls were decked out with flickering electric candles and the shelves were draped in fake cobwebs. After dark, the drama club kids would emerge from balconies and out of darkened nooks to perform sinister snippets of Hamlet and Macbeth, while the audience wandered around in the gloom, tittering nervously. When Van learned Arthur wasn't planning to attend, he looked horrified and astonished, as if Arthur had told him Johnny Cash was dead. It was one of Rackham's most popular yearly events, and the idea of Arthur avoiding the library on Halloween night was like imagining the Vatican on Easter without the Pope. "We're all going," Van said. "Allie and Donna are going to sneak Gwen in, and she'll probably be dressed as a slutty witch or something. You telling me you can bear to miss that? What are you going to do instead, stay in the apartment and study the Scrabble dictionary?" Arthur hated the idea of Gwen having fun with the others and not being there to see it. But after stealing $2,000 worth of books from the library, he could hardly bear to spend one more minute there than was necessary. Walking into the place now made his teeth ache. It was as if the library had become toxic to him. Only that had it backward. The library wasn't poison, he was. Every time he stole a book for Jane, he polluted the place a little more with his existence. He hit the 7-Eleven on the way back to the apartment. Unsurprisingly, the candy aisle was pretty well wiped out. He scrounged through what was left and picked up a large bag of circus peanuts. When he was back at the apartment, he poured them into a bowl and left it on the porch, hoping kids would help themselves and let him be. He parked himself at his usual spot in the kitchen to polish off a translation. Not long after full dark, there came a rap at the door, urgent and sharp, and he pushed away his copy of the Exeter book. He still had a half-full bag of circus peanuts and carried it to the door with him, thinking the bowl must already be empty and kids these days were turning into pigs. Only it wasn't a pack of children at all. Instead, he found the mystery gang waiting for him. Fred, Daphne, Shaggy, Scooby, and of course, Velma. It was Gwen in Velma Dinkley's fuzzy, carrot-colored sweater and the pleated skirt that ended mid-thigh, orange socks pulled to her knees. She looked at him merrily through her glasses, which he now saw had always been exactly the sort of black-framed, chunky glasses Velma wore. "Jinkies," she said. "We were looking for someone with a clue. Boy, did we come to the wrong place." Allie waved both hands and jumped up and down in excitement. She looked great as Fred, an orange silk ascot around her throat, bell-bottoms flaring around her platform sandals. Her boyishly short blonde hair was swept back Fred style. "Zoinks!" she cried. "Love your costume, Arthur. You're all dressed up as someone who doesn't know how to have fun." "Christ's sakes," Van said. He was hanging off Allie's arm. "Have you ever seen an episode of Scooby-Doo? How deprived were you as a child? Shaggy's the one who says zoinks." Van wore a shoulder-length copper wig, a purple dress, and trashy black stockings. At first glance, Arthur had assumed he was Donna. Donna was to the right of him, though, in Shaggy's loose green tee and baggy trousers. You might not want to pretend to be some big expert in Scooby-Doo, strutting around in a pair of fishnets like those, Arthur said. Daphne never wore stockings like that. She does now, Van told him. How the fuck do you think they pay for the Scooby-Doo lifestyle? Fred Jones doesn't need to prostitute his girlfriends, Colin said, looking unself-conscious and easy in his own skin, even if he was wearing a Great Dane costume, his face sticking out from under Scooby's jaw. They're financed by the CIA. How else do you think the mystery gang can communicate with a dog? They were all part of the MK Ultra experiments, hammered with experimental drugs until they heard animals speaking to them. They found their way to Arthur's bedroom, which in an earlier era had been someone's parlor. One half of the room had been made over into a sort of living area, with beanbags arranged around Arthur's small Zenith TV set. Van flipped it on without asking. Freddie was leaving body parts all over Elm Street. Donna led Colin in by the leash and tugged him down onto a beanbag beside her. Van sprawled on his belly, slow kicking his own bottom with his transparent stripper heels. Be honest, guys, is Allie checking out my moneymaker? She was undressing me with her eyes the whole walk over. I'm pretty amped. I don't think she's ever ogled me before. Gwen had to pound Allie on the back. She had a circus peanut stuck in her throat. Gwen's hand striking Allie between the shoulder blades sounded like a fist banging on a door. Only the knocking continued after she stopped. Arthur snatched the bag of circus peanuts away from Donna and went to investigate. He opened the front door and stepped onto the porch without looking to see who was there. He found a trio of trolls waiting for him, 2 guys and a girl, all of them too old for trick-or-treat. The girl was visibly pregnant. Her cheap purple tank top stretched over a front porch of her own. All 3 of them wore identical rubber masks. Tusks protruded from leathery, snarling mouths. Foreheads bulged Frankenstein style. A wiry guy in a jean jacket and a wife-beater with the lean hips of a fencer stood in front of the other 2. He held a big hardcover in one hand, down at his side. Arthur was surprised, didn't think the average trick-or-treater went out with reading material. He crooked his neck to read the title on the spine, The Patchwork Girl of Oz. A sick, paralyzing chill began to spread behind his breastbone. By the time Arthur realized the guy wasn't a guy at all, Jane Nicewander was on top of him, smacking him upside the head with the book. He stumbled backward and she hit him again, the flat of the book across his nose. He felt something pop, staggered, and sat down, blinking at tears. "Fuck is this?" Jane said, squatting to get eye-to-eye with him and waving the hardcover in his face. She hooked one thumb under the bottom of her mask and lifted it up so he could see her flushed face. "Patchwork Girl of Oz? Not even signed? My Boston buyer said she'd give me $30 for it. 30 fucking bucks? That barely covers the gas to Boston and back. We need 60 grand, fuckface." She smacked him with the book again, turning his head halfway around. He was trying to get an arm up to defend himself when Ronnie caught her wrist and pulled her up. "Come on, babe, look at him. He's starting to cry. He's just a kid." Arthur had dropped the bag of circus peanuts, throwing a scatter of them across the porch. Ronnie bent to pick one up and pop it in his mouth. "Man, I love these. They're like Halloween crack." The screen door opened behind Arthur. He came drunkenly to his feet as Colin stepped onto the porch, blinking at the trolls from the hole in Scooby's chest. "What's up, folks?" His leash was dangling. Jane stepped forward, grabbed it, and yanked him toward her. Colin almost fell into her before she shoved him the other way. His heels skidded out from under him and he crashed into the wall, falling to the floor amid the circus peanuts. "Who the hell is this?" Jane asked. "This is the fucking cavalry," Donna said, moving into the doorway, glancing from Colin to Jane. "Yo, bitch, put your mask back on before you scare someone." "Arthur, are you all right?" Gwen asked, ducking past Donna to get to him. Allie was in the hall, peering out past Donna's shoulder. She said, "I'll call the police," and turned toward the hall phone. Jane moved. Donna stepped into her path to slow her down, and Jane slammed the spine of the hardcover into her throat. Donna's hands flew to her neck, and she made a sound somewhere between a gag and a cough. She reeled back and fell over Colin, who was still on the ground. Allie got one step down the hall, and then Jane had her by the ascot, was dragging her onto the porch. Allie took 3 tottering steps back in her platform sandals before her heels hit the jamb and she toppled, falling on top of Donna and Colin. Jane was staring at the squirming pile of college students at her feet when Van lunged out of the dark of the hallway, driving his right shoulder into Jane's bony chest, slamming her back into Ronnie and sending the book flying. Jane was wiry and slender, maybe 115 pounds, and her legs went. She sagged as if to sit down, but Ronnie got his left arm around her waist to hold her up. His right hand came out from behind his back to level an automatic pistol in Van's face. "Whoa there, cowboy," Ronnie said. Jane's eyes were cold and unfocused. She righted herself, and Ronnie let her go. Van looked frightened now, patches of color in his cheeks, his hands up, palms out. "Hey, what the fuck's with the gun? That's not cool, man." Jane took a step toward him. "You think you got big balls? Shove a woman? Do you got big balls, kiddo?" She shoved a hand under his skirt, grabbed him by the crotch, and squeezed. Van's knees bent and drew together. He began to double over, crying out softly. "They don't feel that big to me. They feel like little old jelly beans." When she let him go, he keeled over, hitting the porch so hard it shook the windows in their frames. "Check it out, Jane. I think Fred has boobies," Ronnie cried. Allie had crawled off Colin and Donna and was now on her hands and knees at Ronnie's feet. She gave him her most winsome smile. "Hey, man, point that somewhere else, okay, please?" Ronnie stuck the gun in the waistband of his jeans, settling it at the small of his back. Up until this time, Tana had not moved or spoken. Now, though, she lifted her mask to reveal her face. Tana handed Gwen a plastic package of Kleenex, which she had produced from a cheap pink plastic clutch. "For his nose," she said, nodding to Arthur. Arthur stared back at her, his gaze shifting to her ripening abdomen and back to her pretty, freckled, snub-nosed face. "Thanks, Tana," Gwen said. "I don't think it's broken. Colin, can Donna breathe?" "Well enough," Colin said, rubbing Donna's back while she gasped. "You two know each other?" Nodding from Gwen to Tana. "We worked in Dunkin' Donuts together a couple years ago," Gwen said. "Dunkin' Donuts is where Tana got that sweet fat ass of hers," Jane said, and gave her sister an open-handed whap on the bottom. If this bothered Tana in any way at all, her face didn't show it. Instead, she gave Arthur a calm, considering look. He had to stare down the length of his nose to meet her gaze, his chin tipped back. Gwen pressing tissues to his nostrils. "Arthur, I know what you're doing. It's been obvious for a while. You're trying not to steal anything too valuable from the library. I get it. You don't want to do anything really terrible. But trust me, it's better to get it over with. Just close your eyes and do what they want and then put it behind you. Don't think about it. With a little practice, it can be like it never happened at all." "Hey, babe," Ronnie said to Allie. "Do me a favor. Will you pick up the circus peanuts and put them in the bag? That shit is good. We're taking them with us." Allie began to crawl around on all fours, collecting circus peanuts. Ronnie smiled, studying the sway of her rear end. Donna lifted her chin. Her cheeks were puffy, swollen from crying, and her black lashes were gummed with tears. Colin had a hand on her shoulder. Whether to steady her or restrain her, Arthur couldn't have said. "Stop picking them up!" Donna screamed at Allie, her voice a painful rasp. "Stop crawling around for them!" Allie ignored her. She finished collecting the circus peanuts and then offered Ronnie the bag from her knees, her face level with his crotch. Ronnie put a hand under her chin, tipping her head back. With his other hand, he took the bag of circus peanuts. "Thank you, honey. These are almost as sweet as you." Ronnie dropped his hand and Allie crawled to Van, who was curled in the fetal position on his side. She cradled his head in her lap, his wig long gone. "Quit nibbling around with the little shit, Artie," Jane said. "Next time Tana comes by to collect, you better hand her books worth their weight in gold. You don't want to know what's going to happen to your mother if you don't." "You're fucking disgusting," Donna rasped. "You're fucking disgusting human beings." "A lot of people, they only get to be monsters one night of the year," Jane said, tugging her troll mask back down over her face. "Which is a real shame. It's much more fun when you make it a way of life." 11. They gathered in the dimness of Arthur's bedroom, with the TV off, and Gwen saw to them all. She slipped into the kitchen and returned with a bag of frozen kernel corn for Donovan's mashed nuts. He sprawled on the floor, head in Allie's lap, and held the bag to his crotch. Gwen disappeared again and returned a moment later with a bottle of Advil and another of Tylenol. Donna and Van took 2 of each, while Arthur settled for 3 Tylenol. They swallowed them down with cans of Milwaukee's Best, which was Van's favorite beer, because it was cheap. "Have you ever heard how Milwaukee's Best is like sex in a canoe?" Colin asked. "They're both fucking close to water." The way Colin said fucking, it sounded less like an obscenity, more like a technical term. No one laughed. Gwen settled in a beanbag with Arthur between her legs, his head tipped back against her shoulder. She held a washcloth filled with ice to his nose, lifting it now and then so he could speak. In a thick, congested voice, he told them about the Niswanders and his mother and the books he had been swiping from the library. As bad as the evening had been, it felt good to tell. He had not realized until that night how exhausting it had been to deal with the Niswanders alone. Donna kept clearing her throat, making shallow, wet coughs that were not far removed from sobs. Gwen said, "Do you want some lemon and honey tea for your throat?" "I'll tell you what I want," Donna said in a hoarse whisper. "I want to catch those gruesome motherfuckers on the interstate. Drop a brick off an overpass into their windshield. Watch them fly off the road at 70 miles an hour. "I'm not sure staking out overpasses is the most effective way to deal with people of Jane Niswander's stripe," Colin said. "What would you do, Colin?" Allie asked. "I know what you'd do, Allie," Donna snapped before he could reply. "You'd suck that guy's cock and thank him for the pleasure. Jesus. Crawling around on your hands and knees to collect his fucking circus peanuts. Why would you do that? Why would you humiliate yourself that way?" "So they wouldn't hurt you again," Allie said. "Well, I didn't need your fucking protection, and I didn't need you kissing his ass after he... Donna had to stop, pinching the bridge of her nose, gritting her teeth to fight back tears. Arthur had never seen someone fight off tears that way, through sheer rage. "I guess calling the police is out of the question," Allie said. Van gave that suggestion a thumbs down. "No, I don't think we can do that," Arthur agreed. "What would you do, Colin?" "Just pay them," Colin said. "If your mother was going to be locked up another decade, it would be different, but she's out in, what is it, Arthur, a year?" "A year, yes, maybe sooner. She has a hearing in February. She might not get her parole, though I think she will. She started a book club. She offers spiritual counseling. She's more like a prison social worker than an inmate." "So we're looking at 4 to 12 months, Colin said. "I say pay Niswander off. I can get you $4,000 this month. That's what I've got socked away. And another $600 every month until your mother is free." Van pushed out a pained breath and said, "Yo, son, where are you going to get $600 every month?" "My allowance," Colin said. "You have an allowance of $600 a month?" Colin said, "No, it's quite a bit more. I receive $200 a week, but I have to keep some money to spend, if only to avoid awkward questions from my grandfather." Allie said, "I can do $1,000 a month. That's the most I can take off the credit card without getting a hassle from my father." Van said, "I can't give you any dough, Arthur. I'm going to need every spare cent for surgery on my ruptured testicles." Arthur was about to tell them he couldn't take their money, but Gwen spoke first. "How did any of you get into college? That's what I'd like to know." "What?" Donna asked. "I thought you had to be smart to get into Rackham," Gwen said. "Don't you see? They'll take your money and still tell Arthur to steal books for them." "Why would they do that?" Colin asked. It was, Arthur thought, the first time he had ever seen him perplexed. "Because it's fun," Gwen said. "Because they're getting off on it. Do you think they'll be done when they have $60,000? They won't be done until Arthur's mother is out and they can't touch her. Don't give them a single thing they haven't asked for. You can't horse trade with these people." "We've got to do something to help Arthur, though," Allie said. "Don't we?" "You're already doing it," Arthur said. "How do you think I got through the last 8 weeks of my life? How do you think I'm going to get through the next 8 while I'm busy stealing $60,000 of books for a pair of orcs?" He had nothing to say to that. Gwen bent and placed a light kiss on top of his head. The feathery sensation of her lips against his hair gave him a shiver. "There is one thing we can do," Colin said, "besides just being your emotional support system." "What's that?" Arthur asked. "We can make sure you never get caught," Colin said. But then Van was asking if Allie could help him to the bathroom so he could throw up, and Donna began pulling off her fake shaggy beard in angry fistfuls, and Gwen had to collect some fresh ice for Arthur's nose, and so Colin never got around to explaining what he had in mind. 12. On the following Wednesday afternoon, Arthur reported for his usual shift at the Brooks Library. At the first quiet moment, he left another student librarian to watch the checkout counter and climbed the winding wrought iron staircase to the Juliet balcony above. He let himself into a cool, shady room that had not changed much in over a century. Shelves lined walls to either side. Unlike the rest of the library, which was organized according to the Dewey Decimal System, here the shelves were marked fiction, biology, history, and so forth. The only windows were set 3 feet deep in stone embrasures. A Norman archer with a full quiver and a Bible could hold off a band of Vikings from here. And in fact, all that cold stone had defended the place well enough, not from Norsemen, but from the fire of 1840 that had reduced the rest of the original Rackham College to a scorch mark 300 acres wide. With such small medieval windows, there was always something crepuscular about the special collection, no matter how bright the day. There was only the one door in and out. A barred cabinet holding the most valuable rarities stood against a walnut column in the middle of the room. The bars were thick, battered iron, laid across one another in a grid. Arthur didn't give it a second look. He wasn't touching anything in there. Not that day, anyway. He had every right to be there. Indeed, he was expected to spend at least some of his working hours in there to complete the annual inspection and copy the updated special collection catalog into the IBM that sat on a lectern in one corner of the room. He took a moment now to flip the chunky switch on the back of the computer. While the machine was warming up, he hunted along the fiction shelf until he found what he was looking for. A first edition of Jack London's White Fang, a little foxed on the spine, some black speckling on the back cover that might have been mold, and London's signature on the title page. A scan of sports/outdoors produced a limited first of The Complete Angler with an original Cosway binding. As Arthur put the books in his school bag, his gaze was fixed upon one of the embrasure windows. A fine rain speckled the old glass. It was as if somehow his right hand was engaged in theft, while the rest of him was occupied elsewhere. It was still raining when he got off work 6 hours later. He walked out of the library with $8,000 worth of books in his backpack. A cherry '49 Cadillac convertible with the rag top up idled alongside the curb. The passenger side window was down, and a silky film of smoke spilled through the opening. Arthur had spied the Wellens car once or twice at the Briars, but he had never sat in it before. As he approached, Van got out of the passenger side and pulled the seat forward so Arthur could duck his head and scramble into the back with Donna and Allie. Van climbed back in and thumped his door shut. Colin sat behind the front seat with a fat blunt. The smoke that hazed the inside of the car was peppery and sweet. "Want a hit?" Colin asked him, offering the joint over the back of his seat. "It's blue, lovely feminized strain, one of the sativa heavy lines." Arthur had never heard of blue marijuana, and the rest of what Colin had said was like a different language, one he had somehow never encountered. He laughed and was surprised at himself. He had not thought there could be any laughter in him on such a day. Colin's breezy exuberance and his almost professorial desire to share what he knew, to recite an entry from his mental catalog of the peculiar and profane, cheered Arthur to no end. "I'll pass, but thanks," Arthur said to Colin. Donna helped herself, leaned back into the old leather seat, and took an assertive drag. "Straight arrow?" Colin asked him. Tragically, "Aren't you worried your granddad will smell it on you?" "Who do you think I got it from? He's my supplier, and he gets it straight from the U.S. government." "No way," Arthur and Donna said at the same time. "They're the biggest grower in North America. Granddad smokes it for his appetite." "Oh," Arthur said. "Is he sick with something?" "Yes," Colin told him. "AIDS." 13. When Tana turned up at the door of Arthur's apartment the following Sunday afternoon, She had a pizza and something in a brown paper bag, and she was wearing the Biko hoodie. It was 2 sizes too big for her, and she swam inside it. Looking at her in it now, Arthur never would have guessed she was pregnant. He stood aside to let her carry the pizza down the hall to the kitchen. He hadn't had much appetite since looting the special collection, aka the treasure room at the library, but a good-smelling steam was trickling around the lid of the box, a savory odor of melted cheese and sauce. "Van here?" she asked. Arthur shook his head. He found it difficult to speak. His throat had closed up with emotion the moment he opened the door and saw her standing there. "Too bad," she said. "I get a sense that's one kid hates to miss out on a free meal. We'll just have to eat it without him. Something to wash it down?" She took a 6 of Michelob out of the brown paper bag and put it on the table, next to White Fang and the Complete Angler. She popped a can and handed it to him, popped another and had a swig. He didn't tell her pregnant women weren't supposed to drink. "Sorry my sister ruined your Halloween," Tana said. "I'm sorry about the whole fucked up mess." He waited to feel something and found he didn't. He wasn't grateful for her apology. He wasn't angry or despairing either. He had discovered what waited beyond anger and despair. Numbness. Unfeeling. "That's my mom's Biko sweatshirt," he said, gesturing to it with his can of beer. In a remote, disinterested sort of way, he thought his whole life had hinged on one act, which at the time he had thought was simple decency. If he had not offered her the hoodie, then he would not be a thief now, and there would not be $8,000 worth of rare books sitting on the kitchen table next to the pizza. She looked down at it. "Oh yeah, here. You want it back?" As she pulled the hoodie off over her head, her t-shirt rode up with it, rising to reveal the tender pink swell of her stomach. Arthur saw she had the top button of her jeans undone, could see the satin black and pink lace strap of her panties. Tana saw him staring and smiled. There was a kind of bemused curiosity in that smile, which just touched the corners of her lips. After a moment, she pulled the t-shirt the rest of the way off and dropped it on the table covering the books. She stood in front of him in her bra and jeans. He looked her over, feeling something at last. It was a sharp click of desire, but it wasn't just desire. It was mingled with something that felt almost like grief. He felt bad about himself for looking at her while she was half undressed. He felt bad about himself for wanting to reach out and tug down her denims. "Did Jane tell you to do this? Throw me a little something to keep me in line?" he asked. "Does it matter?" She had her thumbs in the loops of her jeans and was smiling just a little and rocking her hips from side to side, letting him look her over. Arthur wanted it to matter. He wanted to be the kind of person to whom such a thing would matter. Maybe he even had been that kind of person a few months ago. But he wasn't that kind of person anymore. He reached for the waistband of her jeans and pulled her toward him. At some point, they made their way to one of the beanbags in his bedroom, the beanbag Gwen had sat in on Halloween night. When they were done, he rolled off her and sat on the floor. She stretched out with her ankles crossed. She was still wearing her socks, but nothing else, had left her jeans in the hall and her panties on the threshold to his room. It was now dark, and the streetlight threw the shadows of raindrops against the far wall. He wondered how many men Jane Niswander had made her sister sleep with, and if he was now one of them. He had been assaulted, threatened, and blackmailed, and after all that, it felt like he deserved something for himself. So he had taken Tana because he could, and now he worried he was no better than Jane or Ronnie. He had hated them for months. Now he could hate himself, too. Have you really had to sleep with people because your sister owes them money? Among other things, she said. They didn't look at each other. He got up and went naked into the kitchen for their beers and came back. Is that why we did this? He couldn't leave it alone, needed to know one way or another. What do you think? She asked, taking her can when he held it out for her. Then she said, I hope it's not a girl. It took him a moment to realize she was talking about her baby. I'd run away from Jane, but I don't know how we'd live. I can't make rent by delivering pizzas, and Jane takes the money anyway, most of it. I've got a little tucked away. She had a swallow of beer and sighed. Sometimes I think it'll be okay. Sometimes I think someone will kill Jane and make it okay. Someone she owes money to. Or someone will stick her up for drugs and things will go bad. When I'm feeling down, I remind myself it could end at any time. Someone could kill her, or she could kill me. What if you went to the police? He asked. She laughed, a dry, caustic sound, and did not dignify this question with a reply. So you don't want a girl? He asked. No, Tana said. I don't want to have a girl and have my sister let guys fuck her when she's 11. A boy would be better. Jane would have a harder time figuring out how to make money off a little boy. Is the father going to help out? Arthur asked. Not sure who it is, she said. I'll have to see if the kid is black. That'll narrow it down. She laughed. There was no humor or happiness in it. I hope it's a boy and he does something good with his life. Someone who rescues cats from trees instead of swerving to hit them. Ronnie does that. He keeps score on his dashboard. 2 points for a cat, 4 for a dog. The rain ticked on the windows. If you get a hold of Gwen Underfoot, Tana said suddenly, you want to make sure she don't wriggle free. That year the two of us worked at Duncan's, she was my secret Santa. She gave me a new pair of sneakers, best gift I ever got. Everyone else got joke presents or $5 gift cards. Me, I unwrapped brand new Reeboks. She had noticed my old sneaks were held together with duct tape. I know you'll probably be tempted to find someone else, some college girl, someone who spends the summer down the Cape and listens to James Taylor and doesn't get her hair done at Supercuts. But take it from me, she's the best you're going to find. You might be right, he said. But do you think I'm the best she's going to find? No, Tana said. I'm sure she can do better. He was too. They sat together in the gloom listening to the rain, and at some point he took her hand. He even kissed her knuckles. She laughed. For what it's worth, Arthur, she said, you aren't a completely shitty lay. It was his turn to laugh. You want a slice of that pizza? It might not be cold yet. Okay, she said. That would be all right. He stood and glanced back at her. The shadows of raindrops trickled down her bare stomach, over her breasts, down one side of her face. With her head turned toward him, she looked older. Had the fatigued beauty of a young and harried woman in her mid-30s. It was the first he ever really noticed that she was beautiful, with her freckles and tired eyes. Hey, Arthur, you could make both our lives easier and kill my sister yourself. She stared idly at the ceiling, watching shadows trickle across the plaster. Something to think about. 14. In the second week of November, Arthur stole a 1765 treatise on shipbuilding, bound in calfskin, printed on linen rag and worth around $2,000. In Germany, college students were taking sledgehammers to the Berlin Wall, climbing up onto the ruins to wave flags and pump their fists. Communism had imploded in East Germany, an event that shook the world. Arthur hardly noticed. In the third week, he lifted an 1818 first edition of Frankenstein off the shelves, a book so exquisite and so valuable it would wipe out a third of what Jane Nicewander said he had to pay. But then, as he slid the book into his backpack, a queer lightheaded sensation rolled over him, and he began to feel sick. His heart quailed at the thought of stealing something so precious. It was too much. He grabbed a first edition of All the Sad Young Men by Fitzgerald instead. He had considered taking $60,000 of books all in one go, but Gwen had cautioned him against it. Tell them you can't take too much too quickly. Tell them there's always other students around and that you have to be careful. Give them one book worth $1,000, another worth $2,000. But I could pay off everything I owe by Thanksgiving. And what do you think happens then? She asked him. You think they'll shake your hand, say it was a pleasure doing business, and you'll never hear from them again? You think they're the kind of people who get tired of free money? He drove to Black Cricket to visit his mother the weekend before Thanksgiving. Arthur was braced to see the Nicewanders. More than 150 visitors were there for an afternoon holiday dinner with their incarcerated relatives, but they didn't show. The buffet was in the prison gym, lukewarm turkey, congealing brown gravy, and a yam casserole under a half-inch of toasted marshmallows. Folding tables had been set up for the families, red and white checked cloths thrown over them for a touch of class, white cards to indicate where people should sit. Maybe half of the families in the room were black. There was a certain grim, nihilistic comedy in it, he thought. At a prison get-together, he blended right in. At the college where he hoped to graduate with honors, he was the only black face in the whole cafeteria, unless a janitor had been summoned to mop up a spill. Arthur found their table without seeing any sign of his mother. He was antsy, wondering if he should ask a guard if she was being held up for some reason, when Erin mounted the low stage at the far end of the room. She wore her usual prison jumpsuit with her clerical stole tossed over her shoulders. It had fallen to her to say grace. When she smiled down at them, Arthur felt like he had turned his face into the first warm rays of spring. "Aren't we the lucky ones?" she said, and there was a bit of laughter. Families sitting with loved ones doing 10 years for arson, 20 for transporting, 30 for homicide. Most of the women in this room never expected to live this long. Most of our families never thought we would either. Most of us have done things we'd give anything to take back, but somehow people have decided to love us anyway, and they're here with us today, though we've put them through plenty of sorrow, and believe me, folks, we aren't done yet. You haven't tasted sorrow till you've tried prison cafeteria turkey. This time the laughter was almost raucous. His mother had always been good at this, at finding her way to the words others needed to hear. You don't have to be in prison to feel trapped. You don't have to receive a sentence to feel like you're serving life. Most of us weren't free before we were locked up. We were already serving time, the worst kind of time, locked away with our own guilt while doing things that made us hate ourselves. Your own head can be solitary confinement. But here we are now, and it's Thanksgiving and the people we love are with us still, serving our sentences with us, counting the days with us. Their love is our parole. Let's bow our heads and say thanks for them, thanks for our good luck. Because we are loved. Prison doesn't have to be where freedom ends. It might be where freedom begins. Amen, and God bless. By the time she stepped from the podium, Arthur was fighting tears, blinking furiously to hold them back. "Oh, Mom," he thought, "no parole for me. I have been found guilty of being a helpless chicken shit, and my warden is Jane Nicewander." His mother reached the table, touched his cheek with one finger, brushing away a tear. "Damn," she said, trying to make a joke of it. "I knew I was good, but I didn't think I was that good." Then in a gentler voice, she said, "You all right?" For a moment, he was close to telling her. But if he told, she'd tell. And then what? In the absolute best-case scenario, she would be placed under protection, and the police would round up Jane, Ronnie, and Tana. Tana would have that baby in a prison hospital, and it would be both the first and last time she ever held her infant in her arms. And that was only if everything went exactly right. If anything went sideways, his mother would be stabbed to death in the exercise yard, and Tana would still have her baby ripped away from her. No. He was committed now. He would steal books until he got caught, or Erin got parole and set them both free. He rubbed roughly at his eyes with the back of his hand. "Look around, Ma," he said, gesturing at the wet-eyed families and choked-up convicts seated at the other tables. "You killed him. It's a massacre. Someone ought to call the cops." 15. On the last Friday before Christmas break, Arthur took a signed first of John O'Hara's appointment in Samara out of the treasure room. He had stolen more expensive items, but when he stuck that one in his messenger bag, Arthur knew it was the most important book he had taken so far. He was going to learn something now. A question was about to be answered. He wasn't in much doubt about the nature of that answer, not anymore, but that didn't stop his stomach from bunching up in a nervous knot of anticipation. When he was back in his apartment, he called Shut Up and Eat It to arrange a meeting with Jane. "I need to get with your sister," he said when Tana picked up. "Tomorrow?" "Yeah, I don't see why not. Come by around 4? If she can't make it, I'll call back. Is that it? I got food to deliver." "That's it. Don't keep people waiting on the best part of their day." "Ha," she said. "You must think I fuck all of them." And she hung up. He didn't think that. She had made 3 pickups since that one time they screwed, but had not stayed, had not even come in the door. She had just accepted the books and left. He wished he hadn't done it, and he couldn't stop thinking about it and wanting to do it again. He remembered the breathless way she had laughed when he roughly yanked down her jeans. He remembered the way she cajoled him, "Come on, big guy, do me like you want to do your little Gwenny," and was both aroused and stricken. Arthur had felt he deserved something for himself after being terrorized for months, that he had earned the right to fuck Tana Neiswander. Yet another part of him, even then, had known he shouldn't do it, that it was a deeper sort of wrong than stealing books from the library. Jane was happy to offer her sister to the men with whom she did business. She did it as casually as she'd offer a guest a beer. Those men were weapons Jane had used to abuse her sister, and now Arthur was one of them. He didn't know if Tana could forgive him, and maybe it didn't matter. He was already certain he could not forgive himself. The worst part of it was that if Tana came by the house and offered herself to him again, he doubted he could say no. When he got to shut up and eat it was dusk. Jane was already in the parking lot out back, sitting on the hood of her ranchero. Ronnie sat in the passenger seat, the door open, smoking a number. "What did I tell you about bringing us this nickel and dime junk?" Jane asked, casting her cold gaze across appointment in Samara. "This looks like a handful of crap. If this was in the quarter box at a yard sale, I wouldn't give it a second look." "I bet you wouldn't, but if your buyer knows her twat from her twain, she'll have a cardiac arrest when she sees it. That's a mint Harcourt and Brace first edition. Good luck finding a copy for anything less than $7,500. She took the hardcover from him and tossed it to Ronnie. "What's it about?" Ronnie asked, gazing blankly at the cover. "A guy who can't escape his fate," Arthur said. "So basically your memoir," Jane said. "You got that wrong," Arthur said. "I've been doing the math. You said you needed $60,000. With the O'Hara, I've stolen closer to 65, so we're done now, right?" Jane shook her head, looking sad for him. "Wrong. Maybe what you've took is worth 65 grand on the open market, but moving stolen goods is different. You can't ask for top dollar. You said this one is worth $7,500? Well, I'll get 2 grand for it." 2 grand? Arthur cried. He had expected her to jerk him around, had mentally braced for it, but felt shock lance through him all the same. 2 fucking grand? Jane nodded. "I know, highway robbery, right? And she won't sell them for full value either. They're too hot. She has to sell through private channels, mostly abroad. It's a long line of crooks, each one sticking up the last. By the way, speaking of my old Boston bookworm, there's one she wants in particular. She'll go 12 grand for it. Take that next and you can fuck my sister in the ass." Arthur felt sick. "Leave your sister out of it," he said. Jane grinned. "It's a bit late for chivalry, King Arthur." Chivalry. There was a word he wouldn't have expected her to know. But if she's so dumb and you're so smart, why is she the one giving the marching orders? Arthur thought then. Gwen is the only one who doesn't underestimate her because Gwen is the only one who doesn't dismiss her as a dumb townie. How did you wind up like the others, Arthur? How did you wind up a Rackham College asshole, a know-it-all who doesn't know a thing? "What book?" he asked. Some part of him already knew. "I can't remember the exact name," Jane said. "The skin book." "No." Jane didn't seem to hear him, went on talking. "I guess the guy who wrote it was some lunatic from the days of the witch trials. They hung him for his crimes, then used his own fucking hide to bind his journal." "That book is priceless. There are literally only 5 works of anthropodermic bibliopagy in all of New England, and—" Ronnie hooted, puffed smoke from the corners of his mouth. "What the fuck you say, boy? Anthropo-fucking-biblio what's-it? Sounds like some shit you catch from a $10 whore." Jane shook her head again. "You've got it all wrong, Artie. No book is priceless. Your mother. She's priceless. You remember that." "I can't take it," he said. "They keep it locked up." "I'm sure they trust you with the key," Jane told him. "Yeah, they do, and pretty much only me, which is why when they realize it's missing, they're going to know I took it." Jane said, "Stick it on your roommate. He buys drugs. Say he got the key off you and stole that book for drug money. You could fix him up for it, easy. Steal a couple other books and hide him in his room." "He's my friend," Arthur said. "Friends are nice. Alibis are better, though." "I can't do anything for the next month. The library is about to close for Christmas break. School is back in session on January 15th, and I can get you more books then. Not that one, though. Forget about the Crane Journal. But I can grab you plenty of other books worth real money." Jane studied him, head cocked to the side, then turned her face and blew a long, rippling stream of white fog into the cold air as if she were smoking. "Yeah. Okay, Artie. To be honest, the feeling's mutual. I've only spent 5 minutes with you, and that's about all of your miserable black face I can stand for 1 month. Arthur wasn't surprised to hear it. He was only surprised he hadn't heard something like it sooner. Jane didn't seem like the kind of person who would miss the low-hanging racist fruit, and yet he felt his vision tunneling ever so slightly, going dark and strange at the edges. "There we go. We finally got there," Arthur said, his voice flat, toneless. Jane slid off the hood of the ranchero. "Next time I see you, say the end of January, you'd better have that book for me." She spoke over her shoulder as she moved around to the driver's seat. Ronnie pulled his legs into the car. "No excuses, no bullshit. My connection in Boston has her heart set and is going to give me top dollar. Think of it as your own appointment in Samara. You don't miss an appointment like that, do you, Arthur?" He didn't reply as she got behind the wheel, slammed the door, and peeled out. When something wet kissed his cheek, he thought for half a second that he was crying. But it was only a snowflake. By the time he reached the street, it was coming down in earnest, and it didn't let up for 3 days. 16. Arthur slept as poorly as he could ever remember, nodding off in snatches, then coming awake with the feeling of boiling in his own skin. He tossed off the covers and dozed again. When next he lurched awake, he was a-tremble in a cold, rotten sweat. He dreamt about helping Gwen with a college application, which for some reason had to be turned in on a strip of human skin, red at the edges. Her personal information had to be tattooed on, but when he took the needle to that ribbon of skin, it twitched and wrinkled and tried to squirm away. Now and then he'd lurch awake, but soon he'd slip back down into sleep once more, and always the dream would be waiting for him, picking right up where it had left off. He dreamt that fucking dream all night long. He gave up a little after 5 in the morning. The world outside was dim and cottony, and the snow fell in great wet wads. He put on 3 layers and tramped out. He felt like he had a fever, felt the snow should sizzle, like spit on a stovetop, when it flew into his face. The Brooks Library was open 24 hours for finals week, but at 6 a.m. there were only a few other students there and a single student librarian on duty. Arthur did not ask to enter the special collection. It was the first time in months he had showed up at the library without theft on his mind. He spent an hour in a carrel with a cup of tea from the Student Center in the bylaws of Rackham College, latest edition, 1982. He picked through nearly 300 badly Xeroxed pages in a 3-ring binder before he found what he was looking for, what he had half suspected would be there all along. A good liberal arts college in the Northeast, famous for its early support of abolition and women's suffrage. Of course it was there. When he finally found it, he was conscious of the feverish feeling finally passing, leaving him achy, tired, but not unhappy. In the afternoon, he climbed into the Christmobile. He threw on the headlights. It was already dark at 4 p.m., and drove to Goguen. Goguen was only the next town over, but he didn't know the roads and in a short time was lost. The Underfoot family were in the phone book, and he had located their rough address in the grainy map, helpfully printed in the back of the yellow pages. But between the dark and the falling snow, it was easy for a person to lose his way. And once he got off Goggen's main drag, it was a twisty maze of narrow lanes. The way the snow was falling, he didn't dare do much more than 15 miles an hour. Once a pack of 3 dogs chased his car, barking hysterically for almost 2 blocks. He was keenly aware that Goguen was not Potamaquasi. Finally, feeling he was close, he slowed the car alongside a steep hill behind an abandoned brick mill. Kids sailed down the hill on plastic sleds, whooping as they raced to the bottom of the nearly quarter-mile slope, which ended amid a tumble of rusting auto parts. It looked like a great way to fly headlong into a case of tetanus, but Arthur thought maybe some of the parents standing at the top of the hill could tell him where to find the Underfoots. There was a gravel lot up there, with a few parked cars in it, headlights throwing illumination onto the sledding hill. He turned in and was surprised to see a plow with a Rackham College decal on the driver's side door, the amber caution light revolving on the roof of the cab. He parked and got out. "Arthur!" Gwen hollered, and she held up a red plastic sled. "What are you doing out here? Did you get lost looking for a place to score drugs?" "Gwen Underfoot," said Gwen's mother. "You're the one must have got lost. Went and got lost looking for your manners." Gwen didn't pay her any mind. Mrs. Underfoot looked like a Lego figure in her puffy parka and snow pants, square hood over her head. Arthur saw her almost every day at the Briars, and she routinely brought him and the others cocoa and lemon coconut cake and peach strawberry pie. And it occurred to him now he had no idea of her first name. Gwen's father was Martin, Arthur knew, because he had looked him up in the school directory, where he was listed among the groundskeepers in the back. Her old man shook Arthur's hand, his dark, bloodshot eyes both wary and weary. "Mr. Underfoot," Arthur said, "pleasure to meet you." He said, which Arthur later realized was quite verbose for him. "Where are the rest of them?" asked Mrs. Underfoot. "It's just me tonight." "Did you come to watch me break my neck?" she wanted to know. "Sorry to disappoint you." "She won't go," Gwen said. "She says sleds are for kids, but what she really means is that fun is for kids. It kills me. Come on, Mom, we'll go together. Just imagine it. The thrill of the speed, the darkness racing by." Mrs. Underfoot glanced down the hill. "I'm imagining a burst spleen and a bunch of hospital bills we can't pay. I didn't give up on fun, Gwenny. I gave up on being a 110-pound girl made of rubber. You go, I'll stay up here with the first aid kit." "I'll go with you, Gwen," Arthur said. When Gwen turned her face to his, it shone with a mixture of delight and surprise. Her pleasure was so immediate and so undisguised he couldn't help feeling a fresh, bitter spasm of shame. He didn't deserve a look like that, a look of such gladness. "Climb on," she said, and dropped her cheap plastic sled on the snow. She settled herself in the front end. "You can be the big spoon." He got on behind her and put his legs to either side of her waist, his knees jutting over the sides. "Anyone ever get hurt doing this?" "All the time. Scott Carson from school hit the half-buried blade from someone's table saw when he was 9. Took off 2 fingers, which is a reminder to keep your hands inside the sled at all times. If we dump, try and throw yourself on top of me. That way at least I can cop a feel before I die. You ready, old pal?" "Ready as I'll ever be, old buddy." He put his knuckles into the snow and pushed them forward, a foot at a time. But it was Mr. Underfoot who leaned in, gripped the back of the sled, and launched them into the night. In less than 10 seconds, they were doing 30 miles an hour and screaming their heads off. At the bottom, they ground to a slow, squeaky halt amid the litter of auto parts. They sat in the sled for a while, watching kids half their age come rocketing down, howling all the way, sometimes toppling out while the sleds were still moving at high speed. Finally, they climbed out and Arthur took the rope at the front of the sled to drag it while they trudged up the slope. "We hit that one bump so hard," Arthur said. "I thought I was going to accidentally take your virginity." "Ha ha," she said. "More like I'd actually take yours, Arthur." He thought of Tana and a sick feeling pulsed through him. He took a deep, scouring breath of cold air and pushed his guilt away. He bumped her shoulder with his. "How are the college applications going?" She gave him a sharp-eyed, sidelong glance. "Polished and done. Kennebec, Husson, University of Southern Maine." "Not Rackham?" When she spoke again, he thought she was clamping down on annoyance. "No, Arthur. It costs $50,000 a year to go to Rackham College. That's more than my father's annual salary, and I don't have the grades for a scholarship. You know this." "Unless one of your parents is faculty, then you're eligible for one of 3 different payment plans, all at massively reduced rates." "My father isn't a teacher. He plows the roads. In the summer, he pilots the riding mower." "Doesn't matter." "Says who?" "Says the college's own bylaws. I've got a photocopy of the relevant clauses in the car if you want to look." Gwen thought it over, then shrugged. "I doubt I have the grades. You wouldn't believe how I've struggled in Spanish. I'll be lucky to pull a C- in Spanish 3. "I can help you with Spanish. And 1 grade doesn't matter that much, especially when you've done 5 years of volunteering with the Big Sisters of America." "I didn't do that to impress the admissions department of Rackham College," she said with some heat. "I know you didn't, but they'll take it into account all the same." "They don't take townies." "Oh, will you quit with that college kids versus the people who clean their floors bullshit?" he said with an edge that surprised both of them. "Makes you sound like Jane Nicewander. All that matters is whether you got something in you worth building up or not, and you do. You're smarter than all of us put together. Can't you at least try? What are the odds I'm going to talk you into this?" "About the same odds that you can get my mother to sled down this hill." "Copy that," he said, and quickened his pace. "Arthur?" she asked, hustling to keep up with him. He didn't speak until they were on top of the hill, both of them breathing hard, vapor steaming from their lips. "Mrs. Underfoot," Arthur asked, "will you sled down this hill with me? I'll take care not to steer us into anything that can give you hepatitis." "Arthur Oakes, have you been drinking?" "I'm dead sober, Mrs. Underfoot. What if I told you your daughter's future happiness depends on the two of us taking this sled down this hill right now?" Gwen said, "Do you have any shame at all?" "None," he said. "Mrs. Underfoot, I will not let you be hurt." Mrs. Underfoot cocked her head, studying him intently. "That's not my concern. My question is whether Gwen is going to wind up hurt." He thought of Tana, tasted bile in the back of his mouth, and swallowed it down. Not a chance. Mrs. Underfoot stared at him a moment longer, a faint smile touching her lips. "Arthur," Gwen said, "for the record, you are an absolute rat." "He better not be," Mrs. Underfoot said, and sat down in the sled. She looked back at her husband. "If I don't come back, Martin, return the videos to the corner store. They're on the table by the TV. I don't want no more late fees. And there's frozen mac and cheese in the icebox." "Mm-hmm," he said. And when Arthur sat behind Mrs. Underfoot, Martin took the back of the sled and began to run, thrusting them into the darkness. Mrs. Underfoot screamed and took Arthur's hand as they fell off the edge of the world. She screamed so loudly, Arthur almost couldn't hear Gwen laughing behind them. 17. Van and Donna flew back to the Panhandle on the Friday before Christmas. Allie was already gone, had left for Texas after taking her last final in the middle of the week. "Are you going to have Christmas with anyone?" Allie had wanted to know. Allie loved Christmas, had worn Christmas sweaters all month long, and attended choir practice at the campus chapel like it was a full-time job. Arthur could see it horrified her, the thought that he'd spend the holiday alone in his off-campus apartment. "He's going to spend it with me," Colin said, putting an arm over Arthur's shoulders. "We're going to drink my granddad's oldest whiskey, and I'm going to beat his ass at chess." "I'd have to drink quite a bit before I start losing to you, Colin," Arthur said. He felt a glow of happy warmth spreading through his chest, as if he had already had his first swallow of scotch. It was the first he knew he was expected at the Briars on Christmas morning, the first he knew he had something to look forward to. He had made no firm plans beyond visiting his mother on Christmas Eve. He pointed the Christmobile toward Black Cricket early on the morning of the 24th. The defroster labored on full but couldn't keep up with the bitter cold outside. Arthur didn't see the ranchero behind him until he was halfway to Black Cricket, and then he couldn't stop glancing at it in the rearview mirror. The ranchero rolled into an empty slot while he was walking toward the visitor's entrance. He looked back, waiting for Jane and Ronnie to get out, but the truck just sat there. The sun glanced off the windshield in a dazzling blue glare, obscuring everything behind it. He scuffed into the waiting room and made his way to the security window. "It's not happening today, kid," said the CO behind the glass. "I'm real sorry. Your mother was moved to isolation this morning, fighting the cafeteria." "My mother got in a fight?" Arthur said. "My mother is a pacifist." "Oh yeah? That why she's in here? Too much pacifism?" "Has she been hurt?" In his mind's eye, he saw a close-up of someone pounding the shiv into the small of her back, once, twice, a third time, thump, thump, thump. If she was hurt, she wouldn't be in isolation. She'd be in the infirmary. He forced the vision of a lunch haul knifing out of his head. "Ma'am, I drove 3 hours to see her. It's Christmas tomorrow." "I hear you. I get it. You must be crushed. I would be too." And she sounded like she meant it. "But there was an incident in the cafeteria, and your ma was right in the middle of it. A search of her cell produced contraband." "What contraband?" Arthur asked. "I'm not free to share that information." "Please, what contraband?" The guard tapped the clipboard against the edge of the desk. "A spoon with the handle sharpened to a blade." Arthur was aware of a bitter taste in his mouth, as if he had just bitten down on copper wire. "I will tell you," the guard said. "The fight is one thing, fights happen. A knife is another. It's sure to come up in her parole hearing. I'm real sorry." She was still talking when Arthur pivoted on his heel and headed for the exit. He punched through the plexiglass doors and plunged into the bitter, stinging cold. The ranchero idled 100 feet away. "You happy?" Arthur shouted. The ranchero began to creep forward. He stalked toward it, but it was already turning away from him in a slow U. "You happy, motherfuckers?" he shouted again, but the ranchero was accelerating now, back toward the security checkpoint in the state highway. He couldn't read the No Free Rides bumper sticker. It was hidden under months of road filth. But it didn't matter. He got the message all the same. 18. Although classes would not resume until January 15th, the library reopened on Thursday the 11th, and Arthur went in the following afternoon. The place had a closed feel, lights off in both wings, the carrels empty, the vast central room submerged in chilly blue shadows. The special collection was dark and desolate. When he looked around, Arthur thought it was obvious that books were missing. The shelves seemed less densely packed, hardcovers tipped against one another. It was probably just his imagination. The steel cabinet that held the most valuable books stood 3 inches off the ground on feet sculpted to look like reptilian talons. The lock was a 19th century beauty crafted in the shape of a heart as big as a man's hand. The key slid into it with a smooth, oiled click, and it sprang open with a snap. Rows of ancient books bound in worn, pebbled leather crowded the cabinet's 3 shelves. The volume he needed was on the middle shelf, preserved inside a large, handsome Solander box. Arthur pulled out the box, tugged on a blue silk ribbon to open the clamshell case, and there it was. The Crane Journal. He had been possessed by the morbid idea that it would look like the Necronomicon in The Evil Dead, a book bound in wrinkled flesh with a tormented face bulging from the front cover. But it was merely an oversized leather volume like any other, saddle-colored, worn, and nicked with age. He removed it from the box and returned the empty clamshell to the shelf. On a cursory glance, the book might not be missed. He pushed the door of the safe shut and refastened the lock. He knew of only 3 keys that could open the safe, and he knew who had each. Mr. Meckfessel, the head librarian, had the original. One of the 2 dupes was with campus security. The other was with him, one of only 3 black kids at Rackham College, and the only student whose mother was serving time for murder. Sooner or later, the book would be discovered missing, and they wouldn't have to scratch their heads for long to figure out who had taken it. It was only a matter of time. 19. Later, Arthur could not quite remember the chronology of events. None of them could. Later, they could not even agree how long they worked at bringing King Sorrow over from the long dark. Donna and Van thought everything happened that Friday night. Gwen said it was the night after on Scatterday evening. Gwen insisted that Scatterday was the secret day hidden between Friday and Saturday. Colin liked the idea of Scatterday, a pocket in time crammed full of junk like a small child's pocket, only instead of marbles and string it held dragons and trolls and sorcery. Allie said not only did Scatterday exist, but there was an extra number between midnight and 1, Dragonity. She insisted it had been 10 after Dragonity when King Sorrow first spoke to them. He had worked his full shift at the library and walked out of the place a little after 6 with the Crane Journal in his messenger bag. 20 minutes later, he walked into the Briars. The others were waiting for him in the kitchen. Gwen was on her usual stool at the kitchen island and knew at a glance that he had stolen the awful book Jane had commanded him to take. Understanding passed between them without a word. All of them knew. They gathered in front of the TV to watch America's Most Wanted. Not as good as Unsolved Mysteries, but it would do in a pinch. Settling in the big second-floor room at the back of the house, a den with aromatic cedar beams and the quality of a refinished attic. Colin left them during the first commercial break and returned with a package of mottled white paper, soft as unprocessed cotton, which he unfolded to reveal a clear plastic bag of bright sapphire leaves. He rolled a joint for Van, who took a long, sucking hit and then casually passed it to Allie. He rolled another for himself but gave it up when Donna wordlessly reached for it. Then he tossed back the flap of Arthur's messenger bag and helped himself to the Crane Journal. Colin settled in one corner of the couch, reading by the light of the TV. Later, that seemed significant. Memory began to fragment and splinter, for all of them, as soon as he cracked the cover of the book. Of course, it wasn't just reality that went hazy right around then. The air was so fogged with ganja smoke the room was turning into a Navajo sweat lodge. It swirled in serpentine patterns, as if invisible snakes moved in the air. He branded himself with a hot cross right between the eyes to make the devil's voice go away, Colin said without looking up from the book. How old was he? Gwen asked. 13. Sounds like adolescent schizophrenia, Allie said without looking from the TV. Onset is usually 13. It affects less than 1% of children and is more common in boys. Allie, Van said, you know the percentages on everything. What are the odds you'll smoke enough of this shit to get horny and want to ride a cowboy? About the same odds as you ever being a cowboy, Donna answered for her. 0. Colin brightened. He branded the Cobbett sisters, too. One of them wanted it and one of them didn't. The one who didn't was 9. They held her down and branded her on the stomach. They all had devils in them, bossing them around. What were the devils telling them to do? Donna asked. The usual devil shit. Dance naked in the woods, butcher their mothers like hogs, denounce Christ and bow before the rulers of hell, Baal, Ereshkigal, Father Ruin. I'm pretty sure Father Ruin is on tour with Rat next summer, Van said. And King Sorrow, Colin said, his finger moving along the page. They had to swear fealty to His Majesty King Sorrow. We don't want to forget him. How could we forget King Sorrow? Arthur asked. Give me some of that. Donna passed him the blunt. I didn't know you smoked weed, Gwen said. Arthur said, I didn't know I committed felonies. Turns out I'm full of surprises. 20. Colin turned another page and a crease appeared across his wide brow. Uh-oh. Something bad is happening here. Jane Cobbett took Crane by the hand and led him to the barn and showed him her secret black contrapunctum, Colin said. Is that a book of spells? Donna asked. It might be a ward against the devil, Colin said, like a pentagram. Nope, Arthur said, inhaling deeply off the joint, feeling like his head was full of drifting sparks instead of thoughts. Pretty sure that's her pussy. 21. Yep, Colin announced 3 minutes or 3 hours later. It was her pussy. Men have 100 words for it, Arthur said, like Eskimos describing snow. 22. How's it going with Enoch Crane? Van asked. He sticking in anyone's contra whatum lately? Every chance he gets, Colin said, still reading. It was after midnight and they had put America's Most Wanted behind them. They were on to MTV now, Headbangers Ball. The window was open because the blue fug had started to make their eyes water and it was as hot as being under a pile of blankets together. Allie hung her head out into the night. What about burning down his neighbor's house? They going to hang him for it? Van croaked. Van was smoking like a house of fire himself, blue haze spilling from his lips, from his nostrils, from his clothes. He says that was King Sorrow. Who's King Sorrow again? Gwen asked. A creature summoned from the long dark, sort of a demon. No, a dragon. Enoch Crane calls him all kinds of things. Proud worm, cunning serpent, armored devil. But I think he's describing a conventional dragon, your basic Smaug class creature, sired by Father Ruin, the most ancient and powerful of dragons. How do you summon a dragon? Donna asked. Colin turned another thick, cottony page. They made their own spell from scratch. All magic, it turns out, is particular magic, unique to the people casting the spell. Enoch Crane would starve himself for a week and then eat cakes made from binderweed seeds, which I assume was your basic backwoods hallucinogen. Morning glory, I bet, Van said. Hillbilly LSD. Colin said. Then he'd fill a pail with water and talk to his reflection. He called it the other face. The other face knew all about sorcery. He told Crane that reality is a brightly lit cage everyone kept in their own cell. The long dark is on the other side of the bars, an infinite space full of frolicking spirits. Those bars aren't there to keep us prisoner. They're there to keep us safe from the stuff out in the long dark. The creatures that dwell there are irresistibly drawn to reality. They envy our actuality. If you want to open the cage and let them in, you need to make a kind of magical key. and everyone's lock is different. Crane cast spells with these Cobbett sisters. To summon King Sorrow, one of the sisters carried a dead crow in her arms until it flew. The other sister went around with a bonnet full of eggs, describing everything she saw to them. Then she cracked them one by one, and the last one held an eyeball. Crane opened his chest as if it were a cabinet, removed one of his kidneys, and made a meal of it, an offering for the king. Once they had each broken reality in their own individual fashion, they joined in a circle, and the world went dim, and they bargained with King Sorrow. Sounds like they made a Philip, Gwen said. An Elwood Hondo. Yes, I surmised much the same thing. Colin turned another page. Allie? Allie, are you sick? Gwen asked, stirring, sitting up. Allie had been leaning her head and shoulders out the window for almost the entire conversation. There's some guy walking through the backyard, Allie said. Van drifted to the window, put his hand on the small of Allie's back, and looked out. What's up, man? Yo! Allie and Van pulled their heads back into the room at the same time. He disappeared around the corner of the house, Allie said. Wonder where he's going. At 2 in the goddamn morning? Donna asked. In the middle of the goddamn Maine winter? There's nothing out here to walk to. On the TV, someone played a guitar with sparks flying out of the neck. No one could seem to sustain any interest in the man who had crossed through the yard. So, are we going to go for it? Van said. Go for what? Arthur asked. Gwen shifted her gaze to him. What we've been talking about for the last however many hours. Summoning King Sorrow. What do you say, Arthur? Do you want to bargain with a real-life dragon? 23. At some point, they made their way to the study and fell into their usual stools around the card table. Arthur wasn't sure when. He remembered telling Gwen he did want to see a real live dragon, and then nothing until they were all sitting around the study underneath that wall of bright butterflies in their shadow boxes. They were all stoned and determined to stay that way. Later, he believed they stayed high to give themselves moral cover so they could say they were baked at being silly and never thought it would work. Of course, they thought it would work. King Sorrow was sired by Father Ruin, the oldest of all the dragons to visit Midgard, land of men, Colin told them, while he poured whiskeys. He was the only one of his brood not eaten by his mother, Old Char. Sorrow persuaded her that he was too scrawny to eat, that she would choke on his bones. Instead, he said, eat father while he's sleeping, and handed Old Char her own plump tail, and she devoured herself. The old Ouroboros trick, Arthur said, which got him some looks. Dragons usually only come to Midgard to lay eggs, like a migratory bird, but they live in the long dark where they feed on nightmares for most of their long lives. They dream of our world and we dream of theirs. That's a bit of an Ouroboros right there, Arthur, Colin said. Why do you keep talking about the northern lights? Allie asked. Not the aurora borealis, Arthur said. A Ouroboros is the ancient symbol of a snake eating its own tail. What's that a symbol of? I think it means what goes around comes around, Gwen said. Oh, Allie said. Well, I've always wanted to see the northern lights. I think they're romantic. Take me somewhere I could see the northern lights sometime, Van. Okay, Van said. It's a plan. King Sorrow has often visited Earth to serve the wicked ends of men, Colin continued. His bargains entail having someone to slay, or he claims his right to slay you. He may even have served Herod, who died after he drank a goblet of King Sorrow's tears, a swift poison. You mean Herod from Jesus Christ Superstar? Donna said. And other notable Christian texts, Arthur said. Before that, he was with Mithridates, Colin said, and afterward with Genghis Khan. Sounds like if your aspiration is to be one of the world's great mass murderers, King Sorrow is your guy, Van said. Or if you want to be one of the world's winners, Donna said. Colin went on. Dragons like riddles and wordplay, and King Sorrow is no exception. They enjoy games, but have been known to throw terrible tantrums when they lose. Beating a dragon in checkers is a great way to end up with a flattened barn and a whole mess of charred sheep. But they eat pain, not flesh. Oh, they'll inhale a cow or a family of 4, but it's not really satisfying. The pain and the fear of their prey is the feast. Pretty sure Jane Nicewander is on the same meal plan, Gwen said. Van drummed on the edge of the card table. Come on, how do we get this clown show started? We've already started, Colin said, looking at each of them in turn, his eyes brilliant with pleasure and purpose. We needed a story to believe, and now we've got one. Some of what I just told you is from the journal and some I made up, but I knew it was true when I said it. So what now? Arthur asked. There's a radio dish in Puerto Rico, the Arecibo Observatory, as big as a lake. They use it for radio astronomy. It can detect the faintest signals from hundreds of millions of miles away and transmit as far. That's what we want to be now. We're a circle, like that radio dish, and we're transmitting a signal into the long dark. Put the fingers of both hands on the table. Don't lift them. Then we start asking King Sorrow to make himself available to us, like when my grandfather and his friends invited Elwood Hondo to say hello. Yo, King Sorrow, Van said, setting his fingers on the table. Where you at, bitch? King Sorrow, can you give us a rap and let us know you're here? Hello, calling Radio Dragon, do you copy? Hey, King Sorrow, give us a knock. So they began, talking over one another, jeering and pleading and requesting his presence with mock formality. At first it felt stupid and Arthur didn't participate. Donna was roaring. Come on, you cold-blooded fuck, we're waiting. Give your scales a shaking, come on down. And he stared at the green felt tabletop, fingertips pressed to the surface, and the half-full tumbler of whiskey next to his left hand. His throat was hoarse from all the weed, and he was wondering if anyone would care if he lifted his hand for a sip. He was looking into the tumbler, and a reflection of his left eye stared back from the surface of his 18-year talisker, then closed in a slow, sly wink. A tingle of shock spread through his chest, and for a moment he was struggling to breathe. Water, he croaked. What's that? Gwen asked. We need a bowl of water, he said. To see the other face. It worked for Enoch Crane and it will work for us. Colin crossed the room to the cabinet of curiosities and returned a moment later with the olive-colored helmet that had once belonged to the Russian seer Wolf Messing. He carried it into the bathroom, and when he returned it was sloshing with water. If we're going to attempt laconomancy, we should use a basin with some power in it. Laconomancy, Dan said. I thought we were trying to raise a dragon, not turn someone into a werewolf. Laconomancy is the art of contacting other worlds through water, usually collected in a sacred dish. The helmet of a Jewish psychic ought to do. Colin said it in front of Arthur, who looked into the water. A jade darkness. Let's try again. Hands on the table. This time Arthur was the first to speak. King Sorrow, will you speak to us? Will you tell us how we may bring you closer? Paging King Sorrow, Allie cried. Paging King Sorrow, clean up on aisle 6. Come on, King Sorrow, Gwen said. We have snacks. Arthur stared hard at his own reflection, waiting to see the face in the water come to life on its own. The air felt dry, charged. Arthur thought if he touched Gwen sitting on his left, he would give her the mother of all static electricity zaps. After a few minutes, he shook his head in frustration. Nothing. This isn't working. Let me try, Allie said. He handed her the great, spiny, bleached conch shell. Conch shell? Wasn't it supposed to be a Russian helmet? And she held it to the side of her face and began to speak into it as if it were a telephone receiver. King Sorrow, hello? Operator, can you put me through to King Sorrow? Come on, you fucking snake, Donna said. Slither out of your hole already. The door is wide open, so come the fuck... The door to the hallway slammed shut, as if someone had kicked it. Donna screamed and jerked her hands off the table. Arthur almost fell off his stool. Fuck my fucking ass, Donna stammered. Who did that? I think we know who, Colin said. Arthur wondered how he could sound so calm. Arthur's own heart was on a rampage, whamming furiously in his chest. Put your fingers back, girl, Gwen said. You don't do something like this halfway. Donna gave Gwen a startled, unhappy stare, but put her fingers back on the table. I thought twins had identical reactions to things, Arthur said. How come you didn't jump up, Van? Couldn't, Van said, his face a rigid blank. Shit my pants. The doorknob turned. The sight gripped Arthur with a dreadful fascination. He could not have been more horrified if he had been watching someone approach him with an axe. He didn't think he could bear to find out who was on the other side. But when at last the door eased open, it showed only the dimly lit hallway beyond. "This isn't funny," Donna said. "Never was," Gwen said. The door slammed shut again. Donna flinched. Colin didn't react, his gaze fixed on Allie. She didn't react either, was listening intently to the great conch shell. Yes, she was definitely holding a conch. Arthur didn't know what had happened to Wolf Messing's helmet, her eyes remote and far away. Across the room, the doorknob began to turn again. "No, no, no," Donna said. "Don't come in." "Yes," Arthur shouted over her. "Yes, do. King Sorrow, we invite you in." The house groaned and creaked as if it had been struck by a great blast of wind, although outside the night was still. Arthur was briefly gripped with the queerest sensation, a feeling like some giant hand had reached down and given the whole house a sudden sharp twist, as if the Briars itself was a doorknob rotating in a great claw. His stomach turned with it. The others felt it too. He saw Van and Gwen grab the edge of the card table as if they might be flung from their seats. Colin wobbled for balance on his dealer's stool. The door on the far side of the room sailed gently open. Only the lights had gone out in the hall, and now there was nothing on the other side except the long, dark, impenetrable blackness. Allie passed the hand mirror across the table to Donna. Hand mirror? Wasn't it a conch shell? What happened to the conch? Arthur wondered. What happened to the helmet? And stood. Her face was tranquil and empty, her eyes unfocused. She crossed to the player piano, arranged herself on the bench, and began to play. Arthur recognized the theme straight away. Puff the Magic Dragon. The door slammed once more. Donna jumped, almost fell off her stool. "This is fucked," she said. "Look in the mirror," Van told her. "See what you see." "I don't want to," Donna said. "I don't like where this is going." "You aren't Katie Lewis, sis," Van said, a name Arthur had never heard before. "We're here. I'm here. I'm with you no matter what happens, all of us." Donna lifted the mirror. It had a jagged Y-shaped crack running up the middle that split her face into 3 misaligned segments and stared raptly at her own wan reflection. Behind her, the doorknob began to turn once more. Arthur's skin crawled and he thought, make it stop. But he did nothing to make it stop, not even when the house groaned and shifted again, seemed to rotate beneath them once more. A few books fell off the shelf behind him. Donna came jerkily to her feet, shoving the mirror across the table toward Colin. Van rose a moment later, using the table to push himself unsteadily up. When Arthur looked at him, Van had a pair of white sand dollars placed over his eyes like coins on the eyes of a corpse. But then he walked around the table, passed behind Colin, and when he came out on the other side, his eyes were just his eyes. The door threw itself open, and there was a featureless darkness where the hallway belonged, and then an eye the size of a headlight opened sleepily in the darkness. It was a golden eye, stained an infected red, and Arthur found himself choking back a scream. "Oh God, he sees us! He sees us all the way from the long dark!" And the eye closed again, and the darkness was absolute, and the door closed very gently once more. Only Colin and Gwen and Arthur remained at the table now, and Arthur's brow pricked with a rotten sweat, and Colin was staring into the helmet filled with water. No sign of the mirror now, or the conch. Wasn't there a conch? The house lurched. The doorknob was turning again. He didn't want to see what was in the hall now. Instead, he looked out the French windows and saw himself walk past in the snow out beyond the patio. The sight gave him a jarring sense of dislocation. He began to pant, and he shook his head to clear it. "I'm not there. I'm here, damn it," he told himself, but it didn't feel true. Later, the others told him he had been the first to leave the table, and he thought probably they were right, and he had left some ghost of himself behind to observe the proceedings. A terrible, sickening notion, a terrifying one, to think the soul could so casually be spilled from the body, knocked out of it like whiskey from an overturned tumbler. The sight of himself was the worst thing yet, and so he turned his gaze away from the window and was immediately sorry. The door yawned wide, and the eye all but filled it, was as big as the tire on a tractor. The golden iris was stitched with crimson threads, slit up the middle by the long black line of the pupil. Arthur shut his eyes so he wouldn't have to see it. When he opened them again, the door was closed. Colin had placed the helmet brimming with water in front of him. Arthur looked down at his reflection, and his reflection gazed blankly back. When the face in the water began to speak, lips moving, although only Arthur heard the voice in his mind, a voice that was not his own. The tongue that flickered out was black and forked. Arthur stared fixedly into the water and learned what was expected of him. 24. The dark man fled across the snow, and Arthur Oakes followed. They each had a job to do, although Arthur was only vaguely aware of what was expected of the others: music and courtiers for the king, a proclamation to announce his arrival, incense to honor the royal presence. Arthur was required to prepare the king's meal, which meant catching the dark man who was carrying it. It didn't look like he was carrying anything, but he had it on him. Arthur knew it. He had tried to run him down at first, had run shouting, "Wait, motherfucker, shit!" But the dark man could run too and didn't seem to get tired. When Arthur slowed to a walk, so did his quarry. Instead, Arthur decided to try and gain on him in subtle increments. He had gone outside in his sneakers without a coat, and by the third trip around the house he was very cold. That was part of it, he thought. He wasn't allowed to go back inside and get a coat. If he did, the fleeing man would escape, and so the dark figure, who he was fairly sure was Enoch Crane himself, walked, and Arthur followed in the deadly chill. Their path took them in a rough ellipse around the briars, through a stand of birch, past a family graveyard, over hillocks, along a narrow path through bunches of wild thorns armored in ice. Fairy tale country, Arthur thought. His winding course took him past the open French windows. The library within was lit up like a theater. Colin sat on a purple pillow with a water bong, facing the stone patio and blowing smoke rings, looking like Alice's caterpillar. Allie hunched over the piano, mechanically banging out Puff the Magic Dragon. The keys were smeared with blood. She meant to play it until her fingers were smashed down to the bone. Arthur could distantly glimpse Van and Donna sitting on the floor across from each other. It looked like they were playing cards. "You aren't Katie Lewis, sis," Van said, and somehow Arthur thought he already knew who she was. Katie Lewis was the reason Donna thought sex offenders should be executed by firing squad. And Gwen, Arthur didn't know what task she had been given. Please let her be all right, he thought. Don't let her get hurt because I dragged her into this. Colin saw him passing. He exhaled 3 fat, trembling rings, then called out, "Keep going, Arthur. The king will expect a hot dinner after his long, cold journey." The dark man fled across the white desert, and Arthur followed. A little hill led up to a stand of birch on the southern edge of the property. That was where the dark man slipped for the first time and went to one knee. When he rose, Arthur had shaved at least 20 feet off the distance between them, close enough to see his quarry was shirtless. Arthur had thought he was wearing some kind of crude, ugly tunic, but now he could see his arms were bare, and there was something wrong with his back, some very precise disfigurement. A broad square of glistening darkness rose from the small of his back to midway up his shoulder blades. The disfigured man limped on. He stumbled again, coming out of the icy thicket of blackberry bushes, a thorny snare hooking his arm and half turning him, causing him to reel. By the time he recovered, Arthur was close enough to hit him with the toss of a football, close enough to realize the other man was barefoot. Arthur almost pitied him. They circled the house again. Puff the Magic Dragon was still playing, but when Arthur glanced through the French windows, this time he saw Allie dancing to it, head down, hair in her face, arms waving over her head. So who the hell was playing? No one sat at the piano. He was still trying to figure that out when he heard Donna cry, "Dragon! Dragon, and that's game!" She leapt up from her card game with Van, who held a fistful of cards. He threw them into the air and they exploded in a shower of flames. The dark man fled across the cold desert, and Arthur Oakes followed. He felt as if he would be chasing Enoch Crane for the rest of his life. Arthur's breath exploded from his lips in a white smoke. When he checked the sky again, it seemed the moon was stuck in place, couldn't sink to the horizon and disappear, not until they finished the spell. "Come on, man," Arthur told him. "Aren't your feet cold? Let's get this over with." "I can bear it a while longer. My feet have been cold since I struck the end of a rope in the year of your Lord 1789. Crane's voice was a raw, deep slur from another century. "I can do this all night, brother. It's no skin off my back, which is more than I can say for you." When Arthur next crossed the flagstones behind the house, Colin's rings of smoke hung improbably still in the air. Colin blew another smoke shape from his bong, a dragon, no larger than a kitten. It opened its wings and began to fly, darting through each ring of smoke. Colin lifted his head to watch it go, and as he did, a storm of butterflies poured from the open doors, following the smoke dragon up into the stars. Gwen appeared behind Colin, staring after them. "Go on," Gwen called. "Fly to the land of Hanali and bring him back." Crane was limping now. He had slipped again in the snow and gone down hard on one knee. Arthur thought he had twisted the leg. It pleased Arthur to run him to earth. He felt the simple murderous joy of the hawk falling on the hare. When they were on the narrow, winding trail in the frozen-over blackberry thicket, Arthur began to run. The path twisted and meandered, and Crane could not see him closing in. When Arthur burst from the bushes, the dead man was not 10 feet away. He tried to put on some speed, but it was too late. Arthur lunged and took Crane around the waist, carried him down into the snow. Crane didn't struggle as Arthur flung him onto his back. He had a patchy beard and bad teeth, and the flesh of his chest had been peeled off as well, in a square that reached from nipples to navel. Where there should have been a cage of bloody ribs, there was instead a walnut cabinet with an ornate dragon carved in the center of a Celtic labyrinth. Arthur should have felt surprise or wonder or horror, but instead at the sight of this cabinet he was gripped with a euphoric, wordless triumph. There was only a single word in the entire English language that could express that feeling. Mine. "Aye," Crane said, as if Arthur had spoken aloud. "Yours, and meal fit for a king, and help yourself to it. Mark me, though, what you claim now is but an appetizer. He'll have your anguish for his mains, see if he don't." Arthur opened the cupboard door in Enoch Crane's chest to discover a cabinet of curiosities within. Its wooden shelves and cubbies held all kinds of clutter. Arthur saw an airplane ticket on one shelf with Allie's name printed on it. There was a sand dollar as white as a bleached bone, a bloody thumbprint stamped upon it. At the sight of it, he thought of Donovan. There was a paperweight showing the Twin Towers in New York City. For some reason, they were both spilling clouds of smoke like some homage to King Kong, when the big ape had scaled the towers carrying Jessica Lange. There was a postcard of a mossy stone bridge in a green country. The sight of it made Arthur's heart ache, and he was gripped with a sudden urge to apologize to Gwen Underfoot, although he could not have said what for. And on a shelf in the upper right corner of the cabinet was a human heart. Enoch Crane's heart. It was beating furiously until the moment Arthur removed it, coming free at his touch, cold as a raw steak from the fridge. "He promised me he'd have it," Enoch Crane said. "And he'll have yours too, Arthur, one way or another. He'll eat it or he'll stop it. Either way, King Sorrow wins." Arthur closed the cupboard. The heart in his hand stained his palm with blood but did not drip. He stood too quickly in darkness, squeezed his vision from either side. He needed to throw his head back and fill his chest with air to keep from falling. He glanced at the night sky, feeling lightheaded. A vast black shape flitted across the stars. When he looked down, Crane was gone, leaving behind a dirty, man-shaped indentation in the snow, stamped with a square of blood. He lowered his head, feeling the cold, and started walking again. The butterflies returned from the long dark as he crossed the flagstones to the French doors, only now they were burning, a flurry of billowing, flaming confetti, spreading an ugly stink. As Arthur entered the library, the overhead lights flickered, brightened, then went out. The music was over, the room still, the silence loud with suspense. That silence was a roar. He approached the card table holding a man's heart, and when Gwen saw what he carried, she left the room. She returned a moment later with a gold-edged platter, fine china for a king. Arthur set the heart upon it and sat at the card table, Gwen on his left, Van on his right. The upside-down helmet filled with water was rocking in the center of the table, the water slapping one side of the steel basin and then the other. The helmet rocked this way and that and abruptly flipped in the air as if someone had struck the rim. It landed right side up, its contents soaking the table. The front of the helmet bent upward slightly like a lip lifted in a sneer. Beneath was darkness. "What's this?" came a voice from inside the helmet. Deep, plummy, resonant, good-humored. "Is it a party? Oh, loverly. Will there be fun and games? I hope so. In fact," King Sorrow told them, "if we put our minds to it, I think we can have a bit of both." 25. Van found his voice first. "You're smaller than I expected, son. Somehow I didn't think you'd fit under a helmet." "Small as an evil thought, a worm in the brain," King Sorrow said. A puff of blue smoke rippled out from beneath the dented rim of the helmet. "Even a small notion can burn down a whole city. One such as myself expects to be addressed with the honorifics that are his due, Donovan McBride. But I suppose every king must have his fool, and a fool need not bother with the niceties of court." "How does one as magnificent as yourself expect to be addressed, my lord?" Gwen asked. "His Excellency, His Most Glorious Majesty, Crucifier of the Catholics, perpetrator of the pogroms, mass murderer of the Muslims, or underfoot simply Lord will do." Another streamer of smoke, and then he added, "Gwendolyn and Arthur. I knew a Gwen and an Arthur once. She was a whore. He was worse." "Oh, tell us, Lord, what's worse than a whore?" Gwen asked. "An idealist." "Your gracious sovereign," Colin said, "we humbly petition you to defend us in our hour of need, and to this end we have performed great deeds and are prepared to make sacrifice." "We have brought you a heart to feast on," Arthur said, putting 2 fingers on the edge of the gold-rimmed platter. "I have a better idea," said King Sorrow. "Let's riddle instead. If any of you can stump me, I'll pile that plate high with gold chain." "And what if you stump us?" Allie asked. "Then I will tear out your tongues and make a necklace of them, so your mewling voices will never disturb me again. You woke me from a deep sleep and a fine dream." "Of what do dragons dream?" Arthur asked. "Fire," King Sorrow said. "What else? Did you know that the obese will not burn so much as melt? They bubble away like a tallow candle. When a modern woman burns, she smells like bacon steeped in maple syrup. I don't remember women of the ancient world smelling so sweet, but that's refined sugars for you. Your modern diet, you know, is almost as bad for the health as knowing me, mate." "I'm too baked for riddles," Allie said. "Ha," King Sorrow replied. "You aren't baked yet, but lose a few riddles to me, and you will be." "Thank you, no, my lord," Colin said. "We honor you with a human heart and ask only that you rid us of our meddlesome foes." 2 fine tendrils of smoke streamed from the darkness beneath the helmet. "If you promise me a life, I expect to receive one," King Sorrow said. "All arrangements are final, no substitutions acceptable, unless you offer to substitute yourself. Know that I require time to come through from the long dark to the thin light of your world. As you can see, I am now only a shadow of myself, But given time, I will wax like the moon. With time, I will crack the fragile shell of your reality like an egg and be born into it in all my splendor. Upon Easter morning, whomsoever you name will cease to trouble you, your enemies and all who would defend them. There will be no safe shelter for them. No army will shield them from me. King Sorrow never said kill, but Arthur could not pretend, not then, not later, that they didn't all understand what he meant.
"What if they come for us before you're ready?" Donna asked, her voice harsh, ready to be angry. "Fat lot of good you do us then."
"Are you afraid your enemies will take you like Katie, Donna McBride?" King Sorrow asked. "Take you to die in terror and pain?"
"Don't you dare mock Katie Lewis," Donna said.
"You think I would mock a poor dead child? If only she had been one of my subjects, Donna, I would have skinned the men who hurt her while they were alive."
He paused. The helmet seemed to wobble this way and that, ringing faintly.
"If you assent, I will mark you all, invisibly. You will only see my mark when you need to see it. The mark of a serpent, twining its way around you in a protective sheath. Touch 2 fingers to the serpent's head, 1 touch, and I will leap from the long dark to protect you from any man or woman who would do you harm. Although I suppose you might still be killed by ambush. There are limits even to my regal powers, but console yourself. If one of you were to fall, struck down by a cowardly attack from behind, 5 would remain to call me down upon your assassin."
"That's not as consoling as you might think," Van said.
"Take heart. It is surprisingly difficult to truly catch an adversary unawares, Donovan. The fox always hears the blast of the horn and the yaps of the approaching dogs. Perhaps not one victim in 1,000 fails to see it coming, and such sorry souls are almost always distracted with some perverse business of their own. The thief counting his money while his accomplice readies the axe. That will have to be enough, and if it isn't, then goodbye and good night to you."
"It's enough for me," Colin said, glancing around the table at the others. Arthur moved his chin in agreement, saw the others nodding from the edges of his vision. "I get aggravated pretty easily," Donna said. "I usually want to kill 3 or 4 people a day. How often is too often to use this mark you're talking about?"
"I advise you to employ it sparingly. To strike before I am ready, I must draw from your internal energies, your own will and life force. I can fight a war for you, Donna McBride, but to use the mark in your own defense will leave you as aged and weary as if you had fought the war yourself. Is this acceptable to you? Your liege swears his protection, and in turn you offer me a sacrifice on Easter Day. Are we agreed?"
"The people we are talking about," Colin said, "are a pointless evil like AIDS. I can't speak for anyone else, but for myself, I would see them gone, blasted from the face of the earth." "I'd see them gone," Gwen said, "and my friend Arthur safe from them." "Hell yes," Donna said. "I'm in," Van said. "Do it," Allie agreed. A moment's silence followed.
"And you, Arthur Hoax?" King Sorrow asked. "I take it the enemies who haunt all of you are your own particular curse. Do you agree to my terms with a full heart?"
"With gratitude, Lord," Arthur said. "As for a full heart, it's here for you when you're ready to dine," touching the plate again. There was a bassy rumble of laughter.
"You understand. Should you lose your nerve, only one of your own lives will do as a replacement for those you name."
"If it's them or me," Arthur said, "I choose them. Jane Nicewander and Ronnie Volpe."
"My precious subjects," King Sorrow said, "I live only to serve you."
Possibly for dinner, Gwen said, and King Sorrow laughed again. Another blue stream of smoke came from beneath the helmet, followed an instant later by something that at first glance looked like a garter snake escaping across the green felt of the card table. When it unwound, slipping rapidly toward the china dish, Arthur had to repress a cry of revulsion. It was a tongue, forked at the end, glistening with spit, and at the sight he flashed to a memory of his own face, reflected in water, and a tongue just like it spilling from his own mouth. The tongue flicked at the heart on the plate, delicately tasting it, then coiled around it and pulled it across the table, leaving a wet, brown smear on the felt. The helmet rocked, tipped back just enough to drag the heart into the darkness beneath. As the tongue vanished, Arthur thought he saw the eye again, peering out at him from beneath the helmet. Small now, no bigger than his own fist. It was the same eye he had seen through the open door, a golden iris slit by the vertical pupil of a snake. The eye blinked like the shutter of a camera snapping shut and springing open again, fixed upon him. Arthur's chest tingled with horror. He wanted to scream. Instead, he grabbed the lid of the helmet and flipped it over. It thudded softly on the felt in the watery light of early morning. Arthur stared as the helmet rocked back and forth. It was hard to think, as if he had just been jolted awake from a nightmare. It had been Scatterday night when he grabbed the edge of the helmet to flip it over, but it was well after dawn by the time it landed upside down. Wolf Messing's helmet looked like it had been used as an ashtray, a few burnt roaches and some fragrant ash in the bottom. He peered around him to see if anyone else had noticed how suddenly the morning had come, springing upon them like a tiger from the tall grass. Arthur was alone at the card table. Van sat on the couch in his boxers and a t-shirt, a hand clapped over his face. Allie was behind him, massaging his neck. Gwen stood over Van with a glass of water and some Excedrin from the candy jar on Llewellyn's desk. "I feel like I swallowed a live snake," Van said, and Arthur almost laughed and thought, "Be glad it didn't swallow you. I ain't had the spins like this since I drank a pitcher of beer and climbed on a mechanical bull one time." The door behind the desk, the door into the spare bedroom, was open and Colin stood in it, in a white t-shirt and white jockeys. He was stringy and fit, not an ounce of extra fat on him, and his skull had recently been shaved. He came upon every day fresh made as if he had been stamped out by a machine. Movement behind him caught Arthur's eye, and he saw Donna roll over in the tangle of sheets, yawning, in a halter top and a G-string. She struggled out of bed, wrapping herself in the sheet, and joined Colin at the door. "Nothing makes a weekend like a bale of primo weed and a black mass," Colin said. "Ugh," Donna said. "So this is what Saturday morning looks like. I hate it." But she was wrong. It wasn't Saturday. It was Sunday. Saturday was gone, had vanished with King Sorrow. 24 hours of their lives, gone in one bite. 26. He made arrangements through Tana to meet with Jane that afternoon. "Yeah, that's just as well," Tana told him over the phone. "If you took the things she wanted, I don't want to touch it. I ain't what anyone would call a delicate girl, but just the thought of it gives me the willies. Makes my skin want to crawl right off my back. Just think, if that happened, maybe someone would make a book out of you," Arthur told her. "Ugh," Tana said. Then she laughed and said, "I wonder what the title would be. How about Bad Life Choices, the Tana Nicewander story? How about She Deserved Better, a Girl's Life in Goguen?" Tana laughed again. "You know something, Arthur? You ain't as terrible a person as you like to think you are." He took the Christmobile from his apartment and drove south into Goguen. The sky was pitilessly blue and bright, and every snowbank threw a blinding dazzle of reflected sunlight. He did not think about Enoch Crane or King Sorrow or a human heart sitting on fine china. By then he had already dismissed most of his rapidly fading recollections of the weekend, which felt like 3 days, not 2. Scatterday, he thought, and laughed.
It was cold in the car, and his breath gushed from his mouth in a golden smoke, as if he were preparing to exhale a blast of fire. If someone asked him what he had done with his weekend, some kindly and imaginary confessor to whom he could admit everything, he would have said he stole a book worth more money than most people made in a year. He didn't want to do it, but had been made to keep his incarcerated mother from being assaulted by a gang of moral imbeciles. His own crime made him sick. So sick he spent the weekend fucked up in front of MTV, smoking blunt after blunt, an act that was wildly out of character for him. He had dreamt pot-crazed dreams about the Philip experiment and dragons. He had spent hours chasing a dead man with a cabinet door for a chest, and if that wasn't the stuff of fantasy, he didn't know what was. He got to shut up and eat it ahead of Jane, parked out back, and sat in the Christmobile holding his hands up to the heaters. They were only just beginning to produce a trickle of lukewarm air when the ranchero slowed to turn into the lot. He climbed out into a sadistic cold that brought tears to his eyes and then froze them on his eyelashes. Jane slewed her ride to a messy stop, spraying rocks. Ronnie was slumped against the passenger side door in a snow parka, the hood pulled up so Arthur couldn't see his face, only a dark hole where his face belonged. That parka was the exact shiny black of a body bag. He looked like he'd been zipped in and heaped carelessly into the passenger seat. Arthur reached back into the Christmobile for the Crane Journal and walked around to the driver's side of the ranchero. Jane rolled down the window and stuck her hand out. Whatever he had been planning to say went out of his mind the moment he saw her face. "What's wrong with you?" Arthur asked. There were bluish circles under her eyes, and her color was bad, and her lips were so chapped they were peeling. She looked like she was fighting off a flu. She looked like death. "Couldn't sleep last night. Bad dreams. Probably because I knew I was going to have to deal with your sorry ass today, Oakes." "Was a lot worse than bad dreams," Ronnie said. His voice was muffled from inside the hood of his parka. "Bitch got wasted and passed out with a lit cigarette in her mouth. Lucky she didn't burn her face off or burn down the whole house. I told you, fuckhead, I wasn't smoking." Ronnie pushed his hood back and Arthur twitched. He looked bad, too. Beneath his whiskers, his skin was cheesy, almost translucent, and his eyes glittered from dark hollows. "Why'd you wake up coughing smoke then? I swear you were coughing sparks." The fine hairs on the nape of Arthur's neck stirred with a gentle unease. "So where was the fucking cigarette?" she yelped at him. "You probably swallowed it. You were so wasted I wouldn't be surprised if you ate the whole pack and thought it was a sandwich." She exhaled a thin, harsh breath through pursed lips and looked back at Arthur. They each held one end of Enoch Crane's journal. She turned it slightly to examine it. "I thought it would have a nipple on the cover or something," Jane said. "This just looks like any other old book." "Well, it isn't. It's worth more than all the other books I brought you put together." She tugged on it, but he didn't let go. Instead, he bent slightly to meet her gaze directly. "Jane, ask your buyer for 30. Not 12. 30. Jane's eyes were watery and bloodshot, and there were deep lines etched around her mouth, the sort of lines one expected to see in a woman twice her age. "She lives hard," Arthur said to himself. "She won't live long going the way she does." Then he thought, I wouldn't give her past Easter. A thought that gave him a shudder. Hadn't there been something about Easter in his weed-stoked dream of dragons? "I got no other place to take it, and she knows it. I've never budged her a penny. Miserable old bitch. I tried to argue her up once, and she looked at me like I was dog puke on the sidewalk. Stopped answering my calls for 2 weeks. In the end, I got less than her first offer and had to take it." Arthur said, "If she doesn't want it for 30, tell her to think on it. Tell her she can have a week, and then you're going to start tearing pages out and using them for toilet paper. She'll come up. Maybe not to 30, but at least to 20, maybe 25. Jane's eyes were fogged with exhaustion, but one corner of her mouth twitched at that. "Gosh, you're bold today. I hope this isn't because you want something out of Tana she hasn't given you yet. That what you want? You want anal?" A sliver of disgust, for himself as much as for Jane, lanced right through him, an emotion that felt like a stabbing. He said, "No, I want to be left alone until after February break." Her wide lips twitched in another suggestion of a smile. "Your mama got a parole hearing then, don't she? End of February?" "Yes, she does, and I'm going up there to testify on her behalf." To grovel if he had to. Too bad they found a shiv in her cell. That probably scotches that. A concealed weapon? That's a serious thing. Looks to me like she's going to have to do her full stretch. Don't get your hopes up, Arthur. They pass her over, she's in there another year. Dr. Oakes won't graduate until 1991, and neither will you. You and me still got a lot more business to do, I think. He felt ill at the thought of being caught, ruined, arrested. But he felt worse at the thought of continuing to get away with it, stealing for Jane month after month, with no hope of reprieve. "No," he said. "You forget. I graduate. I won't have access anymore." "You're friends with that shiny-headed rich bastard the Underfoots work for, ain't you? Wren? In his house all the time? You don't have access to the school library anymore. You'll still be able to get into the Briars. Colin Wren's grandfather is a rich old queen. I bet there's plenty to take in there." A sick throb pulsed in the side of his neck, up into his jaw. He shook his head. "Can't. I'll be gone, Jane. I leave for the UK in the middle of July to see my grandparents, and this year I'm not coming back. I'm enrolling at Magdalen College in Oxford to get my master's degree." When he thought of Oxford, it was with the desperation of a man who finds himself in freezing seas, a mile from shore, battling against the force of the tides. Jane smirked and looked away. "We can talk about that later, I guess." "Talk about what?" "Your post-graduation plans. I'm thinking that's something we probably ought to decide together. If your mom is still on the clink then, I figured you'd want to put off going to England and stay right close for emotional support. Hell, if you were to leave, who knows what would happen to her? She might get so heartbroken she decides to kill herself in her cell." His legs felt weak. He wondered if they'd give out on him, if he'd just sit down now on the frozen blacktop. "They skinned a fella to make this," Jane said, considering the book now. "Think of that." "I guess books and men aren't so different. They're both red after they're opened up." She tossed it into Ronnie's lap. He had pulled his hood back up, might have gone to sleep. She said, "If my Boston connection really does go to 20, you can have a break till the end of February. But then we're back in business, Artie. I'm getting a lot out of our little book club, aren't you?" He straightened. She was laughing when she rolled up her window. The inside of the window was steamed over from condensation, so she looked like a ghost of herself, seen through the glass. She looked like a drowning victim, submerged beneath a layer of ice. Arthur never stole another thing for Jane Nicewander. 27. When Arthur returned to the Briars that evening, he found the French doors thrown open wide in the study. The patio was littered with broken branches. A trail of pine needles led through the snow to the rock shelf above the water, where Colin and the others were gathered around the corpse of the Christmas tree. Arthur crunched across the snow, through the piercing, bitter cold, under the blackest and clearest night sky he had ever seen. He paused when he crossed a set of tracks, his own, from the night before. No, Arthur, those are from Scatterday. Just one. Whatever he had chased out there had existed only in his head. The others had not bothered with jackets, but stood around with tumblers singing nothing but a good time. Donna was pretending a can of lighter fluid was a penis. She groaned ecstatically as she urinated petroleum onto the tree. Allie's cheeks were so pink it looked as if she had been slapped, and she was laughing so hard she tottered from the force of her own hilarity and suddenly sat down in the snow. She was happily drunk, and it crossed Arthur's mind that Allie usually was by this time of the evening. Donovan was smoking a cigarette, tobacco, not weed, which was a relief because Arthur thought if he smelled ganja he might retch. Colin had 2 glasses of Glenfiddich in his hands, and he passed one to Arthur. They stood on a granite ledge 10 feet above a wide strand of stinking mud and driftwood. 50 yards away across the salt flats, the ocean gasped. The sea air had a refreshing, salty bite, and it felt good to fill his lungs with it. It felt even better when Gwen Underfoot bumped her shoulder against his. "You all right, old chum?" she asked. "As rain, old buddy," he said and tried to smile. Gwen wasn't fooled and gave him a concerned, interrogatory look. He shook his head to indicate they could talk about it later, or preferably never. "It's time to burn last year to the motherfucking ground," Colin said. "Who wants to do the honors?" Van flicked his cigarette at the Christmas tree. The 12-foot pine was right at his feet, but somehow he contrived to miss. Donna had just helped Allie to her feet, but at this they both roared with laughter, and this time when Allie's legs gave, she pulled Donna down on top of her. Donna sprawled between her legs, her head on Allie's chest, like an inebriated lover. Gwen bent, picked Van's smoldering butt out of the snow, and sailed it onto the tree. The blue spruce ignited with a great, hushed, concussive whoomp, and a flash of heat that drove Arthur and Gwen back. One of her heels slipped in the snow and he got a hand on her waist to steady her. She captured his chest between her arms. He felt her tumbler pressing into his back. She looked up into his face, a new question in her gaze, and this one was affectionate and hopeful. Her lips were slightly parted and her breathing was soft and her curls tumbled loose from under the band of her watch cap. He drew a deep breath and the air was so cold it made the inside of his chest ache. He wanted to kiss her, but in that moment he flashed to a memory of yanking down Tana Neiswander's jeans in the kitchen while Tana egged him on. Jane peddled her sister to men to keep them happy and compliant, and in a moment of moral blindness Arthur had let himself become one of them and put himself under Jane's power forever. He didn't want Gwen anywhere near the sort of man he was now. He prayed with all his heart she never found out the sort of man he was. And even if he hadn't helped himself to Tana, there was the problem of Oxford and Magdalen College. If he kissed her now, wouldn't he be making a kind of promise? And wasn't it one he couldn't keep? Come August, he meant to be gone, and if he wasn't, then either he would still be working for Jane Neiswander or he would be headed to jail himself. He wanted to hold Gwen, to kiss and be kissed, to hear her soft laughter and feel her soft breath on his neck. He wanted those things deeply, but he needed England. He needed to get the fuck out of this country as soon as he could. He needed to get across the ocean like a sick man needs medicine. Gwen underfoot was a silver pin that would stick him to America like a butterfly to velvet if he let her. If he fell into her embrace now, he would certainly be impaled and mortally wounded by his own want. He could be her friend, could want the best for her. If Gwen got into Rackham and escaped working for the Wrens, it would even be a kind of atonement for what he had done with Tana. He could walk away with an almost clear conscience. He drew back from her slightly, feeling he had only narrowly escaped being run through. Gwen waited, watching one emotion and then another moving across his features. She narrowed her eyes slightly and then seemed to nod to herself. She straightened and stepped out of his arms. He cleared his throat, feeling as if he had swallowed something sticky and salty that hadn't gone all the way down. "So that's up in smoke," she said in a warm, comradely tone. But whether she was talking about their future or the Christmas tree, he didn't know and didn't ask. 28. He was just letting himself into the apartment, back home after his Wednesday Anglo-Saxon seminar, when the phone jangled in the kitchen. He tromped in without getting out of his parka and caught it on the third ring. It was Tana. "My sis wanted me to let you know you're off the hook a while," Tana said. "Boston gave in," Arthur said. "Didn't they?" "I don't know anything about that. The only time Jane talks money with me is when she's decided I owe her some. She just said it turned out like you said it would and you earned yourself till February." She paused a moment and then said something that made the fine hairs stir on the back of Arthur's forearms. "I think that book scared her. She didn't like having it in the house, been giving her nightmares. I woke up the other night because I thought she was screaming at Ronnie, only Ronnie wasn't even home. He was up to Capehart to move some product. She was all alone. She was screaming in her sleep." Tana laughed, the hoarsened laugh of an old smoker. "Arthur Oakes has his revenge at last." She laughed again. Arthur didn't laugh with her. 29. Gwen banged on the door but didn't wait for him to answer. She let herself in, calling his name. "Here," he called, and she hurried into the kitchen, yanking herself out of her peacoat. It was the first week of February, a day of dazzling brilliance and bitter cold, and she had her hands clapped together, puffing on them to warm them. Arthur was crouched in front of the open oven. He had just been checking on a pair of Hungry Man TV dinners, fried chicken for Van, Salisbury steak for himself. They needed to bake another 10 minutes. At the age of 20, Arthur's idea of home cooking ran the gamut from peanut butter on toast to beans on toast, with space in between for chipped corned beef on toast. When they ran out of toast, they ate TV dinners. Donovan and Arthur did all their shopping at the 7-Eleven. Arthur hadn't been inside a supermarket since his mother had gone to prison. "You need to look at something," Gwen said. She reached for the hem of her Maine Black Bears hoodie and pulled it off over her head. The t-shirt beneath rose to the cups of her bra. His pulse quickened at that sight of smooth, bare stomach. Alongside a sudden, intense throb of desire, he had a disorientating sensation of time doubling back on itself, something stronger than garden variety déjà vu. It had been less than half a year since the day Tana walked into his kitchen and tugged off the Biko hoodie to give it back to him. The rest of her clothes had followed, a memory that thrilled and provoked regret in equal measure. He straightened and pushed the oven shut with his foot. Gwen grabbed his hand and towed him out of the kitchen and down the hall. "Are you okay?" he asked. "No, I'm going crazy and I'm scared out of my mind." She towed him into the dark of his room, turned, and without pausing, stripped off her t-shirt. She was breathing hard. The swell of her breasts shuddered in the pale violet cups of a worn-out bra. It was cold in his room, and her torso was already prickling with goosebumps. Arthur's pulse quickened, and he thought of a silver pin again, pushing through a butterfly and pinning it to black velvet. The needle was ready to sink into him now, and he wasn't sure he could flutter away this time. "Do you crazy kids need some time alone?" Van asked him from the hallway, peering in through the half-open door. "I could run some errands, head down to the Night Owl to pick up some beer, or lube, or whatever. I'm here to help." "Get in here, Van," she said. "I need you too." Arthur blanched. "Oh, wow," Van said. "Oh, wow." His voice softened, acquired an almost reverent tone. "I just never thought this would happen to me." "No," she said. "Not for that. I need both of you to tell me I'm not losing my mind. I just about want to throw up or sit down and cry. And I am not a throw up and start crying kind of girl. Both of you just..." She grabbed one of Arthur's hands and one of Van's and hauled them farther into the room. She positioned both of them so they stood with their backs to the bed. "Sit down, please." She hugged herself, arms crossed over her chest, and Arthur realized she was trembling. He sat down. Van sank onto the edge of the mattress beside him. "Whatever happens next," Van murmured to Arthur, "I'm willing to put a hand on your butt or something, but nothing more than that." "Shut up, Van," Arthur said. He was unnerved himself by then, had never seen Gwen afraid before. He felt instinctively that whatever she wanted to show them was something he didn't want to see. Gwen went around the side of the bed and turned on the lamp. Then she returned to stand before them. Her pupils were dilated from the dimness of the room. Her breathing was shallow and fast. "Please tell me you're seeing this too," she said, and lifted a hand to her left breast. "I don't," Arthur began, his gaze sweeping the length of her torso once and again, and then he pushed himself back and away from her, his skin crawling. Van made an unhappy sound in his throat, close to a moan. His gaunt hands clenched the sheets of Arthur's bed and squeezed into fists, bunching up the fabric. The tattoo faded in from her waist upwards, a serpent in black and red, winding all the way around her waist, disappearing behind her back, then re-emerging high on her ribs. Its spade-shaped head rested across the top of her left breast, not an inch from the 2 fingers she was pressing into her skin. She let out a pained breath and bent slightly, as if it hurt. "You see it," she said. "You both see it." She sounded weak and scared, but also relieved. "That's not real," Arthur said. "Yes, it is," Van whispered. "I've got one too." At that, Gwen's eyes widened. "You? What'd you say there?" "I've got one just like it." Van told her. His voice was pitched only slightly above a whisper. "What the hell do you mean you got one just like it?" Arthur asked. He was tingling all over, as chilled as if he were the one who had pulled off his shirt in this cold room. "I saw it 4 days ago when I got out of the shower. I was so freaked out I did some mescaline to calm myself down, and then later I told myself it was a peyote hallucination, even though when I got out of the shower I was cold sober, and I didn't look again because I was scared shitless of it coming back." Gwen's hand dropped from her breast and the tattoo began to vanish, disappearing from the head backward, erasing itself from her skin. In a moment, it was as if it had never been there at all. Gwen dropped onto one of the beanbags. Arthur had an idea her legs had gone out on her. "Are you both fucking with me?" Arthur asked. His voice had discovered a new, higher register. "Would I fuck, son?" Van asked him. "He said he was going to mark us." "Who said?" "King Sorrow, the dragon." Arthur felt a sense of dislocation so profound it dizzied him. He flashed to a recollection of chasing a dead man with a skinned back across the snow. He recalled a voice speaking from beneath a battered Russian helmet. A part of him knew those things had happened. Another part of him refused to know it. It was like experiencing double vision, the world splitting and separating into overlapping images, then swimming back together. Only it wasn't double vision, it was double memory. Van shifted his gaze to look at him sidelong. "You remember. I know you remember. You fed him a heart on a china plate, not the kind of thing a person forgets." Arthur let out a short, gasping breath. "That's not funny." "It was never funny," Van said. He looked to Gwen. "You remember." Gwen was still topless aside from her bra, but whatever erotic charge had been present was long gone. She had her t-shirt in her lap, but seemed to have forgotten about it. The hand that had touched her breast now rose to her left temple and began to move in small circles there. "I remember I was really drunk, maybe for the first time in my life. Drunk, and I suppose I had a contact high, too. I remember I took the butterflies off the wall and I unpinned them and told them to fly away while they had a chance, fly to the land of Hanali and bring back Puff the magic dragon. Afraid they came back with a nastier lizard altogether, hon." "Why are we cloudy on what happened and you aren't?" Gwen asked. "I always thought someday I'd make contact with something from the astral realm," Van said, "if I smoked enough of the good shit. Matter of time, really." While they spoke, Arthur began to pull himself out of his shirt with leaden arms. He let it drop to the floor and considered his sunken torso in the poor light. All he had to do was lift his hand to his heart, but he found himself strangely unwilling as he would have been to reach into a gaping chest wound. "You were plenty willing to reach into an open chest not so long ago, Arthur. Don't kid yourself, you weren't." "Go on, Arthur," Gwen said. "We're here. We're in this together. Go on and do it." He touched his chest above his left nipple, and the tattoo faded in from his waist upward, winding itself around his torso. His sides prickled as if he were being kissed by a rope of thorns. "What happens if I touch the—" "Don't," Gwen said, and Van said, He comes through and lays waste." "Lays waste to what?" "Us, most likely." Arthur's hand dropped from his chest and the ink dropped from his skin, the lines unwriting themselves from his chest. They sat in silence together. Gwen was at his feet, had a hand on his knee, and was looking into his face with frightened eyes. "There's one bright side to this," Van said. "What's that?" Gwen asked. "I'm going to have to drop in on Allie and Donna now and tell them about this, and there is a practical certainty Allie is going to take her shirt off." The fire alarm went off, a stammering electronic shriek that went right through Arthur's head. "It's him," he thought in that first wild instant. "He's come through," believing the alarm was the alien shriek of a 400-ton reptile from a J.R.R. Tolkien novel. He leapt up, adrenaline gunning his heart, and then almost tumbled over Gwen. She caught his waist to steady him. There was a haze of smoke in the hallway. "Fuck," Arthur said, running into the kitchen where the smoke was thick enough to sting his eyes. "Fuck, fuck, fuck!" He jumped and stabbed the button on the fire alarm to shut it off. Arthur got a towel and waved it at the smoke. It caught in his lungs and he began to cough helplessly. He ran for the oven and threw it open, and a black gush of smoke billowed into his face, driving him back. And he sits up in bed, heart beating too fast, beating like after a blast of cheap, shitty cocaine. There's someone in the house, someone moving around. There's no way to tell what time it is. The digital clock by the bedside blinks 12 o'clock. It's been blinking 12 o'clock for days. Neither of them has bothered to reset it. The door lulls open a crack. A ghost-colored light flickers in the hall. At the bottom of the doorway, Jane can see a black shadow. As she watches, it shifts, moves, and disappears, as if someone had been standing there and is only now backing away.
Tana,
Jane whispers.
you up?
Ronnie sleeps on his stomach. The bed sheets kick back. He wears white Fruit of the Looms, so old they've assumed a certain transparency. His ass visible through the old fabric, and his face is half buried in his blood-stained pillow. He gets nosebleeds after too much coke and uses the pillowcase to wipe. She wants to club him one, wake him up, but he usually hits back, and she's not in the mood for a punch-up tonight. The TV is running. That's what's casting the spectral blue light glimmering in the hallway. She can hear Sports Center. Then there's a snapping sound and a hiss of static. A moment passes and there's another snap and Jane can hear MTV, Headbangers Ball, Ozzy Osbourne pouring himself a suicide solution. Tana. Has to be Tana. She can't sleep either. Still, when she slips out of the bed, she reaches for the shotgun, leaning against the wall beside the end table. It's a single-barrel Ithaca pump, and it was her daddy's gun. It's older than Tana, a slam-fire model. They literally don't make them like this anymore. Hold the trigger down and the Ithaca will fire as fast as you can pump shells into the chamber. It's not quite an automatic weapon, but it's perfectly possible to squeeze off 4 rounds in 4 seconds. She nudges the bedroom door open with the barrel of the gun and considers the short corridor to the living room. Tana's bedroom door is ajar on the left. The door to the bathroom stands open on the right, looking into maximum darkness. Jane creeps sidelong down the hall and peers through the open crack of Tana's bedroom door. The sight sends a paralytic tingle of alarm through her. It can't be Tana in the living room because Tana is right there, asleep on her side, one hand cupping the swollen curve of her belly and a copy of What to Expect When You're Expecting on the bed beside her. She snores delicately, her hair across her face. In the living room, the TV clunks to a new channel. The TV is 10 years old, and when someone changes the channel, it sounds like slamming a fresh magazine into a gun. The studio audience roars with unhinged laughter.
Who's there?
She cries. Without waiting for an answer, she shouts,
I have a gun.
The audience laughs and laughs as if that was the funniest thing ever. Tana makes a small, muttering sound in her bedroom and then says Jane's name, but she isn't all the way awake. Jane can tell from her tone.
Jane?
She moves. Has to move. Can't be still any longer. She ducks into the living room, lifting the Ithaca, swinging the barrel to cover the couch. As she does, the TV turns itself off with another loud clunk. Light collapses to a dot in the center of the screen. In its fading glow, Jane can see the remote on the armrest of the couch. It is not a large living room, and there is nowhere to hide. She can see in a glance. She's alone. The empty sofa, angled to face the TV, takes up most of the space. She wheels toward the front door. A black overcoat hanging from a peg looks like a man slouching against the wall, and for a microsecond, Jane is this close to emptying a barrel into Ronnie's favorite duster. Then she realizes she's moved too far into the living room and has her back to the open archway of the kitchen. She pivots on her heel to cover the tiny kitchen and sees a white, gaping corpse face staring at her through the window over the sink. She catches herself before she can blast away, realizes she's been tricked by her own reflection in the glass. Jane's hands are shaking as she revolves to face the living room once again. And now, for the first time, she can dimly see an image of something squirming across the television screen. Jane hits the wall switch and lights the room up. The TV screen has become a glass window looking into a dry aquarium. And there's a fucking snake stuffed in there. A snake as thick as a fire hose, knotted and tangled on itself. It shifts and twists slowly, hardly enough room inside the boxy old TV for it. That's an anaconda, she thinks. There is a fucking South American anaconda in the TV, and then she sees it has arms. Scaly arms and black talons, and one of those claws draws 3 white scratches across the inside of the glass with a faint, almost musical whine. Its face presses to the glass, staring out at her with one golden eye, the pupil a vertical black slit.
Who says there's nothing on the telly this hour of the night?
Remarks the thing inside the television, in a voice that reminds her of the sailor in Jaws. What was his name? Quint.
You never know when you might find a good creature feature, babe. Even better than that, Jamie. Sometimes, in the wee hours, a creature feature finds you.
A black forked tongue flickers from the dragon's thin-lipped mouth, and that one staring eye closes in a slow wink. Jane screams. She has never screamed so loudly in her entire life, and even so she can barely hear herself over the thunderous boom of the shotgun. Her hands are shaking, but the shot is true. The curved screen of her 10-year-old TV erupts. The back of the TV explodes outward, blowing capacitors and diodes straight through the wall. She advances on the television. Coming around the sofa, she racks another shell into the pipe, and because she's still depressing the trigger, the Ithaca booms again. This time punching a hole in the floor in front of the television. The sudden detonation scares her so badly, she takes a stumbling step backward. Her calves strike the couch, and she abruptly sits down. Through the droning in her ears, she hears her sister screaming and Ronnie falling out of bed. Jane stares at the smoking wreck of her TV, looking for the black ruin of the snake, the thing that spoke to her. But he's gone. He's gone now. Which should be a relief, but she's fighting for breath, and there's a terrible thought cycling through her head. A paranoid chant, the worst thought of her life.
He knows my name. He knows my name. He knows my name.
Van muttered, coughing weakly. Arthur came back to himself, sitting on the floor, back to the wall. The haze was clearing. Gwen stood in the open back door, 1 foot out on the step, but the room remained blurry with smoke. He swung his head heavily toward Van, who was on all fours near the oven. Van looked back at him, and his eyes were white and hideous, covered with a filmy, semi-transparent, nictating membrane. He blinked, and the membrane was gone. "You were there too?" Arthur asked him. That was how it seemed to him. He had not had a vision. It was more powerful than that. For a time he had simply left the kitchen and gone to live in Jane Nicewander's head. The inside of her head was a dreadful place to find oneself, about the worst place he had ever been. Prison would be better. Van gazed blankly back at him, and Arthur knew he hadn't heard the question. He was still making his way back from Jane's head to his own. Arthur peered across the room. "Gwen, did you—" Arthur began. He didn't need to finish. The answer was in her face. "What did we do, Arthur?" she asked. "What in God's name did we do?" "I don't know," he told her. "But whatever we did, we have to find a way to stop it." 30. Colin stood behind the card table, and the rest of them sat across from him, spread out along the curved leather bumper as if they were there to play blackjack and he was there to deal. He offered them whiskey, but none of them wanted to be drunk. Gwen made tea instead. Arthur took in his friends' faces. Gwen had recovered herself a little. Her face had a washed-out, colorless quality, as if she had recently come in from the cold or was recovering from a flu. Van perched awkwardly on the edge of his stool, a hungover cowboy barely able to stay in the saddle. Allie waited in a state of almost military readiness, back straight, knees together, little spots of color in her cheeks. Donna sat hunched and flushed beside her. The two of them were holding hands under the table. In the end, Arthur, Van, and Gwen had all gone together to the dorm room Allie and Donna shared on campus. When Allie had seen her own tattoo blooming across her pale, delicate skin, she had begun to laugh hysterically, laughter that sounded dangerously like screaming. Donna hadn't laughed. Donna had hardly said anything in 3 hours. Arthur thought nothing made Donna angrier than being afraid. Only Colin was his usual self, serene and smiling, his bald Mr. Clean dome looking as if it had been recently waxed. "How long have you known?" Arthur asked. "I thought we all knew. I thought we had just silently agreed never to speak of it." Colin paused, then shook his head. "No, wait, I take that back. I thought some of you had blacked it out on purpose, or decided it was something you dreamt. The mind resists knowing some things. The mind is in a state far bigger than the Briars, and it's quite possible to switch the lights off in one room, shut the door, and never go there again. We all smoked a lot of weed. We all drank too much scotch. Intoxication is a useful way to redact uncomfortable memories." "But you didn't black it out or forget," Gwen said. "No." "And it doesn't scare the shit out of you?" Arthur asked him. Colin's eyes shone with inspiration, like an evangelical at his own baptism. We brought a creature of the imagination out of some realm of the impossible and into the real world. We smashed reality like throwing a rock through a window. I consider the night we summoned King Sorrow to be the most important experience of my life. The most meaningful. I know how my grandfather must have felt now, that first time Elwood Hondo came through. But Elwood Hondo went away, didn't he? This thing isn't going anywhere. It's getting stronger. No, that wasn't quite right, Arthur thought. It wasn't getting stronger, or at least it wasn't just getting stronger. It was getting closer. Easter, he thought, and shivered. Yes, and you know why. You know what we asked him to do. Jane, Van said in a gravelly voice. And Ronnie, Arthur said. No one spoke for a moment. Donna exhaled a thin, fuming breath. It was like sitting next to a tea kettle in which the water has come to such a high boil the kettle has started to rattle on the stovetop. But we're not going to let him obliterate Jane Nicewander, Arthur said. We're going to take it back, aren't we? Colin poked his tongue into one cheek and seemed to consider this. I think I'll have a whiskey, even if no one else wants one, Van said. Deal me in. Colin busied himself at the bar. Ice clinked in glasses. He brought back a double for himself and a double for Van. He swirled the liquid round and round, then tipped his head back and had a taste. You asked if we can take it back. Let's set that aside for the moment and ask a different, better question. Why would we want to? Jane Nicewander and Ronnie Vulp forced you to steal thousands of dollars of books from the school library. They blackmailed you and abused you psychologically, not to mention physically. They assaulted us all. They threatened to maim and blind your mother. They said they would kill her if you failed to keep them happy. I regard them in much the same way I'd regard biting ants. All they're ever going to do is bite and ruin picnics and make little ants. They're going to go on hurting people, humiliating and degrading others until one of these nights Jane will climb into her car while she's loaded on coke and steer it into oncoming traffic. It might happen a year from now or 10 years. Sooner would be preferable since it would limit how much damage she does to others in the meantime. If we set something against her that wipes her out before she can do more harm, we've probably saved lives. He swirled the amber liquid again, watching it eddy. Morality has its own arithmetic. 2 lives for 10 is a good exchange. You know Nicewander and Vulp are slinging PCP. I wonder how many people have already overdosed on their drugs. Besides, animals have to eat. I wouldn't feel bad if I read a newspaper report about both of them being eaten by a shark. I'm not going to feel bad if they're chewed up by our imaginary dragon either. You can't aim a shark at someone like a rifle. What changed, Arthur? Why are you having second thoughts? Is it because it's not pretend anymore? I'm not criticizing. I'm genuinely curious. What happened? What happened is he had felt her fear. He had walked into the smoke-filled kitchen and somehow passed straight through into Jane's head, to live through something she had experienced only a few nights before. He had felt her terror as she crept through the dark with her shotgun, afraid of what she was going to find. When she screamed, he had felt it in his own throat. "Now I know what it's doing to her," Arthur said. "I saw it, somehow. I told you I saw it. I was in her head. We all were, Van and Gwen and I. She's not just going to be killed, she's being tortured first. I don't want that on my conscience. I've got enough guilt already." "But we can't stop it, can we?" Gwen said. "The only way we can save Ronnie and Jane is for one of us to die in their place, and that's not happening." She looked toward Arthur with a mixture of warning and affection. "You don't get to sacrifice yourself, old buddy, not for the likes of Jane Nyswander." He understood her as clearly as if she said it aloud. They were good at reading each other. They had been good at it since the beginning, when she had known what was on each Zener card as soon as he glanced at it. "Well," Colin said. "Wait a minute." "What?" "I'm not certain there's no way out for them. To be clear, I'm sure there's no backing out of our arrangement with King Sorrow. All sales are final. But I have doubts about the extent of his powers. My grandfather thinks an egregore has a practical range." Van said, "How often do I gotta tell you to speak American, goddammit?" Colin said, "An egregore is a Philip, a non-corporeal being created by communal belief. Elwood Hondo couldn't go far from the people who generated him. It's true, when one views the Hondo film, sometimes it seems to throw a little glitch into reality. A bird will fly into a window, or a light bulb will explode. But the people watching the film have expanded the circle of belief. It's still basically a local, close-range phenomenon. If Jane and Ronnie get far enough away from us, they might also slip beyond King Sorrow's reach." "Every king has his kingdom," Van said. "That's right. And King Sorrow's might, I only say might, be confined to our immediate stomping grounds. If Jane and Ronnie got 50, 100 miles away from us," he moved his bony shoulders in a shrug, "who could say for sure?" "If Jane slips out of reach, what's to stop the dragon from taking one of us in her place?" Gwen asked. "We have an agreement, and it binds him as surely as it binds us. We gave him Jane and Ronnie. If they escape him, escape his wrath, well, then we didn't disappoint him. He disappointed us. We aren't to blame for what he can't do." "Are you sure of that?" Arthur asked. "Which part?" "If he can't reach them, he won't turn around and chow down on one of us." Colin thought it over. "Yes, that part of the contract seems clear enough." "And you think if Ronnie and Jane run far enough," Allie said, "they'll be okay?" "Oh, not at all. That part is highly doubtful, but I think it would be fun to see them try." "What if we cast another spell?" Arthur asked, "to make King Sorrow go away? When we summoned him, we made the spell up as we went along. You said all magic is particular magic. Can't we just make up another spell to send him back to the long dark?" A small dent appeared between Colin's eyebrows. "Even if that was the case, and I'm not sure it is, there'd still be a problem. Bringing him over involved magic particular to us. Sending him home would involve all of us working together again, including King Sorrow. He'd have to be a willing part of any ceremony, and I'd guess he won't be so willing." "What about the book?" Gwen asked. "Was there anything in the Crane Journal about getting rid of him?" For the briefest moment, Arthur thought Colin's eyes flashed with something like irritation. Arthur was struck suddenly with the idea that Colin liked having a dragon, and that all this talk of sending him away was threatening to ruin his fun. But when Colin spoke, his voice was musing and reasonable. "Not that I recall, but I wasn't really reading to see how to banish a dragon. I was trying to figure out how to summon one. I suppose there might be something, if we still had the book, but it's gone in the wind." Colin finished his whiskey and set down his tumbler. "So, do we try and save Jane or not? We could take a show of hands, but personally, my conscience isn't up for a vote. Arthur, if you want to try and help her, then I think that's what we should do, if that's what you really want." Arthur looked at Gwen, and Gwen surprised him by reaching across the table to take his hand. "Save her," Gwen said. "Save her if we can. I don't like her. I hate what she's done to Arthur, but I don't want to be the reason she dies." She moved her thumb across his knuckles just once and let him go. "But you aren't going to be the reason she dies," Donna said. speaking for the first time since they had gathered in the study. "King Sorrow is." "Who will rid me of this meddlesome priest?" Arthur murmured. Everyone except Colin looked perplexed. "No, hun, it's on all of us," Gwen said. "One way or t'other, and there's no fiddling around about it. If we dropped her in a pit of alligators, they wouldn't send the gators to jail for eating her. They'd send us." "But we aren't going to go to jail. No jury in America would convict us of having a pet dragon, so I say bon appetit," Donna said. "Fuck Jane Niswander. This bitch buys time to pay off her debts by letting men fuck her kid's sister. She can roast. And as far as I'm concerned, every man who ever fucked Tana can roast with her." Arthur felt a prickling across his torso that had nothing to do with the mark King Sorrow had put on him and everything to do with the memory of Tana's body against his. Colin said, "Allie, you haven't weighed in. I'm afraid we don't have the polling data on the morality of feeding one's enemies to a dragon. Any thoughts?" Allie said, "One thought, yeah. I keep thinking about this great old joke. You ever hear the one about the two guys who go camping, only when they get up in the morning there's a giant grizzly bear getting ready to attack them? And the one guy, he starts lacing up his sneakers and the other guy says, 'What are you doing? You can't outrun a grizzly?' And the first guy says, 'I know, but I don't need to outrun the bear. I need to get ready to go home with her and pour her a nice drink and watch some comfort TV with her until she feels better.'" Colin stared, perplexed. "I'm Donna's roommate," Allie said. "Whatever she votes, that's how I vote. I have to lace up my sneakers and go home with the grizzly." "What say you, Van?" Colin asked. "You don't point a gun at someone and then decide if you want to shoot him," Van said. "That's something you ought to decide before the gun is in your hand. But if we don't want her to die, Arthur, then that's that. We'll have to try and save her." Then he looked across Allie at his sister. "Come on, Donna. It's fine to kill Jane, but if we don't do something, it's going to fucking kill Arthur, and that's a whole nother ball of cheese." Donna glared at him with watery eyes. "Fine, let's locate this nasty bitch and tell her to get the hell out of Dodge while she's got a chance." "Call her, Arthur," Colin said. "We'll back your play. As it happens, there might be something else to be gained on a personal level from reaching out to Jane and Ronnie. But if we're going to meet with them, and I think we should all be there, it isn't going to be like Halloween. Not this time." "No," Arthur said. "This time we're the monsters." 31. Arthur was leaning against the brick wall behind Shut Up and Eat It when Jane and Ronnie pulled in. He had told them he wanted to meet at 7:30, but he had been there since 7 so he could be there when they arrived. He left the message with the sleepy-sounding bro who was taking orders, and quite intentionally picked a night when Tana was off work. He didn't want her there for this. The ranchero ground in across the dirt lot, raising a cloud of white chalk, faintly luminescent in the light from that out-of-place lamppost. It settled into the empty spot almost directly in front of Arthur. Jane sat in the passenger seat. In the aquamarine glow of the dash, she looked more like a drowned corpse than ever. She stayed where she was while Ronnie threw open the driver's side door and hauled himself wearily out. He left the door open and music thundered into the night. Dr. Feelgood was on a rampage blasting from the speakers. Good if there were shouts, if there were screams. The music might drown them out. Arthur pushed himself off the brick wall and started toward him. "This about, Artie?" Ronnie asked in a tone that approximated his usual stoner's charm, but did not quite disguise the faint note of irascibility beneath it. "You wanted till the end of February, we gave it to you, and I think we were all enjoying the break from each other. Unless maybe you've been missing when Tana comes around to collect, and..." Then he clocked that Arthur was still closing in on him. Arthur had the hammer up one sleeve of his black parka. The ball-peen hammer found in the Los Feliz murder house, one of the prizes of Llewellyn's cabinet of curiosities. As he closed the distance between them, Arthur let it slide down his sleeve and into his fist. Ronnie tried to get his hands out of the pockets of his denim jacket, but it was too late. Arthur swiped the hammer into the side of his knee. It connected with a bony crack. Ronnie howled, grabbed the knee, and began to hop on one leg. Arthur drove his shoulder into his chest, and the little man tipped over, hit the side of the ranchero, and fell into the slush. "You fuck!" Ronnie shrieked. "You motherfuck! Are you out of your goddamn—" Jane threw open the passenger side door. She had the gun in one hand, the 9mm Ronnie had carried Halloween night. She got one foot out, started to rise, and Gwen came up from behind the next car over. Gwen threw herself into the passenger side door and it slammed on Jane's face. Jane sagged into the passenger seat. Her arm and the gun still hung out into the night. Arthur's heart jammed itself in his throat. He wanted to scream, get down, Gwen!" He clenched up, waiting for the gun to go off and rip a hole in the night. It never fired. Gwen gave the door a kick, smashing it into Jane's bicep. Her grip loosened on the gun. Gwen wrenched at the 9mm and Jane was dragged out of the car in her attempt to hold on to it. Jane went down hard in the gray, wintry slime and Gwen stepped away, trembling, with the pistol in both hands. Arthur thought it might be 3 or 4 days before his heart slowed down. Gwen passed the 9 back to Donna McBride, who had been crouched out of sight next to her, behind Gwen's road-dirty Civic. Donna knew more about guns than any of them, had been going to the range since she was 13, had fired everything from revolvers to an M16. She racked the slide and a brass shell leapt into the night. She caught the bullet in one hand, examined it briefly, and ejected the entire magazine. "Cop killers," she said. "The ammunition choice of dirtbags nationwide. You know how stupid it is to keep a bullet in the chamber? You jam it down the front of your pants, feeling gangsta, and wind up blowing your twat off. Self-inflicted crotch wounds are surprisingly common." "You're dead!" Jane screamed at them. "Every last fucking one of you!" Arthur had looked away from Ronnie, his attention drawn by the brief grapple over the gun. He didn't see the knife, hardly registered the steely click of it snapping open, but before Ronnie could lunge to his feet and stick it into him, Colin stepped past Arthur and trod on his wrist, pinning his arm to the ground. Ronnie yelped. The butterfly knife fell to the wet tarmac. "No one needs to get hurt tonight," Colin said. "Not much, anyway. Believe it or not, we're here out of human concern." Van emerged from behind the parked Christmobile where he had been hiding with Colin. He kicked the knife clattering under the Ranchero, then leaned into the front seat and turned down the volume on the radio. As he dipped back out of the car, Van said, "Sorry, man, enough people been terrorized tonight without inflicting the crew on innocent bystanders." Jane struggled up to one knee. She looked bad, worse than in that brief glimpse Arthur had of her through the windshield. She had lost 10 pounds she didn't have to lose, and her coke-bright eyes glittered in dark hollows. Her hair had lost its vibrancy, looked fragile and pale. Maybe it was even thinning. In the light from the street lamp, Arthur could see her scalp through the strands. She laughed angrily. "Hey, Artie, your little piece of ass here? I'm not going to kill her because she's only a kid. I'm going to cut off her nose. I'm going to make her too ugly to fuck." It was hard to tell if the bright shine in her eyes was a product of drugs, excitement, or panic, but she turned her gaze on Gwen with a kind of triumph. "You hear that? When I'm done with you, the only way he'll be able to fuck you is with a bag over your head." Gwen sank down in front of Jane, and when she reached out with one hand, Jane flinched as if she expected to be struck. Instead, Gwen caught some of Jane's pale, washed-out hair and rubbed it between 2 fingers. In the reflected glare of the Ranchero's headlights, Arthur could see some of it had turned white. "I'm sorry," Gwen said. "Awful as you are, if I could take it back, I would." Jane flinched again. "Don't you pity me, don't you dare. You aren't better than me. You think these people are your friends? You're a hot piece of towny ass for Arthur to bang while he's on his 4-year college vacation. He's got a taste for that kind of thing." Arthur's insides cramped and he thought, here it comes. Here's where she spills it about Tana. But Jane never got to it. Allie had drifted over to stand next to Gwen, and now she helped Gwen to her feet. "I can think of one way Gwen is better than you." "Yeah, what's that?" "The person holding the gun is on her side," Allie said. "That's a lot better." "This might be hard for you to believe," Colin said, "what with both of you knocked on your asses in the slush, but we got together tonight to try to help you." It was a marvel how Colin Wren was so completely Colin all day long. It was hard to imagine him frightened. It was difficult to imagine him raising his voice. "Some among us think you deserve a chance to, I don't know exactly, start your lives again, do better. For myself, I can't be troubled. You're a pair of junkies who sell hard drugs to other junkies. You live revolting lives. Everything you touch, everyone you meet, is stained by you. If Arthur didn't cooperate with you, you threatened to have his mother beaten and blinded. How revolting is that?"
Man, Ronnie said, a whine in his voice. Man, you think we really would have done that to her, or even coulda? We were 90% fucking with him. He never got out the rest. Donna had moved around the front of the ranchero to stand by Colin, and now she smacked the butt of the gun across his mouth. It struck with a wet thud. He screamed, started to get up, and Van put a boot on his shoulder and shoved him back down. Donna said, "Open your dirty germ hole again, and you're going to be holding the rest of your teeth in your hand." Colin seemed to have lost his place. Van spoke next. "What my pal here is saying, it's time to saddle up and ride out of town." "What?" Jane said. She sounded incredulous. "Take off. Make like a banana and split," Allie said. "Make like a tree and leave. Get in that butt-ugly car of yours and make it walk and talk. The sooner the better. I don't know how far you need to go. Maybe just put the pedal down and keep driving until you hit Mexico. You should try Cancun. I read a thing in the paper about all the garbage and medical waste washing up on the beach. The Gulf Coast current pushes all the trash there. You'll fit right in." "Run for it," Colin said. "That's your best chance, possibly your only chance." "Or what?" Jane asked. "Or you fucking twerps are going to hassle us again?" "No," Arthur said. "It'll be King Sorrow next time." Jane shrank back into the side of the car, and her hands came up a little, as if one of them had threatened to cut up her face. "What are you talking about?" "You know what," Arthur said. "He's getting closer all the time. You've heard him moving around your house at night." "You!" Jane cried. "Did you hire someone to come after us?" "Not someone," Colin said. "You've seen him, Jane. He spoke to you. You blew up your TV because you thought he was inside it." "How do you know that, man?" Ronnie asked, although with one hand clapped over his smashed mouth it came out more like, "How will you know that, man?" "Are you watching our house?" No one paid him any mind. "Easter," Jane whispered. "Yes," Arthur said. "You only have till Easter. Did he tell you that?" She gestured with one hand at the back of the car. "He scratched it into the rear window of the ranchero. I found it a couple days ago." Arthur had to see for himself. He walked around to the back of the car, and there it was, etched jaggedly across the rear window. Easter. He felt ill at heart at the sight. "We can't stop him. King Sorrow. But we think maybe if you run, if you go very far away, he might not be able to follow you." Jane repeated the name with something like reverence. "King Sorrow." Yes, it was Colin now. If he draws his power from us, he should have an effective range. On the other hand, if he existed before us and all we did was open a door to him, then it probably doesn't matter where you go. I'm interested to see which it is. Then he said something else, something none of them expected. "There's another possible defense, just a little thing. It probably won't work, but if I was in your position, I'd want to try everything." "What?" Jane asked. Colin shook his head. "I'll tell you, but first you have to do a favor for us. In a week, Arthur's mother has a parole hearing. By the time that happens, someone at Black Cricket has to take credit for planting a shiv in her cell. Clear her name and I'll share the other thing I know." "You can't hold out on me," Jane said. "You can't. Yesterday afternoon, he was under the bed. I was trying to take a nap and he woke me with a claw on my ankle. I thought my heart was going to stop. I felt it stop for a moment, seize up like I was going into vapor lock." "I've heard of that," Colin said mildly. "People dying of fear. Terrible. Help us so I can help you. Get Arthur's mother off the hook and I'll share the other piece of what I know. Could be a game changer." "What the fuck are you all talking about?" Ronnie shouted. Maybe he wanted to sound threatening, but his voice was the adenoidal squeak of a 12-year-old going through puberty. "Are you all high on crack? There's no dragon. There's no fucking dragon." "Who said King Sorrow is a dragon?" Allie asked. "I don't believe any of us mentioned that." "I guess old Ronnie has been seeing him too," Van said, "and don't want to admit it." Ronnie shook his head, a gesture that seemed to indicate panic more than disagreement. His eyes rolled, showing the whites like a terrified horse. "Sure, Ronnie's seen him," Jane said. "King Sorrow was in the sky tonight. He followed us here." "You shut up, bitch!"
Ronnie said, his voice piping and small. The dragon passed in front of the moon, Jane said, and I saw him in the passenger side mirror. He was huge. There for a moment and gone. And you saw him too, Ronnie. I know you did. You just about jumped out of your skin and your ciggy fell in your lap and nearly burnt your prick off. Jane swiveled her head to face Arthur. Her eyes were enormous in her gaunt face. Call it off, and I'll suck your dick. I'll do it right now, she laughed harshly. And Ronnie can suck off your friends if that's what you want. Just call it off. We can't, Arthur said. All you can do now is run. I'm sorry. Allie said, Give her gun back, Donna. Donna looked as if Allie had suggested a group hug. The fuck would I do that? We're under King Sorrow's protection, Allie said. She plucked the gun out of Donna's hand. Donna was too amazed to stop her and tossed it at Ronnie. Ronnie caught it with one hand and clapped it to his chest with a yelp. The barrel was pointing straight down, and Arthur twitched at a sudden vision of the gun spouting flame and putting a bullet into Ronnie's nuts. Self-inflicted crotch wounds are surprisingly common. There you go. You can't use it on us. Our dragon will eat you if you try. Ronnie looked up at them, grinning or grimacing with bloody teeth. You're crazy. You're all fucking crazy. Then he looked at Allie with a violent satisfaction. And you most of all, if you think I won't kill every fucking one of you. He lifted the gun and pointed it at Arthur's face. There was a gunshot crack, and Arthur's insides bunched up painfully in shock for the second time in 5 minutes. But it wasn't the pistol going off. It was the sodium vapor bulb in that faux 19th century street lamp. It erupted in a shower of yellowish-white sparks, which fell sizzling to the pavement. Ronnie twisted at the waist with a cry, looking around at the suddenly darkened corner of the lot. But it was Jane who screamed. Her eyes! Jane shrieked. Look at her eyes, Ronnie! Ronnie didn't. Ronnie ignored her completely. But Arthur looked. Allie's right hand had slipped under her fuzzy cardigan. She was not quite touching her heart, but Arthur thought her fingers were stroking the edge of the serpent tattoo upon her breast, and her eyes had filmed over with the white nictating membrane of a snake. Van's eyes had been just the same when he was coming out of his King Sorrow trance in the smoky kitchen. Somehow he's inside us now, Arthur thought, incubating. Steel groaned. The top of the street lamp began to bend, as if some great weight was pressing down upon it. The brushed steel creaked and buckled. What's happening? Ronnie screamed. What the fuck is happening? Shoot it! Jane screamed. Shoot the fucking thing! I don't see anything. There! She screamed and pointed her finger into the stars, into the sky, at nothing. She was pointing at the darkness directly above the street lamp. There! How do you not see it? The street lamp strained and deformed, sinking lower, the top bending into a hook. There's nothing there! Ronnie cried. Arthur didn't see anything either. Not exactly, but it seemed to him the shadows above the buckling street lamp had thickened into the vague shape of a dragon, a bit larger than a full-grown gorilla. The darkest part of the darkness was folded on itself in a way that brought to mind bat-like wings. Oh God, Arthur, Gwen said, and Arthur felt her hand on his arm. What did we do? The street lamp was wrenched steadily downward until it formed a question mark. Ronnie screamed wordlessly and pointed his 9 and squeezed the trigger. The action clapped down with a dry click. He pulled again and again, producing a whole series of those dry clicks. It's not loaded, asshole, Donna said, holding up the magazine. How dumb do you think I am? Her eyes, Ronnie! Jane shrieked, pointing at Allie, and at last Ronnie looked wildly around. When he saw Allie standing there, eyes white and blind, he sobbed. Allie's eyes moved behind that wet, white, terrible membrane, and she smiled dreamily. His eyes, she said ever so softly. His eyes now, Jane. The membrane slid back. The eyes behind them were crimson, shot with threads of gold, the pupils vertical slits. Fuck this! Ronnie screamed. I'm not part of this. I was never part of it. It was all her idea. Take her and leave me out of it. He yanked himself into the ranchero and began to back up without even closing the driver's side door, backing away and leaving Jane behind. "Wait!" Jane cried. "Don't leave me!" Arthur thought he would have, though, if he hadn't backed straight into the dumpster on the far side of the lot, colliding with a thunderous clang. Arthur saw Ronnie's head bounce off the steering wheel. The impact stunned the gangly stoner, and he sat there for a moment, blank-eyed, hand to his forehead, long enough for Jane to reach the passenger side of the ranchero. Her door was still hanging open, and she scrambled in while Ronnie dumbly shut his own door. Arthur wondered if he would try to push her out of the car, but the steering wheel had knocked the fight out of him. He merely put the car into drive and took off. The tires rumbled and threw rocks as the car slewed around in the parking lot. Jane thudded her door shut as they passed under another street lamp. As they headed for the street, Arthur glimpsed that word gouged into the rear window again. The letters glinted and flashed as if dusted with diamonds. Easter. The ranchero bounced as it hit the street. The bumper struck the blacktop and threw sparks. It was gone from sight a moment later, although Arthur could hear its tires shrieking on Ballard Street as it raced away. Arthur glanced around in time to see Allie's hand fall to her side, out from under her sweater. She was blinking rapidly and smiling in a dazed sort of way, swaying slightly. Her eyes were her own again. Her cheeks were flushed, and there was a pretty strand of hair stuck to her brow. Donna reached over, in an affectionate, sisterly sort of way, to peel it free. "Wow," Allie said. "They really couldn't touch us. It worked. I wasn't sure it would work. Turns out it's good to be friends with the king." "I don't think we're his friends," Arthur wanted to say. But his throat was dry, and he was short of breath, and he couldn't get it out. "That's impossible," Donna said, staring at the mangled street lamp. Van flicked one hand at the iron question mark on the far side of the lot. The darkness above it seemed perfectly ordinary now, nothing dragon-shaped about it. "Don't give me that. I hate the part in movies when someone sees something crazy and then everyone argues about whether they imagined it. We can skip that shit. Look at it. I mean, just look at it." Then he pointed a scowl at Colin. "What's this other thing you figured out? You said you know something else Jane and Ronnie can do to protect themselves from King Sorrow?" Colin asked, pulling his gaze away from the deformed street lamp with some effort. "What? Oh, I was shitting her. There isn't anything. I'll have to make something up. I just wanted to make sure Arthur's mom has a fair chance in her parole hearing. I told you there was something to be gained from this meeting, whether we're able to save them or not." He lowered his eyes and seemed to quietly reflect for a moment. "Maybe I'll tell her to wear a necklace made out of garlic, like what you do for a vampire. If she's going to be King Sorrow's dinner, she might as well smell like it." The gang stared at him in shocked, silent disbelief. And then Donna snorted, a rumble of amusement, and put her head on Allie's shoulder. Van looked away and laughed wearily and rubbed the back of his neck. Arthur felt Gwen's small hand stealing into his. He squeezed it gently. They stood together, staring at the ruined lamppost. The air smelled sharply of ozone and superheated copper wire. Something shorted inside the lamp, and it vomited another burst of bright sparks. A final blazing shower before the light died out for good. 32. On the last Sunday in February, Van climbed behind the wheel of the Christmobile and drove Arthur west to Yorick, Vermont for his mother's parole hearing. "I can find the way myself, you know," Arthur had told him. "Friends don't let friends drink alone," Van replied. "Besides, I wasn't invited to Texas." Donna was flying to El Paso with Allie, where they planned to spend their break licking salt off the rims of their margarita glasses. "How do you know we're going to be drinking? We don't know how it's going to turn out." "It's going to turn out one of two ways, my son," Van told him, "and either way is going to require some drinking." They got a room with 2 beds in a Best Western located a short drive from the penitentiary. It was the only hotel in town, and the clientele consisted almost entirely of people visiting their incarcerated loved ones. The picture window in their room had a view of a buckled asphalt parking lot, the 4-lane highway beyond, and across the road a 7-Eleven and a permanently closed Dairy Queen with plywood nailed up in the windows. A view like that belonged on a calendar, Arthur thought, for devotees of New England's peaceful rural beauty. A little after 10 p.m., Van began nagging Arthur to cross the street and get them some Doritos. He didn't want to go himself. He had his jeans off and said he didn't like to get dressed again once he had relaxed for the evening. He was persistent, and finally when he began to lob balled-up socks at Arthur's head, Arthur pulled on his Beco hoodie and made his way across all 4 lanes through the blowing wet. He was 3 minutes at the checkout, in full view of the security camera, the footage time-stamped, providing him with an unshakable alibi for the evening. As it happened, it was an alibi no one ever felt the need to check, a source of great disappointment to Colin. In the morning, Arthur showered, shaved, slapped on some bay rum cologne, and threw on the blue blazer that made him look like the musty professor of medieval literature he hadn't yet become. He let himself out of the room without waking Van and drove to Black Cricket alone. The parking lot at the penitentiary was the emptiest he had ever seen it, but then he had never been there outside scheduled visiting hours. His mother's parole hearing was in the West Wing on the 2nd floor at the end of a corridor lined with administrative offices. Walking down that hall reminded him of being sent to the principal's office to answer for some offense or other, and he thought again how Black Cricket resembled a high school from the outside. Somehow he had thought his mother would be there, that they would sit side by side during the course of his interview, perhaps be allowed to hold hands. But of course she wasn't there. Her own interview was scheduled for later in the day. The parole board, a psychologist, a priest, a retired attorney general, a retired officer of the state police, and a former state congresswoman, sat behind a long walnut table. The former congresswoman had silver hair blown out in the style of Murphy Brown, and she wore a scarlet power suit with squared-off shoulders. She ran the proceedings. She said she was glad Arthur could join them and asked him if he'd like a cup of coffee or tea. He said a cup of tea would be fine and was provided with a small paper cup of lukewarm water with a bag of Tetley floating in it. He never touched it. The congresswoman asked if Arthur had prepared some remarks. Arthur had. He read a 2-page statement emphasizing his mother's work with battered women, both before and during her incarceration, the spiritual counsel she had offered other prisoners, her work for peace and against apartheid, and her role in his life as his only surviving parent, a woman he loved and looked up to. The congresswoman asked him how he had managed while she was locked up, and he told her about his studies at Rackham, his summers in England with his father's people. She asked him if his mother had ever apologized to him, or expressed any remorse at all for leaving him to fend for himself while she served her time. Arthur replied in a patient, measured tone that she had told him she would never be done apologizing and trying to make amends, not just to him but also to the family of the late officer Jason Inaudi. At that, the retired state policeman spoke up. "How do you make amends for getting a man killed?" he asked. He studied Arthur with watering, hostile eyes. "Can anyone ever?" Arthur asked. "Is another 12 months going to make anyone hurt any less? My mother is going to try and help people whether she's in here or out there. I didn't come to ask you to give her life back. I came here to ask you for mine." The congresswoman closed her binder and thanked him for his time. As Arthur rose, the congresswoman said, "We haven't made a decision yet, and we won't for several days. I don't want to give you false reasons for optimism. Your mother is responsible for the death of a law officer, which occurred while she was committing trespass on federal land with the intent of destroying government property. It's not a speeding ticket. But we won't see another prisoner with a record like hers, a record of service to others and unfailing compassion all year. I'd add that in retrospect, it's surprising anyone ever believed a pacifist and ordained priest was hiding a weapon in her cell." "Ma'am?" Arthur asked, his heart doing a soft jog in his chest. "I think you know she was placed into isolation after a weapon was discovered in her pillowcase? A spoon with a handle sharpened into a knife, planted apparently by a lifer who had a grudge. Seems your mother vetoed her pick for the book club." One corner of her mouth moved in the hint of a smirk. "A book club in a place like this. Your mother does like her noble wastes of time, doesn't she? No, don't answer that, Arthur. Stay out of trouble yourself, The wind was blowing when he crossed to the Christmobile. Serpents of white snow hissed across the blacktop. That last line, "Stay out of trouble yourself," grated on him, as if his family was prone to acts of homicide. Then he thought of Jane and Ronnie and reflected that maybe they were. Van was sitting shoeless on the edge of his bed when Arthur got back to the Best Western. His eyes were bright in the gloom, glinting like new minted quarters. "You better call your boss," Van said. "Back at school." "Boss?" "Mech Fessel at the library. I was just talking to Colin. I guess there was a break-in while we were away. Someone stole some expensive books. Fucking shame. Fucking outrage. Someone's head is gonna roll," Van grinned. "Not yours, though." 33. Townies. That was what the insurance investigators concluded. The townies waited for February break when most of the students were away and campus security was half-staffed. At some point between midnight and 4 a.m., they had come through Rackham's Wood, an area of almost 40 forested acres on the western side of campus. They emerged from the woods at the parking lot behind the library. The lot was normally under the watchful eye of a security camera mounted 20 feet off the ground on a lamppost. But a couple of weeks earlier, some girls, Allison Shiner and Donna McBride, had had a contest to see if either of them could hit it with a snowball, and it turned out they could. It hadn't been repaired yet. That was a little convenient, the camera getting wiped out a few weeks before the break-in, but there had been something of a sport all winter long of nailing the cameras with snowballs. There had been anonymous leaflets about living in a surveillance society, and outrageous suggestions that security use the cameras to ogle girls. Snowballing a camera had become something of a way to prove one was a good feminist. By early February, only about 8 of the 20 on-campus security cameras were in good working order. Allison and Donna were never serious suspects. They were in Texas at the time of the robbery and couldn't reasonably have had anything to do with the break-in. In fact, no Rackham students were ever questioned about a possible role in the theft. And why would they have been? It occurred during February break, and 80% of the student body wasn't even in state. The thieves had smashed a cellar window and squirmed through into a women's room on the basement level. They left an empty bottle of Ripple in a brown paper bag in one of the bathroom stalls. The receipt was still in the bag, and the police traced the purchase to a Chinese takeout in Goguen. The staff had poor English and worse memories and couldn't say who they might have sold the bottle to, and in any event they moved a lot of Ripple and wild Irish rose in a town like Goguen. The thieves had also abandoned a set of bolt cutters in the library's special collection. The price tag was still on the handle. It had been purchased at the Ace Hardware in Goguen. "Sorry, officer, we sell 1 or 2 of those every day, and most of our customers buy in cash." The townies used the bolt cutters to clip the lock on the safe where the most expensive books were kept, and had cleared it out, took it all. They helped themselves to a sack of rarities off the shelves as well. The real point of the trip appeared to be vandalism, however. Someone had spray-painted "Rackham girls are stuck-up biches" on the walnut checkout counter. "Did you really have to misspell it?" Gwen asked Colin with a weary sigh. Colin said, "If local law enforcement is going to hold prejudices, I'm going to take advantage of them. That's on them, not me." Many of the most valuable books were recovered a few days later. An anonymous tip pointed police to a burned-out 1970 Chevy Monte Carlo located at the We Buy Your Wreck in West Goguen. Something like 30 books were found in the trunk, along with a sizable quantity of high-grade blue marijuana, although several valuable volumes, Enoch Crane's journal among them, were never recovered. It was notable that We Buy Your Wreck did have functioning security cameras, and one of them offered a good view of the Monte Carlo. There was no video of the heisters stashing their stolen goods. We Buy Your Wreck reused the same videotapes over and over, recording for 24 hours, then rewinding and starting over. They hadn't saved any of the footage from the day the library was looted. But there was video from Wednesday night, taped just 10 hours before the police were tipped off that they could find some of the books at the junkyard. In the recording, a gangly man with pale hair, wearing baggy carpenter jeans and a flannel jacket, wandered through the yard of Rex and then sat down on the trunk of the Monte Carlo. He lifted his chin and stared directly into the camera. He patted the trunk and smirked and lifted a hand in a wave hello. His eyes were black holes in his narrow country boy face. They ran the footage on the local news. Do you know this man? It was an unsettling 40 seconds of video. The image hiccuped and jumped. So one instant the man in the image would be sitting on the trunk, and in the next he'd be on his feet peering straight into the camera's lens. Sometimes he seemed like he was 6 feet tall, and sometimes he stretched like an image in a funhouse mirror. His hands were white blurs. The quality of the video was badly degraded, no surprise given how often the junkyard recycled their tapes, so that the shadows around him seemed to simmer and twitch with a life of their own. "Who the hell is that?" Arthur asked, when they were all gathered in the Briars, watching the late local news together. "I don't know," Colin said, but he was smiling. "Maybe it's the conscientious fellow who called in the tip." "You called in the tip," Van said. "Oh, that's right," Colin said. "I remember now. I did. I also remember what I was doing. The evening before I called the tip in, the night this weirdo walked into the junkyard. I was transferring the Elwood Hondo footage to VHS. Wanted to be able to watch it without setting up the projector. Maybe that's who it is. Maybe Elwood wanted to say hello." "What a crock of shit," Donna said. "We pulled a dragon out of the long dark through the sheer power of belief," Colin said. "You accept that, but you can't believe Elwood Hondo might have slipped out of an old film to give us a wink and a wave? Look at him. Look right now at the guy in the security footage. Are you completely sure he isn't looking back at you?" On the TV, the gaunt man grinned into the camera, gazing with black, bottomless eye sockets. Arthur sank into the couch, putting his shoulder against Gwen's. He didn't like the sudden sensation of being stared at. Not one bit. There was a flaw in the security tape. The whole image bent and twisted to one side, then jumped forward a few seconds in time. When the image clarified, the junkyard wanderer was gone. It was less as if he had walked out of the frame and more as if he had simply dissolved. He was never identified. 34. When Arthur answered the phone, there was a click and a hiss, and then a pre-recorded message began to play. A somewhat robotic female voice informed him that he had a call from Erin Oakes at the Black Cricket Women's House of Correction, that the call would be recorded and monitored, and that if he did not wish to speak to this prisoner, he should hang up now. He did not hang up. "Well," she said, and there was happiness and relief in her voice, and he knew the rest without her saying anything. When he drew his next breath, it felt like the first time he had been able to properly fill his lungs in 4 years. "Well," he replied, a little word that was doing a lot of work because it meant "I love you" and "oh, thank God," and also "when can I come get you?" Saturday, it turned out. That Saturday, Dr. Erin Oakes walked out of the House of Correction with Arthur at her side. 35. It seemed absurd to Arthur, but his mother was required to complete her sentence in a residential reentry center, a fancy term for a halfway house, as if a woman who had taught ethics at Dartmouth and was an ordained minister might spend her first days of freedom scoring meth, booze, and a scorching hot case of gonorrhea. "Stop that," his mother said. "This is exactly the right place for me. This is exactly where I need to be." "It is?" Arthur asked, giving her side eye. He was pushing a shopping cart at the time. They were in Walmart buying sheets for her bed, a toothbrush, shampoo, and other necessities. "You don't want to get back to Dartmouth College and resume living your life? If you don't want to teach anymore, you could move to Potomaquasi. We could have a place together." He felt almost embarrassed saying it. It came dangerously close to revealing how alone and afraid and unmoored he had felt since the day of her arrest. It was alarmingly close to saying, "I want you with me, where I can keep an eye on you and know that you're safe." His mother said, "I know where my work is now, and it isn't at Dartmouth." Because of course she wasn't done with Black Cricket. There were people she cared about there. There were some who would never get out. She had already put in an application to join the Chaplaincy Services branch of the Federal Bureau of Prisons so she could return to Black Cricket not as an inmate, but as a spiritual counselor. She wanted to do advocacy and social work. "Do you know how many battered women are in there for shooting their abuser?" she asked him. "Do you know how many were forced into abortions they didn't want, or forced to carry babies they didn't want, or got into drugs because of a lifetime of sexual abuse?" He knew all about it, but that didn't make her decision any easier to swallow. In the days and weeks to follow, they argued. No, that wasn't quite right. It was more accurate to say he argued and she listened. He didn't want her anywhere near the place, anywhere near Daphne Nicewander, Daphne Nicewander's friends, and the on-the-take security guards who had allowed someone to take a Polaroid of his sleeping mother while someone menaced her with a shiv. He didn't talk about the Nicewanders, though. He didn't know if he'd ever be ready to talk about them. "It blows my mind," he told her once at the end of an especially fraught phone call. His voice was patient and reasonable, the way it always got when he was quaking with fury. "How little it matters to you what I might want. It didn't matter to you the day you got locked up. It didn't matter you had a 17-year-old in boarding school. It didn't matter that I couldn't look anyone else in the eye the whole last 5 months I was there. It didn't matter what I had to go through for 4 years walking into Black Cricket every month to visit you. I wouldn't want my feelings to get in the way of your newest self-improvement project. Just remember that the last time you threw yourself into a big act of spiritual activism, a guy got killed." "Oh, Arthur," she began, but he told her he had to go, and he hung up, a sick upwelling of emotion in his breast. That had been an awful thing to say, throwing the dead man in her face. Officer Einaudi had been killed in the most freakish of freak accidents, and only a fool or the American legal system could ever have blamed her for it. In this case, though, his mother was the fool. Arthur knew she had been grateful for prison, grateful to be punished, felt that any suffering at all on her part would be a good start. He sat at his little kitchen table feeling tremulous with unhappiness. It had been an awful thing to say, yes, but he had done and said worse things in the last few months. He was getting acclimated to the idea that he wasn't the good guy in the story. The phone rang again and he grabbed for it, thinking it was Erin, and she would be soothing and understanding and he would apologize and they would make it better together. Only it wasn't Erin. It was Tana. "What the fuck did you do?" Tana barked into Arthur's ear. "What the fuck did you do to them? And did you give me a single goddamn thought before you did it?" Her fury rattled and startled him so thoroughly he needed a moment to collect his thoughts. He exhaled slowly, shifting gears from the Erin Oaks problem to the Tana Nicewander problem. When he finally replied, his pulse was jacked, but his tone was calm. "Slow down. What happened?" Ronnie and Jane killed themselves, he thought. That's what happened. Murder-suicide, to be more specific. Jane took the Ithaca and pumped one into Ronnie, then deep-throated the barrel herself. You drove them to it, Arthur. "They're gone. They took the ranchero and took off. I don't know how the fuck I'm even gonna get to the grocery store. I am 8 goddamn months pregnant, you dumb fuck. They were my ride. How am I going to get to work? How am I going to get to the hospital?" "Do you know where they went?" he asked. "Out west," she said. "Nevada, maybe? Ronnie has a cousin there. She took all her money and she took all of mine, too. I had cash in the box spring of my bed. I didn't think she knew. I should have known I couldn't keep anything from her. There's nothing I have she won't take." "Not anymore," he said. And that quieted her. "If it comes to it, Tana, I'll drive you to the hospital myself when you're ready to deliver. As for work, you didn't use the ranchero to make your deliveries. Shut Up and Eat It has cars." "Yeah, well, they aren't loners," she spat. "I'll think of something. I'll help you through this. And you won't have to give anyone a blowjob or a lay this week to keep them happy either. Including me," he thought, but didn't say. "That part of your life is over, Tana. Whatever else I fucked up for you, that part of it I feel good about." He listened to her breathing on the other end of the line. "Did Jane say anything before she left?" "No," Tana said. "But Ronnie said to tell you he's sorry, that he's never been more sorry in his whole life. I used to imagine what it would be like to see them both like that, freaking the fuck out, helpless. It wasn't as good as I imagined." They were both silent, listening to the phone hiss. "Gwen," Tana said finally. "Gwen can drive me. She has her own car and she only lives a few blocks from my place. You owe me that." "I can ask her, but..." "Tana," he felt an intense discomfort that made it hard to say the next part. "If she helps you out, I need you to help me out. I'd be grateful if you didn't tell her."
Even as he said it, he felt something inside him writhing with shame. What did it matter if she told? He had no claim on Gwen. He didn't want Gwen to have a claim on him. He was afraid of his own need, his own wish to have her in his arms, afraid his longing would take Oxford away from him. If Gwen knew the truth about him, it would make it that much easier to go, but he didn't want her to know the truth. He wanted her to go on looking at him with fondness and pleasure. He liked when she leaned against him, when she bumped her head on his shoulder, had grown used to it, and felt ill at the thought of losing it. A part of him was astonished at himself, the way he could bully his mother one moment and wheedle and whine at Tana the next. He had possessed a functioning sense of shame once. "Tell her what?" Tana asked. There was a taunting edge in her voice, and for a moment she sounded like Jane. "You know what?" "Say it." "That we had sex." She was silent. "Tana," he knew it was a mistake to ask and couldn't help himself. "Did Jane make you?" "To keep me happy?" Tana laughed, a harsh caw. "What do you think?" "If I ask Gwen to drive you." "You'll just have to wonder what us girls talk about when you aren't around. You think I want her help? It sucks. And if it's going to suck for me, it's going to suck for you, Arthur." He shut his eyes and rested his head against the wall. She laughed again. "Have her give me a call," Tana said. "Tell her I'd appreciate it. Tell her it'd be real sisterly. I'm already looking forward to it. I don't get nearly enough girl talk. And Gwen and I have so much in common. We're both the kind of uneducated townies Arthur Oakes gets hard for. Lucky us." 36. Of course, Gwen was glad to drive Tana, and on the first day she took Tana to work, she dropped by the Briars straight after and knocked on the door frame to the study. Arthur was sitting across the chessboard from Colin. Arthur knew he had no great gift for the game, but he had been in the chess club in junior high and later at Freiburg Academy, and he had done the reading. He approached all his interests in much the same plodding, methodical way, making up for a lack of talent with a tireless capacity for study. For months he had pounded Colin without pity or apology, believed it was condescending to offer pointers or encouragement. But Colin could do the reading too. He had started to win games over Christmas break, and Arthur now had the uneasy sense that all his early dominance was slipping away. Colin had a knack for setting traps, and Arthur had one for walking into them. He was studying the board with a sense of acute dismay, conscious he had just wandered into another, when he saw Gwen at the door and all thoughts of the game went out of his head. Her eyes wouldn't meet his, and when he stood up, there was so much adrenaline zipping inside him his legs felt watery and loose. He supposed Tana had told her everything. He decided to accept whatever Gwen thought of him without argument. If she hated him now, then he had at least earned her contempt honestly. When I get to Oxford, I can start again, he thought, although it felt like a hollow consolation. He stepped into the hall. Gwen put her hands in her back pockets and leaned against the wall. "You don't know how long I've been practicing this in my head," she said. He nodded and braced for it. "My senior prom," she said, and stopped and started again. "Bracken McLeod asked me this afternoon. I love Bracken, but the only thing he ever talks about is graduating and going to work with his dad selling tractor parts, and I don't care about farm machinery. If you don't want to, and why would you want to, you're in college, you've moved past this juvenile shit." The words were coming in a rush, but he was slow piecing them together, couldn't figure out what any of it had to do with Tana. Finally, it came to him that she wasn't talking about Tana at all. She put her face in her hands. "Christ, say something." "Are you asking if I want to take you to your senior prom?" She peeked between her fingers. "Katrina Ward is taking a kid from Bates. Sarah Pinners is dating a dude who graduated from UMO. He's 6 years older than her. It isn't totally weird." Then he understood that Tana hadn't said anything, that she wasn't going to say anything, and if a part of him was still ashamed, another part of him felt as if an elephant had lifted a foot off his chest. He was so relieved. He leaned toward her, thought he would hug her, rest his chin on her head. Only she leaned toward him at the same time, and he looked into her face, and quite naturally her mouth found his. He did not know if she decided to kiss him or if he decided to kiss her, only that her lips were warm
and gentle, and to feel them against his sent a ringing electrical shock of pleasure through his whole body. A needle of happiness speared him through and stuck him in place. His hands were around Gwen's waist. Hers were lightly pressed to his chest. "Huh," he said when he drew back. She laughed. She wore a pretty flush on her round face. "So anyway," she said, "about that dance." "About that dance," he said. "Sure. Sounds fun. I just want to apologize in advance for my car. I didn't put all those Jesus bumper stickers on it. That was my mom. I'll park a couple blocks from the dance so no one has to see you getting out of it." "Fuck that," Colin called from the study. "Take the caddy. If it's warm, you can put the top down. Also, you're 3 moves from check." "Thank you, and I surrender," Arthur called. Gwen laughed again, a low ripple of mirth that gave him a shivery, pleasant feeling. She rose on her tiptoes to kiss him again, and this time he took off her glasses first. That second kiss was longer and slower and left his heart racing. She found her fit in his arms, her head right under his chin. It felt good. If there was a karmic opposite to the ugly triumph of revenge, this was it, Arthur thought. With his chin resting on her head, he said, "Did you and Tana talk about anything?" "She asked me if I thought she ought to switch to light beer since she's pregnant," Gwen said, and I said that's probably an all right idea. "We're going grocery shopping after she gets out of work. She ain't so bad, little rough around the edges, but anyone who's been trampled like she has will get that way." Gwen looked into his face, eyes shining with happiness. "At least you were nice to her. She said that almost first thing. She said you were one of the nicest people she knew. And I have to say, I couldn't agree more." They kissed a third time then, but a worm of shame squirmed in Arthur's heart to let him know it was there. It would always be there. 37. The night before Easter Sunday, Arthur couldn't sleep. There was a bitter taste in his mouth like he had been chewing on a copper wire. He felt the next day was his own execution, not Jane's. Finally, at 3 a.m, he got out of bed, knelt next to the mattress, and prayed, as his mother had showed him how to pray. He prayed to God to let Jane and Ronnie live. 38. The tension wore on him all day. It stacked, like thunderclouds mounting along the horizon, bringing with them a building sense of pressure and darkness, a throb of electrical potential. Only the pressure and throb built inside his head, and the stabs of lightning were firing behind his eyes. By mid-afternoon, his headache was so intense he couldn't study. The words on the page surged and eddied like a cloud of sparrows. He was bent over a book he couldn't read in the kitchen, late into the day, darting nervous looks at the telephone. He expected it to ring, felt somehow that if Jane Nicewander was dead, someone would call. Maybe King Sorrow would call himself. If such a thing occurred, Arthur thought dragon smoke would trickle through the listening holes in the receiver. When it did finally ring, he almost screamed. But it was only the March of Dimes, asking if he could give $5 to change a life. 39. There was no relief from it. Not that day, not the next. It was a thunderstorm that refused to break. He thought often of a summer heat dome, the air pregnant with a suffocating warmth and a liquid weight. Lightning flitting along the horizon, and everything still, waiting for the storm to erupt at last and tear open the sky in cannonades of thunder. Arthur saw that tension in the others. He walked to the campus with Van, whose face was whey-colored and eyes glassy, and who often made it halfway to his classes before realizing he was carrying the wrong books. He saw it in Allie and Donna. Allie seemed to have lost her hairbrush and went around with her corn silk hair stirred into a staticky, weightless tangle. Sometimes she would begin to tunelessly hum Puff the Magic Dragon. Whenever Donna noticed what Allie was doing, she would scream at her to shut up, would scream so loudly, with such hostility it made everyone jump. Arthur saw it in Gwen, too. He often turned up at the Briars in the late afternoon when Gwen could usually be found doing her homework at the kitchen island. Gwen shot him a look as he walked in, the same look every day, a glance that expressed dismay and anxiety. That look said, nothing yet, still nothing. How long until we know what happened? How long, and how are we supposed to wait? He would hug her while she sat on her stool, her face pressed hard to his chest, and the slightest tremor in the hands pressed to his back. Only Colin seemed his usual self, and Arthur wasn't even sure about that. Colin seemed more distracted than usual, and had become compulsive about straightening things, moving books and papers so they aligned with the edge of his grandfather's desk, adjusting throw pillows so they sat neatly on the couch in the study. It went on, the not knowing, the terrible not knowing. They began meeting in the student center for Jell-O pudding pops and desultory games of Trivial Pursuit. The Briars wasn't always the best place for them anymore. Gwen's mother had noticed the mood and begun jabbing at them with irritable, suspicious questions. Why are you all as jumpy as cats? And you better not be doing drugs, you five. My daughter looks up to you. Getting together on campus meant doing without Gwen, which Arthur didn't love. But Colin counseled it was for the best. Arthur, Colin told him tenderly, you are a terrible, nervous liar, and none of us can bear to see you even in the same room with Arlene Underfoot. We're doing this for you because we love you, and we all want Gwen to hurry up and take your virginity. Arlene, Arthur muttered in reply. I was wondering about her first name. Colin was best at the science and nature categories. Arthur couldn't be stumped by any of the art and literature problems. Donna was strongest at history, and Allie, whose father had been an All-American, seemed to know everything about sports without the slightest interest in the subject. Van alone refused to care. He said the pursuit of the trivial went to the rot at the core of America's consumer culture and played primarily to make his sister lose her shit. What is America's #1 pain reliever? He read off one card. Tylenol, Donna shouted. Wrong, Van shouted back. America's #1 pain reliever is the fat blunt I have to smoke to get through another one of these fucking games. Donna had her arm cocked back to throw a fistful of dice at her brother when Gwen came looking for them. The moment Arthur saw the look on her face, he sprang out of his chair. She was waxen, eyes bright and stunned. That would have been enough to alarm him, but was secondary to the bigger shock. She had sought them out on campus, a place he had never before seen her. His first thought was, it's the king. She's seen the king. He couldn't get Jane Nicewander because she slipped out of range, and he's pissed. He's boiling. He wants us to pick someone to die in Jane's place. He wants one of us now. The idea was like a swallowed shard of glass. They were all rising from their chairs by then. Allie came around the table to give Gwen a hug. He noticed then that Gwen had a letter in one hand, folded into thirds. But as Allie embraced her, she dropped the sheet of paper on the game board. Arthur saw the header, Rackham College, and some of the tension went out of him. She wasn't here about the king after all. She was here because they had rejected her. Of course they had. And it had been stupid of him, stupid and even a little cruel to get her hopes up. He was so sick of being wrong. But he was seeing the letter upside down, and Donna wasn't. She took one glance, stepped around the table, and gave Gwen a hard swat on the ass. You clever bitch, I knew they'd take you. Arthur turned the letter around to read it properly. Words jumped out at him. Honored, extraordinary, proud addition to our student body. Family of faculty rate, provisional on academic excellence. Then he was up, standing on his chair, holding his fists over his head, shouting loud enough so everyone in the student center was looking at him. The glorious goddamn Gwen Underfoot just got into the 98th best small liberal arts college in America, he shouted. How do you like that, Rackham? This announcement was met by a scattering of derisive cheers. Van said, oh, baby, we are going to get you so drunk tonight, you're going to need to apply for a scholarship to Alcoholics Anonymous. Arthur jumped off the chair and Gwen found her way into his arms. It turned out all right, she said into his neck, and now I get to be one of you. Oh, sweetest, Allie said. You think you needed to get into this dump to be one of us? Arthur kissed the top of her head. Look at that, he said. Sometimes the good guys win. 40. They agreed to decamp to the Briars and get into the good stuff. Colin said you couldn't drink beer to celebrate a day like this. You had to have scotch like a civilized human being. And anyway, Llewellyn would want to drink with them. He had written one of Gwen's recommendation letters. By some agreement, the McBrides and Allie went with Colin, crammed into his granddaddy's cherry caddy, which was over in student parking. Arthur left with Gwen to ride in her Civic. She had left her car in the staff lot behind the student center where the custodians and cafeteria services parked. Gwen grabbed his hands and spun him, and they kissed, a wonderful sloppy kiss, clinging tight to one another, staggering and rebalancing and laughing. They broke, and he led her across the lot toward her car. They made it 3 steps before he saw Tana Neiswander. She had spotted them at the same time and just climbed out of the shut-up-and-eat-it delivery car, holding a stack of pizza boxes. Her round face was a dull, dark-eyed blank, pink from the evening chill. Arthur gently pulled himself free of Gwen. Gwen glanced past him, saw Tana, and touched her mouth, embarrassed. Tana stood with the pizza boxes in both hands and resting on the shelf of her distended belly. "Tana," Gwen said, "how are you?" Tana stared with glazed eyes, swaying as if she were under the influence of something. "My sister is dead," Tana said. "She burned to death. How are you?" "What?" Arthur asked. "When?" Some disassociated part of himself noted that his heartbeat hardly accelerated, that in this moment there was no physical sense of shock at all. "Easter. They found her in the ranchero with her driver's license in her purse. They called my mother and she called me. They're checking Jane's dental records to confirm, but it's her. She knew she was going to die. She called me from the road a few days before. She told me. She said she wasn't going to make it." Gwen walked across the pitted gravel, took the pizzas and set them on the top of the car. She took Tana in her arms, and Tana put her head on Gwen's shoulder and began to cry. Gwen stroked her hair while Tana wept. Arthur waited to feel something, but nothing came. He had heard that when one suffered a serious injury, it was much the same, that men who had legs suddenly blown off very rarely registered any immediate pain. "Will you stay with me after work, Gwen?" Tana asked. "Will you stay with me? I feel awful bad. I don't want to be home alone, not while it's dark." "Long as you need, darling," Gwen said. "She was a bad person," Tana whispered. "But she was my person." "I can be your person tonight," Gwen said. "I'd be glad to. Should you be working?" Tana caught a hitching breath and put a hand against her belly. "Gonna have to pay for diapers somehow." Gwen didn't argue with her. "I'll pick you up after work and stay as long as you need." Arthur had been walking toward them, and now he placed a tentative hand on Tana's back. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm not," Tana said. "Why do you think I feel so bad?" 41. They parked at the Briars behind the caddy and let themselves in. Gwen had wept for a while in the dark of the car, but had mastered herself by the time they arrived, although anyone who looked at her could see she had been in tears. Arthur hadn't wept himself. He was too full of a stunned emptiness to feel anything like heartbreak or horror or shame, or whatever you were supposed to feel after someone you hated was burned to death by your command. The others were in the library. Colin hunched down to arrange logs for a fire, and when they walked in, Allie whooped.
"Hey, college girl, your education begins tonight."
Then she saw Gwen's face and clapped a hand over her mouth. Colin remained crouched by the hearth, but regarded them with bright, avid eyes. "King Sorrow," Colin said. "He got her, didn't he? He caught up to them." Gwen nodded, walked shakily to the card table, and sat down. "How did it happen?" Colin asked. Arthur reported the little that Tana had told them. Colin went on constructing his fire, setting a match to fine cedar shavings and newspaper, feeding it a few sticks to build it up. At last he rose and went to the bar and poured scotch. "Well," Donna said when Arthur finished, "now we've got 2 things to celebrate." Arthur looked at her, genuinely surprised. "You really don't care?" "I care about you and us," gesturing with her hand to indicate everyone in the room. "I've got my limits. I never pretended otherwise." "I'm not sorry either," Vance said. "Not really. I'm only bummed we had to find out now because it ruined Gwen's special day." Colin handed Gwen a Scotch rocks. She drank half in one swallow, then shut her eyes and rested her wrists against the card table's leather bumper. Colin sat at one side of her, Arthur on the other. Van took Colin's usual spot on the dealer's stool and began to shuffle. Colin squinted through his own glass of scotch, peering into the firelight, enjoying the play of the light through the whiskey. A small, philosophical smile played at the corners of his mouth. At last he said, "We financed a war in Biafra to secure access to their oil fields. By the time we were done, the whole country was littered with bodies. 500,000 dead." Allie slipped up behind Gwen, put her arms around her, and rested her chin on her head. Gwen leaned back into her embrace and shut her eyes. Allie said, "I guess I'm crossing Biafra off my list of future spring break possibilities. We'll have to go someplace safer, like Nicaragua." "I know what you're getting at, Colin," Arthur told him. "I'll say it anyway. None of us, the 6 of us in this room, directly killed anyone in Biafra, but our country did. The CIA did. They did it for us, so we could live in peace and security. No one rips themselves up with guilt about it every time they fill the tank." "Maybe we should. Ever think that?" Gwen asked him. "Maybe, but if we started hating ourselves for Biafra, I'm not sure where we'd stop, because most of the good things in our lives were purchased in blood. We don't think about it, but any number of things we enjoy and take for granted, starting first and foremost with each other, are held at the cost of other lives. If you unfocus your eyes, Gwen, it's possible to see Jane Nicewander's death in that context. The red backdrop of American life. The slave labor in Indonesia that made Donovan's sneakers. The miner dying of black lung so we can turn on the lights. The construction worker who fell off a high girder so the World Trade Towers could kiss the sky. Because we care about each other, we make peace with a certain level of horror." "Is that what we have to do?" Gwen asked. "Unfocus our eyes so we can't see who we hurt? Walking around with your eyes unfocused sounds like a good way to get hurt yourself." "Oh, fuck this," Donna said. "Fuck this feel-bad bullshit. Jane Nicewander was rancid and murderous trash. I'm not going to feel sorry for her now. Fuck that. Let's play poker. Deal the cards, Van." Van dealt them their cards and then turned over the flop. A queen of spades, a king of hearts, and a dragon of diamonds. For a moment, no one besides Arthur seemed to notice. They were all looking at the hands they had been dealt. Then Gwen cried out and dropped her cards. She had a dragon of clubs. Instead of a king or a queen, it showed a skinny golden reptile with a sly smile and gold whiskers suggesting a dapper mustache. Allie coughed and waved at a blue haze in the air. "Colin, the fire's backing up. My lungs are full of smoke."
"You get used to it,"
King Zorro said, as the lights went out. 42. Arthur sucked a breath to shout for Gwen and inhaled a chestful of choking smoke. He coughed, a harsh, racking cough that felt like it was going to pry bones apart in his chest. Without thinking, he dropped from the stool, searching for air close to the floor. He heard shouts. A stool fell. He crawled away from the card table and thumped heads with Allie. "It's so dark," Allie said. "What happened to the fire?"
"Swallowed it, love," King Zorro said. "A little amuse-bouche before the mains."
At first, Arthur didn't know where King Zorro's voice had come from. Then he had a nasty idea. He thought it was possible he himself had spoken in King Zorro's voice. In fact, he thought all of them had replied to Allie as King Zorro speaking together. It would explain the way the dragon's words seemed to reverberate from every corner of the room. Arthur made his way along on hands and knees, calling for Gwen. She grabbed his hand in the smoke and the darkness. Her fingers cold, her grip almost painful. "He can't hurt us," Arthur told her. "He's just trying to scare us. He already had his feast." The smoke replied,
"Fair play, Arthur, but a dragon on a diet can still look at a menu."
Gwen tugged on Arthur's hand. "Come on," she said, and let go. He followed the sound of her clambering away until he spied a long, straight, silver line of moonglow on his right. Arthur thought it was the space between the floor and the curtains pulled across the French windows. Night and cold, clean air waited on the other side. He managed the last yard, felt the rough fabric of the curtain brushing his face, pushed it aside, and looked out onto the bright glare of late morning under a western sun, so dazzling that it hurts his eyes. This is Reno. He doesn't know how he knows, although he can see he's on a 4-lane street, with casinos on 2 corners and a gentleman's club on a 3rd. At this hour of the day, the avenue could not look any more cheap or run down. Jane Nicewander's eyes are bright with sleeplessness. She wears a tank top with the words Cinderella City written across the chest in a glittery Disney-fied cursive and a rattling necklace of what looks like pale pink seashells. Cinderella City was in Colorado. They had ice cream there at a place called Farrell's. Jane had a scoop of peppermint. Ronnie had a chocolate sundae he didn't eat. He smoked a cigarette and watched it melt. Later that night, Jane was in the motel bathroom trying to take a dump when she saw a shape rise behind the shower curtain, a serpentine figure as thick as a Japanese elm with a great frill that opened around its head. She screamed and jumped up and pulled the curtain aside. There was nothing there, but she threw up anyway. A peppermint-flavored mouthful of puke. Arthur knows all of this as if he were there, wearing her skin when it happened. Cinderella City was the last she had seen of King Sorrow, and that was 3 days ago. She had not smelled his filthy smoke since. He had not woken her with one of his sly bon mots in the middle of the night. She had not seen his shadow or his scaly claw, nor sensed him sailing through the night 1,000 feet above the car when they drove after dark. At some point, late Friday afternoon, it had come to her that they had managed to get clear. Those Rackham Trust Fund assholes had been right. About that part, at least. She fingered the necklace around her neck, and Arthur saw now that it was 6 dried-out garlic bulbs on a plain white thread. After the Oaks woman won her parole, the bald-headed cyborg named Wren had reached out to Jane and told her to try garlic, that sometimes garlic repelled creatures that thrived on human fear. She thought now he had been fucking with her head and having a laugh at the same time. As far as she could tell, the great serpent took no notice of the garlic at all, though she went on wearing it, had got used to its persistent faint perfume. Garlic didn't make a difference, but distance did. The dragon hadn't been able to follow them west of the mountains. They had left him at last on the other side of the Colorado back range. Probably. Just in case she's wrong about that, Jane spent 30 minutes working on a letter at the little desk in the motel room. Now she stops in front of a blue mailbox and taps the edge of the envelope against it. On his hands and knees in the briars, Arthur gave his head an unconscious little shake, as if a biting insect were humming around his face. He couldn't see far enough into Jane's mind to learn anything more about the letter in her right hand. It bothered him not to know what was in it and who it was for. In the next moment, it struck him that the king was happy to show them most of his cards, his dragon of clubs, his dragon of diamonds, but he had decided to keep this one back. A bad thought.
You aren't the only one with a pet dragon, bitch.
She says, then drops the letter in and closes the hatch on the big blue postal box. She doesn't hear the envelope sliding down the chute, so she opens the hatch again to make sure it dropped. And an enormous, scaly claw, big as her head, reaches up from inside the darkness and slams down against the open steel drawer. Talons big as meat hooks punch through the steel. Jane screams, and the hatch slaps shut. Claws bunched into a fist crash against the inside of the mailbox, creating a great mushroom-shaped dent in the side, and Jane screams again and steps off the curb into traffic. A horn wails and she jumps, and a panel truck swerves to avoid her. It whips past so close, the slipstream sucks the air out of her mouth. She staggers back onto the curb. Inside the mailbox, the dragon smashes his tail against the inner walls. The rivets burst along one side of the container, and a drift of letters pours out. Jane turns and runs. One cheap plastic flip-flop falls off her right foot. She doesn't go back for it, can't go back, and she wants to cry, wants to shout, "Not fair. We drove 2,000 miles. They said you couldn't follow me that far, and I'm wearing this fucking garlic necklace, and it's..." But she doesn't have the breath for it, and her eyes blur, and she bangs into someone, careens off him, spins, and 12 minutes later falls through the door into the dim of their motel room. Ronnie is still asleep.
Come on, wake the fuck up!
She grabs his hands, pulls him into a sitting position. His
Go.
head rolls limply on his neck, his eyelids fluttering. He's naked except for his jockeys and his own dried-out and crumbling garlic necklace.
Wake up. He's here. We have to go. Right now.
He mules in his sleep. He's been dipping into their swiftly diminishing supply of Percocet this last week to take the edge off his terror. She slaps him, she's been doing a lot of that lately, to bring him around. She hits him hard enough to leave a pink handprint on his cheek.
The fuck, bitch?
He asks, listlessly.
We have to go. It's coming.
He stares at her glassily.
Where are we gonna go, babe? Wherever we go is gonna be Samara. Don't you know that?
She doesn't have any idea what he's talking about and doesn't care.
I will leave you here. I will leave you in his path and hope that buys me a few days.
That gets him moving. 5 minutes later, they're back on the road with a quarter of a tank of gas and a little less than $10 between them.
Where to, darling?
Ronnie asks. But she shakes her head and points a finger and he steers them. East and south and east again, stitching a line back and forth across the Nevada-California border. They are only 140 miles from Los Angeles when the engine begins to make a hollow, knocking sound. A half hour later, fluffy white steam begins to seethe up around the edges of the hood. By then, Jane has come to believe if they can get to LA, they might survive another night. She reckons they can get themselves arrested and brought to a major lockup. She would like to see King Sorrow come get them through concrete walls, past 100 cops with access to riot gear and machine guns. When the car goes, it happens suddenly. Something shrieks like a tea kettle under the hood. Then there is a sudden wham, like someone firing the Ithaca that Jane pawned for $50 in Pennsylvania. The car begins to hitch along in little jolts.
There goes the belt,
Ronnie says, with perfect calm.
No. There's nothing out here.
There's a drive-in,
He says, and nods at a billboard.
The American Drive-In, 1 mile. You're almost there. Happy endings guaranteed.
But when they reach the American, by then they are coasting, slowing steadily. It's abandoned. Even before Ronnie stops the car, Jane knows this is where it will end. He turns them onto a narrow dirt road, weedy and overgrown. The tires thump over a rusty chain that once barred the way but has long since fallen to the ground. They pull through the sequoias into a scruffy meadow with the drive-in screen at one end. The canvas is dirty, and there's a 12-foot wide hole in one corner revealing the strut work behind. The exposed wooden beams look like crosses waiting for the condemned. At the other end of the field is a concrete pillbox that once served as the projection booth. The great field is filled with even rows of rusting pipes. Once upon a time, speakers sat on top of those pipes, but they've long since been removed. Ronnie rolls to a stop in one of the rear slots and puts the ranchero into park. The dusk reverberates with insect song.
I don't understand what happened to the ranchero.
It's like that thing about bankruptcy. It happens gradually, then all at once. I read that somewhere. Maybe in Hustler.
Do you think there's a phone nearby?
Who would we call? 1-800-we're fucked?
He laughs again and looks in the rearview mirror at the projection booth.
I gotta piss. I'll check out the projection booth. I wonder if we can barricade ourselves in there.
He climbs out of the car but then pauses to lean back in through the window. His useless dried-out garlic necklace rustles at his throat. He grins at her, and for a moment it is possible to remember why she fell for him. He has a grin like a 10-year-old boy on the first day of summer vacation.
It was a damn short movie, wasn't it, babe?
He says, and laughs his smoker's laugh and claps a hand against the inside of the door. He sets out for the low concrete building, a gangly, scrawny man with the rolling gait of a pirate. Soon he has disappeared into the gloom. Jane watches the last of the light drain from the sky. She draws her knees to her chest and hugs herself. She tries to catalog what she is feeling. Resentment and terror, yes, but also a kind of giddy hilarity.
Oh my God, I'm gonna die. Oh my God.
Of all the ways she thought she might die, being run to earth and butchered by a dragon, had not been on her list. She takes a long, deep breath and smells garlic, and thinks suddenly that she is wearing a garnish. She is garnished and ready to be served. Mars burns red above one corner of the movie screen, and she wonders what's taking Ronnie so long. She's just started to sit up straighter in her seat when the movie screen goes bright. A projector switches itself on, throwing a vast rectangle of white brilliance onto the black screen. A shadow uncoils across it. King Sorrow's head appears first, crowned with that spreading, regal fan. It rises from a neck that goes on, long as a telephone pole and sinewy as a cobra. Wings unfold. At their full extent, they blot out the light entirely. Jane begins to laugh. It is a shrill, hysterical sound, very close to a scream. Suddenly, the shadow soars straight upward and disappears, giving her a last long look at a tail that seems to trail on for most of a minute. Then the darkness has moved on, and the screen is bright again, as white and empty as oblivion. A gust of wind strikes the ranchero and rocks it up and down on its springs. A moment later, Ronnie Vulp hits the hood, falling from a height of at least 100 feet. He strikes with enough force to collapse the front end of the car, landing with a concussive iron bang that jumps the rear tires off the ground. Jane's laughter turns to a wail. She's staring at the reddened, clawed stump of his neck. Ronnie's head comes through the windshield a moment later. It hits the driver's seat and rolls, comes to a stop against her hip, staring up at her. His mouth is open and stuffed with bulbs of garlic. Splinters of broken glass glint in his curly hair. Jane scrabbles for the latch, but before she can get the door open, something, perhaps one of King Sorrow's hind feet, descends slowly on the ranchero's roof and crushes it in and down. The side windows splinter and crack, erupt outward. The entire frame of the car deforms under the massive weight, and Jane finds she can't force her door open, not even when she throws all her weight against it. The chassis groans. The roof continues to sink toward her. The gap where the windshield belongs is narrowing, closing out the view of the movie screen. With an infinite slowness, King Sorrow lowers his head from above to put both of his black, scaly nostrils into the open space. His breath stinks of a campfire.
Manners. Manners at last. You see, Jane, it's never too late to learn something new.
He inhales deeply. So deeply that road rubbish, empty wax cups, hamburger wrappers, whirls about the inside of the car in a fantastic eddy. Then he exhales, great flowers of flame, and Jane tries to scream, but her lungs have already ignited in her chest, burning up in an instant like paper bags touched with a torch. Before her eyes explode in her head, she has time to see the flesh and sinew blasted off the hands she has raised to protect her face. With her last breath, she can smell the seared pork and garlic odor of her own frying skin. She missed lunch and dinner, and the smell, in that last dreadful instant of her life, makes her stomach tighten with hunger. Arthur jerked his head back from the flash of heat on his face, eyes blurring with tears from the smoke. He blinked rapidly to clear his vision. When he could see again, he reached out to shove the heavy drapes aside. The brick patio and the yard beyond were lit by icy moonlight. "It's over," he told Gwen, squeezing her hand. At some point in the last few moments, he had found it again. With his other hand, he fumbled for the latch and pushed the door open. The air that billowed in was unexpectedly summery and sweet. "He's gone." She squeezed his hand in acknowledgement, and he looked down, and it wasn't Gwen's hand at all. It was a reptile's claw, a fine black webbing between hard, bony fingers. Arthur shouted and let go, and the hand shrank back into the darkness.
"This meeting of the Get Even Club," King Sorrow told them, "has been adjourned."
43. 3 days later, he was pulling on a pair of khakis in his bedroom when he heard a papery, rasping sound in the front hall, followed by a whap of steel, someone dropping a letter through the mail slot. Her letter, he knew, a chill spreading into his blood. Jane's letter. He stepped into the doorway, holding his unbuttoned pants up with one hand. Van got to the letter first, though, squatted down, picked a cream-colored envelope up off the floor, turned it over, and looked at the front. "It's for you," Van said, his face calm and blank, nothing in his eyes. Arthur took it out of his hands, tore it open, unfolded the letter within, and read his future. 44. Gwen was not herself. It would have been normal, the most normal thing in the world, if she was distressed. Arthur knew a thing or two about feeling distressed. 2 days after he saw Jane Nicewander die, he stopped at the Rackham cafeteria for a cup of tea on his way to a morning lecture. Breakfast was laid out buffet-style in stainless steel serving dishes. He glanced into a pan full of sausage patties, flat discs of charred meat glistening with dewy drops of grease, drew a breath, and smelled Jane burning. Arthur turned on his heel, swiftly exited the cafeteria, and vomited into a hedge. A student on his way by glanced at him sidelong and sighed, "Another satisfied customer." But Gwen didn't seem distressed to Arthur so much as distracted. Whenever he popped by the Briars, he found her in her regular place at the kitchen island, holding her glasses in one hand. She was usually chewing on the part that hooked over her ear, and staring fixedly into space, as if she were trying to puzzle out an especially maddening clue in a Sunday crossword. Only there was no crossword spread out before her, and sometimes no homework either. "I don't know what you're thinking about," he said, "but the way you're frowning, I hope it isn't me." "Never, old chum," she told him, and smiled weakly, and said no more. Even when they were all together, they weren't all together. Once upon a time, Gwen had told Arthur that the distance between Rackham College and Gogan, Maine, was farther than it looked on paper. It wasn't 1.5 miles, it was 1,000 miles and a half. At the time, he felt he knew what she meant, but he understood her even better now, when he could sit down next to her and still feel they weren't even in the same room. The essential Gwen had gone somewhere far beyond the call of his voice. The thought made him despair just a little. There were no more breathtaking kisses, no more holding on to one another as they had the night she was accepted to Rackham. It was funny, the way double murder put a damper on romance. And anyway, there was the matter of the letter he had received and what was in the letter. He could not find a way to tell her. Didn't have the stomach. And then, 5 days before Gwen's prom, Llewellyn Wren missed a step on his way down the front stairs. Arthur got the whole story later from Colin. Gwen's mother came in a little before 8 on a Wednesday morning, as was her habit, and was just lifting a tray of biscuits out of the oven when she heard a sound like someone firing a rifle in the front hallway. She dropped the pan and came running. She found Llewellyn Wren at the bottom of the stairs, grimacing and clutching his right leg. The old man had been on his way down when the thigh bone suddenly snapped. An ambulance took him to Eastern Maine Medical, where an x-ray revealed a femur with the inner consistency of honeycomb. His ribs were likewise hollowed out by osteopenia and were as fragile as eggshell. He had smashed 4 of them. "I didn't know the virus could do that," Colin told Arthur later, looking uncharacteristically nonplussed. "I didn't know it could even make your bones sick." The leg required surgery, and the first doctor consulted refused to operate on a patient who had developed full-blown AIDS. By the following day, Llewellyn's fever had spiked. He could not stop trembling in nervous pulses, and his right foot was turning an ominous shade of blue. It was the sort of color one saw in a dead body as blood pooled in the low points. A surgeon was brought in from Brigham and Women's, a skinny and expressionless Bostonian with colorless eyes who had no fear of HIV. He himself had been living with the virus for 2 years. The operation to reset the fragmented bone was managed in a few hours. A course of antibiotics took out the infection and left Llewellyn desperately weak in the grip of dehydration, diarrhea, and vicious stomach cramps. Colin arranged for a hospital bed to be shipped to the Briars. "It's stage 3, Colin told Arthur on the night Llewellyn returned to the Briars, "and this elevator only goes 4 floors. They were in the kitchen then, just the two of them. Arlene Underfoot was upstairs, where a nurse was demonstrating how to safely care for the catheter in Llewellyn's left arm. Gwen had joined them. Arthur wasn't sure why, maybe to make sure her mother understood everything. He hoped Gwen wouldn't try to help. It wasn't very noble of him, but the thought of her accidentally exposing herself to Llewellyn's illness made his insides squirm with nervousness. "They find new medicines every day," Arthur said, a line that sounded pathetic even to his own ears. Colin smiled sadly. "Don't do that, Arthur. It doesn't suit you." "What doesn't suit me?" "The language of false comfort. Maybe that kind of talk doesn't suit any of us anymore. Not after what we did." He paused, poking at a slice of cold pizza without any appetite. "When it comes to evil, King Sorrow is an absolute prince compared to AIDS." "You think?" Arthur asked. "I do," Colin told him. "If there has to be evil in the world, then I'd at least like to be in charge of it." Arthur did not think it was the proper moment to point out what was obvious, at least to him. They hadn't been in charge of anything. King Sorrow had let them feel they were in charge because it pleased him, but he had never been playing their game. They had been playing his. He was a king, after all, and they his subjects. No one was ever in charge of a dragon. Some snakes were too big to catch by the tail. Driving the '49 Cadillac was like steering a float in a parade. It was that big. Arthur pointed it into Gauguin and rolled with the canvas top down and warm, summery air blasting in over him. Gauguin was Gauguin. Someone had left a mildewed couch out on the curb. Every fourth shop was boarded up and the plywood in the windows had been tagged with bad graffiti, big black cocks and big black boobs. He loved it anyway. He loved the cat that stood in the middle of the street and wouldn't move, so he had to drive around it. He loved the loud bars, the doors flung open, and the smell of fresh beer and stale cigarettes wafting out. He loved the bras and the underwear hanging from the branches of the trees like an eccentric's notion of Christmas decorations. With Gwen's careful instructions, the caddy wound unerringly through the maze of narrow streets and onto the Underhill house, a narrow 3-story place with a foot-wide strip of grass for a front yard. She sat on the top step waiting for him, and at the sight of her he rose up behind the steering wheel, his heart going light and funny in his chest. She stood and gave him a shy little wave. Her prom dress was a soft, blushing shade of peach, a work of bewildering feminine complexity, with a loose, see-through layer wrapped around a sleek, almost shiny sheath beneath. A cat's cradle of straps laced up across her bare back. Something about it brought to mind the sort of paper lantern that would float weightlessly into the stars once someone had set a candle within it. She wobbled, coming down the step, and nearly twisted an ankle. He was already out of the car and kept her from falling on her face, one hand on her hip, another on her shoulder. "Tell me the purpose of high heels," she said, laughing. They were invented to make it easier for a girl to stumble into the arms of someone tall, dark, and handsome. "Arthur Oakes," she said, "if I didn't know better, I'd think you just tried out a line on me." "I didn't spend 6 years of my life studying Romance languages for nothing," he told her. 2 hours later, they were dancing to Simply Red, If You Don't Know Me By Now, and his hands were on her hips and her face was turned up to his. The prom was held in her high school's gymnasium, and there was an unmistakable fragrance of sweaty jockstraps and rotten sneakers. But the space was dramatically lit by banks of aquamarine light, and they kicked through an inch of glittering fluff, and Gwen's eyes were as luminous as her dress. He was readying himself for a kiss when a girl who was obviously drunk lurched into them and smashed a plastic cup of cherry punch into Gwen's chest. The drunk, a skinny chick with smeared lipstick, shouted, "Oh, geez, I'm such an asshole, sorry," and reeled away into the milling bodies. Gwen said it was all right, she could dry her boobs off with the lap blanket in the back of the caddy, and she had brought a cardigan she could pull over her top to hide the stain. He led her by the hand, out into the acres of parking lot that surrounded a 2-story brick fortress of a school that might have been designed by the same architect who dreamt up the Black Cricket Women's House of Correction. They found the car, and Gwen fetched a threadbare pea-colored cardigan from the passenger seat. Just as she finished buttoning it over her gown, Arthur drew her into his arms again. The fire door to the gym was open and the music carried. The DJ put on Sinead O'Connor, Nothing Compares to You, and the Irish girl's voice rang out across the warm evening. There were no stars to see, the constellations blotted out by the yellow-tinged glare of the titanium street lamps. They hardly danced, just held each other and rocked. Her hair smelled like summer. Arthur wanted her, wanted to find the body under the gown, to find his mouth with hers. But there was no playful friskiness in either of them. Jane Nicewander was only 2 weeks dead, and they had both lost something deeper and more meaningful than virginity. Once you murdered someone, you had to carry it forever. You went to bed with it, and it was with you when you woke up. He had dreamt of Gwen in his bed for months, but it was Jane he came home to at night. Jane was always there in the dark, grinning at him from her charred and blackened face. "Is Van in the apartment?" Gwen asked, her face close to his neck so he couldn't see her expression, and he did not need her to explain why she was asking. "He's out tonight. He had some studying to do." "Oh, he did he?" Gwen asked and dared a glance into his face. She was struggling not to smile. "I'm not surprised, a young man of his scholarly inclinations. What's he studying?" "The bottom of one of Colin Wren's Scotch classes, I believe, and a hand of poker." "Good. How much longer do we have to dance before we can get the hell out of here? I've had about all of high school I can stand, and my parents don't expect me home until the witching hour." "Gwen," he said, a discomfort and a hesitancy in his voice. "Gwen, I got a letter a few days ago." "Yes," she said, her face still turned to his, her eyes unblinking behind her glasses. "And I know what was in it." "You do?" he asked, briefly flummoxed. "Van told Donna, and Donna told me. It isn't a surprise, Arthur. I knew you were going. I knew they would accept you. When do you leave for Oxford?" "The fall term, they call it Michaelmas, begins in September, but I'll go at the beginning of August. I have family there, my father's family. They'll help me move in, and I try to spend some time with them every year. It seems important to know them, since I can't know him." He took her hands in his and dropped his head. She put her hand under his chin and lifted his face back up. "We can still steal something just for us, can't we?" Gwen asked. "Before you go? Is that so wrong?" She smiled fondly at him. It was hard to speak. Maybe that was why he took to studying languages. He kept hoping to find one that would make it easier to talk about what he felt. "I'm a little attached, Gwenny," he said in a whisper. "That's the thing." "I'm a little attached, too," she said, still smiling, but blinking suddenly at tears. "I'm not like Donna or Van. I have to feel attached to do the next thing. But I also know you're going, and you need to go. I know it means the world to you, although I don't know why. I know, and I'm okay with it. I wouldn't be okay if you tried to change your mind because of me. I'm not asking to have you forever, Arthur. Just tonight." She laughed and brushed at a bright gem on her cheek. "Arthur, old pal, we have solved at least 50 crosswords together. How much more of this smoking hot foreplay do you expect an ordinary girl like me to take?" "I don't think there's anything ordinary about Gwen Underfoot," he said. He smiled and kissed one cheek and the other, and then the mouth in between. When they pulled up in front of the house, the porch and the windows were dark, and with the car switched off, the night seemed to throb with cricket song. Arthur wished suddenly he had thought ahead, had bought flowers and left them on one pillow for her, or had put a bottle of champagne in the fridge to chill. But he had not made such preparations because he had not allowed himself to imagine the night ending here, had even advised himself not to bring her home, be better than that, he had told himself. But if the last half year had shown him anything, it was his own capacity to do worse than expected. "Do you like champagne?" he asked. "Tickles my nose," she said. "Oh, phew," he said. "I didn't buy any." The engine ticked as it cooled. "I've never done this before, old sport," she said. "Me neither," he said. And when he said it, it felt entirely true. It was true. He had never made love with someone he adored, someone who could make him feel almost heartsick with happiness. They went up the path, bumping shoulders. In psychological time, it took him approximately 7.5 hours to find the key while she waited patiently behind him, although in real time he supposed it was only half a minute. While he was fumbling for the light in the front hall, he reached back to take her hand, and for an instant imagined he would find King Sorrow's cold and scaly claw instead.
"What do you say to a threesome, mate?"
The dragon purred in his mind. Gwen stopped him before he could flip the light switch. "Leave it off." The door was still open to the street behind her when she unbuttoned her sweater, then shrugged off one shoulder strap of her dress. "The door," he said, his voice suddenly rough. "No one is looking," she said, "and no one can see. And the air feels good on my back." The gown dropped with a dry rustle and swished around her heels. She bit her lower lip while she worked to unclasp her bra. This damned thing. "Christ," he said, and got an arm around her while he shoved the door shut with the other hand. She was tight, and they had to be patient, working at it slowly and gently. He took his time to be sure it was all right while she urged him on, whispering it was fine, it didn't hurt, although later, tired and happy, she admitted it had, just a little. For a long time afterward, he lay on his side next to her, enjoying the flush across her chest and throat, moving his fingers between her breasts to feel the trip-trap of her hurrying heart. Her hand closed over his after a while and held his palm to her breastbone. "It's still there, you know," she said. "What is?" he asked. "The tattoo," she told him. "I can show you if you want." "No," he said, his sides prickling with goosebumps. "No, thanks." "You haven't noticed?" He shook his head. "Isn't that funny? He left his mark on all of us. Do you think it's an invitation to call him back sometime?" "He's not coming back. Not ever. That's over now." He didn't want to talk about it. He got up and went into the bathroom to get rid of his condom. Grotesque little things, like the shed skin of a snake, he found them distasteful. But between Tana's pregnancy and Llewellyn's illness, he was persuaded they were necessary until such time as they weren't. "I won't get it, you know," she said to him when he came back to bed. "Get what?" "AIDS," she said. "I won't get it looking after Llewellyn." As if she had read his mind on the subject of prophylactics, and maybe she had been half-reading his thoughts since the beginning. He furrowed his brow. "But you aren't looking after him, your mother is. You're starting school in a few months." Gwen looked at the ceiling. She was still smiling, still easy, no tension in her body at all. But she sighed in a way that suggested there was a sticky conversation ahead of them. Arthur felt a sudden tug of unease, but before the conversation could proceed, the phone rang in the kitchen. They listened to the brash clamor of the bell 3, 4, 5 times. "Probably Van wanting to know if he can come home yet," Arthur said. "Can he?" "No," Arthur said. "I have many more wicked designs for your tender and innocent flesh." "Not so innocent flesh now," she said merrily. The phone stopped ringing. His hand slid down to her navel. The phone began to ring again. "You should get one of those machines," she said. On the 5th ring, he threw the sheets back and stalked naked into the kitchen and grabbed the phone. "I'm in the middle of doing something," he said. "Yeah," Tana Nicewander said. "And I know who you're doing, too. But pull your dick out of her and get dressed. You two are my goddamn ride to the goddamn hospital, and we need to go because I'm having this goddamn baby whether I goddamn want to or not." Maine Medical was a collection of smart 5-story towers made of brick and glass, surrounded by a green collegiate campus and parking garages. Arthur cruised around and around it, looking for signs to the family center with an increasing sense of desperation, while Gwen and Tana sat in the back of the caddy. "Take your time, sport," Tana said. "I'll just be back here emptying my birth canal all over these nice leather seats." Then she made an angry sound and doubled over, clutching her abdomen, while Gwen stroked her between the shoulder blades. "Did a baby just fall out of me?" Gwen leaned forward to squint into the footwell. "Nope, not yet." He found the entrance to the family center at last and slowed at the curb. Gwen helped Tana out of the back. Tana was hunched over, one hand resting on her great globe of a stomach, her legs pipe stems beneath. She grimaced as if stepping into a face full of cold wind. "Thanks for driving me, Arthur," Tana said. "That's the nicest car I've ever rode in. I felt like an absolute princess. Next time I'm in a car that nice, it'll probably be a hearse." He watched them walk in through the automatic doors and then took off to find a place to park the caddy. 10 minutes later, he was in the maternity ward, a warren of antiseptic corridors, bedrooms, and offices, managed by a quartet of chippy nurses in soothing pink smocks. When Arthur said he was looking for Gwen and Tana Niswander, one of the nurses invited him to have a seat in Family Room B. Family Room B turned out to be a lounge with a few worn-out recliners in it and a TV tuned to CNN. The windows offered a view of some air conditioning units and across the street a dumpster. Arthur stood at the window and watched a pair of raccoons digging through the trash. One of them sniffed a diaper and discarded it with unmistakable and very human revulsion. He was still at the window, long after the raccoons had gone on their way, when he saw Gwen reflected in the glass. She had a hospital smock on over her prom gown now. She looked wide-eyed with exhaustion, although it wasn't yet midnight. "How's it going?" Arthur asked. She had to clamp down on a quiver of emotion. "Not so well. They're going to do a C-section. Some girls get all the luck." "Oh," he said. "Why?" "The baby is turned the wrong way and they can't shift him. The longer he's stuck, the more risk to his life, so they're reaching for the can opener." "She's in good hands here. This is what they do." "Come back in the morning?" "I can't, Arthur. I told her I'd stay. She doesn't have anyone and she talks tough, but she's scared out of her wits. You might as well go. They can't let you in the room. She's only allowed one person." "And you're her person?" "I am tonight." He had had plenty of time to think, all on his own in Family Room B, and had arrived at some ideas that he didn't much care for. "What about tomorrow?" he asked. "Are you going to be her person tomorrow? Or will you be taking a shift with Llewellyn instead?" She sighed for the second time that evening and fitted her small hand inside his large one. She rested her head on his shoulder. "He offered me $45,000, she said, "just to see him through the end. He can promise me 40 hours a week minimum." "Why would he do that?" Arthur said. "You aren't a nurse. He needs a nurse." "He'll have one, more than one, for nights and weekends and regular visits. He'll have my mother and me for the rest." She squeezed his hand. "There's no reason to be afraid. I understand the precautions. I can't get the disease from handling his dirty dishes, and I won't get it from handling his dirty diapers. I'll wear gloves and I'll be careful." "I'm not afraid," he said, which was a lie. "I'm worried for you. How are you going to look after a sick old man and manage Rackham? 40 hours a week plus a full slate of classes? It was thoughtless of him to pressure you into it." "He didn't pressure me, Arthur. I offered. I suggested it." "You? Why?" She didn't reply. "Maybe," he said, "you should talk to admissions at Rackham and see how they'd feel if you only attended part-time in your first year." "I'm not going to Rackham. I've already put my deposit down at the University of Southern Maine in Portland. I'm going to study to be an EMT. It's 2 years of work and then they ease you right into a job with one of the ambulance companies. Caring for Llewellyn will be good training for that too. Please don't be mad with me." He felt a cold, anesthetized sensation spreading through him, a kind of numbness in the extremities, not unlike being plunged into icy water. It took him a moment to identify the sensation not as shock but as rage. "Why? I need to know why." "Don't you already know?" He shook his head. "I want to help people, Arthur. Right now, not later. I need to. Need. The way a person needs to breathe when someone is holding their head underwater. You and the others gotta find absolution your way. This is mine. I can do something for Mr. Wren. I can make the last months of his life bearable. I can look after Tana, too. She's going to need to get in the social service system, and I can help with that. I'm patient and I wear bureaucracies down, and when she goes back to work, she's going to need childcare, and I can offer her some. Tana and Mr. Wren don't know this, but they're my way back. If I can do enough good for them, maybe someday, in a few years, I'll be able to look at myself in the mirror again and see something besides an evil tattoo. I want to like myself again, Arthur. Can't you understand that? You can help more people with a degree. He thought his own voice sounded both mulish and childish. I could help them later, and by then Llewellyn will be in the ground, and Tana's child will be in foster care, and I'm carrying around enough regret already. If you aren't going to Rackham, maybe I shouldn't go to Oxford, he said. I could stay here, help with the old man, learn ambulance stuff. We could work together. Even as he said it, he knew he wouldn't. He didn't have the courage for dramatic gestures, and he didn't know anything but the study of literature. It frightened him to imagine his life without a syllabus. He felt safest with an assignment to finish, a paper to write. He felt safe in the classroom, was comforted by the smell of chalk dust, reassured by the respectful give and take of a directed conversation. Gwen laughed at him, warmly and affectionately, knuckles lightly brushing his chest. Didn't we just talk about this? Someday I'm going to meet your mother. And if I'm the reason you don't go to Oxford, she's going to look at me like I'm trash. You want that? You want her to hate me? I don't care, he said. I do. Maybe you don't know the difference between what you want and what you need, but I do. You need Oxford, and I need this. Tana, the old guy, and emergency work. I want to save lives, not ruin them. Let's start with yours. Miss Underfoot, said a nurse leaning into the room. Tana is asking for you. They're moving her into the surgical theater. Yes, Gwen said, and she rose on her tiptoes and kissed the corner of Arthur's mouth. Are you going to be okay? Don't stay. I'll get a ride back from my mom later. Go on, he said. She was already turning away, but he patted her bum, and when she glanced back, he made himself smile. Go be her person. She grinned and went with the nurse, briskly moving away down a dimly lit corridor. In her medical smock, Gwen already looked a bit like a hospital employee herself. Arthur watched her hurry away to Tana, thinking there was some kind of cold moral logic in it, thinking he had not lost Gwen tonight, or on the day Gwen was accepted to EMT classes at the University of Southern Maine. He had lost her months ago. He had lost her when he took Tana to his bedroom. That didn't make any logical sense at all, but somehow it was still true. Later that morning, Gwen called to tell him it was a boy. 45. The others scattered after finals, leaving Gwen and Arthur to each other. Van and Donna went back to the Panhandle to work for their father, Van at the old man's newspaper, Donna at his TV station. Van caught the thankless job of covering local town meetings, sitting in stuffy hearing rooms while select men debated budget amendments and sewage repair. Donna interned with makeup for a while, but by the middle of the summer was sometimes doing on-camera fluff pieces on slow nights. A local family offering children rides on their pet ostrich, an elderly woman who would clean houses topless for $20 an hour. It pees me something good to know my sister is going to get famous before I do, Van wrote Arthur. Just because she has tits and no shame. The thing holding me back right now is my general lack of a work ethic and any discernible talents. My poor prospects for the future have left me depressed. My gloom has driven me to the bottle. I'm drunk most days by lunch. Fortunately, I'm a high-functioning drunk. Shit. I guess that's my talent. How do you like that, old son? Donna wrote Arthur, too. I'm hoping Van will pull out of it before Allie comes to visit for July 4th. He smells like feet and has started chewing tobacco and getting brown spittle on his shirt. Also, he's learned how to play the A chord on the guitar, and he sits at the dinner table playing it over and over and staring at everyone with bloodshot eyes. If it keeps up, I'm going to garrote him with a guitar string. Oh, I had my third TV spot yesterday. I wore a light summery emerald top and didn't realize the lighting made it as transparent as green cling wrap. So basically, I did a live report in my bra. I look damn good, though. Allie sent postcards from Martha's Vineyard, Rome, Houston, and Panama City, where she stayed with the McBrides for 2 weeks in July. Her cards usually contained at least one interesting statistical observation. I have told Van I will consider a kiss, with tongue, if he can give up chewing tobacco. He has cut his usage by 70% in 3 days, so I am getting my tonsils ready. And Donna and I are shopping for mini skirts that are 30% shorter. She has noted a correlation between hem length and invitations to appear on screen. This is a foul, fallen world, isn't it? On the other hand, she has such great legs it is a shame to hide them. And I can't believe you won't be in Maine this fall. I am going to miss you 100% of the time. She was returning in the fall for her junior year. Donna and Van would be back at Rackham as seniors. Only Colin and Arthur had graduated. Colin also left Maine behind for the summer after he concluded his grandfather wasn't going to die on him in the next few months. He took a 10-week internship in New York City with a company called America Online. People who signed up could send letters electronically. They were called emails, and they were delivered instantly anywhere in the world for free. "You would have received this letter days ago if you had a computer, you beautiful silly Luddite," Colin wrote him. "They're learning how to play chess, you know, the computers. Someday they'll be even better at thrashing you than I am." Gwen read that letter aloud to Arthur while they were in his bed together. The windows opened so the cross breeze cooled the sweat on their bare bodies. She laughed and said, "Colin Wren is the sort of patient, reasonable scientist who invents teleportation and accidentally turns himself into a big fly." His ground floor apartment, a few blocks from Rackham, had no air conditioning, and that summer it was oppressively hot inside. A humid, smothering swelter that made the idea of wearing clothes ridiculous. He had never imagined he could adore another human body as much as he adored Gwen's, as much as he adored the slope of her hip and the dimples in the small of her back and her sweet little round tum. They had 8 weeks that summer, both of them boiling for each other in his bedroom, the smell of hot blacktop and fresh-cut grass seeping in around the drapes from the open windows. The slight airlessness of the place made orgasms keener. When Arthur first read about autoerotic asphyxiation, he got it right away because that summer it was sometimes hard to breathe. It was so hot in his little bedroom. Every life has to have a best part, and later he understood that was his. They spent a long weekend in Vermont, helping his mother move out of the halfway house and into a cottage in Montpelier, a one-floor, two-bedroom place with blue siding and white trim, and roses growing in beds along the foundation. It was a 45-minute drive from Black Cricket, and 15 minutes from an Episcopalian retreat where Aaron would offer workshops on counseling the incarcerated. There were skylights in Erin's bedroom. The ex-convict stood on her bed and opened them, then climbed out onto the roof. She shouted for Arthur to get the iced tea. All three of them finished the day sprawled on the hot tar paper shingles of the roof, beneath a cloudless, intensely blue sky. The white mountains were mounded up on the horizon, so pale, so faded they were like ghosts of mountains. Arthur sat up on his elbows, ice clinking softly in his glass, and looked sidelong over Gwen at his mother, who was flat on her back, eyes shut. "How do you feel?" he asked her. "I've had 10,000 showers since I got out of Black Cricket," Erin said. "But this is the first time I felt like I washed it off me. Turns out I didn't need a shower. I just needed this sun." They shared a bottle of Pinot Grigio that night, the wine so bright and clear it was as if someone had distilled the afternoon sunlight instead of grapes. They drank a little too much and laughed a little too hard, and ate a homemade macaroni and cheese that Gwen had brought from Maine. When Gwen's hand stole into Arthur's, Erin noticed, and she narrowed her eyes with pleasure and gentle approval. Gwen and Arthur made love that night in the guest room with the curtains pushed back, and the sky still faintly glowing a pale shade of peach, the color of her prom dress. Even at 10 p.m., the sun refused to entirely quit the earth. "I hate that it's going to get dark and we have to go to sleep, and tomorrow there'll be one day less," Arthur said. "But tomorrow," Gwen said, her lips close to his ear, "we also get one day more." 46. Almost half a year later, on the 23rd of December, Arthur flew from Heathrow to Logan Airport. Colin Wren was waiting for him on the other side of customs. They crossed the sky bridge to the 6-story parking garage, and Arthur threw his suitcase in the trunk of the 49 Caddy convertible. Colin put the car in gear and pointed them at Maine. The plan was to spend the night with Colin and the others, and then go on to Montpelier for Christmas Eve with his mother. They listened to NPR most of the way, driving into the dusk through whirling white flakes of snow. The U.S. was building up its forces in Saudi Arabia to drive a tin-pot dictator out of Kuwait. The U.S. 1st Light Armored was already over there, and the United Kingdom's 1st Armored Division was right next to them, everyone getting ready to tally-ho across the desert. There's a good lad, back to Baghdad with you. When they got to the Briars, the others were there, except for Gwen, who was driving a plow for her father and would be over later. Donna had already built up a crackling fire in the hearth, and there was a 2-story blue spruce waiting to be decorated. Van poured the scotch. They were hanging a string of lights that looked like giant snowflakes when Gwen came in, her face gray and her mouth tight. She had not bothered to take off her boots and had tracked in white footprints. She shivered. Arthur was 5 steps up a ladder, the only reason he didn't catch her at the door and pull her into his arms. He opened his mouth to call to her, and then shut it again when he saw her expression. "Llewellyn had a good night," Colin told her. "He got almost 6 hours sleep, and now he's watching the PBS Sherlock Holmes on video. I think Jeremy Brett reminds him of himself. Are you all right? You look like you ran someone down on the way over here. I hope no one's dead." "Not yet," Gwen said. "But someone's going to be. King Sorrow is at my house this morning. Under the stairs, in the basement. He says it's that time of year again. He says a deal's a deal. He says we have to decide who we're going to kill next." First interlude. Gwen Underfoot, 1990. 1. "I was always good with a knife," the old man told her one day, his breath stinking, the inside of his mouth white and soft with thrush. He grinned, and in the dark of his bedroom she could see the yellow of his teeth. He was like the Cheshire Cat in Alice, Gwen thought, if the cat was rotting from the inside out. "I took naturally to close fighting. I suffered from some debility of the imagination. I could never take it seriously when someone wanted to kill me. It always felt like we were both play-acting, only pretending we were going to do something bad to each other. It gave me the psychological freedom to bring a certain sense of play to acts of homicide. Near the end of the fighting in Italy, we surprised a boy hiding in a haystack. He looked about 12, although I suppose he was older. The Germans weren't desperate enough to draft children then, and he went at me with a bayonet. I was trying not to laugh the whole time." "You should rest," Gwen said. He didn't seem to hear her. "Even when I cut his throat," Llewellyn Wren said, "and he fell flopping into the frozen dirt, his head hanging crooked off his neck. The blade went so deep I half decapitated him. Even then, I was fighting back giggles. I couldn't take it seriously. Not his life. Not mine." 2. It started snowing on Wednesday afternoon and didn't stop until early on Thursday morning. Her father made a pit stop home just after 6 a.m. to fill his thermos and eat chipped beef on toast, standing up at the kitchen counter. He didn't take his knit cap off. He had been out all night plowing the campus. "You're on your own for dinner," Gwen told him. "Mama is cleaning up after the dean's Christmas party and I've got the baby." How much is Tana paying you for childcare again?" "Jet's got an evil rash on his bottom. You can't imagine how he cries." "That's right," he said. "You do it for pleasure. Front walk is shoveled out. Put down some rock salt so your tired mother don't snap her neck coming in." After he left, Gwen stayed at the kitchen table drinking her tea and working on the crossword. She finished half and did no more. She thought of the unfinished bit as Arthur's half. He was always the answer to the parts of the puzzle she couldn't solve. She would see him before the day was out, for the first time in months. A thought that gave her a funny tickle of excitement in the pit of her stomach. The basement door was under the stairs and only 4.5 feet high. When Gwen was small, her Aunt Ethelyn had promised her that Alamaguzlin lived behind little doors like that. A shrunken old man who was as old as rivers, and who liked to suck the sweet flesh off children's bones. Gwen hated going through that door into the basement even now, but the rock salt wasn't going to bring itself upstairs. The basement had a soil floor and plastered walls, the plaster falling away in jagged flakes to show the stone behind. She was 2 steps from the bottom when King Sorrow reached through the space between steps to grasp her ankle. She tottered, let go of the rail, fell, and hit the dirt floor on her elbows, then bounced her chin off it. Her teeth clacked. A darkness lurched up behind her eyes. The hand still had her ankle. She twisted onto her side and looked at it. 4 scaly fingers, a delicate black webbing between them, golden talons curving at their tips. King Sorrow released her and his claws slid away beneath the stairs. A pair of polluted red eyes with slitted pupils peered out from the darkness. "When you were small," he said, "you were scared to come down here, weren't you?
Because like all children, you secretly believed there was something hungry and evil waiting for you in the basement. And like all children, you were right.
Gwen opened her mouth to scream, then thought how pointless that would be. She was alone in the house. The closest neighbor, Thomas Needler, was 89 and deaf. So when she spoke, her voice was level. Go away.
Whatever you say, love, just tell me where to go.
I don't care, you old snake. It isn't up to me.
Oh, Gwen,
he said.
It is.
3. Are you all right? Colin asked. You look like you ran someone down on the way over here. I hope no one's dead. Not yet, Gwen said. But someone's going to be. King Sorrow was in my basement this morning. He says it's that time of year again. He says a deal's a deal. He says we have to decide who we're going to kill next. Arthur was on a ladder hanging enormous blue crystals, big as softballs, on the towering pine in a corner of the study. Colin was on the floor by a box of ornaments, handing the globes up to him. Donna and Van had a tinsel rope and were winding it around and around Allie. But when Gwen said King Sorrow's name, they all stopped and looked at her as if she had arrived covered in blood. If you're trying to be funny, Van said, then I hope you weren't planning a career in stand-up because your material sucks. Easter, Gwen told them. Someone has to die at Easter. Allie, still bound by the twinkling loops, said, Last Easter. The deal was someone had to die last Easter. No, every Easter. Either we pick someone to die or one of us dies instead. Last year it was up to Arthur who died. This year he seems to have decided it's me. Donna said, He can't do that. He can't make us. It was a one-time deal. That's not how he sees it. You want to argue with him, Donna? Maybe we could take him to court. Gwen's voice was not quite steady. We can tell the judge we never agreed to yearly contract killings. Our deal was strictly for 2 murders, no more. Arthur found his way down the ladder and crossed the room. He took her hands in his. There. That was better. Are you sure? Arthur began. Is there any chance... Shit. Is there any chance you... dreamt it? His face was so serious it loosened something in her chest and she found she could almost smile. I'd love that. I'd love it so much. But tell me, Arthur, do I have a bruise on my chin? Just a little one? She lifted her head and let him look. He nodded. And a little cut. Then I guess I didn't dream it because I did that falling on my face when he grabbed my ankle from under the stairs. Colin unfolded his legs and rose from the floor. Something about the way he moved made Gwen think of one of those insects that resemble sticks. Maybe we should have a drink, Colin said. 4. King Sorrow's a bit of a lawyer, isn't he? Colin said when she was done telling her story again. He was very particular about the wording when we made our deal. Your liege swears his protection, and in turn you offer me a sacrifice on Easter Day. Isn't that what he told us? I've been reading about them, Arthur said. Dragons. Of course he had been reading about them. Gwen didn't know anyone who was so inclined to turn everything into homework. One of the things she loved about him was his quiet, even dull devotion to study. He wasn't brilliant like Colin. He was a born toiler, someone who dug his way out of problems one shovel load at a time. Have you drawn any conclusions from your research? Colin asked. It was hard to tell if he was teasing or not. A few. For starters, it's a bad idea to make a deal with them. Language is one of their weapons, as much as the fire they breathe or the tail that can knock down a house. Thanks for the insight, Sigmund, Van said. We could have used that pearl of wisdom 12 months ago. Arthur ignored him. Someone tells you Christmas is in December, you understand they mean every December, not just that December. What a crock of balls. Fuck him. We don't have to give him shit, Donna said. Yes, we do. We have to give him Gwen, Colin said. Unless we nominate someone to die in her place. He bowed his head and considered in silence. At last he nodded to himself. Okay, it's not so bad. What the hell do you mean it's not so bad? Gwen asked. He's going to kill someone.
again, and force us to be a part of it.
There's a lot of bad fellows in the world. All we have to do is pick one of them. Any of them. Right now, our country is gearing up to send people to die in the sand for us. We could wipe out Saddam Hussein and save everyone a whole lot of trouble.
Or the toolbox killers, Donna said, her voice suddenly hushed. Whitaker and Norris. I can't remember how many girls they killed, but I know they raped and tortured their victims first. They should burn alive for what they did, but they'll probably live another 30 years, eating Jell-O paid for by the taxpayer and enjoying free health care, fuckers.
What we need is an enemies list, Collins said. A list of people who are absolutely irredeemable and whose continued existence is toxic. So, in fact, probably not Whitaker or Norris because they are in jail and can't hurt anyone else now. Maybe not even Saddam since he's about to get a bunker-busting missile dropped on his head. We want to deal with the tin pot dictators and serial murderers who have evaded retribution and accountability. People who get away with it. I'll make a spreadsheet. Best to collect an array of candidates, and then after Christmas we can discuss the pros and cons of each.
Why do we need a spreadsheet? We only need one name, Arthur said.
Sure. This year, Gwen replied. That shut them up for a bit. It was going to keep going. This Easter, next Easter, they might still be choosing victims for King Sorrow when Gwen was 60.
We could fight him, Arthur said softly.
He bent a lamppost into a question mark, and if you didn't notice, by the time he comes through into our world, he's the size of an attack helicopter, Van said.
Sure, he'd tear us apart if we tried to go toe-to-toe with him, but there are other ways to battle dragons.
Collins said, Do you want to riddle with him, Arthur? I get the impression he's fond of riddling contests. Do you think you know any he hasn't already heard in the last 3,000 years?
When Arthur didn't reply, Colin went on.
This is how I parse it. We can make a desperate play to outfight him and wind up like Jane Nicewander, or we can sacrifice a serial killer to him, a Ted Bundy type, and do a little good. Put another way, if we go to war against King Sorrow, we would essentially be risking our lives to protect a guy like Ted Bundy.
He glanced sidelong at Gwen, as if it had been her arguing instead of Arthur.
You have to decide who's worth more to the world, Gwen. Us or some sick serial murderer somewhere.
But Colin, Gwen said, we're serial murderers too.
5. It wasn't her shift, but she went in to check on the old man. The evening nurse, Kitty, sat in a chair over by the windows, under the only lit lamp, working at a book of word searches. Llewellyn slept with one gaunt hand curled on his chest and his mouth open slightly, and in his black satin pajamas with the red piping projected something of a Dracula vibe. When he exhaled, Gwen had the idea she could smell his insides dying. A ridiculous notion, and yet she was sure it was true. Kitty waved. Gwen nodded and went back out. She almost fell over Arthur. He was sitting on the staircase, his elbows on the top step, a glass of Colin's good scotch in one hand. Gwen glanced down the hall and saw the door to the guest room open. The sheets rumpled up, and felt a nervous tickle in the pit of her stomach. It would be the easiest thing in the world to take him by the hand, put a finger to her lips to shush him, and tow him down the hall to his bedroom. The others were still downstairs and would guess what they were up to and have a good laugh at them when they reappeared, and she didn't care. But she did care about Jet and had to be at Tana's in 40 minutes, so instead of taking him by the hand and hauling him to bed, she sat on the step next to him. He bumped his shoulder against hers and smiled. "Hell of a Christmas present," he said. "Hell of a thing to come back to," she agreed. "Right about now, you probably wish you'd stayed." "No, I don't wish I'd stayed. I wish I'd come back sooner. I almost did a couple times. I'd have these moments when I'd begin doing the math, how long it takes to get from Oxford to London by train, how long it would take to get to Heathrow, how long I'd be waiting for my flight. I'd get excited just thinking about it. I could imagine leaving all my stuff, not even bothering to pack." "What about your classes?" He shrugged. "What about them? I'd just go. I figured out I only needed 20 hours to get to Maine. I could have you in bed within a day." She laughed at that, a loud, healthy shout of hilarity that echoed in the reception hall. Her face went hot. "Pretty cocky," she said. "How do you know I haven't moved on? How do you know I haven't been running a whole parade of men in and out of my bed?" "Have you?" he asked earnestly. "Have you met someone?" His eyes were bright in the dark, and he took her hand in his. The funny tickling sensation of nervousness and longing was in her chest now. "No, Arthur," was all she said. "Tell me one thing you love about Oxford." The school hosted a literary gala for graduate students, champagne and fancy cheeses, and 3 different white kids asked if I was the coat check boy. I loved that. Oh no, Arthur. I try to remind myself it was much harder for my father when he attended Magdalen. Is that why you wanted to go? Because he studied there? I wanted to go because he should have taught there. He should have been made chair of medieval and Renaissance literature. He applied to teach. He applied 3 times. He was told he lacked the qualifications. He spoke and read 6 languages. Maybe if he had learned 7, huh? The best he could do was a job writing for The Guardian. They sent him to South Africa to cover apartheid, and he died there. He was killed for writing about apartheid? Gwen asked. I wish. That would be so cool. He had a few drinks with some friends, then fell running to catch a bus in the rain and hit his head on the curb. He went back to his little apartment to sleep off his headache and died of an epidural hematoma instead. He wasn't killed by the apartheid state. Maybe you could say he was killed by Oxford. If they'd hired him, he'd be alive now. Arthur considered the sharp crease in his trousers. Magdalen hired a black woman recently, first ever black educator. Progress comes for us all. She put her hand inside of his and they were quiet together on the stairs for a while. Did I see you peeking into my bedroom? He asked her. Were you thinking thoughts? She chortled and hid her face against his chest. When are you back from your mother's? She asked. He rested his chin on the top of her head. Not nearly soon enough, he said. When do you leave for Tana's? Too soon, she said. Story of our lives, he told her. 6. They all remembered bringing King Sorrow into the world differently. Colin and Arthur believed there had been a helmet filled with water, and they had passed it around and around, looking into it for some hint of dragons. But Gwen never saw a helmet. She remembered a cracked hand mirror with a mother-of-pearl handle and a Y-shaped fissure in the glass, so reflections appeared as a triptych. It had belonged to Maria Romanoff before her murder. Colin said her executioner had told her to calm herself, to brush her hair, everything would be fine, and so she was staring into it when he raised the gun to shoot her in the back of the head. It was just a story, no one could prove it, but Gwen could see that Colin relished the idea. He said they could use it as a scrying mirror, and Van said, if I had your face, I'd cry every time I looked in a mirror too. And Colin smiled indulgently and said he was talking about catoptromancy, and Van said, I don't want to do nothing that's going to trigger catalepsy. I already have trouble staying awake in my goddamn classes. Catoptromancy is the art of using a reflective surface as a window to see into other worlds. I figure the hand mirror of a murdered Russian princess will do, Colin said as he offered the mirror to Arthur, handle first. They had passed the mirror and called for the king. Gwen promised him snacks. Allie pretended she was working the desk in an airport. Paging King Sorrow. Your American Airlines flight to Potomaquasi, Maine, and other points on Earth is fully boarded. Please get your scaly ass in your seat. Come on in, Arthur said. The door is open. The door to the hall flew open behind them, as if flung wide by a sudden gust. Air blew papers across the desk at the far end of the room, ruffled the pages of an open book. Before anyone could react, the door slammed itself shut. Donna screamed and yanked her hands off the table. Fuck this! Come on in, Colin said. We're waiting. The door opened again and slammed so hard it knocked some of the framed shadow boxes on the wall askew, the boxes that contained Llewellyn's collection of dead, glittering brooch-like butterflies, 100 corpses precisely impaled by Llewellyn Wren's silver pins, lovingly embalmed with Llewellyn Wren's poisons. 7. None of these poisons will kill the virus, Llewellyn told her. But if we give them time, Gwen, they might kill me. It's a race to see what I die of first, my infections or my medicine. They were in the dark of his bedroom and she was passing him the paper cups with his pills in them, one at a time. The shades were drawn against the last of the daylight. Llewellyn couldn't bear the sunshine any longer. His eyes had gone the color of filthy dishwater from a cytomegalovirus. Eyelids red and inflamed. His face was a death mask, His nose had a great wine-stained sarcoma on the end of it, ruining what had been a genial, affectionate face. She handed him another paper thimble of tablets. Keep swallowing. That's what the boys said to me my first Friday night below decks on a destroyer, Llewellyn said. God, that was a good time. There was a lot of excellent fagging about in the North Atlantic in those days. He swallowed 3 more pills and grimaced. Tasty. I think I said something about the war the other night. Was I rambling, Gwen? Gwen noted with interest his almost sly undertone. Which war? Well, precisely, he sighed. I did have a hand in quite a few of them, including the one upon us now. I wrote a psychological profile on Saddam. Terrifically uninteresting fellow. Generic gangster mentality. Thinks there's nothing classier than shitting on a gold toilet. Gwen spooned up some porridge. She fed him with care, using the spoon to catch anything that didn't make his lips and nudging it back in. Thank you, my love, he said. But I did talk to you, didn't I? About one of my wars? What did I say? Just a bunch of malarkey, Gwen said. You talked about important men you wanted to screw, important men who wanted to screw you. Who knew you had such a torrid imagination, you filthy old fairy? Ought to be ashamed of yourself. I'm an innocent and untutored girl of the Christian faith. I feel despoiled every time I walk out of here. Nothing about Vietnam? He asked her. Nothing about my instruction manual or my research in Saigon? Something in his tone unsettled her, his slow, probing curiosity. No, she said. He sighed again. She fed him another spoonful. You are right, he said suddenly. It is all malarkey. You mustn't believe anything I say when I am not myself, my dearest. It may sound real, but be sure of it. It is nothing more than horrible fantasy born of a lurid imagination. This will come as no surprise to you. You have seen my cabinet of curiosities. You must forget whatever I say and never repeat it to anyone. I wouldn't want anyone to think less of me, to hear how I raved, or what peculiar ideas I held at the end. But he said all this in a light tone that approached glee. She scraped the spoon around the inside of the bowl and put it to his lips, and he ate. Wonderful, he said. Thank you. But it came back up 20 minutes later. He twisted on his side suddenly as if he had been gut-shot and vomited into her lap. Oh, God, he said. Oh, no. Oh, Gwen, I'm so sorry. He was trying not to cry. Never you mind, she said, rising to her feet. She had a cloth, much like one of the rags she used to burp Jet, and began to clean it up. I didn't mean to, he said. Of course you didn't. You weren't even awake. It came up on you while you were drifting. I'll change the sheets. He vomited again. Get it all out, she said, his puke beginning to dry on her jeans. Get it out and you can start to feel better. I don't think there is better, he said, panting heavily. Not from here on. Only worse. I had endurance training in the army, before the war and after. In one test of our stamina, we would stand in foxholes filled with icy water to see how long we could take it. I could take it longer than just about anyone. I'm going to last a long time, Gwen. I'm going to rot right off my bones while I'm still alive. He gave her a glaucous look. You must change those jeans right away. First your sheets, then my jeans. When he stopped shaking, she helped him into the wheelchair and made his bed with fresh sheets. She had spare clothes in her gym bag, and she took them into his palatial bathroom to change. She left the door open between them. If he wasn't half blind by then, he could have watched her undress. Maybe he would have enjoyed it. Homosexual or not, she thought. Llewellyn had a cheerfully lascivious streak and relished a good naked body of any gender. He had been married for years and had a child himself, so he had got it up at least once for a bit of female tale. She had seen some of the dirty books of hardcover fetish photography on his shelves, the Maplethorpe, the Helmut Newton, and then there was his novel, an unpublished pulp soldier of fortune thing Llewellyn had written in the late 60s, full of sadism and submission and unlikely couplings, both hetero and homosexual in nature. He kept a copy of the manuscript in the library. She had started reading it, usually with her eyebrows raised as high as they would go, in a mixture of admiring horror and bemused shock. Maybe she would try to finish it one of these days. I wanted to see the spring, sit out back in the wheelchair with the sun on my face and smell the dogwoods. Maybe if I was having a good day, you'd let me have a cigar and a whiskey. Not only would I get you a cigar and a whiskey, I'd drink one with you.
I'd like that. His voice was soft in the dark. I'm glad you spent so much of your childhood in this house, Gwen. It did me good to have your sturdy kindness in my life. My son Colin's father was a terrible person. He was good at everything he put his hand to, polo, sailing, selling, modeling, but couldn't bear to work at anything. He only ever did one honorable thing. He died, took his mouse of a wife with him before he could ruin Colin. And that's how I got a second chance to be a father. I must not have done so badly this time around. Colin has good friends. He has you. She eased him back into bed. He found her hand. But if I have a choice, he said, if I can have anyone beside me at the end, I want you there instead of him, Gwen. I know how selfish that is, but I know you'd help me through the hard bits. I never imagined dying could be such hard work.
What makes you so sure you'll go first? Gwen said. You'll probably talk me to death, you old bastard. He didn't just laugh at that. He roared. 8. When Jane Nyswander unloaded her daddy's shotgun into her own TV set, she had peppered the wall behind it with shot, and in the new year, Gwen resolved to replaster and repaint so Tana didn't raise her boy in a place that had bullet holes in the walls. Gwen left Jet cooing and frog-kicking in his crib and wandered into the kitchen to see if there were pliers in the junk drawer. She could start tonight by picking the iron pellets out of the wall. There were no pliers amid the mess of acid-caked old batteries, rusting screwdrivers, and rubber bands. She gave up and closed the drawer. Jet was beginning to make grizzling sounds. He was going to want a bottle soon, and then slid it open again for another look. Gwen felt she had spied something important. Seen it without knowing she had seen it. She sorted through the dried-up ballpoint pens and broken clothespins until her gaze settled on a stained and crumpled napkin from Dunkin' Donuts. Someone had written on it in jagged cursive. There was a 617 number, that was Boston, followed by the words Catherine Porter, moviegoer, killer angel. Gwen wondered if Catherine Porter was a friend of Ronnie Volp's, one of the strippers he knew and sold drugs to. Killer Angel might be the name she used when she was grinding the pole. Moviegoer could be Ronnie's way of saying she also did porno. Only that didn't feel right. Why would Ronnie write her whole name out that way so formally? And a moviegoer wasn't in films. They watched films. Gwen didn't know why the old note bothered her, only that it did. Jet began to bleat in a goaty sort of way, and she had to let it go. He had all of one bottle and most of a second before he calmed, and she was able to rock him into a slumber. Then she left him in his crib and went onto the back stoop to get a lungful of fresh air and clear her head. She watched a plane rise from Portland International, red lights blinking on its wingtips. Gwen had never been any farther out of state than Boston. She and her father attended a single Red Sox game every summer, usually after the home team was out of contention and the seats were at their cheapest. She wanted to go with Arthur to London someday, see a place where people had dwelt for 1,000 years. She wanted to see Arthur's London, his cafes, his parks, his bookshops. It hit her then. Their book titles, Catherine Porter, Killer Angels. Damn it, they're books, aren't they? The night offered no opinion on the matter. Gwen returned to the darkened kitchen, picked the phone off the wall, and dialed the 617 number on the napkin. It rang 5 times, and then there was a click and a thunk, and she was listening to the pre-recorded message on an answering machine. This is Bridget Fleming, and you've reached Fleming Antiquarian Books, specializing in signed editions, rare firsts, vintage erotica, and literary ephemera. The woman on the machine paused to hack a wet smoker's cough, then went on in her creaking North Boston voice. Our collection is open by appointment only. Details available through our mailing list. If you are looking for something specific, leave your number after the tone and let me know what you're looking for. If I don't have it, I can find it. Sheldon, do not leave any more messages. You need a therapist. If I see you in front of my apartment again, I'm calling your mother or the goddamn cops. There was a beep. Gwen did not leave a message. She stood in the stillness and shadows of the empty kitchen, her pulse as quick in her as if she had just run up a flight of stairs. Bridget Fleming was a dealer, like Ronnie and Jane,
only they dealt angel dust and Bridget Fleming dealt fairy dust. Old books, old stories, Granddaddy's sepia-tinted pornography. Had they sold the stolen books to her? Did she still have them? Did she still have the Enoch Crane journal? Because Enoch Crane had a lot to say about King Sorrow. He had explained how to invite him into their world and how to keep him fed. Maybe he had also written something about how to make him go away. 9. When the hand mirror made its way around to her, Gwen and Arthur were the only ones still sitting at the card table. Colin had seen something in the mirror, only he insisted later it had been a helmet filled with water, got up from the table and gone to perform some necessary part of the ritual. Gwen and Arthur held hands, and she stared into murdered Maria's mother-of-pearl inlaid mirror, gripping it in her right hand so she could see herself and Arthur and Allie playing piano beneath the framed shadow boxes of Llewellyn's prize butterflies. The door to one side of the piano gaped wide, looking into an impenetrable darkness. A great, pale eye opened slowly in that darkness. An infected eye with a vertical slit for a pupil, an eye as golden as a harvest moon. Opened, and then slowly, dreamily shut again and was gone. Arthur called out in a loud, clear voice, "Your subjects beseech their king for his protection. We call our king down from the long dark." In the mirror, Gwen watched the door to the hallway slam shut once more. It crashed shut so loudly Gwen fumbled, almost dropped the mirror in her own lap. Curiously, she didn't think Allie so much as flinched. Allie was bent over the keys, maniacally banging away at Puff the Magic Dragon. She was somewhere else, deep in the dream of the song. When Gwen righted the mirror, she had a queer sensation of dislocation, a wooziness that she felt in the spot right between her eyes. The mirror was splintered into 3 big shards, split by a Y-shaped crack that ran up the center. In the shard on her left, she saw Arthur, only he wore a black gauze blindfold and he was no longer holding her hand. Instead, he held the shining silver hilt of a sword, the sword of a king, and his chin rested upon it. The blade was pointed straight down, probably buried in the floor. The black muslin over his eyes was semi-transparent, and he seemed to be drowsing. His tunic was made of the same rough black stuff. In the big shard on the right-hand side, she could see the door to the hall, slowly yawning open once more. A night sky waited on the other side, a vast darkness filled with cold, ancient stars. The butterflies in the shadow boxes began to twitch and shiver. And then one by one they lifted free, sliding off their pins and flying in a bright, whispering storm to escape into the long dark. And that was when she knew her task. She had to look after the dead until they were ready to carry a message of fire to King Sorrow. In the sliver of glass in the crotch of the Y, she could see herself, and her eyes had become the yellow, slitted eyes of the serpent. Her reflection threw her a wink and sent her on her way. 10. Colin had a 12-page handout stapled at one corner for each of them. The first page was a spreadsheet with a row of names running down the left. Other columns noted age, current place of residence, if known, crimes suspected or confirmed, and a number ranging from 1 to 100 that described ongoing threat valence. Most were in the 90s, although a small number were in the middle 50s, and one, an incarcerated child murderer, scored a mere 12. He was brisk, sunny, and all business. Gwen's mother had made a pot of tea and fluffy, buttery biscuits for their study session. The curtains were pulled back from the French windows, and the room was flooded with daylight. The way they sat around the card table, they might have been at a meeting for a charitable foundation, gathered to decide how best to distribute their money. Arthur, just back from Vermont that morning, began turning through the pages with a crease of concentration, or maybe bewilderment, between his eyebrows. He looked as if he had been presented with an exam for which he had uncharacteristically forgotten to prepare. Van pushed the handout away. "I'm too sober for this." Colin looked amused. "It's 1 PM." "No, it isn't," Van said. "It's murder o'clock, drinking time." "Draganity o'clock," Ellie murmured. Van walked around to the bar. "Anyone else?" Me too," Allie bounced on her stool and waved one hand. Van found beers in the mini-fridge and opened them with his back to the rest of the group. Donna said, Gilbert Carmichael Quinn. Let's do him. Colin frowned, looked at the first page of the handout. He's not on the list, Colin said. No, Donna said. He's in Powledge Prison in Texas for possession of child pornography. Back in 1979, he kidnapped my best friend, raped and strangled her, and left her in a ditch. Van drank half a Dos Equis, then lowered the bottle and said, Fuck, he did. Donna turned odd, watery, burning eyes on her brother. He confessed, told one of his cellmates all the details. Jailhouse snitch don't mean nothing. Some old boy looking to knock a couple years off his sentence by throwing a perv under the bus. I mean, you want to blast this Quinn dude off the face of the earth? Be my guest. He's 62, he's got diabetes so bad they had to amputate one foot, and he's never getting out of jail, but suit yourself. Only don't kid yourself, he's the one took Katie. It was looked into. 12 hours before Katie got took, Quinn was in Los Angeles, hitching his semi to a load of bananas going to Denver. He said it, Los Angeles. If he didn't do it to her, he did it to some other child, Donna said. Count on it. Van shrugged. Whatever. Allie snuck her hand over to take Donna's, but Donna twisted her wrist and pulled away. How do we do this? Arthur asked. He went back to the beginning of the handout and then slowly leafed through the pages once more. Do we hold a vote? Are we all going to raise our hands for the person we most want to see dead? We could put their pictures on the wall and throw darts, Allie said. You go to church every weekend, Allie. You sing in the choir. You believe in salvation and mercy. How do you stay so damn perky? Allie said, Alcohol. Should we go through, Colin said, and discuss each in turn? Donna looked at Gwen. My vote is for Gilbert Carmichael Quinn. She tossed the handout, got to her feet, and went around to the bar to fix herself a drink. Colin looked forlorn. Gee, I worked on this thing all week. How dumb am I? He looked at Arthur and Gwen hopefully. Do you guys want to talk through the options? It's a lot to take in, Arthur said in a slow, unhappy voice. You've definitely found some first-rate bastards here, and all men. I thought this first time, Colin said, it might be too psychologically stressful to wipe out another woman. Maybe in a few years? A few years, Arthur repeated dismally. A few years of picking people to die. For once, Colin looked fatigued. It's the nature of the beast. Quite literally, Arthur. There's no good option here, only the possibility of settling on a bad option we can live with. There's no such thing as an ethical murder. Might as well believe in unicorns. Or dragons, Arthur said, and laughed without humor. Gwen folded up the handout. Thank you, Colin. I know you worked hard on this. I'm going to give it a good, close look now. Colin offered her a smile that seemed to mix gratitude and relief. I hope it helps. In the end, I suppose it's going to be up to you. 11. Gwen was putting their teacups in the dishwasher when Arthur came looking for her. Did you just clean up after us? He asked. I had to come through here anyway before I go up to sit with Mr. Wren. Colin and them treat you like the help, he said. He glanced past her into the dishwasher and saw his own mug. Christ, I treat you like the help. I'm on the payroll now, she said. Like her mother. Like her mother before her and her mother before her. Who are you going to pick? I don't know. How could I know? Colin just gave me 12 pages of homework. Maybe I can help. Maybe we can find some place to do your homework together. With our clothes off? She asked. Shit, he said, and looked away and laughed. I can't, Gwen said. I have to sit with Mr. Wren until 5, then get out to Gogan so Tana can get to work. Are we still a thing? He asked, without looking at her. Her insides seemed to squeeze together in a sudden shock of feeling. She wanted to hug him. She wanted to kiss him. She was scared of him. She was scared of the future. She wanted to be pressed naked against him. She wanted to be holding his hand. She wanted to know the right thing to say. She wanted to think. She couldn't think. Being in love was such a complication of emotion it made a person feel half drunk and half sick and half giddy, which was 3 halves, but math went to shit when you cared for someone the way she cared for Arthur. He had written her 2 letters a month for almost half a year. She kept them all together, folded into the front of a book of Sunday crosswords, and sometimes when she was feeling lonesome, had to get them out and look at them again, even though they made her eyes sting with emotion.
He signed all those letters love. She knew that was a formality, like signing a letter regards or best, but she wanted to believe it meant more, felt it was his way of saying it without really risking saying it, which suited her fine. She didn't dare say it herself. "You're there and I'm here," she said, "but there's still an us, if that's what you're asking." "Oxford was a mistake," he said quietly. "It's the kind of mistake you can only stumble into when you figured your life out at 12 years old and refused to deviate from the plan. I was going to show them they fucked up when they didn't hire my father. I was going to get my master's, and then I was going to get hired there, and then I was going to have the chair they should have given my dad, the chair they gave C.S. Lewis. I could see it in my head how it would be, psyching myself up. But when I was 12, I didn't know about you. I don't think I'm going to finish my thesis." "You have to," she said. "You'll regret it if you don't. I've had 5 months to learn plenty about what I regret." She had not felt so lightheaded, so muddled up since the night she caught a contact high off Colin's blue weed and they summoned the serpent. She was telling him to stay because it felt like the right thing to do, but she didn't want him to stay, didn't care about Oxford. In her mind, the whole school smelled like an old man, farts and wet tweed. "What's your thesis about, anyway?" she asked. "Dragons," he said and laughed. "They're everywhere when you start to look for them, especially in England. They're on money and flags and stained glass windows. But I was wondering, is there a way to stop King Sorrow from hurting anyone ever again? I was just curious, but suddenly it seems like something we might want to know. Maybe I'll find some old book leading me to a sword jammed into a stone." "You want to read up on dragons," Gwen said. "You might want to make a stop in Boston before you sally back to Old Blighty." "What's in Boston?" "The Enoch Crane Journal," she said. And then when she saw the look on his face, added, "Maybe. There's some old bag, Bridget Fleming, slings books out of her apartment. She sounds like if lung cancer had a Boston accent." Arthur looked taken aback. She might have just told him she had decided to marry Colin. "There was more in that book," Arthur said. "I know there was." Neither of them said what they were both thinking, that Enoch Crane had written about how to drive King Sorrow away, be rid of him, maybe even how to kill him. "Shit," Arthur said. "She won't still have it. She got rid of all those books as soon as the news broke about the thefts at Rackham. It was too hot to hold on to them." "Maybe it was too hot to unload them. Ever think about that?" "Shit." He shut his eyes, tried to think. "I don't even have a car." "I do," Colin said, standing in the swinging door behind them. "When do we leave?" Van asked, standing behind him. 12. They were waiting in the driveway, breathing white smoke, when Colin steered the big red caddy out of the carriage house and down the lane to them. Once upon a time, some wren of old had kept his Barouche and Morgan horses in that carriage house, and some underfoot type had probably kept the nags brushed out and the axles oiled. The 5 of them piled in, Arthur up front with Colin, the rest of them on the cream leather couch in the back. It should have been tight, but Allie was skinny as a boy, and Van was skinny as a scarecrow. Allie sat between Van's legs, and he put his arms around her waist. "I hope you're on the pill," Van told her. "If we hit a pothole, we're going to need protection." They hauled ass for Boston in the dying light, the sun burning a bronze pinhole in the cold, austere blue of the sky. When the caddy got up to 65, the wind roaring over the canvas top was so loud they had to shout to talk. "I wish we had a gun," Donna shouted. "Thank God we don't have a gun," Arthur yelled back. "Barrel right in her face," Donna exclaimed. "We're the library police, bitch, and you're sitting on overdue books." "What do we need a gun for? We have a dragon," Van said, in a normal tone of voice which they were all able to hear, but which allowed them to ignore his contribution to the conversation. "I love going on adventures with my friends," Allie hollered. "After we assault this old lady, we should get tacos." Fleming Antiquarian Books was downslope from the Bunker Hill Monument on a narrow one-way street. The big caddy had to inch along between the cars parked on either side, crowding the road. There hardly seemed room to thread a bicycle, let alone a car, and there was no place to park. Nor could they be sure which was Bridget Fleming's townhouse. There was no bookstore awning, no words stenciled in gold on a window. Colin circled the block, and when no parking spot materialized, made a circuit around the whole general neighborhood. Finally, he parked the caddy in the lot beside a dark, closed Bank of Boston. They walk huddled close for warmth, a shuffling mass of Arthur, Gwen, Donna, Allie, Van, Colin, shoulders pressed together, breathing on their hands. They got lost, couldn't find the right street, and stumbled into a French patisserie to thaw out and reorient themselves. It was crowded, and Gwen's glasses fogged over in the steamy heat. They got coffees and golden, flaky croissants, and crowded around a marble-topped, chest-high table for two. It was hard to take even a single step without bumping into someone. Gwen knew when she was among her people. This crowd were townies, all of them. The girls were painted into their jeans, cheap denim dazzled up with rhinestones on the back pockets. The boys wore flannel jackets and watch caps and called each other dude. "Where the hell is this fucking bookstore?" Donna asked. "Allie is freezing her tits off and she hardly has any tits to freeze." "I think I saw it," Colin said, "the last time we went up Cordis Street, but I don't know if Fleming is home. It looked pretty dark." "Are you looking for Fleming Antiquarian?" someone said from over Gwen's shoulder. Gwen twisted her head and looked around at a scrawny Gomer, a foot taller than she, his bony Adam's apple right in her face. His shirt was half unbuttoned to show the Iron Maiden tee beneath. He smelled like pizza, and his glasses were so greasy he had to squint to see through them. He was looking down Gwen's top. "Too true, son," Van said. "Do you know where it is? Hey! My eyes are up here, babe," snapping his fingers, pointing into his own eyes. The Gomer looked reluctantly away from Gwen's bosom. "Fleming probably won't see you if you don't have an appointment." Allie said, "If you could take us over there, we'd love you forever. My date would pay for your coffee." "Which of us is her date?" Van murmured to his sister. The Gomer let the McBrides get him a coffee and led them back out into the bitter cold, along the crooked brick sidewalk toward Bunker Hill. He lugged a brown paper bag of paperbacks. Gwen was struck with a sudden notion about who was leading them to Bridget Fleming's house. "Did you say your name was Sheldon?" she asked, even though he hadn't said. He nodded lazily and shook a golden light free from its box. He put it in the corner of his mouth, and then lit it with a handheld butane torch in a blast of blue flame. Van cried out in delight. "He's got a goddamn flamethrower!" "Do you always walk around with an incendiary device in your pocket?" Colin asked. Sheldon shrugged. "I wash dishes at the Radisson. The dessert chef uses it for the creme brulee. I keep it with me because I like it." The coal of his cigarette bobbed in the corner of his mouth. "What's your name, kid?" he asked Gwen. She told him and then nodded at his bag of paperbacks. "What's that?" "These books made me sick," Sheldon told her. "Some books carry illness in them. Did you know that? Some books, they damage you." "Yes," Gwen said. "I think that's true." "I wish it wasn't," Arthur added. "But if you believe a book can change the world for the better, you have to be open to the possibility they could also change it for the worse." "Mein Kampf," Colin said. Arthur nodded. "Protocols of the Elders of Zion." Van stroked the red wisps of mustache at the corners of his mouth. "Don't forget those books about fucking Garfield the cat. Garfield is a cancer." "Miss Fleming got me addicted to these novels, and now she has to take them back," Sheldon said. "I borrowed money to buy them, from my mother. Only I didn't ask, so that's stealing. My stepfather will have me arrested again if I don't get the money back, and I'm too old for juvie now. Miss Fleming was wrong to sell them to me in the first place. She knows I've got compulsions. She took advantage. And these goddamn books, they put some bad ideas in my head. This is it. We're here." They had arrived at a brownstone with a grand black door under a stone arch, at the top of 3 granite steps. Only Sheldon led them past the front door to a steep flight of stairs leading below the street. A second, very narrow door, like the lid of a coffin, waited at the bottom. Sheldon let them pile past him, and Gwen gave him an inquisitive look when she saw him lingering on the sidewalk. "It's better if you all stand in front of me," Sheldon said. "She's got a beef with me because I want my money back, and she's a cheap rhymes with witch. Last time I tried to talk to her, she almost broke my foot." Gwen didn't get a chance to ask how she had almost broken his foot. Colin was using the knocker, a blackened iron owl. Gwen heard bronchial coughing from within. "What is it?" came a voice Gwen recognized from the answering machine. "Fleming Antiquarian?" Colin asked. The door remained shut. "Closed. Call for an appointment." "FedEx, just need a signature. Something from Charing Cross Road, London." "From what the hell?"
Who's going to spend a fortune on postage now when I'm there in April for firsts? Are you? The door opened on the chain. Colin smiled at her. She tried to close it and he jammed a foot into the opening. Get your foot out my door or I'll call the law, said a short woman with severe black bangs. Gwen could see past her into a little mudroom, a collection of walking sticks stuck out of the brass casings of a bazooka shell. There was a marble end table with a sloppy pile of mail on it. By all means, give the police a ring. We can all talk about Jane Nicewander together. Fleming hesitated for a beat too long. I don't know any Jane Nice whatever. We just want it back, Colin told her. Get your foot out my door, Kojak, or you're going to develop a real bad limp. Donna said, Give us what we want, lady. We can be reasonable. We can also be unreasonable. Just ask Jane. I don't know what you want, Fleming squawked. The Crane Journal, Arthur said. That book is all kinds of trouble. I have nothing to hide. I'm not afraid of cops. I was talking about trouble worse than cops, Arthur said. I was talking about us. Gwen hardly recognized the dull, almost clinical calm in his voice. This was a different Arthur, an Arthur who knew what he could do, how far he could go, and had accepted it. Fleming retreated ever so slightly, took a half step backward, and had to steady herself by placing a hand on the side table piled with mail. I don't have any fucking idea, Fleming sputtered, then added. I never... Okay, wait. There was a fucking skank bitch from down Portland. Tried to sell me some books last year. Yeah, I remember now. She said it was stuff from her grandfather's library, like she come from a family where any of them fucking read books. I don't deal in hot goods, and I told her where she could fucking put them. You can tell when she's lying, Sheldon muttered. That's when she starts throwing around the F word. He spoke in a low voice, but Fleming heard him and her eyes widened, staring past them up the stairs. It's you, the little masturbator. I should have known. I'm not buying back your fucking John Norman first editions. Those gore books got cum stains in them now. I can't resell something with the pages stuck together. I told you, Sheldon, if you come back again, I'll call your goddamn mother. Colin looked away up the stairs, which was when Fleming made her move. She snatched a walking stick with a steel tip and poked it at him. She missed his eye and struck his cheekbone. His head went back and she brought the tip down on his foot with a fleshy thump. Colin screamed and fell back into Donna. The door slammed. I will call the cops, you little fucks, she shouted from the other side. I'm doing it now. You think I won't? Colin had one hand clapped to his face while he hopped on his left foot. Donna seized his elbow to keep him from falling over. We should go, Van said, in case she really does call someone. I'm holding. You're what? Donna cried. He shrugged. It's not like I've got a pocket full of black tar heroin. It's just shrooms, but at $50 an ounce, I'm not going to chuck them in the gutter. I might have to hit urgent care anyway, Colin said. There's a small chance she broke my foot. They were climbing up the stairs, but Sheldon was moving in the other direction, squeezing between them to get to that absurdly narrow door. Colin limped. Donna and Allie helped him along. Gwen trailed behind the others, head down, going back over what had just happened. When she answered the door, Fleming had been wondering why a package would come from the United Kingdom when she was headed to London herself in just a few months. She was going abroad at almost the same time King Sorrow would be notching up his next kill. She'd be gone, and her apartment would be empty. Gwen kept this thought to herself. She tried to think who she knew in Goguen who could get her in through the window. It was a surprisingly fulsome list. Sheldon stumbled to the bottom of the steps and began to beat on the door. Mrs. Fleming! Mrs. Fleming, you gotta take him back. I'm asking nice. I'm asking so nice. Please. Pretty please. Then he began to bang his head against the door. Gwen paused to look back, anxious for him. Sheldon drew his head back and snapped it forward once. Again. As he beat his head on the door, he began to laugh. Pretty please with brains on it? Pretty please with brains all over your door? Pretty please? Pretty please? Pretty please? Smashing his head into the door on each please while Fleming screamed from inside, screamed the police were coming, which was probably true. Sheldon paused, turned his head, and grinned up the steps at Gwen. Blood drooled from a welt in the center of his forehead. There was some blood in his teeth. I've been trying to get some real bad ideas out of my head, Sheldon told her. Think if I keep beating my head against this door, I finally will? Arthur squeezed Gwen's hand and drew her away, down the sidewalk, into the icy darkness. She could hear Sheldon slamming his head against Fleming's door and laughing, all the way to the end of the block. 13. Llewellyn liked to suck on little pieces of ice. It numbed his sore mouth, and the cold trickle of water into his throat made it easier to bear the fever. Gwen knew all this without being told. When he wouldn't drink his dinner, a nutrient shake, she spooned him ice, a few crunchy pieces at a time. Colin drank the shake instead, sipping at it now and then, while he watched the TV at the foot of the bed, the only light in the dark. Jeremy Brett in a top hat carrying a cane stalked the wicked in a sunlit London that never was. Llewellyn couldn't see the TV anymore, but he could hear the carriage wheels clacking over cobblestones and Brett's clipped, precise observations. How they resembled one another, Llewellyn a decayed and wasted version of the great detective. "We used ice water," he said, "in Saigon. But not on the asset, never on the asset. It was best if they had a wife. Or children. We had designed a kind of theater in the debriefing room. A window with a red velvet curtain tied back with a gold rope at the back of what had been a French cabaret. Once upon a time, men could pay to enter the room and view a private dance. It served much the same purpose for us, only the curtain was drawn back to reveal the asset's wife. Or daughter. Or son, always naked. It was a room made for nakedness. There was a big steel wash tub filled with ice water. One of us would plunge them in head and shoulders and hold them underwater, their hands tied behind their backs. A man never lied after seeing his naked, screaming daughter half drowned. Sometimes I asked the questions and sometimes I held the fish. Love shatters the best of us. This is the heart of my book on interrogation, which is still studied and shared among field agents to this day. She offered him a spoonful of ice. "You should rest," she said. "Do you know how I want to die, Colin?" "Tell me," Colin said without looking from the TV. "I want to be drowned in ice water with my hands bound behind my back, and a man forcing my head into the basin." "Is that how you want to die?" Colin said, "or is that your idea of foreplay?" The old man cackled. His laughter turned to coughing until blood flecked his lips, and then a bronchial wheeze that shook his whole frame. Gwen put on latex gloves and dabbed him clean with a tissue. When she was done, she paused, looking at the stained paper, thinking how fully death was concentrated in those few drops of blood. Calm again, Llewellyn's bony, withered hand found Gwen's in the dark, a claw not unlike the one that had gripped her from beneath the basement stairs. "My blood is full of the most evil poison," he whispered, "but you cleaned it up anyway without a flinch. You're a good girl, Gwen, so brave, so easy around death. You were born for this, to show people to the last door and to hold it open for them. I know, because I was too." 14. When Llewellyn was at last asleep, she opened the door into darkness and crept out along the gallery over the reception hall, leaving him with Colin. Her eyes were still adjusting to the gloom when Arthur's hand slipped into hers and her heart throbbed. His other hand found the waistband of her sweatpants and tugged her toward him. In his black turtleneck and cinder-colored jeans, it was as if the shadows had sprung to life and reached out and caught her. They didn't talk, and the guest room was only a few steps away. Even after, they hardly said a word. 15. Gwen climbed in behind the wheel of the car, wondering if it would start. The night was so cold the windshield was a blind eye, frosted over with 1,000 overlapping feathers of ice. It was less like getting into a Honda Civic, more like finding herself in a cave of ice. The chill was thrilling, or maybe she was just highly sensitized. Her body was still ringing like a struck bell. She bent to stick the key in the ignition, turned it over, a gentle whinny, and it sprang to life, and sat up again, which was when one claw gripped her right arm from behind.
Another reached forward from the dark and took her left, pinning her to her seat. Gwen looked in the rearview mirror. Nothing.
I am hungry, King Sorrow said. As far as I can see, this misbegotten parcel of the American states specializes in exactly 2 crops, potatoes and fatty little underfoots. And I'm off of chips, love. I'm watching my waistline. There's a lot of it to watch, 38 feet of it.
You didn't eat Jane Nicewander. She wasn't food.
Not her flesh.
A cold, rasping tongue trilled at her earlobe.
I supped on her dying anguish. It saturated her blood, all that misery, all that terror, and made it as sweet as the sweetest Riesling. I could never resist that. Give me a taste, and I have to have every drop. I need it like Donovan needs a drink, like Allie needs pussy, like Arthur needs you. I has cravings, I has, and you has to satisfy them. You have Colin Wren's list of names. Pick someone off the menu.
Tell me something. Say I do pick someone for you. Do you have to persecute them? Terrify them? Tease them like you do?
Sweet meat must have sour sauce, he crooned. It's the marinade that flavors the flesh.
What if I didn't want you to torment them before you kill them?
What if the damned want ice water in hell? He said and laughed.
I'd riddle for it, she said, for you to extend that mercy.
Oh, he said, almost sighed. I do enjoy a good riddling contest. You'd risk a riddle with me, just so I don't haunt the chosen before their sacrifice?
I'd want more than that. Tell me about King Herod.
I slew babies for Herod. As they say, young flesh and old fish are best.
Way I heard it, you missed the only one you wanted.
I got the ones I wanted, which suits me well enough. And in the end I got Herod too. He drank my tears from a golden goblet, which was better than he deserved.
It was painful?
Not at all. When he died, he was filled with a sweet feeling of incandescence, which eased him out of this life on wings of flame. All his suffering came in the months before he drank from my cup. He had picked up a disease from a whore. His cock was black, and when he pissed blood.
Kind of you to give him a gentle end, she said. Why was that?
He paid me with a fine puzzle. Perhaps it pains you to learn a wicked man chose the terms of his own ending, but it is the finest of all riddles. Why are the best among us nailed to crosses to die, while the cruel live long enough to grow bored of their harems?
How does it work, the riddling contest?
I give you a riddle, and if you answer it, you get what's coming to you.
What do you want if I can't answer?
I want you to tell Arthur you do not love him and never did. You are not to sleep with him again. Not ever. You are never to care for each other that way. Fail on this point and your life is forfeit, and his too. Prince Charming's kiss brought beauty back to life, but your kiss, Gwendolyn, will condemn your beloved to death.
Gwen felt her shock as a stone hardness in the pit of her stomach. She had anticipated some macabre cruelty. He would want to claw her face off. He would want to cripple her. He would want to harm her parents. She had not imagined he would want to play some kind of game with the simplest bit of happiness she had left to her. Arthur's easy affection, his arms around her, his head on her shoulder. She was not 15 minutes from Arthur's gentle kisses, not 15 minutes from Arthur's warm, bare body. That's fucked, she said, and King Sorrow laughed again. A little smoke, smelling almost of incense, gushed into the front seat. He'll know something is up, Gwen said. I wouldn't just tell him I don't love him.
Then tell him it's because he fucked Tana Nicewander against her will, fucked her because he could, because her older sister made her give Arthur a little sweetener to keep him on the hook.
That's not true.
Ask him.
He wouldn't do that.
He did do that. He felt he was owed, and it was revenge, and Tana was just a bit of towny trash to him. You don't imagine he thinks any differently of you, do you?
King Sorrow shifted in the back seat, and the Honda rocked on its springs.
Perhaps I've already won my prize, but that's no fun. We have to riddle.
Gwen couldn't think. It was like being knocked down a flight of stairs. For a moment, all she could do was sit there stunned, trying to figure out if anything had been broken. She struggled to determine if this was a thing that could be forgiven, then pushed such considerations aside. How long do I have to answer your riddle? Her tongue felt numb and heavy.
Till a star falls from the sky. That's long enough.
Till there's a shooting star that could be ours.
Or moments.
He paused.
How much do you want it, Gwen? Do we have a game?
I need a few minutes.
No. We play now or not at all. Conversing with you this way, before I've fully come through from the long dark, is a pleasure, but also tiring. It's now or never.
She stared at the windshield. A sheet of brushed chrome. The defroster roared, melting the hoarfrost at the bottom of the glass in circles. The stars were out there. Who knew when the next would fall? All right then. Let's hear your riddle.
Sometimes I taste bitter. Sometimes I taste sweet, he said gleefully. I hate to be held, but I loved Mother's teat.
Gwen stared into the night, her mind a bewildered, terrifying blank. The ice melted from the windshield, and she gazed helplessly into dim and distant stars. She shouted her answer just as one of them dropped like a tear, guessing wildly, "A toddler! Or hope!"
Neither, he sneered. Your tongue, love. And it would have been better if you held yours, don't you think? You just talked yourself out of Arthur's love. I can't wait to see his face. I will see it, you know. I see you all, often, as through a blurred sheet of glass. The six of you come more and more into focus as Easter approaches.
She sank forward, putting her brow against the steering wheel, thinking, stupid, 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 damn townie. She hurt through the middle as if she had been struck in the chest. He was going to take the best thing she had from her, and she would win nothing. Wait, she said. I didn't get to ask you a riddle, and you want a riddle.
We'd have to agree on terms. I won't give you Arthur back. That's off the table, my joy. But if you can stump me, if I can't answer before the next star falls, I'll give you what you asked for first, an easy ending for your sacrifice.
What if I can't?
Then you'll fuck Colin Wren and write Arthur a letter about how good he was.
King Sorrow cackled.
No,
she whispered through cracked lips.
Very well. I suppose this concludes the business of the evening, and I expect soon enough to know who I am going to kill this.
All right, she said, frantic now, her breath shooting out of her. A part of her was still tumbling down that first flight of stairs. Tana was just a bit of towny trash, and I want you to tell Arthur you do not love him. She was tumbling, and she did not know what would happen to her when she struck bottom. She took a ragged breath. What do I have in my pocket?
No. That's not a riddle, that's a question. And weren't you listening to me? I see you all. You've got 2 nickels in one front pocket of your overalls, and a baby's pacifier in the other. I saw you putting things in those pockets when you hardly knew what your hands were doing. Try again. Make it good, Gwen. How you would delight me if you could outwit me. You may not believe that, but it's true.
She should have prepared. Why hadn't she prepared? How had she somehow imagined she could wing this? She should have studied like Arthur. She should have buried herself in the Rackham College library and read every book she could find on riddles, ancient and modern, although maybe even that wouldn't have helped her. King Sorrow had heard 1,000 riddles. He knew them all, had heard all the good ones, all the classic ones.
Gwen, he said, I'm waiting.
Why is sex in a canoe like Milwaukee's best? She blurted without thinking. They sat in the silence. The car idling in darkness.
Why is...
King Sorrow began and his voice trailed off. At last he said, "Is this really a riddle, Gwen Underfoot?" "That's the sort of thing a person asks," she said, "when they don't know the answer." They sat in darkness, and Gwen watched the stars, her pulse thumping in her neck. 16. 2 days before Arthur's flight back to London, Gwen was in the library stripping decorations off Colin's tree when Arthur wandered in from the kitchen with 2 mugs of tea. She looked at him and then quickly looked away. Arthur looked good, in a waffled hoodie and a pair of carpenter jeans, a big man who slouched and lumbered bear-like. The sight of him twisted up her insides, and it took an almost physical effort to keep her face a careful blank, to fight off the sudden stinging sensation in the backs of her eyes. "Want me to help dispose of the body?" he asked. "Nothing's stopping you," she said, her voice stilted and stiff. He didn't seem to notice. He handed her a mug of good, hot, strong tea, and it was easy, with the first sip, to imagine being with him all day, basking in his quiet attention. It was a morning for pajamas, pancakes, sex on the couch, and lazy TV, but they weren't going to get any of that. Not today, not ever. She sent him to get their coats and opened the French doors. The sun glared off the humped and cracked ice in the little bay, and she could smell the rotting seaweed tang of low tide. Some despised that smell, but she had always liked it, like the salty perfume of sea-scrubbed rock and cold ocean. "We hauling it down to the water?" Arthur asked. Gwen started to reply, and her throat was too tight. She swallowed and tried again, and her voice seemed almost normal to her. "Like last year. You guys will have to burn it down without me, though. Tana is working. I'm looking after the baby." This was a lie, but when she thought about what was coming, she knew she couldn't be there tonight, with the others, pretending everything was fine, pretending she wasn't stricken, almost numb with hurt. They shuffled out through the open doors into the sharp air and the dazzle of light glancing off snow. It was big but not heavy, and the only real effort was stepping through the snow, which was almost a foot deep, glazed on the surface, soft powder beneath. "I'm out of here in 48 hours, he said, as if she didn't know. "We should do something tomorrow evening." In a diffident tone, he added, "Colin said we could borrow the caddy. We could get something to eat and maybe drive down to Portland," letting her know they could have the night together and it wouldn't have to be under anyone's nose. He wouldn't have to bring her back to the Briars. She wouldn't have to sneak him into her house. Best, she thought, to get it done now, today, to drink off her own goblet of dragon tears. "You could just get us a pizza from Shut Up and Eat It," Gwen said. "If Tana's working, she could give you a freebie. Didn't she used to do that? A free pizza now and then when it was time to pick up the books? You ever take anything else from her, free of charge, Arthur?" He didn't reply. His face was set in an expression of the mildest calm, the professor surveying the class while they worked at a test. They crunched along through the snow, with the carcass of the Christmas tree between them, and she had the angry thought that he was planning a lie. They crossed 100 yards to the edge of a fissured, stony embankment and set the tree down. It was as good a spot as any to burn something to the ground. A mile of frozen bay lay before them, great plates of ice broken in crooked lines and piled up against each other in jagged ridges. Out past the edge of the flow, the water was blue and choppy. "I thought Tana would tell you sometime," he said. "Thought? Or worried?" He looked out to sea, staring into the eastern waters. When he spoke, his voice was as reasonable as his expression. "I wish I could take it back. I was angry and I was scared." "I wish you could take it back too. She was prostituted by her sister, to drug dealers, to people they owed money, and to you." At that he flinched, but did not reply. "I'm sorry," he said without looking at her. "Me too." She wanted to touch him. She wanted to turn his face back to her and hold it against her shoulder. She didn't know what dragon tears tasted like, but she knew the flavor of her own well enough. She brushed them away, dashing one hand then the other across her cheeks. "I understand why you did it. A part of me, Arthur, cares about you too much to hold it against you. But I am not your girl.
I am never going to be your girl again. I can be your friend, but not your lover. I am not going to solve half the crossword for you anymore. Whatever we almost had is going to remain an almost. I love you, he said. I know, but I don't love you. There. It was done. Or it should have been. He frowned. This stinks. None of this smells right. This isn't how you deal with things, Gwen. He turned his head suddenly and examined her with such a searching curiosity it was almost alarming. What? She said. You expected me to be a doormat? Or did you think I wouldn't care because Tana's trash? Tana isn't trash. I'm pretty sure you know I don't think she is. I mean, he struggled with the thought in silence, then shook his head. I don't know what I mean. Just, this doesn't feel like you. I guess it's going around because fucking a girl who can't say no doesn't feel like you. He nodded. A wind cutting across the bay raised towers of snow and let them collapse. Okay, he said. I get it. I feel what I feel for you, Gwen. I can't help that. But I understand that you don't. I was wrong to take advantage of Tana. And I'll tell her that. She needs to hear it even more than you. I'll speak to her before I go home tomorrow. She had never heard him call the UK home before, and in that instant she knew he wasn't coming back after he graduated. He would stay there, make a place in the world for himself there. Maybe Arthur didn't know that himself yet, but he was giving up America as well as her. The thought made her heart sick, but was also a relief. A few thousand miles of ocean between them might make the next few months, the next few years, easier to stomach. Don't bother, Gwen said. Tana doesn't want to talk to you. And wasn't that a laugh? That Gwen had expected Arthur to lie, but instead she was the one who didn't dare the truth. She didn't want him talking to Tana. Tana would tell him she hadn't said anything to Gwen, and then Arthur would naturally wonder who did. He nodded. If that's what you recommend. It is. Arthur stood with his hands in his pockets, watching a couple of seagulls struggle over the wreckage of a dead, frozen fish out on the ice. Gwen decided maybe he wanted to be alone. She wanted to be alone herself, somewhere she could have a good cry without being bothered. She was walking away when he called out to her. Have you decided who you're going to give to him? He asked her. To the king? Yes, she said. It wasn't so hard. He gave her a grin. Let me know if it's me. I've got 6 courses hanging over me next semester. I don't want to do all that homework if I don't have to. 17. Things took a turn for the worse in the early spring, and Llewellyn had a 3-week stay in Eastern Maine Medical. But he rallied after his doctors eliminated 1 prescription and added 2 others, and at the end of March they sent him home. He had lost weight and most of his teeth. By then he was 108 pounds. He turned 72 in the middle of March, and Colin had spent the money to get him the right birthday present. After the cake, Llewellyn unwrapped a bottle of 1912 Heidsieck & Co. Metropole Goutte Américaine, the same champagne that had been on the menu on the Titanic. Thought it would be fitting, Colin said. The Titanic wasn't the only thing to go down in 1912. Isn't that when you discovered the Yale Glee Club? I had them all singing falsetto by the time I was done, Llewellyn cried, chortling. And never mind he hadn't been born until 1919. They never sounded better. They didn't drink it, though. Llewellyn wasn't allowed. It went into the cabinet of curiosities between a videotape exploring the red room in the haunted Amityville house and a megalodon's tooth. But there was whiskey waiting when Gwen wheeled Llewellyn out onto the flagstone patio 2 weeks later, into the warm, almost damp air, perfumed with the smell of the sea and the pines. When she closed her eyes, she smelled those furs and thought of Christmas, thought of carrying the tree across the snowy yard with Arthur, her heart thudding too quickly in her chest. Llewellyn didn't see the decanter of scotch, didn't know it was there. His sight was entirely gone by then. The tide was coming in, and Gwen could hear the gentle, reassuring crash of it, thudding into the stones, and the satisfied hiss as it drew away. The old man had a blanket across his legs. He got cold so easily even though it was almost t-shirt weather. Gwen stopped him by the metal table and put the brake on his wheelchair. She sat down with him and gently opened the wooden humidor next to the cut crystal decanter. His nearly toothless mouth gaped. He looked starved. He seemed only vaguely aware of where he was. Gwen thought he looked like one of those photos of the men rescued from the concentration camps at the end of the war. Llewellyn had not been in Europe to do the rescuing, although he had helped refugees relocate lost family members as part of his role with the army in the post-war reconstruction. Gwen had gone looking for his records weeks before in his meticulously kept files in the study. It was something to do when she wasn't reading his unpublished novel. The manuscript pages yellowing and so dry the pages flaked at the edges. It turned out he had enlisted just 2 months before Hiroshima. So much for knifing boys in Italy. "I suppose you intend to ruin a perfectly delightful afternoon by forcing me to take my medicine," he said. "I came with just what the doctor ordered," Gwen said. "Want to start with a few chips of ice?" "Yes, please. My mouth. Ugh. I lost another tooth yesterday and the socket is all dry throb. If I had saved all the teeth that have fallen out in the last 6 months, I could make a savage necklace out of them. You could wear it, a trophy taken from your suffering victim." She poured a trickle of scotch into a glass of crushed ice and passed it to him. "Can you handle that?" "I suppose," he said, and lifted it to his lips, and then paused, raising one shaggy eyebrow. He swirled the glass, inhaling the scent. A slow, sly smile touched the corners of his thin-lipped mouth. "This is whiskey," he said. "Glengiddick the 78. That smell, like burnt moss and sin. What manner of sadism is this underfoot? I never took you for cruel tricks." "Colin says it's your favorite." "It is, isn't it?" Colin said from the doorway, his voice coming from the dark of the study behind them. "It's the best of them?" Llewellyn cocked his head. He hadn't heard his grandson approaching. The smile remained, that knowing, ironic smile that so made him look like Jeremy Brett. "You know it is. What are you both about? What is this?" Colin didn't speak. He couldn't, Gwen thought. It was hard enough for him just to breathe, to swallow one gulp of air after another. She had never seen him struggle with an emotion before. Gwen clipped the fragrant end off one of Llewellyn's cigars and was a while lighting it, rolling it slowly between her fingers while she held the flame of a brass lighter to the tip. The lighter was from the Cabinet of Curiosities. It had been in Charles Whitman's pocket when he was killed in 1966. "I promised you this," she said at last, "if you stuck around, do you remember?" Handing him his cigar. "Go easy with that. You don't want to set off a coughing fit." He took it and held it in one hand, his whiskey in the other, smiling in a way that seemed both unbelieving and indecently grateful at the same time. His milky eyes shifted sightlessly in her direction. "You'll drink too?" "Yes, I will," she said, and poured a 1/4 inch for herself and a bit more for Colin. Colin didn't take it, though. He couldn't seem to move from the study. He was leaning against the doorframe, his breath hitching now and then. Llewellyn inhaled gently and shut his eyes in pleasure. "I often felt a great tenderness for someone," the old man said, the words coming out in a gush of sweet smoke. "After I broke them for information, I drank with many of them, after I had forced them to betray their countries, their oaths, their lovers." "No," Gwen said. "You didn't." His eyes opened. "You didn't drown children in ice water," Gwen said, "except in your unpublished fiction. When you told me the story about knife fighting in Italy, I thought I had come across it somewhere before. I had. That's in your novel, too. The one you wrote but never published. And it wasn't based on personal experience either. The fighting in Italy was over by the time you enlisted. You taught at Rackham for most of the Vietnam War. The CIA did employ you as a consultant beginning in 1967, and you did write a widely distributed manual on interrogation, including an examination of methods you condemned as immoral and warned would inspire the enemy. But you never left the States. You never tortured anyone in the Mekong Delta. You pretended to have dementia and told us a lot of make-believe." "Pretended?" he asked, his mouth agape, but his face had a humorous cast. "If you were suffering from dementia, you'd be taking medication for it. You think I didn't take the time to research what your medications are for?" "Why would I pretend?" Why would you rave cruel secrets to make us hate you? So we could justify holding a pillow over your face, you old bastard. And as she said it, she clinked her glass to his and sipped. It burned going down, a delicious swallow of heat. Colin made a choked sound from the open French windows.
Why you are crying, my boy?
Llewellyn asked, lifting his head querulously, his clouded eyes brightening. Colin said, and choked again and turned his face away. Gwen said, I know you want it to be done, Llewellyn. I know you're exhausted and embarrassed by the way your body has started to betray you, although Lord knows you've no reason to be. I know this isn't how you want Colin to remember you. I love you, old man. We all do. And if you're ready, there's a glass of something harder for you after you finish your whiskey.
No, he whispered. You mustn't. Not like that. A poison will be discovered.
Not this poison. Llewellyn tilted his head to one side, lips parted slightly, his lean Sherlockian visage alive with interest.
Oh, what bitter concoction have you discovered, Gwen Underfoot? I never took you for a mistress of poisons.
You wouldn't believe me, she said. So you'll just have to trust me instead.
The dragon,
Llewellyn whispered. She hadn't seen that one coming and needed a moment to process it. You know about King Sorrow? Yes. It was Colin who spoke, not Llewellyn. Colin's voice was hoarse with emotion, but he took one step toward them now. I told him most of it over the last few months. I only left out the part about King Sorrow's return that we have to kill again. I didn't want him to worry about us. And then, to Llewellyn, he said, You had enough to deal with. It turns out we have to pick someone every Easter. Not just last Easter. It's not a one and done. It goes on and on. Until we've had enough, I guess.
Ah, Llewellyn said. And you chose me. Well, you couldn't have chosen better. And he gave you a poison to finish me off. He isn't going to visit me like he visited Miss Niswander and her confederate. He isn't going to fall on me in a crash of claws and flame. He began to cough then, a dry, splintering sound that doubled him over. He set the cigar on the edge of the table with a shaking hand. Gwen got up to pat and stroke his back while he gasped. Before she sat back down, she reached over the table and moved the decanter aside. The goblet was behind it. A dusky gold chalice studded with ancient emeralds and rubies. There was a comical sheet of saran wrap over the top to keep the contents from spilling. It was very full. There was enough there to poison an army. King Sorrow told her the last person to drink from it was Ivan IV. Keep it when you're done, King Sorrow told her. On the house.
No, we had a riddling contest. After I stumped him, he had to make some concessions. She sat back down with the chalice in one hand. I'm told it won't hurt, but you have to drink it tonight, before midnight.
Or,
Llewellyn asked, cocking one eyebrow. Or Gwen will have to drink it for you, Colin answered.
Ah, Llewellyn said. Well, we shan't let that come to pass.
Do you have anything you want to do first? Gwen asked. Anyone you want to call? Anything that needs finishing?
Besides this whiskey, no. It was all done ages ago. I've been in hell's waiting room for months. Maybe I didn't drown children, but I wrote a guide that said threatening a man's loved ones would be a most effective application of pressure. That was true. The work I did for the shop in the 70s and 80s, that was true too. This is lovely whiskey, the loveliest thing I have had in months. He drank off the last of it and closed his eyes to savor it. Lovely. Colin, will you hold my hand? I am not afraid, but I would like you with me. You are the best thing in my life. Colin sank to one knee and took Llewellyn's right hand like a drowning man grabbing for someone who could pull him out of the current. Gwen had never seen Colin crying before and never saw him cry again. Do you want another whiskey? Gwen asked him. We still have a quarter of the decanter. No. I might get too attached to my own life again. I've had my shot. Where's my chaser? Her hand shook when she handed him the goblet.
He put his slender nose to the rim and inhaled.
Smells like the sea, he said. Is it venom?
Tears.
Dragon tears? He seemed pleased by the idea. You're a good girl, Gwen. I hope you'll give my regards and my thanks to Mrs. Underfoot for decades of excellent service.
He squeezed Colin's hand with his right, holding the goblet in his left.
Look after all of this money for me, Colin, and look after your friends.
Colin couldn't reply. He pressed his wet face to the old man's hand. Llewellyn lifted the goblet in Gwen's general direction.
Here's to pornography, whiskey, long walks, and good books. Make sure you get plenty of all four.
He shut his eyes and drank swiftly, one swallow and then another. When he set the goblet back down, it was still 3/4 full, but his eyes had widened in surprise. He put his free hand to his breastbone.
Fascinating,
he said, and smoke seethed out of his lips.
It tastes like the power and the glory. I almost mean that literally.
He let out a short, hard, panting breath, and sparks flew from his mouth.
I think my soul is burning. Who knew it would feel so good? Makes the whiskey seem like weak tea.
He exhaled again, a lick of blue fire. Gwen nearly leapt up in surprise, stayed in her chair only by a great force of will.
Who knew the soul could burn so hot, Gwendolyn? Who knew that we were made to burn eternal? Who?
Only this last word was not a word at all, only a sound, as he blew a smoke ring into the gathering darkness. He sat very still, head cocked to one side, his eyes open. Colin made little choked sounds, his head pressed into Llewellyn's forearm. The ocean went boom, shish. After a while, Gwen poured out what was left of the whiskey. She used the decanter to keep what was left of the dragon tears, and she put it in her car before she called emergency services. 18. The memorial was on Friday in the Rackham College Chapel. Piles of hothouse orchids in front of the altar and World War II-era swing music from the college jazz orchestra, and then a reception at the Briars. One would have thought Donna and Gwen were hosting the reception. Colin couldn't stand to be there, couldn't smile, shake hands, and chuckle at anecdotes about Llewellyn's years as a teacher, his sexual adventures, his psychological studies, his 1,000 small acts of kindness and generosity. They stayed away while he suffered and died, Colin told Gwen, in a voice that ever so slightly shook with disgust. All of them, as if they could catch AIDS just by looking at him, or by sitting with him while he watched Sherlock Holmes. I hope to God I never get sick, never get weak, never get old. That's not how I want to find out how few people really love me. Donna had held Colin for a while, put her head to his, and said, "Fuck 'em. Fuck all of 'em. We got this. You go." He helped himself to 4 Excedrin out of the plastic cube on Llewellyn's desk and got out of there, left in the cherry caddy, sliding out past the line of parked cars running up the mile-long drive. No one saw him again for days. Gwen did her social duty until the last of the mourners were gone, then stayed another hour to clean with her mother. It was going on 5 in the afternoon when she finally climbed back into her Honda. She told her mother she was off to watch Jet, which was kind of true. But when she got to Gogan, Tana emerged carrying the baby car seat in one hand and a brown paper bag from Ace Hardware in the other. The two women were a few minutes locking the baby seat into Gwen's car and buckling Jet into it. Then Tana dropped herself into the passenger seat, paper bag between her legs. In the bag was a putty knife, a can of quick-release agent that would undo almost any epoxy, a suction cup, and latex gloves. "This is a first," Tana said. "You've never done this before? A little B&E?" "Oh, I've stolen shit before," Tana said, "but this is the first time I brought a baby to a felony." "You can really use that stuff to pull out a window pane and get us in? What if she has an alarm?" "I'm not scared of her alarm. I wouldn't look forward to meeting her over a 12-gauge, though. I get my ass blown away tonight, try and make sure Jed eats his Vegemals." "She's in London for a book fair. That's why we're doing this now." "You sure of that?" "Pretty sure," Gwen said. "But just in case, I'll go in first.
I know what I'm looking for, and Jet needs his mother. But as they approached the Bunker Hill Memorial, through the gathering dark, Gwen heard the piercing shriek and wail of first one siren and then another. Tana gave her a nervous, sidelong look. "Shit," Tana said. "They can't arrest us. We ain't done no crimes yet." Gwen didn't reply. She had a sudden bad feeling, a clammy, crawling sensation at the nape of her neck. She put the window down a few inches and breathed in the warm spring air. She smelled smoke, wondered if someone had a bonfire going. They got to Bridget Fleming's townhouse ahead of the first fire trucks, but by then the blaze was all the way to the third floor. Lurid tongues of red fire spurted through windows that had exploded outward from the heat. A black tower of smoke boiled up from the roof. Neighbors had come out on their steps to stare, their faces lit in shades of yellow and crimson by the glow of the flames. Someone was dancing in the street in front of Fleming's, jigging about in untied work boots and flailing his arms like he was in the mosh pit at a Jane's Addiction show. Gwen slowed to a crawl as she went around the dancer in the street, and when Sheldon glanced over his shoulder, he didn't appear to recognize her. His glasses were smeared over with soot. One tail of his shirt had come out of his filthy corduroys. He had the creme brulee butane torch in one hand, and he squeezed the trigger and blue flames spurted into the darkness. His tongue hung out like a dog after a crazed run. "Keep going, Gwen," Tana told her. "Just keep driving." Sheldon turned to watch them drive away, dancing all the while to music only he could hear. Maybe, Gwen thought, he had recognized her after all. She could see him staring after her in the driver's side mirror, his eyes wide with fascination. He had been more attentive that night than anyone had realized, and not just to her. He had heard Bridget Fleming muttering about firsts, the antiquarian book fair, too. The bitch had underestimated him, and in more ways than one. Later he told the police he hadn't needed to use his lighter to burn the place down, that he had been able to start the fire just by thinking about it, through the sheer power of his hate, which was probably why he was remanded to a wing for the mentally ill in Bridgewater State Hospital. Gwen hit her blinker, turned the corner, and Cordis Street was gone, but she could see the reflected light of the fire for a long time, the glow of the flames illuminating that coil of rising smoke. That tower of sparks and cinders could be seen for miles, almost as if King Sorrow had paid the neighborhood a visit. 19. April 23rd, 1990. The letter was the first Daphne Nyswander had received during her entire incarceration. She had served just over a year so far, 24 more to go. She read the letter from her eldest daughter once, her lips moving, and then again, sitting cross-legged on the bed in her cell, while other inmates catcalled one another, cussed and jabbered and laughed, their voices echoing in the concrete halls. Somewhere music was playing an old-fashioned calypso full of horns and rattling hothouse drums. A man with a fruity Caribbean accent sang about the graveyard. "I nearly bust my head running from the dead," he sang. The Trinidadians in Black Cricket loved their old Jigaboo Island tunes, laughed and sang along, like anyone in that joint had anything to be happy about.
Dear Mama, well, I'm out Nevada way with Ronnie. Business went south before we did. Long story.
We got out of town like there were wild dogs chasing us. Seriously, I thought if I stayed one more day in Maine, I was gonna die of boredom. Ronnie's cousin's out here. Might be able to hook us up with something. We left in such a hurry, I forgot to say goodbye to a few friends. If things don't work out for us here, you might get back to Goguen sooner than I do. If that's what happens, maybe you could say goodbye to him for me. Colin Wren, Donna and Donovan McBride, Allison Shiner, Gwen Underfoot, and especially Arthur Oakes. You remember his mom, the Holy Mother. Best, I think, to forget you ever knew her. Trust me on that. But remember her kid for later. It would mean the world to me if you could send him my love. Oh, hey, I think Tana likes him. Art's a fun guy. He's pulled a couple funny ones on me. Real prankster, that one. But he's not right for her. And I hope you'll tell her so. I hope you'll look after our Tana. God knows she can't look after herself. She's too easily swayed by bad influences. When she was little, Tana was always scared there was something bad hiding in the dark at the back of her closet. I used to laugh at her, but it turns out she was right. Pretty funny, huh? From Reno, Jane.
Daphne's attention was like an ant, crawling slowly from word to word, sentence to sentence. When her mind had finished its second crawl across the expanse of words, she folded the letter and put it under her pillow. But she continued to go over it in her mind, what the letter said, and more important, what it hadn't. Down the hall, she heard a breathy, throaty exchange of accusations. A clash of steel on concrete, a desperate scuffle, a hoarse eruption of Victoria's laughter, and a desperate, groveling voice making desperate, groveling promises. Bitches being bitches. Daphne had lukewarm noodle soup for supper. A nervous little born-again went down on her in the last half hour before lights out, and Daphne made sure she got a little paper envelope of sticky black heroin for debasing herself in the eyes of her lord. And even while the scrawny little white girl was down between her legs, Daphne's mind was half on the letter and the names in it. A week later, a guard came for her after lunch to say the social worker, Ms. Adams, wanted to speak with her. The guard was new, a kid with a feather-down brown mustache and big eyelashes, and he hadn't learned to hide anything yet. He regarded her with compassion and sorrow.
I can't tell you what it's about, so don't ask.
I know what it's about,
Daphne Niswander said, and pulled herself out of bed and went to find out where her eldest daughter had died and how. Some women in grief said the rosary, but Daphne didn't grieve, she got even. And on the walk to the social worker's office, she didn't bother reciting the Apostles' Creed. She said the names to herself instead, feeling each one almost as a stone in the mouth, resting on the tongue. Colin Wren, Donna McBride, Donovan McBride, Allison Shiner,
Gwen
Underfoot,
Colin Wren, Donna McBride,
Oaks.
Donovan McBride, Allison Shiner, Gwen Underfoot, Arthur Oakes. Colin Wren, Donna McBride, Donovan McBride, Allison Shiner, Gwen Underfoot, Arthur Oakes. Colin Wren, Donna McBride, Donovan McBride, Allison Shiner, Gwen
Book 2. Flight or Fright, 1995. 3:55 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 8 hours and 5 minutes to Dragonity o'clock. Allie unclamped the hatch on the front of the dryer, paying no mind to what she was doing. She had half a jelly jar of white wine in her right hand, had opened a bottle at lunch, and somehow she was drinking the last of it now. Dinner was still 2 hours off, but what the frack, it was Saturday. She thrust her arm into the machine for her laundry, and her hand settled on a pile of cold, scaly loops, thick as a python. She screamed and yanked her hand back, but King Sorrow was faster and caught her wrist with one claw before she could get away.
Time flies, Allie,
said the thing that both was and wasn't inside her machine.
It's almost Easter again, and you know what else flies? Men who are running for their lives. Men like Horatian Matthews.
Huh? Horatian Matthews? Allie asked, and King Sorrow let go of her and she fell back, sat down hard on the yellow linoleum. His claw slipped away into the warm darkness.
He's headed to London tonight, via New York City. Come midnight, he'll be on British Airways out of JFK. You've heard people complain about their in-flight meals, but you won't hear any of that rot out of me, love. I'm already licking my chops.
I don't understand. Why would he do that? There'll be other people on that plane. There'll be hundreds of other people. She felt shaky and weak, too weak to stand. She wished she hadn't had so much wine, but then she always needed to stay drunk to get through Easter.
Maybe that's the idea. Maybe he wants to die in company. I'm sure the plane will be full of the sort of people he hates. Atheists and Jews and black people and taxpayers and gays and people with hard-to-pronounce last names and college graduates and women with jobs. Maybe he believes their death will give his meaning. Or maybe he's running, like Jane ran, like so many of them run at the end.
"Why are you telling me this?" Allie said.
He was your pick, Allie. I thought you'd enjoy a sneak preview of the grand finale. I thought you'd appreciate knowing that none of this would be possible, if not for you.
"You're saying they'll die because of me?" Allie whispered. "But really they'll die because of you, and you want to rub my face in it."
Oh, Allie.
King Sorrow spoke from the darkness in the dryer, even though he was really in the darkness inside her head.
What a hurtful thing to say, and unfair. I didn't have to tell you anything, but now you know where Horatian will be at Dragonity o'clock, in the air over the North Atlantic, and you can still do something about it. I'm giving you a chance to save everyone, because you may doubt this, but it's true. When you're carrying so much guilt already, it didn't seem fair to pile on, what with breaking Van's heart and breaking your own. That's enough for anyone. You know, Allie, the plane won't take off for another 2.5 hours. If you want to save those people, all you have to do is be on it. Get yourself on that plane, darling. And no one but Horatian Matthews has to die tonight.
4:09 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 7 hours and 51 minutes to Dragonity o'clock. Allison Shiner came off the ramp doing 80, steering with one hand, punching numbers into her flip phone with the other. "Colin! Hello! Pick up!" she shouted at his answering machine. "We got a problem, smart guy, so stop waxing your head and call me back. It's 4 p.m. on Saturday afternoon, and everything is screwed." She sang the last word in her finest choir girl alto. She disconnected, then had to yank the steering wheel to keep from rear-ending an oil tanker. She cut into the left lane, nearly sideswiping a boxy Chevy Blazer, which slammed on the brakes and laid on the horn. Allie couldn't sweat it. If the day ended with just 1 or 2 fatalities, she'd be doing great. She dialed Donna next. Donna was already in Manhattan, even closer to the airport than Allie. "What you doing, babe?" Donna said when she picked up. "I'm on my way to the airport," Allie sang gaily. She always sang when she was stressed, as Donna would have known if she ever paid attention, which she didn't. "I'm flying to London, and you'll never guess with who." Donna let out a sigh. "You and Van worked out your shit. I knew when you didn't give back the ring. Well, if he was going to take you somewhere romantic, I would have suggested Capri, but tickets to London were probably less expensive, the cheap bastard." "Not Van," Allie said. "Horatian Matthews. He's on the 640 out to JFK to Heathrow." Donna needed a moment to process that. When she spoke again, her voice was lower, husky with strain. "Why the fuck is he going to England? I thought that Jesus freak never left his compound." "They run. You know they run. Jane ran, and you said it yourself. Arthur is in England." "He doesn't know anything about Arthur. He can't know." "Yes, he can. He could have riddled for Arthur's name. He could have riddled for all our names. This is a guy who thinks in Old Testament terms. For all we know, he's headed to the UK to do something biblical to our Arthur." "Yeah, but it's going to be Easter morning in 8 hours. What happens if he's on the flight when—" Donna's voice trailed off as she figured it out for herself. Fuck. Now you're singing my song." As Allie blew past an 18-wheeler, the mud flaps threw a filthy, rattling spray across her windshield. For a few moments, the road was a brownish blur. She told herself to slow down, but instead her foot mashed the pedal closer to the floor. "Do you think Matthews has any idea what could happen?" Donna asked. "Not just to him, but to everyone he's flying with?" "I didn't pick Horatian Matthews off a list of nice, socially responsible role models, Donna. The dude watched TV while his wife roasted to death 200 feet away. Probably not even good TV. I bet it was one of those fishing shows on ESPN where fat guys in camouflage get breathless about hooking a trout. But does he know? If he does, he doesn't care." "How do you know all this?" "How do you think? King Sorrow is in my gosh darn dryer, having a chuckle that 400 innocent people are going to die and it's all my fault." "Hang the fuck on, that's a good point. They're all going to die." "Did I hear you say you're getting on the plane too? The fuck you want to do that for?"
If I'm on the plane, King Sorrow can't touch Matthews. Remember? He swore to protect us. He has to follow the rules, too. He won't be able to touch the guy until we land. Are you sure? 100%, she said. She was going to add that King Sorrow had told her so himself, but she had to bang on her brakes to keep from rear-ending a hearse, and the words went out of her head. No doubt about it, the day was determined to stay on theme. I don't want you on that flight. I don't want you anywhere near Matthews. He's a dangerous, goddamn paramilitary psychopath, and for all you know, he's planning to hijack the fucking plane. There's got to be other options. Call in a bomb threat. So they look for a bomb, and they don't find it, and the flight takes off anyway, and then King Sorrow blows it up, and as a bonus, the FBI has an audio tape somewhere with my voice on it, and I go to jail for 1,000,000 years. Or they delay the flight and King Sorrow takes out a whole terminal like someone dropped a bunker buster on it. Instead of 400 dead, you got 1,000 corpses, maybe more. Can he do that? He says he leveled a few Hungarian shtetls. Are those bigger than airports? You'd have to ask Arthur about shtetls. I wouldn't even know how to spell it. There's another way, Donna. You could meet me at the airport. We could waylay him in the bar and offer him a threesome, make him skip his flight that way. Don't make jokes. You know you aren't funny. You've never been funny. Who's being funny? Meet me at the airport. Allie felt a surge of almost desperate need to have Donna with her, to be in this together. If Donna was with her, Allie wouldn't need to be brave. Donna was always brave enough for both of them. I can't do that, Donna said. I have to be on the air at 6. Oh, well... That's fine. You go on TV, do your thing, and let me worry about the men, women, children who are about to burn to death and fall out of the sky. Hey, if I screw this up, do you think they'll let you cover the whole air disaster thing on the 11 o'clock? But you couldn't guilt-trip Donna. Her lack of shame made her immune to such appeals. Call Van, Donna said. Get him to meet you at the terminal. It was in Allie's head to say, he doesn't want to talk to me. It was in her head to say, he can't bear to look at me anymore. Never mind talk to me. Instead, she said, I don't think Horatian Matthews is going to want a threesome with Van. Not for a threesome. Stop talking about threesomes. For help, for support. You're shook up and you're scared, and how much have you had to drink? Not enough, Allie didn't say. When she switched lanes too quickly, she could actually hear the gin sloshing in the bottle of Gordon's she had pushed into her purse on her way out the door. Call Van, Donna repeated, when Allie didn't reply. He'd never let you face this alone. Donna? Allie said and licked her lips and tried again. Donna, You don't know how I left things, how badly I messed it up. I think it would be easier to face a terrorist at 30,000 feet than Van over a drink. Donna didn't say anything. Oh, God, what did he tell you? Allie said. Did he tell you I'm in love with you? I'm not. I mean, I am. I love you. You're my best friend, but I'm not like that. When I get drunk, really drunk, I say stupid things. Everyone does. It doesn't mean I want... God, I can't even say it. It's so embarrassing. Please say something to me. Donna answered with stony silence. Please don't hate me, Allie whispered. I don't know what's wrong with me. I went to a camp to fix it when I was 16, but sometimes it comes unfixed again. Please say anything. I couldn't bear it if you shut me out. Please, Donna? Donna? Hello? She didn't know AT&T had dropped her call until she looked at her phone. When she looked up, she was about to rear-end a station wagon loaded with kids. She had to swerve into the breakdown lane to get around it, and the woman behind the wheel laid on the horn, a long, furious wail of rage and terror. Allie gave her a Queen Elizabeth wave of acknowledgement, couldn't help feeling better. In a worst-case scenario, she'd be dead by sunrise, in which case she'd never have to find out how much Donna had just heard. Even death had an upside. 4:29 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 7 hours and 31 minutes to Dragonity o'clock. No one could spot a bad idea faster than Gwen, so Allie tried her next, punching in the number with her thumb as soon as she had a couple of bars on her Nokia. By then, traffic had forced her to slow down, and she was creeping along at an agonizing 40 miles an hour, hemmed in on all sides. When Gwen didn't answer at home, Allie tried Tana Nicewander. Gwen spent as much time there as she did at her own place, looking after the baby while Tana worked. Only Tana was at home and picked up on the second ring. Tana? It's Allie. Allison Shiner? I'm Gwen's friend in New York. Oh, right. You're Donovan's lady. Did you guys set a date yet? Any reply to that question would end in tears, and Allie couldn't afford tears right now, so she pretended she hadn't heard. Is Gwen there? I'm having a little emergency. You're out of luck. She's out there dealing with everyone else's emergencies today. She's riding in the ambulance this afternoon.
When will she be back? She don't get off her shift till midnight. What's wrong? Can you tell me? I'm just fleeing the country like my life depends on it. Like someone's life depends on it anyway. She laughed. It sounded like a sob. Oh, come on, getting married to the McBride kid can't be that bad. Allie opened her mouth to reply that it wasn't that, it was nothing to do with Van, and something tightened in her throat, made it impossible to force out any sound. And for an instant she was back with Van in the hospital after he cracked his head and he was half turned away from her. You could have died, you big dumb idiot, she said, trying to be sweet and funny and angry with him at the same time. My parents already put a deposit down on the venue. Think how steamed they'd be if we had to use it for your funeral instead of our wedding. On the bright side, he said, without looking at her. Maybe after the funeral Donna would throw you a pity fuck, a little comfort for the grieving widow. I don't think Donna is gay, but she's pretty much up for anything when she's drunk. When Tana spoke again, after a long and awkward silence, she sounded awed. No way. Is this real runaway bride type shit? Come on, girl, don't hold back. I gotta have some details. The only romantic misadventures in these parts is when the batteries die in my vibrator. Allie shouted with laughter. The cry of her own voice was so loud she shocked herself and almost fumbled her phone. She hadn't known she could laugh on a day like this. It's not like that, Allie said. I mean, I'm not running away. I already ran away. Van learned some things about me, what I'm really like, behind closed doors, and it ruined me for him. She let out a breathless, choked laugh and said, I'm glad for him in a way. There never was a sunnier fella than Van. He deserves better. Oh, for fuck's sake, Tana Nicewander said. What could he find out to ruin you for him? Did you have a pussy hair out of place one night or something? Allie laughed again, almost a scream of laughter. Jesus! I never heard such smut. Do you kiss your mother with that mouth? Probably best not to kiss my mother. Likely get an STD from her fucking skag. It was the unlikeliest of all things in that moment, to find herself on the edge of giggles, on the edge of tears. Tana's rude mouth shocked and inspired her. Allie had always admired people who did not need to look at polling data to have an opinion. That 30% of people who were unafraid to say the wrong thing. Allie always felt best when agreeing with others herself. Her father said, with a kind of gentle sadness, as if discussing a disability, that she was a compulsive pleaser. She always found it thrilling to be in the company of someone with views of their own. She liked to mold herself to them, to make herself the thing that made them happy. Of course, if she hadn't tried so hard to be the things Van wanted her to be, she might have saved them all a lot of unhappiness. Allie saw the exit for the airport coming up on her right, hit her blinker, and began crossing from one lane to the next, jamming herself into any opening, horns wailing and squalling in a chorus of disdain. What's going on? Tana said. Did you just drive by a traffic accident? Trying not to cause one, Allie said. Do you want to leave a message for Gwen? Can she call you back? I know midnight is late, but I'll be on a plane by then. I hope. There's a flight to London in 2 hours and I have to be on it. It's kind of life or death. Oh, Tana said. Then she said, Arthur's in London. The old man. I love that dude to pieces. No one ever paid a higher price for loaning a girl a hoodie. I'll let him know you wished him well, Allie said. She didn't add, if I'm still alive tomorrow. You got a message you want me to pass on to Gwen? Tana asked again. Tell her... Allie struggled to think of a message she could safely pass through the medium of Tana Nicewander, some way to alert Gwen about Horatian Matthews and the threat to BA 238 to London. But she didn't have the wit for it, not after a bottle of wine and 40 minutes of driving faster than she had ever driven in her life. She said, Tell Gwen I said Happy Easter, and I'll try to call her from the other side of the pond. Okay, Tana said uncertainly. I wish I could help, whatever it is. I wish she felt okay talking about it with me. But I won't keep after you, and I'll let Gwen know. Tell you what, Easter isn't really her holiday. She always gets moody around this time of year. Withdrawn, you know? You'd think they were going to crucify Christ all over again. And someone hired her to pound in the nails. 5:32 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 6 hours and 28 minutes until Dragonity o'clock. She had her ticket and was through security 20 minutes before boarding began. There was a crowd in the seating area by the gate, but Allie wasn't ready to plunge in, could hardly look at them. One of those passengers had killed his wife and killed her slow. He had killed his stepdaughter, too, and plotted the murders of FBI agents and abortion doctors. And for his many crimes, he had been marked for death, sentenced to be carried out by a large lizard. Allie wasn't sure she'd know him if she saw him. She had only ever seen one photograph, and that was a grainy photocopy from a newspaper article. In the picture, taken after the homicide charges were dismissed, he looked every inch the soldier. Dark crew cut, narrow hooded eyes, cheeks cratered with acne scars, blunt-fingered butcher's hands. Put that guy on the stand if you wanted, all you were going to get was name, rank, and serial number. Allie had to sit down, had to slow her heart rate, take a moment to breathe. She found a stool in a darkened bar directly across from the gate, a place called Dickens' Authentic English Pub, full of the odor of stale beer. They had framed pictures of Dickens, Orwell, and James Joyce on the walls, though Allie was pretty sure Joyce was Irish, a barroom piano against one wall, and microwaved sausage pies on the menu. If she kept her back to the jetway, she could almost pretend she was in a London tourist trap, at least until the bartender came to take her order. He had a mullet, a Jersey accent, and a spray-on tan. He brought her white wine in a glass roughly the size of a bathroom sink. She had a tremor in her hand when she lifted the glass to her lips. She thought about Horatian Matthews, the former Marine and Christian fundamentalist who fantasized about bringing down the government. Allie had babbled about waylaying him in a bar, offering him a threesome with Donna to keep him from boarding the flight. In her mind, that was possible because Donna could talk a man into bed and Allie could stand next to her while she did it. She wondered what she'd do if Horatian walked in here right now, if Allie could put the moves on him herself. The thought nearly made her cough wine back up her nose. Horatian Matthews believed interracial marriage was a plot to water down Christian male bloodlines, and that the IRS was as bad as the Gestapo. How did you get someone like that hot and bothered? Whisper in his ear that she had always wanted to be spanked with the federal tax code? Hey pal, want to have a few beers and then go somewhere you can do domestic terrorism to my body? Or maybe you went the religious route, ask him to biblically smite her girl parts, part her legs like the Red Sea. Someone stroked the keys of the barroom piano over against the wall. By the time Allie looked around to see who, the guy was already settling onto the stool next to her. She wasn't sure she'd recognize Horatian Matthews, but she knew when someone wasn't Horatian Matthews, and he wasn't. From the waist down, he was a skinny guy in new-looking jeans with stovepipe legs. From the waist up, he was built like John Candy, a fat man in a cheap sports coat, frayed at the cuffs. His eyes were sharp, though, dark brown, humorous, and clever.
"Did he let you down?" he said.
"Mm-hmm," Allie asked, twisting around on her stool.
"You look like a woman been stood up," he said. "Tell Frank Heck all about it."
"Heck?" she asked, thinking she must have heard wrong.
"As in, what the heck?"
Or, heck no. He shot a finger at her to say she had the right idea. He asked the bartender for an old-fashioned and to get another glass for Allie while he was at it. Allie was surprised to see her first was already gone. "Maybe I'm the one who let him down," she said suddenly, her thumb twisting the engagement ring that she really had no business still wearing. He saw the diamond flash and smirked.
"I wish more of my disappointments looked like you. A man could start to enjoy the feeling of regret. Where are you headed, hon?"
"London," she said.
"The 640? Maybe we'll sit together. What takes you there?"
"Off to see a friend. He's a lot smarter than me, and I need someone smart to figure out what I'm doing with my life. What about you, Mr. Heck? What do you do?"
"Make money and spend it on women who look like you."
"Ah, that's a good line. I've never had a line."
"Girl like you don't need a line."
Allie had now finished off most of 2 glasses of wine in just a few minutes, and her head was swimmy. "What about you? Why are you going to London?"
"Well, now I'm developing a few propositions, like the Churchill Atlantic Commander one-piece sleeping costume for men. Did you know Churchill designed his own pajamas? Like a jumpsuit with booties on it. Made him look a little like, who's the guy in the McDonald's commercials? Big purple guy?"
"Grimace."
"Right, Grimace. Shoot, what is Grimace anyway? Is he a big potato or like a giant raisin?"
"He's a tumor. He represents what grows inside you if you eat too much McDonald's."
"That explains how I wound up in this state," Frank Heck said and smacked his belly. "Maybe it's not fat at all. Could be a tumor."
"That's what got my brother. Cancer," she said, and then wished she could take it back. Thea wasn't the stuff of casual pub conversation with a stranger.
"I'm sorry to hear that. What was his name?"
"Theodore. They never made a better man." Enough, she told herself. The problem with wine was it made you emotional. The problem without wine was sobriety. Let's drink to Theo then, said Frank Heck. Let me buy you another.
No, thank you, she said, and felt a sudden surge of emotion, a great swell of pride in her own forceful resolve. No, she would not have another glass of wine, not until she was in her seat on the plane, and then a little one would be fine. One drink is polite, but a second with a strange man would be inappropriate, and this time she flashed the engagement ring deliberately.
Well, then, b'God, we should drink to holy matrimony. That's not inappropriate.
He nodded to the bartender, who was already there to fill her glass, and she gave in, didn't want to be rude. Heck said,
I guess he must have faith in you, let you go off to London all by your lonesome. How's he know you won't meet a pajama salesman and decide not to come home?
I never wear pajamas, she said, and Heck fanned his face with a paper napkin and rolled his eyes.
Hun, don't say them kind of things. Man carrying as much weight as me, my heart could go at any time.
Allie laughed, and for a moment almost liked the pushy fat man who was trying his luck with the only single woman in the bar. He had brass, and brass counted for something with Allie. The flight announced pre-boarding for families traveling with children and anyone else who needed extra time. She began to dig in her purse for her credit card. Heck glanced down into the open crochet bag in time to see the bottle of Gordon's in the bottom, half full, not half empty. Allie was an optimist. She was too buzzed to be embarrassed. He put his hand on hers.
Let me, he said. Buying a pretty woman a glass of wine is what I call a smart investment.
Well, aren't you sweet as heck, she said, and he threw her a broad wink. She slipped off her stool while he was turned away, raising his hand to get the bartender's attention. New Jersey had moved down to the end of the counter to unload the dishwasher. But she glanced back when she was halfway across the pub and saw him watching her go. The look in his eyes gave her a nasty chill. There was something hard and bright in his stare, an almost clinical curiosity that didn't go with his easy talk and down-home twang. His finger was moving around the rim of his old-fashioned, but he hadn't touched it. Not a drop. She smiled uncertainly back, and as she passed the piano, played her left hand across it, saying goodbye to him the way he had said hello, her nimble fingers finding the first few notes of Give Me That Old-Time Religion. He raised the glass in acknowledgement. But then, as she tottered away, a heel wobbling beneath her so that she came close to turning an ankle, the piano played on, sounding out the first 5 notes of Puff the Magic Dragon, keys rising and falling on their own for a moment. She hip-checked a table and had to grab a chair to keep from falling on her face. No one else seemed to have noticed. But then no one else was supposed to notice. It was a little joke intended for her alone. King Sorrow had his failings, mass murder among them, but no one could say he didn't have a sense of humor. 1:02 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. 5 years, 3 months, 2 days, and 16 hours before Dragonity o'clock. What are we going to do with that? Van asked, when Colin came back to the table with a bleached, pitted conch shell bigger than a football and prickling with spines. We're going to listen to it, Colin told him. The tradition of conchomancy was old before Christ was born. It goes back thousands of years in South America. This is an Aztec speaking trumpet, employed in the days before Cortez. The Kikizawani called spirits to sacrifice by blowing into it, like a dinner bell for their gods, let them know they were serving up a beating heart. Then they turned it around and listened to it for instructions. That's what we're going to do. We're going to take turns blowing into it to call King Sorrow to us, and then we'll listen and see what sacrifice he demands. The Kikizawani? Van said. Sounds like something you'd order from a pizza place. Or at least that was how Allie remembered it. No one else remembered the conch. Gwen and the McBrides remembered passing a pearl-handled mirror. Colin and Arthur said it had been a World War II-era helmet filled with water, which they used as a scrying bowl. And no one but Allie remembered Dragonity o'clock. They passed the conch and blew into it and called for King Sorrow. Doors slammed, Donna screamed. Gwen told her to keep her hands on the table. At one point the door to the hallway flew open and it was just a starry night out there, like the sky over the desert. Allie had seen a sky like that before when she was on the Outback Highway in Australia. She would never forget it, just 100 miles from Ayers Rock. The sky was so big and so full of stars you didn't dare look into it for long or your head would get dizzy and strange. Her parents had taken them on a trade mission to the Pacific Rim nations. It was all good memories, that trip.
Theo had been in remission. They all believed he had beaten it. 85% of adolescents with his cancer did. With his yellow hair and cleft chin and faraway blue eyes, her older brother looked like the stout-hearted, headstrong hero of a young adult novel. He argued with their father at every turn, about politics, theology, ethics, but patiently with a grin, and their father grinned back, both of them enjoying it. When they argued, Allie always took her father's side, although he was indifferent to her help, and Theo wouldn't argue with her, would only look at her fondly, proudly. He was 2 years older, but had always called her Kid. A few months after Ayers Rock, the cancer surged back, and Theo was dead by 17. Her mother stopped going to church after that, while Allie became more serious about attending weekly services, if only to see the graffiti Theo had scratched in the pew with his pocket knife. Jesus saves, but Allie invests, and is it a sin to fart while praying? Allie had seen stars in the hallway as she lifted the conch to her lips like a boy savage preparing to address the tribe. She blew a breathy blat and wondered for the 1,000th time if it was a sin to fart while praying. "Paging King Sorrow," she called as she lowered the conch. "King Sorrow, proceed to your gate. Your flight from the big nowhere to Earth is preparing to depart." She lifted the big old Aztec shell to her ear and shut her eyes. For the longest time, there was only that mindless susurration that people said sounded like the sea, but which to her was closer to the sound a TV made when it was tuned to a dead channel, receiving only static. She listened so hard her ears started to ring. No, wait, it wasn't a ringing in her ears. It was a single lingering note, a high G. Allie had been singing in choirs since she was 6 and had a good ear, an educated ear, could harmonize in an instant with a note played on a piano. The high G she could hear now had no beginning. It had always been there, and she had gradually picked it out of the ceaseless shush. Then it dropped to an F sharp, and dropped again, and then climbed in a melancholy strain. She only needed 3 notes to recognize Puff the Magic Dragon, one of the first songs she had ever learned to play on the piano. It came from a maddening distance, was so faint it was less like hearing a song and more like imagining it, and it died away just before the very last note. It came to her then, what she had to do. King Sorrow wanted her to play for him. She rose straight away, thoughtlessly passing the cracked mirror to Donna. Now that was odd that she remembered passing Donna a mirror and not the pitted old seashell, and went to the player piano. There were cartridges for the player piano, big scrolls with holes punched in them, not all that different from the hole-punched metal scrolls inside a child's music box. Mr. Wren had a couple dozen tucked inside the piano bench, but Allie didn't look for Puff the Magic Dragon, already knew it wasn't there among the ragtime and early blues numbers. Instead, she began to play the ever so slightly out-of-tune piano, fingers falling on the keys, notes rising into the air. She played. She played until her arms ached, until her fingers ached, until she tried to lift her hands and found she couldn't, which was when she realized the piano was playing her. The keys yanked her fingers up, down, 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 up, down. She knew the others were no longer sitting together at the card table. She sensed them moving through the room, each under the power of some unnatural idea of their own. Witched was the word that came to mind, although maybe that was wrong. Maybe they had been dragoned. She played faster. She smashed a fingernail, and the ring finger on her left hand began to bleed. First the keys were smeared with blood. Then they were slick with it. At some point, Allie lifted her head and saw Gwen taking framed butterflies down from the wall above the piano. Gwen had been freeing them for a while before Allie noticed, but then it was easy not to see Gwen. She was the most unseeable girl Allie had ever met. Gwen was only almost pretty, but she had kind eyes, eyes that promised that if something was broken, you would mend it together. They were the green of old sea glass, the sort of sea glass that might wash up on the shores of Honolulu. And how long had Allie been playing this song? She caught a glimpse of her watch and saw it was 5 past Dragonity. Dragonity was a number, a bit like the number 2, only it was a dragon with a lowered head. When Allie looked up a second time, smoke was trickling from under the lid of the piano, and suddenly the keys released her hands. The song went on, the bloody keys flashing and depressing and springing back up, her red fingerprints all over them. Allie threw the lid open to see if something was burning in there, waving a hand back and forth to clear away the faintly spicy-smelling haze. No fire, but she could see a cartridge plugged into the machine, the scroll feeding itself through the sprockets. She saw a yellowing peeling label which identified the song as Blakeworm the Magic Dragon. The fall board clapped shut over the keys with a bang and startled Allie so badly she stepped back and her legs struck the bench and she had to sit down. Allie had never listened to a seashell since. She was afraid of what she might hear. 6:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 5 hours and 35 minutes until Dragonity o'clock. She stepped aboard, entering the galley at the waist of the plane and making the unfamiliar right turn into economy. By the time she got to the airport, her nerves had been too jangled to think about where she sat, and she had just asked for a seat on the next available flight to Heathrow. No, maybe there had been more to it than that. Some anxious part of her had the wild thought that somehow Horatian Matthews would know her if he saw her, would somehow magically recognize in a glance one of the people who had set the dragon against him. She did not want to find him on the plane or be found by him, and it seemed to her it would be easier to hide in the crowd of people in the cheap seats. She wondered if this was the first time she had ever flown in economy, and supposed it was. She was curious to see how else she'd be willing to debase herself in this desperate hour. Maybe she would drink a Fresca and eat something plebeian like a hot dog. Allie made her way into the rear, along the starboard aisle. A kid in a black hoodie with black fingernail polish occupied the window seat. The aisle seat contained one of the most striking-looking women Allie had ever seen, not beautiful but arresting, with a wide, bold mouth, lips glossed to a high shine, and hair blown out in the style of late 70s Farrah Fawcett. Only when Allie was standing right over her, she saw that the woman in the flower print dress had an Adam's apple. Wouldn't it be fucked up, she thought, if Horatian Matthews had boarded the plane dressed as a woman? This wasn't Horatian Matthews, though, but a cross-dresser of about 40. Did you call them cross-dressers? She didn't think so. Other than Van, she had never met a man who would wear a dress in a public place. Allie's seat was sandwiched between the goth and the... transvestite? No, that wasn't right either. She had a stern thought then in Colin Wren's voice. He's not a man in a dress, Allie. She's a woman in a man's body. The woman in the man's body stood up to let her past and said in a posh English accent, "Squeeze by, darling, there you are. Don't be alarmed if you think you hear a noise like birds getting sucked into the engine on our flight. That's just how I sound when I start to snore. Robin Fellows." "I won't mind. I think even snoring sounds more elegant in an English accent," Allie said, charmed in an instant, the way she was always charmed by someone who so obviously enjoyed being exactly themselves. She never thought of Robin Fellows as a man again. "What's your thing, love?" Robin asked, leaning into Allie. She had a great scent on, a spicy tingle of wildflowers and whiskey. "What do you do?" "Poles," Allie said absent-mindedly, glancing around for anyone who resembled Matthews. No one. "Grinding poles." Robin arched one eyebrow. "Well, you've got the body for it, God bless. There was a time I did a little burlesque myself, but I didn't have the body for it even then. Bit embarrassing to remember now. I was a cliché and didn't know it. If one of my writers put 25-year-old me in a book, I would have told them I was trite." "Are you an editor, then? What sort of books?" "Bit of this, bit of that. Mysteries mostly, but I've done true crime and a couple of rock bios, which are not so different from true crime. At least not the good ones. Drugs, jailbait, and hopefully a few corpses. I wish my fiancé was here. You'd have so much to talk about." It had slipped out before she could help herself, calling Van her fiancé. She wasn't used to not having a future with him yet. Her thumb found the engagement ring again and began to play with it. "He writes for Rolling Stone. I promise I won't pitch you on his work until you've had something to drink." "And did you meet in the strip club?" "I don't think I've ever been in a strip club. No, that's not true. I went to Chippendales with Donna once. She's his sister. She looks like him, only sexy." Robin frowned. "So do you teach pole dance, then? Are such things taught?" "Oh," Allie said. Oh, I can't dance. I wish I could. I just flail around and hit people with my elbows. No, I'm a pollster. I grind out surveys for polling firms. I like having a reason to call people up and ask them random questions. It's amazing what strangers will tell you. I love calling old women with surveys about sex. Old women can be really dirty, especially if you get them around 1 o'clock. I remember one old lady saying she always thought a Coke tasted better after sucking her husband off. Robin lowered her eyes and coughed into her hand. I couldn't offer an opinion. A flight attendant appeared beside them and tried to get the slumped goth's attention. It took a few tries before the kid in the black hoodie plucked the headphones off his ears. Would you be Charlie Scow? The flight attendant asked. Mr. Scow, I'm sorry to say we've managed to overbook economy and have to ask you to change seats. The kid stiffened in alarm and the attendant hurried on. We're upgrading a select few passengers and have a new seat for you up in Club World. The goth unslinkied himself from his seat, the alarm gone in an instant, and almost bounced to his heels. Allie and Robin half stood to let him squeeze by. I'm glad that didn't come for me, Robin said as she sat again. Traveling in economy builds moral fiber, like rolling out of bed and going for a 5-kilometer jog first thing in the morning. It's the discomfort that builds character. I hate running, Allie said. If you slow down, there are insects, which is bad, and if you don't slow down, you're running, which is worse. So much worse. But we're happy here. We don't need their silver platters of chilled crab or their luxurious seats. We've got each other. You wouldn't rather have chilled crab? The flight is off to such a good start, Robin said. Let's pretend you didn't ask that. A flight attendant wheeled a trolley through the cabin, offering passengers bubbly and plastic flutes. Allie took one and looked into it at the little fizzing circle of golden champagne and hated the idea of drinking it and knew she had to. It was lonesome business getting drunk without Van or Donna. Only, no, she was already drunk, but she was going to have to work at it to stay that way, and the thought of the effort ahead made her very sad. It was necessary. She needed to stay drunk, because if she didn't drown her anxiety, she might start shaking. For a while, on the parkway, she hadn't been sure she would get on this flight at all, had been terrified she would not arrive at JFK in time. She had not stopped moving since King Sorrow had grabbed her wrist as she reached into the dryer, had been moving at 80 miles an hour even before she got in her car. All that speed, that rush, had offered her a kind of mental security. The acceleration had swept aside any doubts. Now that she was on the flight, she had come to a standstill, and she felt clammy and a little woozy with dread. Now she had to sit and think her thoughts, and what she kept thinking was that she had missed something obvious and crucial. It was like wondering if she had left the oven on when she left the house, only worse. She had not felt this bad since she let Mona Kennedy kiss her at the Christmas party. Let Mona lead her by the hand into the stairwell, kiss her there, and put a hand under her skirt. She had been so drunk then. It didn't count, letting Mona finger her while people sometimes walked by and paused to watch, because she had been almost too drunk to remember it the next day. Allie had not felt this bad since she had called Mona to tell her it had to stop. 3 times was 3 times too many, and she had not known Van was in the kitchen, listening in on the extension. I just got engaged and I don't want to be a cheat, she said, and Mona said, you just got engaged and you don't want to be gay, but you are. I swear you're wet right now thinking about what I can do to you. And Allie couldn't answer because all the breath went out of her, and then Van spoke up on the line and said, Hey, Allie, let me know when you're off the phone. I was going to order pizza. Mona, good luck with your fantasy football team this weekend. The worst of it was that she cherished Van, who loved her without qualification, who made her waffles when she was hungover, and picked her laundry up off the floor, and talked sports with her father and celebrity gossip with her mother, and looked at her sometimes the way a child looks at the ocean for the first time, with a wonder that is inseparable from joy. No one had cherished her since Theo died. After they buried him, she had never expected to be cherished again. She thought the least she could do for Donovan, for the person who loved her, she supposed, more than anyone ever had or ever would, was to avoid letting coworkers finger her in the stairwell at office parties. She hated the impulse anyway, had long wanted to rip it out of herself. In truth, she knew she wasn't really gay at all, but only self-destructive and rebelling against Jesus for taking her brother too young. All facts she had learned at the summer camp her parents sent her to, after she sent some silly love letters to a girl in her English class. A youth pastor named Chuck had helped her see why she was deluding herself she was a homosexual and had proved she could enjoy natural sex by fucking her several times before the summer was done. She was wishing for Van, for his stoner's sang-froid, even more than she was wishing for another glass of champagne. While she was brooding, she had swallowed down the first, and so when she saw him push through the curtain at the waist of the plane, she thought, for a few moments, she was imagining him. It was as if she had forced him to materialize by thinking about him, a bit of wizardry every bit as mind-boggling as summoning a dragon from the long dark. He looked good in shredded denims and the blue chambray shirt she loved so much. She had worn that shirt herself sometimes for a nightdress. He had his copper hair up in a man bun, which she didn't love. It was better down. He had a Nike bag slung over one shoulder, as if he were off to the gym, as if either of them ever went to the gym, ha ha ha, and wore his trademark smirk. The flight attendant who had ushered the goth into business class pointed at Allie, and Van's smirk blossomed into a shit-eating grin. She rose, surprised to find her legs trembling. Robin noticed as well, looked up in alarm. Allie understood the goth's business class upgrade had been a ploy to open up the seat beside her. One Van had set in motion himself, and she was so glad to see him, glad not to have to go into the sky alone. She wanted him beside her, had 1,000 things to tell him. He reached across Robin Fellows to take Allie's hand as Robin looked from one to the other in bewilderment. He leaned in to kiss her. She leaned in to kiss him. His forehead smacked her nose. His mouth missed, and he kissed her chin as her lips found his ear. "You stupid panhandle hick," she whispered, clutching him tightly. "What the poop are you doing on this plane?" "What the poop?" he whispered back. "I adore you and your whole Hallmark card vocabulary. You're like dating a 2-hour Christian holiday special. Pretend you're happy." "I don't have to pretend." "Pretend you're even happier." "Why?" "Because we need a cover story, and I've got one that's perfect," he said. And then he drew away from her and raised his voice so the whole cabin could hear and said, "I love you so goddamn much, Allison Shiner. Say that you'll elope with me. Let's get married tomorrow." People laughed. Some rose from their seats for a better look at the excitement. Over Van's shoulder she saw for the first time Frank Heck, sitting just 2 rows up on the left, staring back at her with one eyebrow raised in wry amusement. She had never been able to resist giving a crowd what they wanted. Of course, she said yes. 6:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 5 hours and 15 minutes until Dragonity o'clock. A freckly college student put his fingers in his mouth and whistled, and that set off most of the economy cabin, who began to applaud. A little raucously, many of them already finished with that first complimentary drink. Allie felt a tingling flush of excitement that made absolutely no sense at all, given the situation. Say one thing about Van, he had never suffered from shyness. He and his sister both knew how to seize a moment. Someone farther back shouted, "Kiss her!" And Van obliged, and Allie kissed him back. Someone else shouted, "Introducing tonight's nominees for the Mile High Club," to general laughter. Allie blushed on cue. The flight attendant was standing in the aisle right behind them, with fresh glasses of champagne for the happy couple. He was a balding man with the slim hips of a fencer, but with a blue 5 o'clock shadow that gave him just a touch of a thug in an alley. When he passed the drinks over, he cried, "I'm so happy for you," with a clear undertone of, "Get the fuck in your seats." Robin twisted to get her legs out of the way, and Van squeezed into the window seat, pausing to put his hands on Allie's hips and press his chest to hers. Allie leaned into him as if to neck and whispered, Donna, freaking Donna, she told you. Why did she tell?" "Because she loves you." "Why are you here?" "Because I love you," Van whispered back, "and there was never any chance I would let you do this alone." She felt like she wanted to cry. He had caught her cheating with another woman, but here he was. She had almost got him killed, but he had come running. She didn't deserve him, she thought. She never had. A voice came over the public address system asking all passengers on BA 238 to give the safety video their full attention, and Allie was suddenly frightened for them both, her grip on his arm going white-knuckled. 50% of marriages in the U.S. end in divorce. 100% of deals with King Sorrow end in disaster. Frick. What are we going to do? Horatian Matthews is on this flight. "Well," he said, slyly flashing that shit-eating grin again, First, who cares? Because you're right, King Sorrow can't do anything to this flight with us on it. The big lizard swore to protect us, and he has to honor the deal. But there's another thing. Matthews isn't on the flight. You've been sadly misinformed. I know because when I got on board, the flight attendant let me look at the manifest to see where you were sitting. Guess who pussied out and never got on this flight at all? You're sure? Allie asked, hardly daring to believe it. He nodded. You think I'd miss a name like Horatian? 6:58 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 5 hours and 2 minutes until Dragonity o'clock. Congratulations are in order, Robin said to Allie. We must bury a bottle of white in your honor. I'm a schmuck for romance and so love a good elopement. I'm sorry you didn't get one, dear. You could be headed to the south of France or Venice or Crete. But unfortunately, you'll be celebrating your nuptials with cold drizzle and bad food. The in-flight drinks cart is probably the greatest invention in aviation since they moved from biplanes to single-wing aircraft, Van said, and introduced himself to her. I wouldn't want to dirty one of the happiest nights of your young lives with cheap airline plunk, Robin said, and reached into the giant beaded bag stashed beneath the seat in front of her. Not when I've been to the duty-free. She held up a bottle of white wine. Allie looked once and then again. It was from a Napa vineyard called Dragon Yard. A green ribbon bound a complimentary corkscrew to the neck, a silver handsome instrument with a dragon unwinding itself around the handle. Allie threw a wild look at Van, and they both erupted into ever so slightly hysterical laughter. Robin produced a pleasant, puzzled little frown. It's a Pinot Gris, Van said, which I jauntily called penis grease on our first date, and then wondered why Allison didn't call me back. This was a bald-faced lie, but Allie admired how smoothly it came off his tongue. His gift for invention was really underutilized in his life as a journalist, where he was, on occasion, forced to traffic in facts. Your betrothed already mentioned your elegance with language, Robin said. It's a gift. Allie's knit satchel was by her feet, and as the plane turned for the runway, something thrummed inside it. She almost didn't notice. The whole plane was thrumming. But a minute later it thrummed again, and this time it caught her attention. She pulled the bag into her lap and dug through the contents for her flip phone. She had one voicemail. She frowned, flipped the phone open, and pressed the star button to hear her voicemail. The plane began to accelerate. It was Colin. His tone was brisk and calm, but not without urgency. Allie, I'm sorry I missed your calls. I was at Langley today, and they take my phone when I check in. I'm only going home now. Listen, Horatian Matthews won't be traveling under that name. It's the baptismal name he received from his church. You want to look for a Randy Mathers. That's his birth name. That's what'll be on his passport. If he's using his passport. I wouldn't be entirely surprised if he managed to lay his hands on false papers. He breathed out and said, I have it from Donna that you are going to try and get on the plane with him and that Van is going to join you, that for some reason you believe if you're on the plane, King Sorrow can't attack it. That isn't true. You cannot protect the plane by being on it. Get off that flight. Let whatever happens happen. This isn't our fault. We couldn't have known. Delete this message after you've listened to it, and call me when you can. 4:13 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, January 3rd, 1995. 102 days, 7 hours, and 47 minutes until Dragonity o'clock. They all take a new name when they're baptized into the church, Colin told them over tumblers of good scotch. Which is how Ella Gretsch became Faith Matthews, the third of Horatian's 3 wives, and her daughter June became Chastity. It's Ella Gretsch on the death certificate, though. It was Allie's turn to choose someone for King Sorrow. The others had each gone before her, beginning with Arthur in 1990. It had been Colin's turn most recently in 94. He had sent King Sorrow after the commander of a Serbian brigade who had filled a pit with corpses in the rocky crags beyond Sarajevo. As it happened, the brigade commander didn't last until Easter. He leapt off the 10th floor balcony of a hotel in Hungary in early March, leapt shrieking to escape the eyes of the dragon he had seen in his closet. King Sorrow was almost sulky about it. He hated it when the mouse died before he was done playing with it. War criminals, he complained. They don't make 'em like they used to. There had been 24 candidates on Colin's spreadsheet the day before. Allie had narrowed it down to 3. The Middle Eastern mastermind of a 1993 attempt to bomb the World Trade Center, a Hutu extremist who financed genocidal militias in Rwanda, and this last, Horatian Matthews. Ella wedded him in 1990 on the 9,000-acre compound in Iowa that Matthews calls home. He's got company. There's another 100 people sharing his spread, largely composed of 7 sprawling, heavily armed families. The glue that holds them together is their own personal religion, the Scripture of the Kingdom Church, a branch of Christian identity theology. Christian identity theology? Is that those freaks who handle snakes? Gwen asked. Allie will give them a snake to handle, Donna said. She'll give them all the snake they can take. No, the Christian identity types are white supremacists, Van said. Their favorite cross is the one burning in a black man's front yard. In theory, Colin continued, they're led by their pastor, an elderly preacher named Jacob Wayland. Wayland ministers to them in person, but addresses an audience of another 30,000 through his Sunday morning services on shortwave radio. A few AM stations carry his broadcast, too. But Horatian is the power behind the pulpit. The property's all in his name, his legal name, Mathers, and he's the one who figured out how to keep them all fiscally solvent. Publicly, they claim to be living an agrarian lifestyle according to the dictums of Scripture. But their real crop is guns. They've done especially good business turning select-fire rifles into fully automatic weapons and selling them outside gun shows. This is what happens, Donna said, when you ban something that shouldn't be banned. You create a black market so scumbags like Horatian Matthews can get rich. Exactly my point, Van said, about marijuana. So glad you finally agree with me, Donna. You'll be signing my petition to legalize it right after we're done here, yeah? Might sign your ass, Donna said, with my boot heel. Arthur said, tell us about Ella Gretsch. And her daughter June, Gwen added. In November of 1992, one of Horatian's 3 stepdaughters, Chastity, June to us, turned up at her grandmother's house in a thin blouse and jeans, shaking uncontrollably from the cold, and her feet clad in moccasins worn to rags. She had walked and hitched nearly 40 miles in them after escaping the compound. June told her grandmother that Ella was dead and had been dead since August. June said her mother boiled to death. In the summer, Ella/Faith had learned Horatian was screwing June, raping his 16-year-old stepdaughter, and had made plans to slip away by night. She had the bags all packed and the bus tickets paid for when Horatian found out. Ella was confined to the House of Reflection for 5 days to meditate upon her own faithlessness. The House of Reflection was a stone box too small to stand up in, with an iron floor and an iron hatch that locked from the outside. Faith started screaming on day 3. She was quiet again by the afternoon of day 4. She had no voice left by then. Day 4 was the hottest of the week, 98 degrees outside, and almost 160 inside the House of Reflection, which was little more than a kiln. The dimensions of the box forced Faith to remain kneeling, forehead almost touching the floor. When they hauled her out, she was not just a wasted corpse. She was leathery from most of a week of slow roasting. Her death went unreported. Her corpse was buried on the compound in the family graveyard. For the love of Christ, Gwen said. Well, yes, Colin said. That's exactly how Horatian viewed it. After her mother's death, June spent a day in the House of Reflection as well to calm her hysteria. Horatian wouldn't let her call her grandmother to tell her what happened. There's only the one landline in the compound, and only men are allowed to use it. No cell phones, obviously. It's still roughly 1975 in that part of the country. Colin had got them all phones for Christmas, sleek Nokias in brushed stainless steel, a different shade for each of them. Arthur had been utterly baffled by this. I already have a phone, he had said, in my kitchen, and another in my office on campus. Yes, but what if you want to talk to one of us while you're out on a walk? Colin asked. Arthur had regarded Colin with true bewilderment. If I'm out on a walk, couldn't I just walk to a phone? You can send text messages with it, Colin added, starting to sound a little desperate. Arthur said, but if I have a phone in my hand, why would I text you? Colin considered Arthur with a mix of amazement and horror. It's kind of beautiful. It's like the future bounces right off you.
How's a motherfucker like Horatian Matthews cook a woman to death and walk away like he burned some cookies in the oven? Van asked. Well, basically the First Amendment, Colin said, but since we're talking about things getting burned up, who wants to go ignite the Christmas tree? It's dark enough now. They were 20 minutes packing themselves into boots and puffy snow jackets and gloves. Colin led them, like Christopher Robin leading Pooh and the other stuffed animals, out across a snowscape swept into pearly dunes by the wind off the bay. The sun was a glow of infected red light behind the black pines in the west. In the freezing, salty air coming off the water impulses, Allie felt almost like a human being again. When she looked around, she noticed that Gwen and Arthur lagged behind, walking together, but not talking. Sometimes they made her think of parents who had lost a child years before and were more tightly bound by their silent grief than any vow. It was hard to believe they weren't married, the way it seemed they sometimes held whole conversations between one another in a glance. Allie didn't have that with Van. She wondered if she ever would. Colin was talking again. Turns out everyone on the compound had spent time in the House of Reflection for one crime or another against God or their community. Horatian spent a weekend in there himself, kneeling on nails to punish himself for putting off work. He had the scars to prove it. The Christmas tree, 14 feet high and smelling sweetly of the season, sprawled on the edge of the stony embankment. Driftwood had been piled around it for a bigger blaze. Furthermore, it turned out Father Wayland, not Horatian, was the one who commanded Ella to climb into the House of Reflection, and in his deposition he insisted she entered with her eyes shining to God, and that when she screamed they were screams of joy. The House of Reflection represented a cruel, dangerous, barbaric form of punishment, but its use was entirely protected by the First Amendment's promise to allow the free exercise of religion. Does the First Amendment protect Horatian's right to fuck his underage stepdaughter? Donna said, her voice choked, and Allie wanted to put her arms around her. Charges were never brought. June, was killed behind the wheel of her grandmother's car before they could set a trial date. She sideswiped a tree at nearly 70 miles an hour and got her head crushed in. No one could say why she was driving so fast. There were no witnesses to the accident. She left a statement that Horatian Matthews had been raping her since she was 14. But her arms were scarred from wrist to elbow with cuts she admitted administering to herself, and in her diary she talked about being visited by angels and once of traveling to Jerusalem and back in a single night carried on a cloud. Several of Horatian's sons were prepared to testify that Chastity was mentally unwell and had claimed she was raped by demons, the postman, and Bill Clinton. She was probably telling the truth about Bill Clinton, Donna said in a husky voice. You mentioned Horatian has other stepdaughters? Gwen asked. Colin nodded. As it happens, Horatian did spend 6 weeks in jail after a long standoff with state police. They wanted Child Protective Services to interview his other children, and he wouldn't let them. He was eventually brought in under arrest, and the 2 surviving girls, 11 and 9, were interviewed separately. They both agreed Horatian was a lovely father and that they were happy and learning how to go to heaven. He paused, lifted an eyebrow. The one in the cast insisted she had broken her arm falling out of a tree. Donna's lips were pressed so tightly together they were white, which was when Allie decided. All right, Allie said. Let's do him, before the other girls are old enough for Daddy. Donna looked at her with such gratitude, Allie felt her heart might fail her. Are you sure? Colin said, his breath smoking in the darkness. There are strong cases for the other candidates. Matthews hasn't done anything like what the Hutu militias did in Rwanda last spring. I guess the worst of it is over now, but for a few months the rivers were choked with bodies. No single money guy is to blame for all that murder, Donna said. It would be like getting even with Jack the Ripper by killing his banker. And we can't undo a genocide, Allie said. We missed our window to make a difference there. It isn't too late to stop Matthews. As for the other guy on the short list, what was his name? Osama bin Laden? Laden. A nutcase who thought he was going to bring down the World Trade Center with a bomb in a van? Better luck next time. Gwen, can I have that box of matches? Colin asked. He produced a can of bear spray with a festive green ribbon tied around it. Donna had bought them all bear spray for Christmas, said it was better than mace, better than pepper spray. He lit 3 sturdy kitchen matches with one hand, held them together, pointed the can, and depressed the trigger. There was a whoosh and a roar, and a tongue of flame 8 feet long blasted out across the Christmas tree.
The branches of dried pine erupted into fire. "Fucking metal!" Van cried, rising up on one foot and playing a few licks on an air guitar. And then they were all taking turns using their cans of bear spray as makeshift flamethrowers, pouring fire down on the vast tangle of branches until the flames were 20 feet high and they had to step back from the heat. Allie looked around at her friends, the people she loved most in the world. Their faces were damp with sweat and aglow in the infernal light of the bonfire. Colin grinned. He was often happy, but he was frugal with grins. Van was breathing hard, as if he had run up some stairs and rubbing his nose, and Allie knew he was thinking of the cocaine zipped into the inside pocket of his parka. He liked to do lines off her stomach and from between her breasts. He said if he couldn't be in a band, he could at least do drugs like a rock star. It was his favorite form of foreplay. The glow of the flames played across Donna's bold, handsome, confident features. In the gathering dark, she looked like the better version of her brother, the surer version. Gwen held a glass of scotch in one mittened hand, taking little sips, her eyes merry in the firelight. Arthur seemed to have retreated farthest from the fire, and he alone seemed to take no cheer from it. He was contemplating Colin, appeared almost to be reading his friend's face, as he might have studied an illuminated manuscript. When he spoke, though, he spoke to Allie. "You said it's not too late to stop him, Allison, but stop him from doing what?" Arthur said. "We know he creeps on adolescent girls, but unlike bin Laden and the Rwandan militias, do we know he presents a threat on a large scale?" "I think we do," Colin said, answering for her. "Him and his whole community, which King Sorrow may well destroy while he's taking out Matthews. We can hope, right? Horatian has an online manifesto where he talks about crucifying federal officers and IRS agents. He writes approvingly of the Unabomber and lists the addresses of doctors who perform abortions in case anyone wants to pay one of these guys a visit. I couldn't prove the manifesto is his in a court of law, but I know it's him. It was uploaded from his compound's ISP and he has consistent misspellings, favorite phrases." "What's an ISP?" Van wanted to know. "Who allowed him to post a manifesto online?" Arthur asked. Colin glanced at Arthur with real surprise. "An ISP is your computer's fingerprint, and anyone can post anything online, including essays